Actually, in terms of strength, Jiang Ran is not afraid of these people. However, if the Lord's strength is not overwhelmingly powerful, then the wars within the territory are not just about the Lord's personal power. Jiang Ran cannot even reveal her spiritual refinement level, as this might cause the towns to attack her. Anyway, this fire won't reach Suling town for now. The more time I have to develop, the better. Jiang Ran's eyes flickered slightly. Sorry, but with my cheat abilities, I develop faster than you all. Lord Yanxi of Phoenix Town stared at Jiang Ran, as if making some plan. Yang Hao raised his cup, drinking plain water, hiding his mysterious expression. He really wanted to deal with Yanxi and Zhang Long right now. This was a good chance. But he could handle these two alone, yet he wasn't sure if Tian would step in, or if the girl with yellow hair, Jiang Ran, would reach the 8th level of spirit gathering. If that happened, things could get even more complicated. Oh well. He had waited so many years. This moment wasn't too bad. Yang Hao put down his cup, his face returning to calm. Everyone had their own thoughts. When Yanxi and Yang Hao arrived at Suling town, Zhang Long's scheme was naturally exposed, and Jiang Ran's goal was halfway achieved. The rest involved trading seeds and selling seafood. Jiang Ran didn't want to get involved with these people. The longer she stayed, the more she would reveal. Suddenly, the air became strangely quiet. At this moment, Steward Li knocked on the door, slightly bowing, his movements well-trained. "My lord, the banquet is ready." "Then please, everyone, proceed," Jiang Ran said, standing up first. Today's main dish was a seafood feast. Juicy, pinkish shrimp with transparent flesh, a dish of fragrant sauce with a fruity aroma, and a delicately arranged squid garnished with green onions, making mouths water. Spicy, bright red stir-fried snails and steamed giant created a visual and olfactory feast. Yang Hao and the others had never enjoyed such exquisite food before. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they simply couldn't. "What are these foods?" Yanxi marveled, surprised. "I've never seen such dishes, but they look very delicious." Yang Hao sat down first, crossing his legs, eager to start eating, but worried these foods might be strange, so he didn't dare to be the first. Jiang Ran noticed the hesitation of a few people. She ignored everyone else and happily picked her food, eating with gusto. Seeing this, the others also stopped hesitating. They swallowed hard, reached for their chopsticks. Delicious. Yang Hao, who was carefree and wild, was a bit rough but also acted freely. His eyes lit up as he praised first. "What kind of food is this?" Zhang Long asked with a mischievous smile, pointing at a plate of abalone. Jiang Ran glanced at it and looked away without speaking. Housekeeper Li, waiting by the table, smiled and replied, "Master Jiang, this is a seafood called abalone. It's very tasty." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Long took a bite of abalone. "This is really delicious. I think I might fall in love with this seafood. Not just the taste." Jiang Long hinted with a smile, but also the shape. Everyone suddenly felt a bit sick and looked at Jiang Long with disgust. Because of Jiang Long's interruption, no one else wanted to speak. They just ate eagerly, like starving ghosts, enjoying the feast. "Why is it all gone?" Yang Hao, after finishing the last shrimp, looked surprised. All the seafood on the plates had been finished, but his stomach was only half full. He wasn't satisfied with the meal. Seeing Jiang Long and the others unhappy, Jiang Ran, secretly thinking mischievously, thought, "Let's see how full you all get after eating so much. How can I promote my seafood now?" This is what she called really teasing the appetite. Jiang Ran clapped her hands, and servants brought another plate of stir-fried pickled bamboo shoots and sour bamboo shoots, along with a bowl of noodles for Jiang Long and the others. "What is this? It feels a bit strange." She sniffed. It wasn't stinky, but when she took a bite of sour bamboo shoots, the sour and spicy flavor spread in her mouth, surprisingly making it very appetizing. Delicious. The local cuisine from Suling town quickly conquered everyone's taste buds. Jiang Ran crossed her arms, resting her chin as she watched them wolf down the food. "No wonder I've been training Li Guohua these days," she thought. After a while, the group, still feeling unsatisfied, patted their stomachs, feeling they hadn't eaten enough. Master Jiang, aren't you a bit stingy? We came all this way, and you don't even let your guests eat enough? Jiang Ran sat upright, calm and composed. She answered softly, Master Yang, you're joking. Look at my shabby lord's mansion. We've already done our best to serve you with seafood. Yang Hao smiled, probably because he was very satisfied with the meal and in a good mood. He didn't make things difficult and even became more gentle with Jiang Ran. It seemed he was also a foodie. Jiang Ran secretly thought, that's easy to handle. I see that Master Zhang's letter also mentioned trading seeds. Yang Hao waved his hand, and the people behind him carried out seeds like corn and Chinese broccoli. I don't like to talk about things I don't understand. How does Lord Jiang plan to exchange? Yan Shi also waved his hand and opened the items he brought one by one. Jiang Long, who knew nothing about this, looked pale and felt ignored and isolated. Actually, besides buying seeds, Qianji grass, and fire lotus seeds from a few people, I also plan to sell some seafood, bamboo shoots, and paper to them. Jiang Ran smiled and called someone over, bringing her goods. This time, Jiang Ran entrusted the trade to a well-known merchant from Suling Town, Li Tianliang. Li Tianliang was a kind-looking, middle-aged man. Jiang Ran thought this merchant was good at bargaining, and his gentle appearance was his biggest disguise. After all, how many clever merchants would show their cunning openly? This kind of seed, the quality. Li Tianliang hesitated as he looked at Jiang Ran, then carefully at Yang Hao and Yan Shi. He clenched his teeth and said, this seed's quality is quite average. When planted, only about half might survive. If I were to bid, it would be at most 10 silver coins per gene. Yang Hao had brought 500 gene of corn seeds. Based on Li Tianliang's estimate, 1 gene of seeds was just enough for an ordinary person's daily food. 500 gene of purebred corn seeds would only be worth 5,000 silver coins, which is just 5 gold coins. A dishonest merchant. Definitely a dishonest merchant. Yang Hao's spirit energy surged inside his body, creating pressure aimed at Li Tianliang. Li Tianliang stood quietly aside, silently blocking the pressure from the merchant. Sweat appeared on his forehead, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he thought to himself that cultivators were impressive. One day, he would find a way for his children to become cultivators and rise above others. As a merchant, he had his pride. His bargaining skills were something he was proud of, and this time, he was even prouder that the Great Lord needed his ability. Li Tianliang chuckled, I don't think Lord Yang lacks gold and silver. Why don't you first try our seafood from Suling Town? You just ate some. Our seafood is fresh, and we went to great lengths to catch it. Many people in our town have died trying to catch these seafood. Of course, the dead were fake, but the ocean was terrifying not only to the people of Suling Town but also to others who feared the deep, endless sea. So, Yang Hao and the others didn't doubt what Li Tianliang said. They just thought that the lord of Suling Town was quite indulgent, sending a group of townspeople to risk their lives just to enjoy delicious seafood. Of course, Yang Hao and the others had no particular thoughts, because the lives of the people below were not their concern. Being able to dedicate themselves to their great lord was an honor for them. As Li Tianliang said, they shifted their attention to the many kinds of seafood. I never thought these could be eaten. That barren, empty sea actually has some use. The delicious taste of the seafood still danced on Yang Hao's taste buds, leaving him with a lasting impression. Yang Hao never imagined he would develop such a strong craving for food one day. A faint light appeared in Yang Hao's eyes. Perhaps, after he takes control of Phoenix Town and Jinyuan Town, he can also liberate Sualing Town and have it serve him. So, how do you plan to sell the seafood? Yang Hao asked, believing he wasn't short of money. Yan Shi and Jiang Long also came closer. Jiang Long was still annoyed that he wasn't informed about the transactions in Sualing Town. He only brought one person this time. If he had brought some Manhwa grass, he would surely make another profit. Li Tianliang said, seafood is hard to find and very tasty. These seafood were gathered from the seabed after countless lives were sacrificed. We categorize the seafood in our town by type and price. Tell us which ones you want. Li Tianliang smiled honestly, appearing fair and honest. He picked up a fierce-looking crab, which was quite heavy, and struggled a little to hold it up. Look at this fat, delicious crab, called a crystal crab. Its shell is as beautiful as white crystal, and this one weighs over 12 jin, about 6 kilograms. Such are very rare. We only managed to get 3 in our town. The beautiful crab made everyone's eyes light up. They still remembered how delicious the ordinary crab was just now. What kind of taste would this rare treasure have? Seeing Li Tianliang pique their appetite, Zhang Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. It was no wonder she prepared such a luxurious seafood feast with so much effort. When someone becomes a foodie, don't underestimate their purchasing power. Otherwise, you might be surprised. Why didn't I see this kind of crab on the dining table earlier? Jiang Long was dissatisfied, feeling neglected. He felt that Sualing Town's cautiousness was disrespectful, and they were being rude to him. Li Tianliang felt a bit speechless when he heard this. He almost rolled his eyes, but luckily, he maintained his professionalism. He looked upset and said, "If we really send this crab to the dining table, our town of Shuling will go bankrupt. To catch this crab in the deep water, a few of our town's monks lost their lives. Our Lord tried to comfort everyone, but it cost a lot." Shut up. At this moment, Zhang Ran played along with Li Tianliang's act, raising her eyebrows coldly, looking angry and embarrassed. She flicked her sleeve and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense." Li Tianliang shrank back in grievance, saying, "Well, I won't say more." 1 crystal for a crab. Snap. Yang Hao punched a chair, smashing it. "Are you stealing? What are you doing?" Jiang Ran shouted back, seeming annoyed about the deaths of the monks in town. She said angrily, "If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Why are you throwing a fit? Do you think our town's monks are worth less than 10 crystals? Jiang Ran's features were delicate and beautiful, with a cold and innocent look that had a hint of cruel beauty. Her commanding presence and appearance easily subdued Yang Hao's pretend anger. Yang Hao looked upset. He didn't expect to be scolded by a little girl and didn't know how to react because what she said was very reasonable. All right, Li Tianliang tried to lighten the mood. "Lord, don't be angry. Master Yang, don't be upset. If you think these crystals are too expensive, we have other and seafood." Li Tianliang stepped back to guide their attention to other goods. Just then, the troublemaker came again to stir trouble. Jiang Long scoffed at Yang Hao, showing disdain. He didn't like Yang Hao and wouldn't miss a chance to humiliate him. "Master Yang can't afford it, but I, Jiang Long, will take it. It's just 30 crystals. Here." Jiang Long casually threw out 30 crystals, and Li Tianliang hurriedly caught them. "This." Li Tianliang hesitated as he looked at Yang Hao and Yan Shi. "Don't." Yan Shi, who was watching the scene, panicked when she saw the crab was bought by that fool. She also wanted to buy one to try. Even though 30 crystals for a crab with a bit of spiritual energy seemed wasteful, as the town's leader, she could afford it. "Who said I can't afford it?" Yang Hao frowned and also threw out 30 crystals, followed by Yan Shi. Li Tianliang now looked even more troubled. At this moment, Zhang Ran, acting as if she hadn't seen the crystals, quickly snatched up 90 crystals. She had no intention of returning those crystals. Jiang Ran continued to perform, acting cold and wild. "Crystal, 1 for each of you. There are so many seafood, you can keep choosing." The crystal were just appetizers. There was still plenty of seafood. In fact, for Yang Hao and others who had never tried seafood before, each type was a new and rare find. This time, Jiang Ran had truly found some good seafood from the villagers, including a top-quality deep blue lobster. When Li Tianliang skillfully described the delicious seafood to attract everyone, and with Jiang Long, who was not short of money, causing some trouble, they ended up buying half of the seafood from Shuling Town. The seafood with spiritual essence that Jiang Ran had not yet moved to trade, otherwise, these people would have gone even more crazy. In the end, the 90 crystal cores Jiang Ran took were not returned, but instead she collected 190 crystal cores. Since then, over 1,000 jin of seafood was bought, but the cost to acquire it from the villagers was only 2 crystal cores, which was 100 times cheaper. The seafood was sold, and they also tried the pickled bamboo shoots, which tasted good. They bought a few jin of those too. Jiang Ran priced the ordinary pickled bamboo shoots at 1,000 silver coins per jin. With expensive seafood in front, these people thought the pickled dried bamboo shoots were too cheap. Finally, there were rough paper and binglingji, ice spirit mushroom. The paper was considered a luxury item, even rough paper. Jiang Ren claimed she bought a lot of paper in Tianjin town, and as you know, she caused some cultivators in the town to die, so the finances of Shuling town were tight, and she was reselling it. This excuse was reasonable, and Yang Hao and the others didn't mind. Even if the people of Shuling town were lying, they couldn't have made the paper themselves, right? Just joking, the craft of papermaking was very precious. It was impossible for such a small town to have such wealth. So, as long as they didn't produce the paper themselves, it didn't matter where it came from or why they were reselling it. Rough paper was cheaper than the paper bought in Tianjin City by 1 silver coin per sheet, and it didn't require long-distance transportation. Several town leaders were tempted by this. A sheet of rough paper about 20 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide sold for 4 silver coins. Jiang Ran didn't take much. The stack she brought was only about 10 jin, roughly 3,000 sheets. In the end, Yang Hao, Jiang Long, Yan Shi, and others divided the paper themselves, and Jiang Ran earned 12 gold coins. Finally, there was Bing Lingji. Jiang Ran didn't bring many, mainly because the cultivated Bing Lingji from discarded Bing spirit worm cultivation was scarce. How do you plan to sell your Chanji grass, fire lotus seeds, and these seeds? Jiang Ran no longer hid her feelings. In terms of value, these sun ice spirit mushrooms are definitely not as valuable as the 1,000 machine grass and fire lotus seeds. For example, measuring the worth of these spiritual items with money, a cultivated 1,000 machine grass costs about 30 crystals per plant, and a fire lotus seed costs about 40 crystals per bunch. Normal ice spirit mushrooms are worth around 50 crystals, but Jiang Ran's leftover ice spirit mushroom is only worth 10 crystals. Jiang Ran took out 100 ordinary spirit mushrooms and 10 ice spirit mushrooms and straightforwardly, with a calm expression, said, "I want all your seeds, including the 1,000 machine grass and fire lotus seeds you brought. You can keep the rest." As soon as Jiang Ran spoke, even the cunning Li Tianliang couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to the Lord. Yang Hao looked at the few ice spirit mushrooms emitting faint spiritual energy and twitched his mouth. Talking business with teenagers is really hard because they can be naively unreasonable. There were rumors outside that the Suling town had a Alning, fantasy creature, born with spiritual essence, but that turned out to be nothing. Yang Hao and the others found it somewhat amusing. The changes in Suling town initially made them cautious, but now, with these ice spirit mushrooms appearing, the sense of threat they brought has somewhat faded. However, aside from the spiritual energy being a bit weaker, the quality of these mushrooms is quite good. Spirit grass, turning white then black when eaten, brings longevity and happiness, calms and stabilizes the mind, prolongs life. Although the price of ordinary spirit mushrooms isn't as high as that of spirit grass or spirit flowers, one mushroom is worth at least 1 crystal, which is more than enough. Yang Hao pondered for a moment. It's clear that Jiang Long intends to win over Suling town. Giving them some benefits and not letting them act rashly isn't a bad idea. So he said, "Give me all the spirit mushrooms you have, including the ice spirit mushrooms, and then give me 100 crystals. I'll trade you these 10,000 machine grass. And these 500 seed corn and 50 pounds of mustard greens are on the house, considered a gift." Still giving seeds. Jiang Ran thought that was acceptable. The 1,000 machine grass has a good healing effect. On the way to Tianjin County City, no one knows what they might encounter. Perhaps a powerful cultivator blocking the road. Although buying these 10 plants means she's already spent half the money earned from the seafood earlier, getting these items is not a loss. It's a big gain. Anyway, the market in Suling town isn't currently in these few towns. Alright, deal is done. Jiang Ran decisively handed over the spirit mushrooms and 100 crystals to Yang Hao, then asked Wei Fengsheng to carefully store the 1,000 machine grass and mustard green seeds. Jiang Ran looked at Yan Shi. I have 5 bunches of lotus seeds, each with 40 pure crystals. As for the seeds, Yan Shi squinted her eyes slightly. Her face wasn't very old, but the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes made her look a bit more aged. Yan Shi secretly glared at Yang Hao, annoyed that he pretended to be generous by giving away the seeds for free, which made her look bad. I'll give you 50 gene of rapeseed seeds, Yan Shi said reluctantly. Jiang Ran straightforwardly paid the money. 1 bunch of fire lotus contains 9 to 12 fire lotus seeds. Many fire element cultivators are in town, including Jiang Xiaowen and Yan Lily. Jiang Ran probably won't need the seeds herself, but she could sell them to other town cultivators. In the end, she wouldn't be the one paying for the fire lotus seeds. Seeing Jiang Ran put the items away, Jiang Long sneered. What are you all going to do with these seeds in Suling Town? Seeds need time to be planted before they can grow crops. Without the help of corresponding spirit beasts, how can Suling Town produce anything? Or even if they do, how much can they harvest? Jiang Long looked down on them. This time, several towns traded goods, but it had nothing to do with him, and he still paid dozens of pure crystals. He was a bit angry and wanted to vent his frustration. Suling Town has no concept of farming, and the other towns don't either. Jiang Ran didn't need to explain. She had already obtained the seeds and was planning to leave after sending off the guests. After a moment, Wei Fengsheng stepped forward, offering a polite smile to Jiang Long and the others. Let's go this way, he said, opening the door and making a gesture to invite them. Jiang Long's face was dark and grim. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran led the way, greeting the visitors, with Wei Fengsheng and Tian accompanying her. Yan Shi sneered at Jiang Long and followed behind. Lord. Old Dao, carrying seafood, hesitated to speak. Before he could finish, Jiang Long's eyes flashed with fierce, killing intent. He stared intently at Wei Fengsheng's back of the head, sneering mockingly. He held a cold gold staff, a low-grade earth magic tool, which was his weapon. Old Dao hadn't reacted, yet when he saw his lord suddenly flick his wrist. A sharp gust of wind brushed past his ear, and Old Dao's eyes shrank. The iron staff whooshed with great force, aiming straight at Wei Fengsheng's neck. Be careful. Tianjing sensed danger and turned pale. However, the speed of the golden staff was too fast, and he was too far from Wei Fengsheng to catch up. He could only quickly warn Wei Fengsheng. But the warning came too late. Jiang Long was at the peak of gathering spiritual energy. At this moment, as he saw the golden staff about to hit Wei Fengsheng, the traveling merchant Li Tianliang was so frightened he couldn't react in time. Bang! In an instant, a fair arm blocked the flying golden staff, directly stopping it in midair. Lord! Tianjing and Wei Fengsheng quickly protected Jiang Ran behind them, drawing their weapons. Wei Fengsheng looked even more guilty and fierce. Guilty for failing to protect the Lord and causing him to be hurt, his anger was directed at Jiang Long. A sharp pain shot through his arm. His delicate arm swelled and bled quickly. Jiang Ran raised her hand, looked at the wound, and slowly licked it. The smell of blood soon filled her mouth. She looked up, her long eyelashes slowly lifting, revealing cold, dark eyes like a deep lake. What do you mean? That look was full of killing intent and icy coldness, as if a fierce beast was staring at her. Jiang Long's heart trembled, and a chill ran down his spine, making him step back. He slipped. Jiang Ran looked at him calmly, not angry at all, then suddenly smiled. 100 spirit crystals. What? Jiang Long was stunned. Master Jiang, are you trying to start a war between the two towns? Jiang Ran raised her injured, bloody hand. Her smile disappeared, her tone flat and cold, with a fierce chill. You didn't hurt just anyone, but the lord of a town. She was actually being threatened by a young girl. Jiang Long clenched his fists. 100 spirit crystals? That's a huge demand. A huge demand? Jiang Ran drew her frost sword from her waist. Her movements were slow, as if in slow motion. As she pulled out the frost sword forcefully, a cold aura spread out, making everyone present pause. Yang Hao and others widened their eyes in surprise. An Earth-level spiritual sword? Jiang Fucheng had even left a good gift for his daughter. The frost sword pointed directly at Jiang Long. Jiang Ran's tone was lazy and indifferent, but with a hint of obsession and dominance, making it hard to doubt her words. You can refuse to pay the spirit crystals. Tomorrow, I will bring the soldiers of Suling Town to visit your Jinyuan town properly.
How dare you?
Jiang Long retracted his cold gold staff, furious. Just a small town like Suling, and you want to fight me in Jinyuan town?
Dare not?
Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows slightly. What's there to dare? If you hurt me today, I will make you pay 100 times over. At her young age, she was impulsive and reckless, likely to rush straight into his Jinyuan town without regard. Jiang Ran's words caused Jiang Long to choke on his own blood. If it weren't for Yang Hao, that scoundrel, Jiang Long wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. Meanwhile, Yang Hao laughed loudly, eager for them to start fighting, but worried that Lord Jiang Ran of Sualing Town might back down, so he added fuel to the fire. If Lord Jiang Ran wants to attack Jinyuan Town, our Xianheng Town can sell weapons to you. Xianheng Town has an iron mine, so those words sounded confident. Jiang Long felt even more anxious. He didn't expect to target just a few minor cultivators, thinking that if he died it wouldn't matter much, since as a town lord, he could handle it. But instead, he ended up hurting the lord of Sualing Town. And that Yang Hao is still stirring trouble. Jiang Long was furious.
Take this.
He pulled a cloth bag from his pocket, split it in half, and threw it to Jiang Ran. Inside was 100 spirit crystals. Jiang Ran looked a bit disgusted. She put away her frost sword, then threw the bag to Tianjing. Jiang Long's breath was unsteady, his anger burning. He came here hoping to make peace with Sualing Town, or at least spread rumors, but everything was thrown into chaos, and he paid a heavy price. The only gain was seafood from an hour ago. He was so angry, he could explode. Seeing that a fight didn't break out, Yang Hao's eyelids drooped, feeling disappointed. Jiang Ran sheathed her frost sword. A good deal. She thought to herself that her previous move was worth it. Actually, Jiang Ran could have used her sword to open the golden staff, but she didn't. Her arm looked terrifying, but she had used spiritual energy to protect her meridians. The swelling and bloody appearance were just superficial injuries. When she sent a few people away from Sualing Town, Yanxi kept hinting to Jiang Ran, secretly passing her a letter. Jiang Ran knew, without thinking, that it was probably not good, either an attempt to win her over like Jiang Long, or with some ill intent. She chose to ignore it. Moments later, Yang Hao and the others disappeared completely from Sualing Town. Task: achieve first external trade of goods. Reward: 100 dress box. A familiar voice sounded, but Jiang Ran felt no particular emotion. She was, however, a bit curious about the reward. 100 dress box, a 5 centimeters long and wide space treasure box containing 1,000 outfits. The 100 dress box can store clothes infinitely. Sualing Town is just starting out, gaining fame externally, reputation plus 50,000. The most exciting part was the reputation points. This was the highest she had gained at once, enough for 50,000 reputation points. After returning, I will review today's gains. Jiang Ran secretly thought, and then took out 10 crystal shards from her pocket, handing them to Li Tianliang. No wonder you're the best merchant in Sualing Town. Your words are so convincing. Jiang Ran slightly lifted her chin, showing a delicate and elegant demeanor. This was definitely the biggest wealth Li Tianliang had gained over the years. Li Tianliang wiped his hands carefully, worried that any dirt might stain the Lord and the pure crystals. Thank you for the Lord's reward. Jiang Ran said, the seafood from Sualing Town has a big market. I hope you can explore it well. Economic strength determines the superstructure. The most important thing for a territory's development is the economy. As long as there is money, there will be many villagers seeking refuge, powerful weapons, and resources for cultivation. So Jiang Ran valued the development of commerce very much. Li Tianliang's eyes sparkled. Yes. Jiang ran, and the others headed back to their residence. Her long black hair covered her eyes, casting a shadow on her face. Wei Fengsheng looked gloomy, with his eyebrows tightly furrowed. His gaze occasionally lingered on Jiang Ran's injured arm, showing he cared a lot. When they arrived at Jiang Ran's house, Tianjing seemed to notice something. As he left, he sighed and patted Wei Fengsheng's shoulder. At the residence, seeing Jiang Ran enter the study, Wei Fengsheng hurried forward 2 steps, then suddenly knelt in front of her with a thud. The dull sound of his knees hitting the ground made Jiang Ran feel a sharp pain. Wei Fengsheng was extremely emotional, and his voice was occasionally hoarse. "Lord, it's my fault that your arm was badly injured, and I failed to fulfill my duties as the captain of the personal guard. Instead, I caused you trouble and saved my life. This has offended Lord Jinyuan in Sualing Town. I am incompetent. I humbly ask the Lord to dismiss me." Jiang Ran paused, glanced sideways, and her lazy, elegant voice sounded like blues music, still cold and calm.
Dismissed?
She turned around, looking down at Wei Fengsheng. Jiang Ran drew her frost sword, the cold, emotionless tip resting on Wei Fengsheng's chin. The threat of death was chilling, as if piercing his throat. Holding the sword, she pressed him to lift his head little by little. "Dismissed?" Jiang Ran sneered and repeated, "I suffered such a serious injury because of you, and you just casually mentioned dismissal? Isn't that too lenient? Trying to escape?" Jiang Ran's words felt like a sword stabbing into Wei Fengsheng's heart, making him so cold he couldn't breathe. "Go willingly and receive 100 lashes." Jiang Ran withdrew her sword, threw him a cloth bag, and then ruthlessly closed the study door, leaving Wei Fengsheng outside. "Thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness." Wei Fengsheng held a cloth bag filled with unknown contents, his eyes showing confusion. The Lord must be very disappointed in him. After standing quietly with his head lowered for a few minutes, Wei Fengsheng looked defeated. But he remembered the Lord's words and decided to accept his punishment. So, he went to the training ground to find Yan Lily. If he remembered correctly, she was the one who wielded a whip. After Wei Fengsheng's footsteps disappeared, Jiang Ran began to sort through her gains for the day. Among the 5 lotus seeds, there were 53 fire lotus seeds, and she only kept 9 stalks of the 1,000 machine grass. Because she spent money on these spiritual items, as well as on seafood and paper, she ended up paying over 100 crystal fragments. However, the 100 spiritual crystals Jiang Long compensated her with was the biggest extra gain. "He's really a good person," Jiang Ran praised Jiang Long. 1,000 crystal fragments equal 1 spiritual crystal, so it's clear how frustrated he must have felt. He probably would try to find Jiang Ran to complain at the first chance. "However, I didn't expect that my main plan was to buy seeds to help villagers develop the land and increase crops, but I didn't realize these seeds were considered insignificant by them. They gave them all to me for free." Although the seeds weren't expensive and Jiang Ran could afford them, who wouldn't want free stuff? Overall, Jiang Ran was very satisfied with this meeting of the 4 towns. All 3 towns gained something, but Jiang Long was the only one disliked, and even lost 100 spiritual crystals. Thinking about it always makes Jiang Ran laugh. But her revenge on Jiang Long didn't stop there. Jiang Ran was very vengeful. With that thought, she looked at the system-awarded 100 shang collar box. The box looked like a simple wooden case, with fine joints and carvings, decorated with metal and jewel inlays. It was beautiful and elegant, yet neat and warm in appearance. On the front of the box, there was a phrase in flowing cloud and dragon script: "A single thought can bring all good. A single reckless thought invites evil." "It has a poetic feel," Jiang Ran said, carefully playing with the box, quite interested. The system explained that this palm-sized wooden box could hold endless clothing, and inside, there were 1,000 sets of fashion. Jiang Ran didn't know what was inside yet, but just by looking at the exterior, she gave it a perfect score. She was curious about what kind of clothes should be stored inside. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Ran casually reached in and pulled out a piece of clothing. This is a white robe decorated with dark patterns, with a straight collar and side slits like a cloak, tied in the middle with a jade belt. The collar is embroidered with blue clouds, and the details are very delicate. The robe is also paired with a pair of jade earrings and a blue silk headband. Just giving clothes is not enough. You even matched accessories? Jiang Ran was surprised. She touched the clothes, which felt like high-quality material. She then opened the Bai Mei box, which was filled with all kinds of clothes, embroidered robes with gold and silver threads, phoenix patterns, woven silk cloaks, golden threaded skirts, silver-embroidered butterfly dresses, and more. There were casual outfits for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This dressing-up game is more exaggerated than any game, probably a special feature of this world. Could it be that the system thinks I dressed too poorly when I received guests today? Jiang Ran looked at the exquisite clothes provided by the system and then at her own worn-out clothes. She sighed. Thank you so much. The Bai Mei box greatly fulfilled her fantasy, but it also had another purpose for Jiang Ran. However, unlimited storage of clothes is too strange. If that's possible, can I store armor and military uniforms too? Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. Aren't armor also a kind of clothing? If it works, then this Bai Mei box is not just a dressing box, but a powerful military tool. War is never just about soldiers' strength. Logistics are also a battlefield. If logistics fail, even the bravest soldiers are useless. Although the Bai Mei box probably can't store weapons, heavy armor is large and difficult to transport, Jiang Ran thought. Plus, with this treasure box, soldiers can hide and camouflage more easily. Wearing armor is too obvious, and in real battles, soldiers wearing armor would be too conspicuous. It's like a bug in the system. Jiang Ran sighed deeply, calming her excitement, and began tidying up the clothes scattered from the treasure box. This is truly amazing. A small box that contains everything, just like my ring with space properties. Jiang Ran glanced at her space ring on her finger. But the space ring can hold anything except living creatures, though its capacity is limited. The Bai Mei box has unlimited space but can only store clothes. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. Jiang Ran cautiously put away her things.
Come in.
It was Wei Fengsheng. He was holding a scroll of white paper and said, "My lord, the paper factory just sent over a roll of finished paper. They just made it, and I brought it here for you to see."
Oh.
Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows with a hint of surprise. Toilet paper and writing paper are both made from pulp, but writing paper needs added stone powder to improve its writing quality, while toilet paper must absorb water well. Of course, making toilet paper isn't difficult, but the challenge is how to make it soft and pure white. Jiang Ran looked at the paper in her hand. It's not quite the same as modern paper, but it's evenly thick and has a natural, gentle color. Who successfully made this batch of toilet paper? Jiang Ran only gave a rough idea, since she had never tried making paper herself, so it was mostly theoretical. It was a woman named Lu He from the paper factory. I heard she tried many times. Back then, many people didn't want to help a young woman causing trouble, but she paid out of her own pocket and spent a lot of money to gather a group of strong men from the factory to cut bamboo and start the fire to make it. Papermaking is a secret in Suling town. Everyone who enters the paper factory signs a contract not to reveal any details or share the process with outsiders. So Lu He could only ask people inside the factory for help. She probably faced a lot of cold looks these days. Jiang Ran chuckled softly. She's truly a remarkable woman, determined and persistent. Such talent, Jiang Ran naturally wouldn't treat poorly. She took out 50 spirit crystals and used a piece of rice paper to write an imperial decree, sealing it with a jade stamp. Housekeeper Li, deliver this decree to Lu He. Appoint her as a minor official under the Ministry of Works, responsible for minor matters at the paper factory, and give her a small title, Feng Su Xiaoling. Also, reward her with 50 spirit crystals as recognition. Feng Su is just the name Jiang Ran chose for the position, a direct promotion. Additionally, the paper factory must increase production, aiming to produce 100 gene of rice paper and 1,000 rolls of scroll paper before I leave for Tianjin County. Have Luha come to see me tomorrow. Jiang Ran plans to cut down spiritual bamboo and try to make her own spiritual paper. The system's gold note spiritual fan cannot be completed due to a lack of spiritual gold powder, enough spirit stones, or magic ores, but the recorded gold note paper can be made into a semi-finished product. Li Fuxing bowed, took the decree and spirit crystals. Yes, ma'am. Then Jiang Ran called overly Guohua. There's still a lot of seafood left, which needs to be dried into preserved goods. The entire Lord's residence operates like a well-oiled machine. The servants are all busy as spinning tops. Jiang Ran doesn't want her servants to be idle, but she also doesn't want to treat them unfairly. Next month, their wages will be increased. Jiang Ran said, not only the servants of the Jiang family, but once the economy of Songling town improves, the wages for cultivators, soldiers, and the common people working for me can also be increased. Training ground. Captain, there's no need. The Lord only punished you with 100 lashes. But you've already received 500. Yan Lily held a fire whip, her eyes showing concern. Wei Fengsheng's back was covered with lash wounds, flesh rotting away, blood flowing freely, revealing stark white bones beneath. Li Si and others also advised, that's enough. The Lord might not blame you much. You don't have to take this so seriously. If it continues, your life could be at risk. Keep going. Wei Fengsheng gritted his teeth, his breath weak. The Lord's injury was caused by me. I can't feel at ease until I receive 1,000 lashes. He was the captain of the personal guard, responsible for protecting the Lord. Yet, the Lord was injured trying to protect him. The roles were reversed, and the absurdity of it all made Wei Fengsheng feel unbearable. The moment Jiang Ran saved him, he felt immense gratitude, but now he also felt deep guilt. The captain was stubborn. Since Jiang Ran became the Lord, his admiration for her grew stronger day by day. It must be very hard for him now. Yan Lily clenched her teeth, thinking to herself to gather more strength, but she must not let this stubborn man notice.
Whoosh.
611 lashes. 684 lashes. 792 1,000. After the 1,000 lashes, Wei Fengsheng felt blackness cloud his vision. He vaguely heard Li Si anxiously shout, "Quick, go find Dr. Wang." And then he fainted. When he woke up, his wounds had been treated. He lay on the bed in a daze, feeling confused. Perhaps the 1,000 lashes only temporarily eased his guilt. The Lord must be disappointed in him. Wei Fengsheng thought, his messy hair covering his dark eyes, looking very dejected. The Lord didn't allow him to resign, but he wasn't sure if he was still qualified. If he could do anything for the Lord. In his confusion, a bag suddenly appeared in his mind. It was given by the Lord, but he hadn't looked inside yet. Wei Fengsheng endured the pain and sat up, his pale lips showing his injuries. He tore open the gray cloth bag. This is. Seeing what was inside, Wei Fengsheng was stunned, his throat suddenly dry. 3 complete ice spirit mushrooms emitted icy spiritual energy. The medicinal aroma of the mushrooms was rich and intoxicating, making people deeply enchanted. Besides the ice spirit mushroom, there is also a small, reddish root called the 1,000 machine grass, swaying with life. 3 of these give him a boost in cultivation, and 1,000 machine grass is used for healing. This 1,000 machine grass was bought by the Lord from Xianheng town, and there are only 10 of them. He just gave me 1. 100 lashes are nothing. With a doctor's treatment, I'll recover in a few days.
Lord.
Wei Fengsheng's eyes turned slightly red, deeply moved.
Could it be
that the Lord has never given up on me, but instead has high hopes for me? That's why he said dismissing me was too easy. Wei Fengsheng suddenly remembers Jiang Ran's words outside the study. How broad is the Lord's heart. He feels some regret and silently criticizes himself. I misunderstood the Lord's intentions, thinking I was suffering 1,000 lashes to satisfy my lonely, empty heart. Jiang Ran's careful kindness goes unspoken, perhaps because the Lord is not good with words, as he rarely speaks. But she always silently gives strength behind the scenes. From those 3 ice spirit mushrooms and the 1,000 machine grass, he saw the Lord's expectations and forgiveness. The Lord seems cold, but in fact, he is kinder and more merciful than anyone. The dark clouds turn the pine trees darker green, and a gentle breeze makes the branches sway. The faint glow and the fireflies in the forest are among the few sources of light in the world. Wei Fengsheng's gaze gradually becomes firm. I, Wei Fengsheng, swear on my life, from now on, I will be loyal to only one person, acting as a sword, willing to go through fire and water for the Lord, ready to die. At this moment, the Lord's residence. Big sister? What's wrong? Jiang Ran was teaching Jiang Nancheng to cultivate when suddenly she heard a system notification. Task: romantic achievement between ruler and subject. I am your sword completed. The subordinate's loyalty first exceeds 95%. Reward: saint-level lower space technique. Flower transfer imprint nothing. Jiang Ran lowered her eyes, patting Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Wen's heads. Let's stop here for today. Okay. The siblings reluctantly left. Watching the 2 siblings walk away, Jiang Ran checked the system. It seems to be brought by Wei Fengsheng. Jiang Ran isn't surprised by Wei Fengsheng's reaction. After all, she planned it herself. There's a rhetorical technique in Chinese called overcome by praise first, then criticize. A simpler way to say it is slap with one hand, give a sweet date with the other. The hardest part is understanding people's hearts, but Jiang Ran enjoys challenging difficulties. This space technique. It feels a bit strange. Jiang Ran's face looked strange as she read the system's explanation, and she thought the system was unusually playful. Flower transfer imprint. I mark you with a special imprint so you can travel thousands of miles and come to my side anytime to block attacks for me. However, this explanation surprisingly touched something in Jiang Ran, making her feel a little excited. Fortunately, although the system's explanation was odd, reaching the level where one could pull someone from thousands of miles away to block attacks would require advanced cultivation. But why do I have to pull someone to block attacks? Why can't I just do something else? In the early stages, this was quite normal. She could imprint space marks on objects and then move freely between them. To what extent can I do this? Jiang Ran quickly focused on learning. Luckily, she was quite perceptive. She spent an entire night grasping the basics of the flower transfer imprint skill. Right now, I can only make up to 7 imprints, and they can't be more than 30 meters apart. Jiang Ran was quite satisfied. She had been wanting a space technique. The system really understands me. Whatever I want, it gives. The next day, Lu He, glowing with happiness, came to Jiang Ran's residence. Lu He was a gentle-looking woman with a calm demeanor. It's hard to imagine that such a kind woman, under the pressure of bankruptcy, created the tissue paper Jiang Ran needed. Lu He looked at the Lord, more stunning than Yuan Wang. Thank you, Lord, for your support. Jiang Ran nodded, then handed Lu He a part of a gold note paper blueprint for a spiritual fan, specifically, how to make gold note paper. There is a cluster of spiritual bamboo in town. I plan to cut some down to make spiritual paper. I hope you can try more, using the information above as a reference, and produce spiritual paper. Paper types vary. Gold note paper is used to make spiritual fans, but the spiritual paper used by spiritual painters and talisman masters might differ. First time meeting the Lord and being entrusted with such a big task. Lu He felt some pressure but also felt honored and excited. I will definitely not let the Lord down. Making this spiritual imprint is really difficult. Jiang Ran's surroundings were filled with stones used for practicing spiritual carving. The stones had been shaped to resemble magic cores, and Jiang Ran had been practicing for a long time. Today, the cloth workshop and the forging workshop delivered the finished cold ice bodyguard armor. The most important task now was to carve spiritual imprints onto the magic core and then install it into the armor. After days of continuous practice and experimentation, Jiang Ran finally carved several magic cores at the opening meridian stage. She placed them into a specially reserved groove on her chest, connecting the spiritual veins of her protective armor and the carved spirits. The two subtly resonated, flickering with flowing light, as if clearing away dust. The armor appeared more extraordinary. Can a magic core and beast hide from the opening meridian stage only make a low-grade ice protective armor? Following the blueprint, Jiang Ran practiced for a month. Her spirit carving had reached its limit. The clothing, accessories, and shoulder armor were made by the town's most skilled blacksmiths, and they turned out well, meeting her standards. Jiang Ran was not too disappointed. The magic cores and beast hides from beasts at the opening meridian stage were not very valuable. Even a low-grade magic tool could sell for 500 spiritual crystals. Next, Jiang Ran followed the same method and made 2 low-grade, for mid-grade, 2 high-grade, and 1 earth-grade ice protective armor. The earth-grade armor was made from the magic core of an ice demon wolf. Its beast hide was large, and combined with 2 spirit-gathering magic cores, she crafted 2 high-grade magic tools. The first batch had some flaws, but Jiang Ran was already quite satisfied. If she could sell this batch of ice protective armor smoothly, the armor-making factory in the town would need to exist long-term. She stored these ice protective armors in a 100-layered silk box. She looked at her space ring, which was filled with items, feeling a bit worried. It was early morning. Wei Fengsheng respectfully guarded Jiang Ran as she inspected her territory. Wei Fengsheng's eyes were no longer filled with confusion. Since completing the whip punishment, he had resolved to become a tool in Jiang Ran's hands, and he was willing to die without regret. "Have you already reached the 6th level of spirit gathering?" Jiang Ran asked directly after a glance. Thanks to the Lady Lord's 3 ice spiritual herbs, Wei Fengsheng dared not take credit. He looked at those 3 herbs with gratitude. Jiang Ran nodded without saying anything. "Come with me to Bai later." Her companion, a spirit beast called Mei, danced gracefully beside her, occasionally making chirping sounds. On her shoulder, the adorable Beng Ji spirit worm and Sang spirit worm crawled. As for the Mao Zhu spirit worm, it stayed in her heart. Besides Jiang Ran's cup, the Mao Zhu spirit worm felt that her heart was the safest place for its owner. The current Shuling town had changed quite a bit compared to 2 months ago. It couldn't be said that life had improved much. After all, it was still a short time, but the spirit and energy were different from the previous state of decline. Everyone is like a well-organized group of ants, no longer idle, each with their own tasks, and they have a broader view of the future. This is a good change. The seeds received from Xian Hung and other towns have already been distributed to the villagers for planting. However, there aren't many seeds, and giving them away for free to farmers isn't practical. Jiang Ran sells the seeds at 5 silver coins per gene, and the crops grown on wasteland won't be taxed for the next 3 years. For those who can't afford seeds but insist on planting, Jiang Ran lends them seeds, but regardless of whether they plant on wasteland, she takes 3% of the harvest as interest. Because of the monster called the wheat spirit, infected wheat is hard to grow new wheat spirits, so everyone is very interested in other plants. After all, the Lord's recent decree said they are now allowed to have Alnim, fantasy spirits. What about ordinary people who can't sign contracts with Yaonim? As long as I can raise a Yaoling for the Lord, I won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. If my descendants have cultivation talent, then selling a Yaoling might bring enough wealth to train a cultivator, which would be a great honor for my ancestors. Since the decree was issued, countless people have gone to the newly established Yaoling Pavilion to inquire about the news. After receiving positive answers, their enthusiasm for farming soared. Before heading to Bichuan Creek, Jiang Ran first visited Qingshan village. The earth spirit magic worms in the fields have fully adapted to this land, and the environment is gradually becoming more suitable for them, making it very fertile. Jiang Ran has kept the bounty for earth spirit magic worms active, so the number in Qingshan village has reached an astonishing 21. This time, Jiang Ran plans to catch 11 of them. Following Jiang Ran's instructions, 3 acres of land near Bichuan Bay have been recently cultivated. These 3 acres are experimental fields, specifically for breeding new Yaoling. She plans to place 5 Yaoling in Bichuan Bay. The other 6 will be divided into 3 groups and placed in Ao Village, Fengyu Village, and Shitian Village. This time, She doesn't need to worry about the Earth's spirit magic worms escaping because, with her knowledge from the Beast Tamer's Handbook, she knows how to contract dozens of magical beasts. Since Earth's spirit magic worms are the lowest level magical beasts, contracting them is very easy. However, she hasn't contracted any herself because she doesn't want her mind to be filled with countless contracts for Earth's spirit magic worms. So it was Wei Fengsheng's turn to go into action. As the contract holder of the magic worm, Wei Fengsheng could quickly find the magic worm's location. Soon he caught 11 of them. This land in Qingshan village is indeed much richer than you said, Lord. Wei Fengsheng sincerely praised. If he wasn't worried about annoying the Lord with too many words, he could have been praising all day without repeating himself. And I didn't expect you to have the ability to contract magical beasts. Right now, the fountain pool at Bai Quan Creek was already finished. The sparkling spring water shot out in a colorful rainbow, guarded by loyal guards who kept outsiders away from the spring. Besides the finished fountain, irrigation channels were being built and directed to Qingshan Village and Ao Family Village. In the experimental fields at Bai Quan Bay, Jiang Ran saw Li Yinyo and Jiang Nancheng. They were planting the most plump corn they had selected into the field. One tall and one small, they were talking seriously. Jiang Nancheng, with a young but mature voice, said to Li Yinyo, "In rich spiritual soil, the chance of producing magical spirits is quite high. But Bai Quan Bay's water has some spiritual energy, while the soil is still ordinary dirt." Li Yinyo smiled honestly. "That's where we come in. Hee, even wild spiritual soil has weeds fighting for nutrients, and seeds can't walk. For good seeds to accidentally onto the spiritual soil, it's quite rare. Big sister?" Jiang Nancheng saw Jiang Ran and looked a bit surprised. He had been doing farm work, with some mud on his hands and face. Though a bit messy, he looked more energetic than usual. It seemed he was very happy about the magical spirits, always full of energy. Big sister also brought the magical spirits. Jiang Nancheng eagerly looked at Mai Lingguai and the others. Jiang Ran nodded. She slightly raised her arm, and the Mai Lingguai, flapping its wings in the air, obediently stayed on her arm. "I want the magical spirits to keep infecting the plants." Jiang Ran thought for a moment and made a suggestion. "Xiao Chen Li Yinyo, you can stay at Bai Quan Bay these days to record how the magical spirits affect the plants and the changes they cause. It might help your research." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, the two became even more excited. Now, Wei Fengsheng threw the Earth's spirit magic worm into the experimental field, and 5 worms hurriedly burrowed into the ground. Jiang Ran delivered the ice spirit worm, mulberry spirit worm, and bamboo spirit worm to their respective destinations, then bid farewell to Jiang Nancheng and left Bichuan Bay. She had previously said she wanted to visit Bai Mei, but now Jiang Ran hadn't been to the seaside for 7 days. The road to Siyuan Sea had been fully opened. Under Jiang Ran's arrangement, they continued to hire the same workers who had previously cut trees to break stones and repair the road. Walking on the gravel path, they reached the new village base. Earlier, many sturdy trees had been cut down to clear the way. To make good use of resources, Jiang Ran gave the wood to the villagers free of charge to build new houses. From a distance, she saw a crowd of people bustling around. Although busy, they looked hopeful about their new life, laying foundations and building houses with wood. Jiang Ran had very good eyesight and noticed a 12-year-old boy who had left a deep impression on her, Hu Lian. He was there, with only a slightly younger boy helping him, sharing hardships together. "Where are their parents?" Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Every family has its own difficulties. She didn't intend to ask too much. Perhaps, when heaven is about to entrust a great task, it first tests the person's will and strength. She would do her best to protect her people's lives and focus on developing the economy to improve their lives. But she believed that some people might naturally face setbacks on their way to happiness. She stopped paying attention to Hu Lian and turned to Wei Fengsheng, asking, "You are responsible for clearing the road in Siyuan town. Do you know how many people are willing to move to the new village?" Wei Fengsheng answered quickly. When the Lord decided to build the new village, everyone was hesitant. No one dared to give up their homes after more than 10 years. But after the Lord bought seafood and made a big profit for the villagers, now about 600 or 700 people are willing to move. 700 people. That's enough for a small fishing village. Jiang Ran had long-term plans and high hopes for the new village. The fish resources in Fengyu Village's Lang River were limited, and after long overfishing, the river needed time to recover. So Jiang Ran had banned villagers from fishing in the Lang River. This ban was a big to Fengyu Village, as about 80% of the people relied on the river for their livelihood. When the ban was issued, the loyalty points on the system temporarily dropped by 2 points. Most of the villagers moving to the new village were from Fengyu Village. By the way, the Lord hasn't named the new village yet, Wei Fengsheng reminded her.
Name.
Jiang Ran hesitated. Let's call it Nanju Village. May the area south of Suling Peak be filled with underwater treasures, the new village thrive, and great success be achieved early. Congratulations to the Lord on building Nanju Village. Wei Fengsheng sighed again. Seafood is really so delicious. Don't laugh at me, Lord. Recently, I've become quite fond of it. At least 2 of our 3 meals each day include seafood. He had lived in the town for many years. Suyuanhai was only half an hour away, yet he had missed out on such tasty food for so long. If not for the Lord, he might still be eating bland grains now. It's a pity we can't go fishing at sea yet, Jiang Ran said after hearing Wei Fengsheng's praise. She was not satisfied with her current situation. Her inner ambition was still unfulfilled. Fishing was an important part of Jiang Ran's plan. Although she had the mailing monster, winter was not the season for wheat planting. She didn't want the mailing monster to drain its spiritual power without replenishment. She hoped Nanju Village could be built quickly, transforming some farmers into fishermen so they could fish during winter and supply food to Suling Peak. Need to find a good time to take out the ship blueprint, Jiang Ran thought to herself. Right now, she felt that the population of over 20,000 in Suling Town was barely enough. After passing Nanju Village, Jiang Ran headed toward the sea. She was going to meet Bai Mei and also planned to secretly take out the wind spirit ship to test it. So she found an excuse to distract Wei Fengsheng. She hadn't paid much attention to the coastline during her previous visits to Suyuanhai. In spring, the coast was blue and calm, with gentle waves. On the distant eastern shore, red mangroves partly submerged in the water, their leaves lush and dense, spread out in layers, creating a beautiful contrast with the red sparks of fire scattered on the water. Jiang Ran took in this beautiful scene. Looks like there are cacao trees too? Suddenly, she saw what looked like cacao trees among the red mangroves. Cacao trees are the mother of chocolate. Their fruits are used to make chocolate. Usually they only grow in tropical regions. If Jiang Ran remembered correctly, Suling Town's winter sometimes snows. She paused, about to walk toward the trees, when suddenly, Bai Mei's call came. Woohoo! Bai Mei's cry was full of joy and a bit silly. Jiang Ran looked over and saw a white dragon moving incredibly fast. The little silly dragon was chasing a fish that was in the initial stage of opening its meridian. Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. The playful way it moved was like a skilled fisherman catching fish. Soon it caught a fish and knocked it out on the rocks. Its icy blue eyes looked at Jiang Ran, as if asking her to wait a moment. Then it sank back into the sea, going somewhere unknown. When Bai Mei reappeared on the surface, it was holding a few things in its claws. Because it held them so tightly, Jiang Ran couldn't see clearly. After completing this series of actions, the silly little dragon carried the fat, unconscious fish on the rocks, wagging its tail as it swam toward Jiang Ran. Growl, it was clear Bai Mei really missed her. Its tail wagged like a husky's, and its icy blue eyes looked at her affectionately.
Bai Mei.
Have you grown bigger? Jiang Ran looked at Bai Mei. It had only been a few days, but the young dragon had changed a lot. Its soft, white scales looked tougher, and its legs had thickened slightly. Its claws also looked sharp as blades. The biggest change was on its head. No longer just 2 small bumps, but 2 tiny horns had actually grown. Bai Mei placed the fish it had in its mouth on the ground and pushed it toward Jiang Ran with its tail, looking at her eagerly, as if interested in being fed. Jiang Ren glanced at the fat fish covered in the little dragon's saliva, said nothing, and instead reached out to touch Bai Mei's small, deer-like horns. They felt smooth and warm, like jade. The sensation was very nice. It seems the magic core of the white flood dragon is almost fully digested. Its cultivation level has directly risen to the 6th stage of the opening vein realm. Seeing the little dragon waiting for praise, she didn't hold back and added a few more words and punctuation. Good, not bad. Bai Mei was really easy to satisfy. Growl Bai Mei showed Jiang Ran what it held in its claws again. Among the items were 2 black seashells. Unlike ordinary black shells, these were especially beautiful, with a glossy surface like obsidian. Bai Mei caught 2 shells in total, which, upon closer inspection, had subtle differences. One shell was larger, about half a palm, with a faint bluish tint at the bottom. The other was slightly smaller with a reddish hue at the bottom. The 2 shells were tightly close, giving a beautiful impression of inseparable companions. Playfully and cruelly, Bai Mei separated them until they were 5 meters apart, one with a blue base and the other with a red base. It looked up at Jiang Ran eagerly, then excitedly let out a howl to attract her attention. Seeing Jiang Ran focus on it, Bai Mei was satisfied. Then it let out a loud cry towards the blue-bottomed conch, and 5 meters away, a red-bottomed conch responded with a silly bubbling call. Bai Mei then flew to the red-bottomed conch, pressed its mouth against it, and made the same sound. The blue-bottomed conch also responded with Bai Mei's voice. After finishing this series of actions, Bai Mei carefully put the 2 conchs into her arms, making a gesture as if to ask Jiang Ran, "Do you understand?" Jiang Ran. Although it seemed a bit silly, Jiang Ran understood what Bai Mei wanted to say. And she recognized these objects because she had read many books. These are communication conchs. Jiang Ran looked at the pair of sea conchs in Bai Mei's arms. The books said that communication conchs have male and female types. Although they are born separately, they must die together. When 2 loving conchs are together, they become inseparable and stay close. Communication conchs are a kind of low-level magical beast, but being low-level doesn't mean they are ordinary. A male and a female conch together are called a pair of communication conchs. Also, to have the ability to transmit sound, only conchs that have died and undergone years of sedimentation can develop this feature. Their bloodline and magical energy blend invisibly between the male and female conch, creating this sound-sensing ability. It's a bit complicated to explain, and Jiang Ren only read a few descriptions of communication conchs in her books. But regardless, communication conchs are definitely valuable. Jiang Ran looked at this pair of conchs and lazily said, "It's really like, in life, we support each other and are inseparable. After death, even if the waves scatter us, we can still hear each other's voices." She was a bit amazed. Even though these low-level magical beasts might not understand love, their instincts made them act this way. But it can also be used as a sales tactic, Jiang Ran immediately thought. For example, a candy might only be worth 10 cents, but with beautiful packaging, even if the taste remains the same, the packaged candy can be sold at 10 or 100 times the price. Many customers fall for this trick. Although there is only 1 pair of communication conchs, Jiang Ran instinctively thought about how much profit she could make from them. Plus, with this obsidian's texture and beauty, even without the sound transmission function, it could still be sold as a top-quality ornament. Jiang Ran then looked at the second item in Bai Mei's paw. It's not as magical as the communication conch, but it's even more dazzling, because it glows. This object is a luminous pearl. This luminous pearl is smooth and small, about the size that can be held in one hand. It has a pale white-blue color and emits a faint white-blue glow even during the day. Xiao Bai Long hands the communication shell and the luminous pearl to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran accepts them without hesitation, asking, "Bai Mei, where did you find these things? Are there many?" Bai Mei tilts his head, thinks for a moment, nods, and signals Jiang Ran to follow him. Then he turns and swims toward the sea. This time, Jiang Ran does not swim directly into the sea because she doesn't know how far the destination is. One purpose of coming to the seaside is to test the performance of the mini wind spirit ship. She takes out the wind spirit ship from her space ring. The ship, about a meter long, is sleek and beautiful, mainly blue and white. Jiang Ran sits on the ship and notices that it is mainly powered by several wind spirit stones.
Wow.
The wind spirit ship speeds through the waves, very fast, seeming capable of catching up with swift arrows. Although the wind spirit ship is small, it is very fast and doesn't consume much spiritual energy. If it can be mass-produced, it could be a great tool for patrols at sea. A cool sea breeze with a salty smell blows onto Jiang Ran's face, and Bai Mei's shadow happily shuttles beneath the small ship, occasionally jumping to the water surface to look at Jiang Ran. This is such a new experience. Jiang Ran feels very happy as she drives the wind spirit ship. After about half an hour of high-speed travel, Bai Mei slows down. Jiang Ran raises an eyebrow. They are now at the edge of the Shuling Town Sea area. When she drew the jade map earlier, she sensed some powerful magical beasts 1,000 miles away. So, even though Jiang Ran could have mapped a broader area, she deliberately left a buffer zone. But if there are enough communication shells and luminous pearls, it might be necessary to include this area into Shuling Town. Jiang Ran takes a breath of the compressed air pill, removes her coat, jumps into the sea, and stores the wind spirit ship back into her space ring. Then she and Bai Mei dive underwater together. Colorful fish swim in various shapes, and waving seaweed dances like enchanting dancers. There are coral forests and mysterious strange stones, making the underwater world mesmerizing. Bai Mei swims very deep this time, and sunlight gradually fades. The underwater world turns darker. Jiang Ran frowns slightly, but then distant flickers of fireflies illuminate the darkness. When they reach their destination, even Jiang Ran is stunned by the sight. At a glance, a few hundred meters of glowing path are very clear in the darkness. Countless luminous pearls quietly rest on the seabed sand and stones, seemingly silently tempting her to pick them up. Creatures attracted by the light are not only Jiang Ran and Bai Mei. Many fierce underwater fish and monsters swim through the glow. But their strength is far less than Jiang Ran's. Smelling her powerful aura, many beings quietly stay away from this sacred place. Bai Mei wags its tail, eyes sparkling, and makes a few soft sounds at Jiang Ran, as if urging her to praise it. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran cannot speak, but she still happily hugs Bai Mei to show her appreciation. Bai Mei nuzzles Jiang Ran's neck with its head, looking a bit shy. Some luminous pearls in the glowing path are even more beautiful than the one she holds. Most luminous pearls are plain white and have similar colors, but some are more attractive, like violet, green, or even black. Jiang Ran raises her eyebrows, swims over, and casually searches around. She finds a black luminous pearl that seems to swallow the surrounding light, mysterious and deep. In this sand mine, there are at least 1,000 luminous pearls, only what Jiang Ran can see with her eyes. There are probably more hidden beneath the sand and stones. Not all luminous pearls are perfectly round. Some are misshapen. But Jiang Ran doesn't mind at all. These can be polished and sold later. She might make a fortune. Breath-holding pills have a time limit, and she still needs to find the communication shell later. Jiang Ran quickly puts the luminous pearls into a bag with Bai Mei. Unfortunately, the wind spirit ship takes up most of the space in her space ring, so there's not enough room. She pulls out a rough cloth, puts the various sized luminous pearls inside, and hangs it on herself and Bai Mei. After collecting a few hundred luminous pearls, Jiang Ran isn't too greedy. These items won't run away anytime soon, so she plans to finish this trip first. The place with the communication shells is a bit farther than the luminous pearl mine. Jiang Ran places the pearls on the wind spirit ship and quickly moves forward for another quarter of an hour. Looking at the graveyard of communication shells, she feels very happy seeing pairs of shells. Her owner has not helped Bai Mei much yet, but Bai Mei has already given her 2 big surprises. She feels a bit embarrassed to say it. Near here, there is a sea area where communication shells live. When a communication shell senses it is about to die, it will go to the Shell Valley to wait for death. Thus, dead shells gather here. Complete pairs of conch shells are quite rare. Most have been scattered by the waves. However, Jiang Ran came up with a plan. Let Bai Mei shout near a shell, hoping to find its match among the scattered shells. Using this method, Jiang Ran collected over 100 pairs of communication shells. Until Bai Mei's voice grew tired and faint, Jiang Ran quickly told Bai Mei to stop. Bai Mei, with big icy blue eyes, looked excited and made a cheerful sound. I can still do more. Jiang Ran gently patted its head to comfort it, signaling that they should stop for now. Ignoring Bai Mei's stubbornness, she held the little dragon and headed toward the wind spirit ship. The wind spirit ship was full of treasures, and Jiang Ran found it hard to find a place to sit. After some effort, she finally returned to Soyuan coast and collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Bai Mei was also very tired, especially its throat. Jiang Ran asked it to shout, and it yelled loudly, not holding back at all. If Jiang Ran hadn't told it to stop, it might have lost its voice completely. Now, Bai Mei was lying in Jiang Ran's arms, its pink tongue hanging out, eyes sparkling with stars. Silly, Jiang Ran said, lying on the beach. Seeing this, she sat up and gently ruffled Bai Mei's big head. After resting a while, Jiang Ran looked at the scattered luminous pearls and communication shells that couldn't all fit in her hands. She looked down at Bai Mei and asked, "Can you still move? Help me send a message?" Bai Mei tilted its head in confusion. Hey, isn't it the Lord's contract magic snake? The villagers of Nanju village were busy building houses, but a careful middle-aged woman spotted Bai Mei holding a letter in its mouth and hurriedly flew toward Nanju village. That little snake looks so anxious. Did something happen to the Lord? No, impossible. The Lord is very powerful. Just now, the Lord went to the seaside alone. Maybe he went into the deep sea. As soon as this was said, everyone panicked. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Their faces turned pale, tools dropped from their hands, and they collapsed to the ground, weak and trembling. Suddenly, a cold, oppressive, and suffocating atmosphere surrounded everyone. Although Jiang Ran was young, she was already a respected young lord in the territory. After all, compared to other lords, who else would care for the lowest people? In Jinyuan town, Zhang Long was indulging in vice, seeking pleasure, causing the love grass to spread wildly, forcing honest women into prostitution, and even not sparing young boys like Ili, leading to many wives leaving their families and homes being destroyed. Xinheng Town's Yang Hao claims to be a great hero. Since he took power, his territory has expanded a lot. However, he is cruel and ruthless, using ordinary people's flesh and blood as shields and cannon fodder in wars. Many citizens have become victims and lost their lives because of him. Yan Shi from Fenghuang Town is even more unpredictable, often trampling on the dignity of the people. He punishes or kills civilians at will. People wonder why these high-ranking lords never think about the common folk. Meanwhile, their lord is praised for protecting them during critical moments, such as defeating the ice demon wolf to keep them safe. The lord generously hires them and provides enough food, so they won't go hungry. Lord Jiang Ren also introduced them to seafood, helping many earn their first big income. She even shares spiritual powers with the villagers, reducing taxes on farmland. It's important to note that Jiang Ran became their lord only 2 months ago. The villagers can't believe their lives are finally improving, with hope shining brightly before them. But now their lord, a young boy named Hu Lian, carrying wood, trembles and his hands turn cold when he hears this. He takes a deep breath, forces a strained smile, and quickly shouts, "Don't panic. Maybe the Lord is just busy with some trouble and can't come right now. Is there anyone who can read? Lord Wu Yun is nearby. Go call Lord Wu Yun." Bai Mei, already tired and unfamiliar with flying, has flown over 10 minutes to the destination and collapses onto the ground, softly groaning a few times. Initially, everyone calmed down after hearing Hu Lian, but this sudden fall broke their composure. It made them think something serious had happened to the Lord. Many present had fought alongside Jiang Ran in the underwater beast clearing mission. They believed they had risked their lives with the Lord, and his brave figure had won everyone's respect. The Lord once said, "We must protect ourselves in the darkness. As his people, how can we let our king fight alone?" The Lord said, "You are my people. I swear on my sword and honor to protect you as we face the eternal night." A young man with bloodshot eyes shouted angrily, "But the Lord is the light in the darkness. Without light, how can we move forward?" "First, I want to go to the coast and see what's happening," someone said through their fear. "Lord Wu Yun is coming. Don't worry, everyone. Let's wait and see what the Lord has written in his letter," others advised calmly, seeing Wu Yun approaching. What happened? Wu Yun broke out in a sweat and hurried over quickly. Hu Lian explained, "The Lord sent a letter with his spirit pet, but none of us can read, so we're worried something might have happened to him." Wu Yun quickly opened the letter. Seeing that it contained nothing dangerous, he let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the anxious crowd waiting for answers, Wu Yun responded, "The Lord is fine. Actually, it's good news. He seems to have found some treasure, but there are too many items to carry back at once, so he sent a message to ask for help." It turned out to be a big mistake. Everyone relaxed a little. After the relief, only awkwardness remained, especially for the young lord who had shouted excitedly about his discovery. He looked like he wanted to hide somewhere. Fortunately, everyone was about the same, and no one mocked anyone. "Someone go run an errand and call Lord Wei Fengsheng and Li Hualang here." The townspeople moved quickly. Within about 30 minutes, Wei Fengsheng, Wu Yun, and Li Tianliang, along with a dozen trusted others, arrived at the seaside. Scattered around were sparkling jewels, black exquisite shells, and the relaxed, handsome lord sitting alone, which immediately drew everyone's attention. Woof the white pet, who had been listless and sitting on Wei Fengsheng's head, saw Jiang Ran. It pawed at Wei Fengsheng's head and jumped into Jiang Ran's arms like a puppy greeting its owner. Wei Fengsheng, very polite.
Lord.
"This pile is." Wei Fengsheng and the others stared in amazement, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they looked at the glowing pearl-like objects on Jiang Ran's face. Seeing the misty water vapor around Jiang Ran, Wei Fengsheng asked, "Are these treasures found underwater?" Jiang Ran nodded gently, causing a big stir. "So seafood is just a small part of the treasures from the sea given to the town of Sualing. Wow, those big shining beads are glowing. Could they be the legendary luminous pearls? Many of them are piled into a small hill. And what are those black shells? They look so pretty." Even with the Lord present, everyone dared not be too loud, trying to speak softly and appear modest. But the whispers, mixed together, made the air around them lively. No one had ever seen such a magical scene before, chattering like a flock of sparrows. Jiang Ran could understand their excitement very well. She stood up, brushed off the sand from her body, and began assigning tasks. "Wei Fengsheng, take people and clean these sound-conveying shells that are covered with barnacle mud, sorting them into perfect, minor flaw, and flaw categories. Li Tianliang, you handle the luminous pearls here. First, sort them by size, then by color and smoothness." Both responded excitedly, "Yes, my lady." Wei Fengsheng could have delegated these chores to others, but he personally took charge. He carefully scrubbed the mud off some sound-conveying shells. As dusty black shells revealed their beauty, his eyes grew more passionate. Over time, he noticed something strange. Why did a blue-bottomed shell make a sound when he cleaned it, and at the same time, a red-bottomed shell on the other side also produced a sound? Jiang Ran calmly explained, "These are sound-conveying shells. They are a pair, one male, one female. They can pick up sounds entering their shells and transmit them to the other. Normally, these shells are quiet. Their spiral bodies hide their shells deep underground, and only when the sound source is directed at their ears can the other shell hear it. Sound-conveying shells? They can transmit sound?" Li Tianliang, who was happily cleaning luminous pearls, suddenly became less calm. He had thought they were just pretty seashells. Maybe the lady was just using them as decorations. But hearing this, he suddenly felt that luminous pearls weren't as attractive anymore. He was so excited sitting on the sand choosing luminous pearls that he scrambled over and leaned close to the sound-conveying shells. With the lady's permission, Li Tianliang picked up a pair of shells with ordinary flaws and tested their sound transmission. Jiang Ran used her purple jade magic eye to see. She saw the sound-conveying shells emitting veins of blood and magical energy from a tiny point at the bottom, spreading outward. Originally, sound-conveying shells were very common low-level magical beasts. But over time, the magic power within the paired shells did not fade. Instead, it grew miraculously. Have you seen something like this before, or something similar? How much do you think these sound-conveying shells could sell for? Jiang Ran asked. Li Tianliang put down the shells and replied with a bow, "We've never seen sound-conveying shells before, but there is something similar called sound-conveying stones." Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. According to what the lady said, sound-conveying shells can only transmit sound between a male and female shell. But sound-conveying stones are different. They have a stronger function. They can carve codes into each other. Once coded, they can transmit sound between each other, even if they are not directly connected. Wei Fengsheng said, "I've seen the transmission stone before in Tianjin. It's sold for a high price, 10,000 spiritual crystals for one transmission stone." Jiang Ran nodded, indicating she understood, then asked Li Tianliang, "How do you think we should price the transmission conch?" Li Tianliang hesitated for a moment and picked out a pair of average-quality transmission conchs from a pile. The transmission conchs found by the Lord are less functional than the transmission stones, but even these lower-quality conchs should sell for around 5,000 spiritual crystals a pair.
Wow.
Hearing that the conchs could sell for 5,000 spiritual crystals a pair, someone who had never seen a crystal before was stunned. Their hands trembled as they wiped the conchs, afraid of accidentally damaging such a precious item. However, Jiang Ran frowned slightly, showing she was not entirely satisfied. Maybe the transmission conchs are only worth a certain amount of crystals, but if we focus on their never-part feature for sales, no one would refuse to buy. Who makes good money? On Earth, it's women, children, and couples. In this world, it's women, children, cultivators, and couples. I don't want to sell them too expensively, but they are couples. Although the transmission conchs are renewable resources, they regenerate very slowly, like coral worms after death, with their bodies piling up into beautiful coral, which takes a long time. So Jiang Ran would never sell them cheaply. Even if she only sold a pair, it would be a big profit for her, because the cost was almost nothing. Later, besides selling the conchs, she could also offer engraving services. The sense of exclusivity would make it hard for many people to resist. Li Tianliang, however, still underestimated the situation. He wasn't clever enough or cunning enough. After all, living in the small town of Shaoling, Li Tianliang hadn't seen much of the world. It seems he still needs to be sent out more and trained. But Jiang Ran didn't reveal her true thoughts openly. Meanwhile, Li Tianliang and Wei Fengsheng were excitedly estimating the value of the night pearl. Dragons love shiny treasures. At this moment, Bai Mei was wrapped around a large blue night pearl, twisting and turning it eagerly, unable to let go. Jiang Ran had found 5 such large night pearls, choosing the round and bright ones. 2 were blue, 2 white, and 1 bright yellow. Li Tianliang looked at Bai Mei with envy. He also wanted to examine the pearls, but these belonged to the Lord, and he had no right to be so bold. At this moment, I really want to become the pet of the Lord. Such a large luminous pearl, I don't know its exact value, but it definitely isn't cheaper than the communication shell. Everyone excitedly discussed how much it might be worth while sorting the items. Half an hour later, Wei Fengsheng had already prepared the communication shells. They were neatly arranged on cloth, creating a striking visual effect. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "My lord, there are 314 pairs of communication shells here. Among them, 53 pairs are perfect, 130 pairs have minor flaws, and 131 pairs have more noticeable flaws. This is truly a fortune." Jiang Ran couldn't help but take a deep breath to stay calm and composed. Li Tianliang first sorted the shells by size, then by color. Besides 5 large pearls, There was a top-quality purple luminous pearl about the size of a fist. Additionally, there were 30 fist-sized luminous pearls, and the rest were mostly egg-sized, totaling about 150 pearls. Such beautiful luminous pearls. Who knows what price they could fetch? The nobles outside are always willing to spend a lot on treasures like these. Everyone forgot to breathe for a moment, their eyes filled with excitement, and their gazes on Jiang Ran seemed to see a divine being. Jiang Ran had only been in her position for a little over 2 months. They really had found a lucky star for their town. Originally, they only hoped to enter a county-level territory within 10 years, but now they felt bold enough to aim even higher. Wei Fengsheng calmed his emotions and asked Jiang Ran calmly, "My lord, shall we go back now?" Jiang Ran hesitated for a moment, then looked toward the slightly distant east, where a group of cacao trees was growing. She initially wanted to look that way, but her attention was drawn by the communication shells and luminous pearls picked up by Bai Mei. Now, with some free time, she wanted to go see that area. So she pointed east and said to Wei Fengsheng, "There are some things I am very interested in over there. Please have someone carefully pack the communication shells and luminous pearls and take me there." Actually, the coast of Suyuan Sea is very long. Jiang Ran and the others walked for quite a while before reaching their destination. At this moment, the grass is bearing its seeds, and the wind is shaking its leaves. Everything is beautiful. A large area of cacao trees stands tall, with lush leaves and straight trunks, and heavy fruits hanging from the branches. Cacao fruits grow directly on the trunks. Although it is not yet the season for ripe cacao, the trees are already covered with brown oval-shaped balls, and some have fallen to the ground because no one has picked them. Wei Feng was filled with doubt. "Many strange trees like this," Wu Yin said. "Are these the fruits on the tree? Can we eat them?" "It's called a cacao tree, and its fruit can be eaten," Jiang Ran replied briefly after hearing Wu Yin's question. She instinctively used her purple jade magic eye to explore the mysterious area.
Cacao?
Li Tianliang murmured, suddenly brightening his eyes. "What a lovely name. If my wife's baby is a girl, could we name her Cacao?"
Li Cacao.
Heh, that's so cute. Hearing that these fruits could be eaten, some people's eyes lit up. Although there was seafood, the food in Suling town was still scarce. So, some greedy people quietly picked a ripe cacao fruit from the ground, broke it open, and tentatively took a bite. The first bite made the person's face scrunch up from the strange taste. "How does it taste?" a companion asked eagerly. The greedy person silently put down the cacao fruit. "A bit sour, a bit sweet, and, a bit bitter." What a strange description. Everyone else was confused, so they all took a bite themselves. More than 10 people fell silent at the same time. A short-haired woman said, "You can't say the taste is bad. But you also can't say it's good," a long-haired man added. These two sounded like a duet. Jiang Ran looked at everyone eating the cacao and reminded them, "It's edible, but don't eat too much. It's not good for your stomach." Cacao is the mother of chocolate. After fermentation and roasting, cacao beans can be made into cocoa powder and chocolate. You can eat the fruit directly, but the taste isn't great, and eating too much can cause stomach pain. She didn't know if chocolate appeared in this world, but she knew that in Suling town and the surrounding hundreds or even thousands of miles, there was definitely no such sweet treat as chocolate. Right now, the cacao forest was much larger than Jiang Ran had imagined. She didn't know if there were any spirits born in this magical cacao forest, but she wanted to investigate. Even if she didn't find any spirits, these cacao fruits could still satisfy the needs of Suling town. She petted Bai Mei, who was happily rubbing against her neck, signaling her to stay quiet and not cause trouble. Then she said to the people following her, "Wu Yun Li Tianliang, you stay here and guard the communication shells and glowstones. The others go pick cacao fruits. Only pick the ripe brown ones. Don't touch the others." As a personal guard, Wei Feng was always protecting Jiang Ran, unless the Lord had other orders. People with things to do no longer feel lost and confused. They obediently go to pick the fruit. Jiang Ran maintains her magic eyes, having noticed some signs of a Yaoning, spirit creature. Under the dense canopy of cocoa trees, Jiang Ran doesn't hesitate and walks toward a tall, noticeable cocoa tree. Strong Yaoling energy flows through a leaf. This is the main plant of a Yaoling, disguised as an ordinary leaf, but Jiang Ran sees it very clearly. Lord? Wei Fengsheng sees the Lord stop at a cocoa tree. Though puzzled, he remains silent. Wei Fengsheng, I feel there's a Yaoling here. Jiang Ran breaks the silence. I feel it too. Jiang Ran points with her slender, fair finger at a leaf. Wei Fengsheng is surprised. He looks where she points and sees an extremely ordinary leaf, no different from others. He senses nothing but is very sure and says, Yes, Lord, there must be a Yaoling here. After finding the main plant of the Yaoling, it was not hard to contract with the Yaoling. However, Jiang Ran and Wei Fengsheng are surprised to discover that this Yaoling is not a Yaoling Chong, but an evolved Yaoling monster. Cocoa Spirit Monster Talent. Ordinary, orange rarity. Common personality. Shy age for years spirit essence. None mutation. None acute cocoa Yaoling. A bit bitter. A bit sweet. Yum at this moment. The cocoa Yaoling shyly hides behind Jiang Ran, but makes eye contact with Bai Mei, who is curled around Jiang Ran's shoulder. Cocoa Yaoling is shy. // // Bai Mei tilts her head, looking at this strange creature. Shoukakoja, the cocoa Yaoling looks very cute. Its body structure is similar to that of Mylinggual. Both are humanoid creatures, but its skin is a dark chocolate color. Unlike Manhwa's butterfly wings, its wings resemble those of a rare bird, black with clear, shiny feathers. Its hair sways like cocoa tree branches but feels soft and falls gently to the sides. It has small, adorable, slightly messy feet. Another Yaoling Guai. Wei Fengsheng's eyes show some excitement. It's been a while since the last Yaoling god appeared. Let's go back and see how the cocoa fruit is doing. Jiang Ran pats the Yaoling gar's head, making it hide its form. Wei Fengsheng realizes that Jiang Ran doesn't want to make the Yaoling gua's existence widely known for now. All the ripe cocoa pods were harvested, weighing about 500 or 600 jin. Once most of the harvesting was done, Jiang Ran prepared to return home. Bai Mei was silly and had a big smile on her face. She was very happy because she played with her owner for a long time today and could cuddle with her. Her owner's body was actually a bit cool, but Bai Mei felt very comfortable. The sun was very hot. Jiang Ran looked at the clear sky and felt it was time to say goodbye. Before leaving, Jiang Ran, just like the first time, took Bai Mei to the seaside. Bai Mei was full of energy and excitedly looked at Jiang Ran. She said, "Let's go back." Bai Mei's mouth was stiff and she shook her head, showing she didn't want to go back into the sea. Jiang Ran was very firm and said, "Be good, go back." Woo woo woo. The young dragon knew her owner was about to leave again. She suddenly bit tightly onto Jiang Ran's skirt, her icy blue eyes stubborn, not wanting her to go. She built a nest in the sea, filled with beautiful stones and treasures, waiting to live there with her owner. But her owner was mean. She promised to come back in a few days, but Bai Mei waited at the seaside for a long time, and her owner never came. The night before yesterday, the sea roared loudly, with strong currents destroying her carefully made nest. Did her owner forget about her? Or maybe she didn't like her anymore. The young dragon was very worried and wanted to please her owner, so she went treasure hunting. That day, her owner arrived and was very happy when she saw the treasures Bai Mei brought, even praising her. But her owner still had to leave. She took away a magical spirit, but left Bai Mei behind. Jiang Ran didn't know many things. Right now, Bai Mei was biting harder and harder. Jiang Ran frowned and said, "Let go." Although Jiang Ran's tone was calm and not angry or cold, Bai Mei seemed very upset. She bit even tighter and made sad puppy-like whimpering sounds. Lord! Wei Fengsheng saw Bai Mei fiercely biting Jiang Ran's skirt and thought the magical beast was rebelling, so he quickly drew his sword. "Stay back, you're scaring her." Jiang Ran looked at Bai Mei, who was nervous and shrinking, with a serious expression, and said to Wei Fengsheng. Wei Fengsheng apologized, quickly put away his weapon, and stepped back several paces.
Yes.
Now, Bai Mei looked at Jiang Ran with pitiful eyes. Take me away or leave me here. Jiang Ran sensed Bai Mei's feelings and her brow furrowed even more. The water spirit energy of the sea is stronger here, which is good for your growth. Bai Mei stubbornly shook her head. Then, open your mouth first, don't hurt your teeth. Little Bai sleeps or shakes her head stubbornly. Her black eyes lift slightly. Jiang Ran sees she can't persuade her and sighs. She feels a bit resigned and stops trying. She tears her skirt with her hand.
Ugh.
But this action deeply provokes Bai Mei. Her eyes fill with disbelief, feeling abandoned. She is very anxious. Suddenly, she bites Jiang Ran's hand, and her claws tightly hold Jiang Ran's hand, refusing to let her go. Jiang Ran feels a sharp pain at her wrist, and a streak of red flows from Bai Mei's mouth. The little white dragon panics and bites Jiang Ran, causing injury. Jiang Ran isn't angry. She presses her left hand against Bai Mei's head, trying to make her release. But when she does, her left hand feels wet. She is surprised and pulls her hand back. She sees Bai Mei still biting her hand, making soft whimpering sounds. Tears fall from her icy blue eyes like pearls strung together. Tears that she can't stop falling. A strange, bitter feeling spreads inside Jiang Ran, something she can't describe as sadness or pain. She knows this isn't her emotion but Bai Mei's. Why am I the one being bitten and you, the culprit, are crying instead? Jiang Ran feels her patience is running out. Seeing her stubbornly biting, she doesn't care anymore. She holds the small, wronged dragon in her arms, with her bitten hand. Aren't you supposed to go with me? Jiang Ran feels like she's comforting a child. But then she suddenly remembers, this little dragon is only over 2 months old, really just a child. Yet, in her eyes, there is a sense of loneliness. Her eyes reflect her feelings best. Bai Mei looks at Jiang Ran like a shattered blue gem, full of sadness and loneliness. She doesn't know what this little dragon has been through before. I shouldn't be fighting with such a little fool, Jiang Ran thinks. If she doesn't want to become stronger, she won't. If she wants to stay with me, she can. As long as I am alive, I won't let anyone hurt her. If she dies, Bai Mei will die too. They have a half-blood contract. Jiang Ran gently touches Bai Mei's head with her left hand and comforts her. Be good, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Bai Mei's eyes are full of tears. Luckily, she's not a mermaid, or Jiang Ran might make her drop pearls every day. Under Jiang Ran's comfort, Bai Mei slowly relaxes her grip, though she still cries fiercely and hiccups from crying. She sticks out her tongue and licks Jiang Ran's hand. The bleeding stops instantly, and her pain disappears. He asked, isn't he coming to see her in a few days? Why did he come today? Jiang Ran was silent for a moment. Adults often say a few days, but it doesn't always mean exactly 2 days. It could be 3, 4, or even longer. However, children hear a few days and take it literally as just 2 days. So Bai Mei had been waiting all this time for her. Jiang Ran didn't explain the meaning of a few days to Bai Mei. She simply apologized sincerely, it's my fault. Jiang Ran used to think that the Songyu Tyrannosaurus belonged to the sea and freedom. But she forgot that this white dragon was different from other Songyu Tyrannosaurs. Bai Mei belonged to her. Little Bai Mei didn't seem to need the sea or freedom, it only needed a home. And Jiang Ran was its home. Jiang Ran looked at the dragon in her arms. Bai Mei was very simple. When its owner comforted it, it stopped being upset. Now it was crying so hard it was almost out of strength. As a white dragon, it was naturally weak, so it gasped and gradually fell asleep in Jiang Ran's arms. Lord, Wei Fengsheng approached after seeing Jiang Ran handle the magical beast herself. Jiang Ran looked out at the vast ocean. Bai Mei wanted to follow her, but the young Songyu Tyrannosaurus was better suited to live in the ocean. Jiang Ran then told Wei Fengsheng, when we return to the estate, call a few Ziren over. I want to build 2 residences at the Siyuan coast and Bichuan Bay. Every piece of land in Shuling town belonged to Jiang Ran. She could build 2 more houses or even 100 or 1,000, nothing strange about that. Besides, Wei Fengsheng had long thought the Lord's residence needed repairs. On the way back, they attracted a lot of attention, especially Wu Yun and others carrying large and small bundles behind them, looking very satisfied with their haul. These people had worked hard all day, and Jiang Rand didn't want to let them work for free. She paid them 2 days' wages through Li Fengsheng. Big sister, did you also bring the little white snake? Jiang Nancheng asked about Bai Mei, still feeling reluctant to part with it earlier. Jiang Xiaowen, who had broken her leg last time, only heard that sister when had tamed a magic snake, but hadn't seen it herself. Bai Mei was cute and a bit ugly, which made it easy to win people's affection. Seeing Bai Mei obediently lying in Jiang Rant's arms, Jiang Xiaowen wanted to reach out and touch it.
But she only thought about it.
Wei Fengsheng and the others had already put down their things and left. Jiang Ran took out the sound transmission shell and luminous pearl from her bag and let them choose whatever they liked. The glowing large bead instantly caught the attention of both Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng, whose eyes brightened. So beautiful. Neither Jiang Xiaowen nor Jiang Nancheng are greedy. They each chose a fist-sized blue luminous pearl and a bright yellow luminous pearl. Jiang Ran thought that although the blue and yellow pearls looked nice, white light was more practical for illumination. She also gave them each some white luminous pearls. Loyal butler Li Guanjia was well taken care of by Jiang Ran, who also gave him a white and a yellow luminous pearl. He was very grateful. There were over 100 luminous pearls, and a patch of them was still waiting to be collected from the seabed. Jiang Ran was generous and saw these pearls as a way to win people's hearts. She gave some to Tianjing, Wei Fengsheng, Lin Sha, Wu Yun, and others. Of course, the pearls given to the first 3 were carefully chosen by Jiang Ran, while the rest were randomly handed out by Li Fengsheng. Xiaowen, Nancheng, Jiang Ran took out 5 pairs of communication shells and said, "These can transmit sound over 1,000 miles. Take them." The 3 siblings exchanged their male and female shells. Jiang Ran held the male shells of Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng in her right hand, casually carving distinguishing marks of Wen and Cheng on them with her frost sword. She then said, "You still have 1 pair left. If you want to talk to someone, you can give one of them to each other." "Okay, sister. Can we use these communication shells to talk to you at night?" Jiang Xiaowen happily asked, hugging the treasure. "No." Jiang Ran was worried she might disturb her dreams late at night.
All right.
A little disappointed, but Jiang Xiaowen and Jiang Nancheng had never seen such magical objects before. They were still inexperienced children, so they started excitedly playing the telephone game. Following Jiang Ran's instructions, Li Fengsheng moved the luminous pearls and communication shells into her room. At this moment, Cacao Spirit Monster was holding a cocoa fruit larger than its body, wobbling as it flew onto Jiang Ran's shoulder. Shy yet generous, it handed the cocoa fruit to Jiang Ran. "Yomi for the owner." Jiang Ran silently took it.
Thank you.
She was holding Bai Mei in her right arm, with one hand holding the cocoa fruit and the communication shell. She thought she looked pretty funny. Meanwhile, Li Fengsheng watched the Cocoa Spirit Monster, eyes wide like copper bells, swallowing his surprise before it could escape. Another spirit monster? When did this spirit monster appear? Having served Jiang Ran for several months, he knew the Lord preferred peace and quiet. His professional integrity kept him calm. She pretended to be calm and turned toward the large bag of cocoa beans, which the Lord called cocoa fruit. Her voice still trembled a little as she asked, "My lord, what should we do with these cocoa beans? Should we move them to the warehouse? What else could be done?" "Of course, make chocolate." The common people of Suling town mainly eat wheat-based foods like noodles and buns. Many people can make steamed buns and dumplings. If they can make buns, then making bread and cake should not be too difficult. But what is the process for making chocolate? Jiang Ran thought carefully, trying to recall how to make chocolate. Her thoughts quickly settled, and she asked Li Fengsheng to bring paper and a brush. She started writing down the steps to make chocolate. She didn't plan to make the chocolate herself, although cooking can sometimes be fun. Jiang Ran understood her role as a lord simply. She didn't want to do things herself if she didn't have to. She was good at giving orders, like instructing butler Li and subordinate Wei Fengsheng. But actually, Jiang Ran wasn't like this just because she became a lord.
She had always been like this.
In the past, people might have called her lazy, but luckily, she had a princess's fate. Now, her laziness was seen as knowing how to assign tasks to the right people. She called the best people to do things. She asked the butler, "Butler Li, do you know who in Suling town makes baked goods like buns and flatbreads?" Li Fusheng thought for a moment and replied, "The best at making these snacks is probably Miao Fenglian from the Chiu family. But she only makes buns and snacks as a hobby and doesn't often show herself in public." Miao Fenglian was the young wife of Chiu Bushua. Chiu Bushua was quite well known in town. His two older brothers were town cultivators, and he had some talent for cultivation himself. But instead of becoming a high-level cultivator, he preferred reading books all day. Fortunately, besides reading, he knew how to support his family and even had some business sense. He somehow got a secret recipe for making ceramics and opened a shop selling pottery.
He was quite wealthy.
Because he was a caring husband, Miao Fenglian enjoyed making buns and steamed bread as a hobby. She only sold extras when she made too much. Li Fusheng added, "Tianxiang's family is also good. They open a small snack shop in town and business is pretty good." Jiang Ran nodded, having gathered some information. She tightly held the raw material for chocolate, the cocoa pod, so she didn't plan to build a factory or hire people to make chocolate. Instead, she decided to reveal the secret recipe this time. After all, even though chocolate doesn't spoil easily, it is still food and hard to store for a long time. It's better to share the recipe to inspire the villagers to explore new things. Therefore, building a factory to produce chocolate was actually a last resort. Since she controlled the raw materials, she would only earn money from selling them. The general process of making chocolate involves fermentation, drying, roasting, grinding, melting, and then cooling into solid form. The whole process takes quite a long time. For example, fermenting the cocoa beans alone takes 5 days. The temperature during fermentation must be carefully controlled between 40 and 50 degrees Celsius, which requires some skill. Jiang Ren only knew how to make simple chocolate. To make it tastier and more popular, she would need experts. After writing down the chocolate-making method, Jiang Ren suddenly thought, "Manager Li, is Jiang Yuan's yard empty now?" After dealing with Jiang Yuan, Jiang Ren personally searched his house and found many crystal cores. She hadn't entered that place again since then. Today, she suddenly remembered because Jiang Yuan's yard was very large, second only to the Lord's mansion, and she wanted to make good use of it. "Yes, the old servant once checked, and it's already covered in dust," Li Fusheng replied. Thinking of Jiang Yuan, he felt that things had changed a lot and felt a bit regretful about the empty big house. It's a pity that such a large estate has been left unused. Does the Lord want to do something with that yard? Jiang Ran put down her brush. At this moment, Bai Mei was still sleeping, and the cocoa spirit was sitting obediently on the table. Because the cocoa spirit skin was a deep chocolate color and it had shiny black wings, when curled up, it looked like a small coal ball. Curious, the cocoa spirit reached out a paw to touch the ink, but when it saw Jiang Ran's gaze, it shyly withdrew. Jiang Ran thought that this shy little spirit might have a different kind of spark with spirits like the mulberry spirit or the ice spirit. Unfortunately, besides the mischievous wheat spirit that ran around infecting wheat, the other 3 spirits were all in Bichuan Bay. She couldn't see that scene for now. She looked away and answered Li Fusheng, "There are a few small general stores in town, but they are all too small. So, I plan to open one myself." Jiang Ran has accumulated quite a few items that can be sold. First, there is paper, writing paper, and toilet paper. Since they were made, they were initially used to supply Wu Yun for household registration documents. After completing this task, paper production continued, and now there is a stockpile in the warehouse. Although Jiang Ren often talks about making a big profit outside, she still needs to distribute these items within the town first. Priority is given to supplying the town, and any extra goods can be sold elsewhere. She also bought fire lotus seeds and 1,000 machine grass from Fenghuang Town and Xinhing Town. Especially fire lotus seeds. She can't use them effectively herself and they would just spoil in her hands, so it's best to sell them to local cultivators. Ice spiritual mushrooms can also be sold. Although most people in the town are poor, some have saved a little wealth. Items like sound transmission shells and luminous pearls can be sold, and she can also buy supplies from local workshops such as cloth, ironware, and soap workshops to replenish her stock. Manager Lee, please find someone to renovate that mansion. As for the shop's name, let's call it Liushang Pavilion. The name Liushang is taken casually from a line in the Lantingdi Su, let the flowing water carry the music, and sit in the second row. Yes, I will arrange it, old servant.
Wait.
Jiang Ran paused to think, then asked Wei Fengsheng to publish the secret recipe for making chocolates and specifically notify the families skilled in snacks to prepare. She told them that in a few days, they could come to Liushang Pavilion to buy cocoa beans. Watching Manager Li walk away, Jiang Ran leaned back tiredly and a new question appeared in her mind. Who should manage a shop if I open one? She wasn't afraid of losing money, but she still found it a bit troublesome. Also, after opening a shop, I'll need to hire someone to do chores. Then just hire them. What else can I do? Jiang Ran wrote and revised on paper. Also, I need to recruit a young book boy to serve in the small town. Let's hire him too. That means hiring a shopkeeper, 3 shop assistants, and a personal male servant. While she was thinking, Wei Fengsheng brought over the workers for building the house. They were quite fast. Jiang Ran never showed it openly, but she actually enjoyed it very much. If her future life could be luxurious enough to make her drunk on wealth, she would definitely be smiling from ear to ear. The idea of embedding gemstones into the walls had never disappeared since she arrived in this world. So she spent 1,000 reputation points to buy 2 building design blueprints and 2 furniture design blueprints from the system shop. The building is mainly based on Chinese-style architecture, with Western elements added for decoration. The blueprint parameters provided by the system are very perfect. When the craftsmen saw them, they were all amazed. A famous carpenter in town, Tianqi, was very surprised and almost pressed his eyes to the blueprint, saying, "This blueprint is very clear. The 3-dimensional structure is easy to understand. And the furniture designed here is so delicate." More than 10 people started discussing and studying the plans together. Jiang Ran asked, "How long will it take to finish?" Everyone looked at each other thoughtfully and said, "This kind of yard is the first time we've seen. We need to study it carefully. If we build both houses at the same time, it will take at least half a month." "That's fine." After receiving the positive answer, Jiang Ran was not in a hurry and simply let them leave. Faint golden light filtered through the leaves, and it was already the next morning. A well-informed young man shouted in town, "Good news! The Lord is recruiting people again." When townspeople heard that the Lord was hiring, the atmosphere suddenly became lively, like boiling water. "Really?" Someone immediately put down what they were doing and hurried to ask the young man for more details. The Lord was known for being generous. Some people worked at the paper mill, earning 30 silver coins a day. And it was said that the Lord would even raise their wages. Everyone was eager to get a job, but unfortunately, there were only a few positions available. The young man was quickly surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. He was a bit overwhelmed, but enjoyed the attention. He held his head high, feeling proud, and said, "Of course. My sister works as a maid at the Lord's mansion." She heard it directly from the Lord himself. Just now, the government also announced this confirmed news, so I came to tell you all. Someone asked anxiously, "Our family has too many people, and we are really short of money. We need a job to help with household expenses. What kind of work is the Lord hiring for?" "I heard the Lord is opening a shop called Liushang Pavilion. They need a cashier who can do math, 3 helpers for miscellaneous tasks, and the Lord's younger brother, Lord Nansheng, is looking for a page boy. The cashier needs to be smart and good at counting, and the page boy must be able to read and write. These 2 positions don't seem promising, but the 3 miscellaneous jobs are what everyone is thinking about." After getting a clear answer, the crowd around the young man quickly dispersed. "Go home quickly and tell Xiaoyan. Get ready and dress nicely. Hurry up and sign up. I have a job now, but my wife is still free. She has been saying she wants to find a job, so I need to go tell her. I want to sign up. Maybe I will see the great Lord." The young man looked confused at the anxious crowd, feeling a bit regretful. He patted his mouth and looked sad, saying, "My mouth. I also want to sign up. Why are there so many competitors?" Thanks to the young man's big mouth, everyone in the town soon heard that the Lord was hiring workers. The news spread all the way to Suyuan coast. At this moment, a brother and sister were quietly collecting seashells. When they overheard the news from other travelers, the sister's face also brightened with happiness. "Shin, do you want to try?" Ma Yunli couldn't help but ask her brother. She and her brother Ma Yunjin are a pair of 15-year-old twins. However, she thought her brother looked even more handsome than she did. Ma Yunjin nervously shook his head, feeling shy. "No, there are too many people applying. I'm so butong, I probably won't be chosen. Competition for cleaning jobs is tough. Maybe you're not suited to be a shopkeeper, Zhen. But if you apply to be a page boy, you're one of the few in town who can read and write. You'll definitely get chosen." This made Ma Yunjin hesitate. He wanted to refuse, but then he remembered his mother's weathered face. His expression suddenly became firm. "Yes, I know. I will go." He had once wanted to become a cultivator, but that required talent and resources. He didn't know if he had the talent for cultivation. Even if he did, he couldn't become a cultivator because he was poor. At 15, he understood how hard it was to stand out. He truly wanted to repay his mother and sister and make their lives better. He didn't want to live a life of mediocrity forever. He only had his mother and sister. Even if he couldn't become a cultivator, studying was a possible way out. He liked reading, and his mother had sacrificed so much to support him. So, for his mother, sister, and a better future, he had to control his timid nature and become the town's young master's page boy. Older sister Ma Yunli saw her brother agree and couldn't help but smile happily. "I'll go try for a job as a helper. It would be great if both of us could get chosen." In a courtyard by the window, sunlight had already seeped through the finely carved wooden frames and shone on a bed. The bright light caused the person under the quilt to stir slightly. In the quiet room, a young person's scream suddenly rang out. "Oh no, I overslept. Miss Meow, why didn't you wake me up?" Qiu Bushua hurriedly dressed and put on his shoes, his words tinged with a bit of blame. Qiu Bushua was in his early 20s. Many people said he was wasting his good cultivation path, preferring to study instead, but he was quite smart. He was fairly well off in town, with 2 older brothers who were monks, good looks, and a gentle, kind wife. He was considered a successful man. Usually, he was confident and bold when walking outside, but now his face was no longer lively. Instead, it showed worry and embarrassment. His wife, Miao Fenglian, heard the noise and pushed the door open. "Why are you panicking? It's still early, you'll make it on time. Even if you're a little late, you can just pay some money to get in." Qiu Bushua rolled his eyes at his wife and hurriedly dressed. He said as he did so, "My dear wife, you think it's still like when Lord Jiang was in charge, where we could handle things casually. But those officials are no longer the same. Lord Jiang was young, but he didn't tolerate bribery. Qiu Bushua cared a lot about this exam. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so nervous last night that he couldn't sleep. This was the first time in town that officials were being chosen through an exam, something rare in 20 years. Although Miao Fenglian had spoken like that just now, she knew this was a serious matter. She put down the grooming tools and breakfast she had prepared for her husband and sat at the table. On the table was a cloth-covered dish with fermenting cocoa beans. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at it with admiration. The Lord is truly knowledgeable and talented. Despite his busy schedule, he still knows how to cook pastries. I don't know what chocolate made from cocoa beans tastes like, but judging by the process, it must be something extraordinary. Qiu Bushua casually wiped his face, took a few bites of a bun, and said confidently, "The Lord is only 15 years old and has already designed such a 6-part regulation. He's really a genius. And he respects talented and virtuous people. His decision to select officials through exams shows he's a rare and good leader. If you like making pastries or snacks, you should go ahead and do it. It's a good way to support the Lord's call. My husband supports you." After speaking, without waiting to see how his wife would react, Qiu Boshui, holding a bun in his mouth, grabbed the prepared parcel from last night and rushed out. Qiu Boshui left the house, running quickly and gasping for breath. At this moment, he deeply regretted not knowing this day would come. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, learning some fitness skills would be good. He felt like he was half dead. Just as he turned the corner, a figure suddenly appeared. Startled, he slowed down and realized it was a student rushing to take an exam. About 200 people passed the first round in town, but I don't know how many the Lord will choose for official positions. The first round of tests was quite simple. To prevent illiterate people from wasting resources by coming to watch, Lord Linshaw sent someone to check the applicants, mainly to see if they could read and understand sentences. Now, these people are his competitors, and Qiu Boshui couldn't relax. The exam location was familiar to him, as it was the school he used to attend. The school was simple but not too small, able to hold over 200 students taking exams. There were soldiers guarding tightly. After showing their IDs, they had to be searched for weapons, showing how much the Lord valued this exam. After going through a series of procedures, Qiu Boshui finally reached his exam seat. For this exam, students were only allowed to bring pens and ink, and there were many invigilators patrolling to prevent cheating. The pressure was intense. Qiu Boshui saw many people nervously swallowing and trembling as they held their pens. Finally, the exam papers were handed out. Qiu Boshui looked sharply, filled in his name, gender, age, and other basic info, then looked at the first question. In the past, Tianjin and Chaolian rose together, two cities evenly matched, sharing the land of Yunshang. But after 100 years, people only know Tianjin and not Chaolian.
Why?
Fine golden light filtered through the branches and leaves, casting dancing shadows on the wall outside. The morning breeze was cool, and the room was filled with a faint scent from the furniture. At some point, the habit of holding morning meetings gradually formed in Suling town. Because the town was small and had few matters, meetings were held roughly every 3 days. At this moment, in the Lord's council chamber, many officials are gathered. Since the Lord took office, key figures like Lin Sha, Patrol Captain Tian Jing, Bodyguard Captain Wei Fengsheng, Infantry Battalion leaders Li Huayuan and Zhao Xiaoyan, Demon Spirit Bureau leaders Li Yinyo and Jiang Nancheng, and Household Registration Officer Wu Yun have been present. A few days ago, the Lord publicly announced that officials would be selected through exams, leading to the dismissal of many officials. Today's meeting focuses on the exam results from a couple of days ago, as the Lord plans to assign important tasks based on those results. Although the exam itself doesn't directly concern them, since they are appointed directly by the Lord, they didn't take part in the exam, but served as invigilators. Still, the exam papers will determine who they will work with in the future, so everyone is deep in thought and serious. Currently, Lin Sha stands beside Jiang Ran, handing over the exam paper. The exam questions were created by Jiang Ran himself. They are not strict or formal, with only 10 questions covering various topics. Some questions reflect attitudes toward life, like what happened to the once lonely elegants. Others compare the situation of two cities, Chaolian and Tianjin, and some involve diplomacy, law, culture, and military affairs. The questions are casual, but for the town of Sualing, they are enough. The town doesn't have many scholars, and Jiang Ran doesn't have high expectations for the townspeople. So, the essays on the papers are diverse, each with its own style. But at least the basics of understanding and forming an argument are there. Most of the over 200 people can read, but knowing how to write good essays is another matter. Jiang Ran also noticed a few individuals. For example, on the question about attitudes toward life, someone named Chen Mao answered, "A gust of wind blows away old things. Upon waking from a dream, gray hair appears. Filth has become past, and pride is just history. Why rejoice or sorrow over possessions? Life passes quickly. Don't let time slip away." This answer is very open-minded and confident. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow at the name Qiu Boshui, whom he remembered from a conversation with Manager Li a few days ago. Seeing his exam paper, a rebellious and carefree image jumps out, making Jiang Ran's impression even deeper. One question asked, "Everyone says black and white are opposite. What is black and what is white? Can the town tolerate both?" Qiu Bushui's answer was very bold. "People say black and white are opposites? Then everyone is ignorant." It's worth noting that Jiang Ran created this question himself, so Qiu Bushui's bold response doesn't seem to fear offending the examiner. Of course, Jiang Ran was not angry. Instead, she found his next argument quite interesting. He said that right and wrong, black and white, often do not have clear boundaries. Instead of dividing the world into black and white, right and wrong, it's better to see it as victory and defeat, success and failure. The winners take all, and as long as something benefits the city-state, even evil can be used. Harmful things must be abandoned, and kindness that is useless should be discarded. This idea reminded Jiang Ran of Mr. Deng saying, "It doesn't matter if a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice." A great city must protect the light, but also hide darkness. If water is too clear, there are no fish. If a person is too cautious, there are no friends. Jiang Ran understands this very well. However, many people focus on promoting light and suppressing darkness. Only Qiu Bushui's view truly resonated with Jiang Ran. "Lin Sha, what do you think of Qiu Bashui?" Jiang Ran asked eagerly. She believed Lin Sha and Qiu Bashui had very different personalities. Lin Sha smiled gently. "Qiu Bashui is very talented, but he's a bit straightforward. He could be a good advisor, brave enough to speak his mind." But after thinking carefully, Jiang Ran felt it might not be suitable. She nodded to show she understood. The previous question was just a warm-up. Now, Jiang Ran looked at the next question, how to deal with bandits. When people hear bandits, they usually think of thieves. But Jiang Ran's definition of bandits included not only thieves but also rebels and traitors. There was a trap in this question. Jiang Ran didn't have high expectations. If someone answered the first meaning and provided reasonable solutions, she would accept it. But she didn't expect anyone to actually come up with an answer. 3 people's responses impressed Jiang Ran: Chen Mao, Yang Guiying, and Qiu Bashui. Chen Mao believed that many common people turned to theft or rebellion because they were hungry and cold. The solution was for the court to be frugal, reduce taxes, and select talented officials. Yang Guiying suggested focusing on the people's well-being, emphasizing education to teach them pride and shame. She also proposed rewarding citizens who reported bandits. Qiu Bushui's answer was the most comprehensive among the 3. In summary, the key points were to prevent excessive official levies and to punish corrupt officials strictly, valuing rules and education, leading by example. Jiang Ran had already gone through over 200 exam papers and now selected 8 of them: Qiu Bashui, Chen Mao, Yang Guiying, Wang Zhua, Li Mei, Qi Qian, Chen He, and Yun Xiang, and posted their names publicly. Out of more than 200 people, only 8 were chosen. Everyone was a bit surprised but also felt it made sense. At this point, the official selection process finally came to an end. Jiang Ran then discussed the upcoming screening of talented young children with cultivation potential. The news had already been passed on by Wu Yun, and Jiang Ran arranged soldiers to maintain order. They were just waiting for a few days until the talent ceremony. After the exam results were posted, Qiu Bashui and the others were summoned by Jiang Ran. Based on their traits, she assigned them official positions. From now on, the heads of the 6 ministries held second-rank positions: Li Shu for the Ministry of Personnel, Wu Yun for the Ministry of Revenue, Tian Jing for the Ministry of War, Qiu Bashui for the Ministry of Justice, Yang Guiying for the Ministry of Rights, and Chen Mao for the Ministry of Works. Li Mei and Qi Qian became assistants in the Ministry of Personnel. Chen He and Yun Xiang joined the Ministry of Rights to help Yang Guiying develop education and diplomacy in Suling Town. Jiang Ran, looking somewhat lazy as she sat on the throne, had her eyes slightly raised at the corners. Though her posture was relaxed, her beautiful face and elegant aura made her seem commanding rather than careless, giving off a unique sense of powerful grace. She appeared deep and mysterious, but inside, she was actually annoyed by how chaotic everyone's clothing was: black, white, gray, no uniformity. Should she create a set of official uniforms to look more proper? She made a mental note of this idea. Seeing everyone's excited faces turn red, Jiang Ran decided to stir things up even more. She said, from now on, the official ranks in Suling Town will have 9 grades and 18 levels, with distinctions of primary and secondary. But since the town is still small, there aren't many officials. The heads of the 6 ministries are all second-rank officials, and everyone else here is 3rd or 4th rank. You are all outstanding talents in the town, but remember, your positions are not permanent. You could be pulled down at any time. So, always stay true to your original intentions. Before everyone could fully process her words, Jiang Ran dropped a bombshell. Starting next month, the salaries for the 6 ministry heads will be 50 Chui crystals per month, while 3rd and 4th rank officials will receive 20 and 10 Chui crystals respectively.
50 Chui crystals. 20 Chui crystals. 10 Chui crystals.
Oh my God! Before Jiang Ran finished speaking, everyone in the hall gasped in shock. Even Bai Mei, who runs a family business, couldn't stay calm. If I remember correctly, a cultivator like Lord Tianjing used to earn 3 to 5 crystal cores a month. Is the Lord really increasing the salary by more than 10 times? Even Tianjing and Lin Sha didn't expect Jiang Ran to bring this up at such a meeting, and they were so surprised their eyes nearly popped out. This kind of treatment is usually only given to officials in ordinary county-level territories. Although Jiang Ran often appears cautious and always worries about losing or gaining, she seems like a shrewd merchant. But she genuinely believes that being generous to subordinates helps them be strong, so she thinks buying a talented official for 50 crystal cores is a good deal. After all, a single ice spirit mushroom is worth 50 crystal cores, and Jiang Ran can harvest at least 50 ice spirit mushrooms each month. She didn't let everyone celebrate for long and immediately assigned work, treating people like tireless oxen. She said, Lin Sha, the first official election in Suling Town has ended. Now we need to select village heads for 5 villages. You and 2 newcomers will handle this. Jiang Ran also wanted Lin Sha to help the newcomers get familiar with their work so they could become independent quickly. Lin Sha suppressed his excitement about a promotion and salary increase, quickly accepting the task. Then he heard his great lord say, the candidates for village head must be carefully chosen. They should be at least 18 years old, have no criminal record, be responsible, organized, and preferably able to read and write. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and added, as for the candidates, those who meet the following conditions will be given priority. 1. Those who have made significant contributions to the territory. 2. Children of fallen soldiers. Based on these requirements, villagers will elect the village head from among the candidates. The Lord had already considered everything so thoroughly. Lin Sha thought this task was easier than he expected. Understood. Next, Jiang Ran asked Bai Mei to start studying laws, to draft the first legal code for Suling Town. She also assigned Yang Guiying to develop education and cultivate cultivators by building schools, and Chen Mao to draw a map of Suling Town, focusing on transportation infrastructure and preparing to build roads. The meeting lasted a whole morning before it finally adjourned. Jiang Ran was the first to leave the hall and thought to herself, holding meetings for 2 days straight is so tiring. If I could delegate some tasks, I would. This world isn't like Earth. The top spot is always held by the Lord's personal strength and the number and power of their Yaoning, fantasy creatures. Jiang Ran wanted to spend more time improving her cultivation. In the past 2 days, she had just broken through to the 2nd level of the refining spirit stage. Compared to the previous month, when she advanced 7 small stages, her progress now was painfully slow. She understood that the difference between the refining spirit and gathering spirit stages was that the later stages became increasingly difficult to advance Indiana. Additionally, the Chaos Crimson Phoenix True Scripture also affected her progress. After arranging the officials in Muling Town, the system suddenly made a sound after several days of silence. Task: your territory now has basic officials assigned. Reward: Miao Yuan Frost Bow, a top-tier heavenly artifact. The system was giving her equipment again? Jiang Ran paused, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. This was a top-tier heavenly artifact, but unfortunately, she didn't know archery.
Ow!
Bai Mei, always obedient, was lying on Jiang Ran's body practicing cultivation. At this moment, it held a water element magic core in its paw, tilted its head, and stuck out its pink tongue to lick Jiang Ran's cheek. Master, fragrant Jiang Ran remained expressionless, wiped the saliva off her face, and patted the little dragon's head. She was about to return to her room when she turned a corner and took Bai Mei to an empty clearing. This place was far from the Lord's mansion, overgrown with weeds, and rarely visited. Seeing no one around, Jiang Ran took out the Miao Yuan frost bow from the system. But instead of a bow and arrow, she saw a ring appear. To her surprise, the Miao Yuan frost bow was indeed a top-tier heavenly artifact. Normally, it could condense and transform into a ring-shaped form worn on the hand, and when used, it would revert to a bow and arrow. Jiang Ran marked the bow as her own with her blood. With a thought, the ring transformed into a normal-looking bow and arrow. The bow resembled a silver moon, with a dark shadowy pattern running along its body, exquisite and extraordinary. It came with 10 flowing cloud arrows, with silver shafts and feathers made from ice phoenix feathers. The entire arrow looked both real and illusionary. With a single thought, the bow and arrows turned back into a silver ring, which then slipped onto Jiang Ran's right index finger. Roar! Bai Mei, also captivated by the magical bow and arrow, opened its icy blue eyes wide. It floated in the air, one sharp paw reaching toward the bow. Jiang Ran wanted to test the power of the bow and arrow. Just then, a brown swallow flew by in the sky. She quickly picked up the silver frost bow, and with a flick of her finger, a silver-feathered arrow materialized in her hand out of thin air. Her eyes sharpened, and she gently adjusted the feathered tail, knocked the arrow on the bowstring, pulled back the silver moon, and prepared to shoot. The arrow looked like a blue wave swallowing the sun, shining with a hint of silver, but making no sound. The silent arrow shot like lightning, hitting the swallow directly. The unfortunate swallow fell from the sky in a sad descent. The arrow that hit it turned into light particles under Jiang Ran's control, and in the next moment, it reappeared in her hand. This is such a good tool. Even though I haven't practiced any arrow skills, I can still use its power to make such a strong attack just with the magic weapon itself. Jiang Ran was very happy. Moreover, the arrow was almost silent when shot, and it could return to her hand by itself. It was truly a deadly weapon for stealth. Jiang Ran preferred to play tricks rather than fight openly, so she was very satisfied with the Miao Yuan frost bow. Meanwhile, during Jiang Ran's selection of officials, the assistant at Lu Shang Pavilion and Jiang Nanqing's page were also chosen by Wei Fengsheng. Have I really become a member of Lu Shang Pavilion? Ma Yunli's face showed a hint of disbelief as she asked skeptically. Yes, Wei Fengsheng smiled. Ma Yunli, Wang Chui, and Tian Guang, because of your shining qualities, you all passed the test successfully. Before they could cheer in surprise, Wei Fengsheng added, but you have a 1-month trial period. During this time, your salary is 20 silver coins per day. Only after passing the trial can you officially stay in Lu Shang Pavilion, so don't let your guard down. Still stunned by the generous reward of 20 silver coins, they heard there was a trial period. Ma Yunli and the others held their breath, thinking they must work hard for the Lord and stay in Lu Shang Pavilion. Wei Fengsheng hadn't finished speaking. His expression became a bit mysterious. Guess what your salary will be after you become permanent? Ma Yunli cautiously asked. 30 silver coins a day? The workers at the paper-making workshop earned 30 silver coins a day, so Ma Yunli looked hopeful. But Wei Fengsheng shook his head and didn't continue to tease them. It's more than 30 silver coins, 40 silver coins a day. And not only that, the Great Lord also said that if you sell more, you can get a commission. Thanks to the Lord's generosity, the wages at the Flowing Song Pavilion are quite high, at least higher than those of some ordinary workshops in town. Ma Yunli couldn't say anything at this moment. She thought of her mother, who looked weathered from hard work, raising her and little Jin alone. Her mother had sacrificed her health to support their hobbies. But maybe now she could repay her mother and save some dowry for herself, so she wouldn't have to fear being looked down upon anymore. The Lord probably would never understand what 40 silver coins mean, but Ma Yunli was overwhelmed with gratitude and tears of happiness. Long live the Lord! Tian Guang didn't expect that, despite having many competitors, he still managed to be chosen, and the salary at the Flowing Song Pavilion was so high. He wondered if his sister had spoken well of him in front of Manager Li, helping him get the backdoor advantage. Taking the easy way out felt good at first, but it also made Tian Guang's face look quite complicated. Li Fusheng was quite satisfied with his 3 chosen people, one careful and capable, one lively and cheerful, and one eloquent. He mentioned that they still needed some etiquette training.
You are all personally chosen by me.
I hope you learn good manners, work hard, and don't embarrass the Lord. But don't put too much pressure on yourselves. After saying this, Li Fusheng turned his attention to the shopkeeper and the young servant preparing for the young master of Nanjing. He had already discussed the shopkeeper position with Jiang Ran. In the end, a middle-aged man named Su Duo was chosen. There were 3 candidates for the servant role, selected by the young master of Nanjing himself. In the end, a young boy named Ma Yunjin was chosen. Li Fusheng dismissed the others and kept Ma Yunjin alone. Seeing his younger brother chosen, Ma Yunli felt very proud. She gave him a thumbs up and then left. Li Fusheng looked at Ma Yunjin and recalled that he himself had started as a servant boy. He was saved by Lord Zhang Lao and vowed to be loyal to the Zhang family. Even after earning enough money to buy his freedom, he stayed at Zhang's house and became the manager. It had been over 20 years, and he was nearly 50 now. Time had left some marks on his face. He hoped he could serve the young lord for another 20 years and see Lord Jiang bring the town of Suling to new heights. His thoughts returned to the young boy in front of him. Li Fusheng said, "Next, I will tell you what you need to do as a servant boy." Haha, the young master of Nanjing has a good personality. You don't need to be so nervous. Yes. I will serve Lord Nanjing well. Li Fusheng was quite pleased with his serious attitude and spoke earnestly. Being a servant boy isn't easy. First, you need to manage household chores. Help Lord Nanjing organize his room, including clothes, bedding, and personal grooming. The servant boy also needs to accompany the master to read and protect his safety. Li Fusheng was very stubborn in one aspect. He always saw the master as his own life. Your master's orders are absolute. In the days to come, remember this. No matter what happens, the Lord's commands come first, and Lord Nanjing's orders come second. Understood. Seeing that the other was about 10 years old, Li Fusheng stroked his chin thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "Do you understand love between men and women?" Ma Yunjin's eyes widened, and her face turned bright red. Seeing her reaction, Li Fusheng realized he should ask differently. Do you understand how people in love behave? Lord Nanjing is already 10 years old, and soon he will reach that age. It's time to learn about this. I know a little. Ma Yunjin's face was still very red. Li Fusheng also thought about the Lord, who was nearly 16. The young girl's mother had passed away early, so he wondered if the Lord understood this aspect of life. Maybe I should ask Xiang Sao to teach the Lord? Are there any handsome men in town? If the Lord likes them, I could send some over. Li Fusheng's thoughts drifted away. Early in the morning, a distracted person approached Jiang Ran. She was a bit confused as she sent away Xiang Sao, who was trying to teach her some strange knowledge, and refused Li Steward's idea of sending her a male companion. Jiang Ran felt quite speechless. She was meditating while pondering some questions. After days of training, Jiang Xiaowen could now practice extreme body cultivation on her own. The Water Sutra had been fully passed to Jiang Nanjing, so the 2 kids wouldn't need to come to her room every night anymore. With Bai Mei, the consumption of the magic core was quick, so she didn't have many left. She activated the Chaos Red Flame True Sutra, and a gentle breeze appeared around her. These breezes carried intense streams of light, gathering toward her. Why are there fire elemental energies? Jiang Ren suddenly opened her eyes, sensing a strand of fire elemental energy inside her, feeling very puzzled. She felt a seed of fire within her, ready to sprout and grow. She was only a water, ice, and space element mage, so why did a fire element suddenly appear? So Jiang Ran, slightly puzzled, opened her personal panel. Personal panel name, Jiang Ran. Age, 15. Gender, female. Cultivation, second stage of spirit refinement. Talent, unknown. Aptitude, unknown. Attributes, water, ice, fire, space. Inner cultivation technique, chaos. Red flame. True scripture, incomplete. Holy grade technique, skill techniques, frost breath, earth grade superior. Flower transfer imprint, holy grade. Skills, cold ice breath, flower transfer imprint. Divine power, purple jade demon eye, can grow. Possess spirit beasts, my spirit monster, Kiki's spirit monster, Sang spirit worm, Bingji spirit worm, Mao bamboo spirit worm. Possessed magic implements, frost sword, Miao Yuan frost bow. Possess spirit and magical pets. Songyu Tyrannosaurus, Bai Mei, own territory. Suling town. Reputation points, 86,800. Others, ice bodyguard armor blueprint. Golden note spirit fan blueprint. Wind spirit ship blueprint. Qing Chui treasure liquid, milk cotton. Yo-yo grass, 200G. She had already found in the attributes section. Strange before. Jiang Ran wondered if her talent was too good. Perhaps some hidden elements hadn't awakened yet? She couldn't understand everything, so Jiang Ran decided not to pursue it further. Anyway, she was sure that having an extra spirit essence was a good thing given her cultivation talent. Jiang Ran looked at her reputation points. She had accumulated over 80,000 points because the villagers admired her. Every morning, she found her reputation points slightly increased. But Jiang Ran felt it still wasn't enough. She closed the panel, shut her eyes, and cultivated for another 2 or 3 hours. She felt her spiritual power had grown stronger, so she stopped satisfied. With nothing to do, Jiang Ran looked at the sky. The weather was sunny and breezy, perfect. She led her red steed out of the stable, bringing Bai Mei and 2 spirit monsters. She also refused Wei Fengsheng's close protection and started patrolling Suling town. In the sky, my spirit monster and Kiki's spirit monster danced gracefully, occasionally making chirping sounds. Bai Mei saw this and became eager, circling around the 2 spirit monsters repeatedly, trying to pounce on them several times. No. Jiang Ran stopped Bai Mei's restless movements. This silly little dragon was reckless, like a child who didn't know how to control his strength. If he hurt the spirit monsters, he might also suffer backlash from them. Jiang Ran called out the my spirit monster. The tiny spirit, like a butterfly resting on a flower, lightly landed on Jiang Ran's arm. Yomi, the energy crystal on the forehead of the spirit monster, has fully aligned with the wheat pattern, gradually absorbing the spiritual power of the world. It's only been about 10 days, but the spiritual energy inside has increased quite a bit. Jiang Ran's eyes become deep and purple, constantly exploring the body of the spirit monster. Compared to when it first evolved into a spirit monster, its spiritual energy has become more solid. Although it hasn't yet achieved the elite transformation, there has been some improvement. It's a pity there's no sign of the birth of a basic spiritual essence yet. Jiang Ran lightly frowns, then quickly relaxes her brow. No rush. It's only been a short time since it wore the energy crystal. Riding her horse, Jiang Ran passes through the fields, seeing the wheat growing stronger and stronger, almost ready for harvest. This is the first crop harvest since becoming a lord. It would be great if I could plant different types of wheat, so the spirit monster can absorb a variety of nutrients. Just like humans need proteins, sugars, and fats, the book Brief Guide to Spirit Beasts mentions that spirit creatures can also absorb different kinds of energy. There are many types of wheat. Some grow very tall, others are short. Some have full, heavy heads, while others are sparse. Jiang Ran then looks at Coco's spirit monster. Its situation is quite similar to that of the wheat spirit monster. Her initial plan for its cultivation is to help it produce a basic spiritual essence. But since she just tamed this spirit creature and only knows its shy personality from the system's description, she wants to observe its traits more carefully before making a decision. Jiang Ran shifts her focus from the 2 spirit creatures and releases the wheat spirit monster, allowing it to freely fly through the air. Bai Mei, do you want to try flying quickly in the air? I want to see how high you can go. Jiang Ran looks at Bai Mei, who is feeling down after being stopped from attacking the spirit creature, and speaks. Honestly, Jiang Ran only sleeps 5 hours a day out of 24. This rest time even includes her usual meal breaks. Fortunately, her body is strong enough that she hasn't collapsed from exhaustion. Besides practicing and managing her territory, Jiang Ran has been studying the book Manual of Spirit Beasts. She reads quickly and remembers everything she sees. The 20-centimeter thick book has been almost fully read by her. Her mental strength seems quite good. Though not precisely measured, her initial mental power should far exceed the 5-stage standard for spirit beast tamers. Having signed a contract with Bai Mei and gained a spiritual pet, she is now considered a spiritual beast master. When Jiang Ran heard Bai Mei's words, the little white dragon opened its big blue eyes. It wanted to refuse because flying in the air felt strange compared to being underwater, so it didn't like flying. It wasn't good at flying either.
But
be good, I want to see, the owner said kindly. So, it nodded and tried to fly into the sky. It flew higher and higher, almost reaching 100 meters. Just as Bai Mei gathered strength to rush toward the clouds, a strong wind suddenly blew and knocked it over. The Zhongyu Tyrannosaurus actually has the natural talent to control both the ocean and the sky, but Bai Mei was born in the sea and was never taught to understand the sky. Well, whimper. The little silly dragon was scared by nature's power. Bai Mei kept crying, like a child abandoned by its parents, calling for help. Or maybe it was just asking its owner for help. Don't be afraid. Jiang Ran jumped down from Qiju and quickly ran toward Bai Mei. She used her legs to gather strength and caught Bai Mei as it fell. The frightened Bai Mei climbed into Jiang Ran's arms, like a fish suffocating after being caught by a bird, finally returning to the ocean. Jiang Ran sighed, so timid. At this moment, only the rustling sound of wind through pine leaves could be heard. This once noble and impressive spiritual dragon might only be known to Jiang Ran for its cowardice and clumsiness. Bai Mei licked Jiang Ran's cheek with its big blue tongue, feeling guilty about its timidity. Jiang Ran held the silly little dragon's cute, ugly head and didn't comfort it with false words. You're weak. If you hadn't met me, in that dangerous ocean, what kind of fate would you have had? Bai Mei didn't respond. It just stared at Jiang Ran with its icy blue eyes. Its owner was like a huge, strong fortress, protecting it inside. Bai Mei rubbed against Jiang Ran's chin. Jiang Ran said, actually, Bai Mei, even if you're too weak to control that strong wind, you can still use that power to ride the wind upward. The Zhongyu Tyrannosaurus is a spiritual dragon with water, wind, and thunder elements. Bai Mei actually has great talent. Jiang Ran doesn't force Bai Mei to do things it doesn't like, but she also doesn't spoil it. She hopes to guide it properly so it can grow. Her tone was not gentle or soft, but she patiently taught it, saying, this time, take it slow. First, get used to the feeling of flying in the air. While helping Bai Mei become familiar with flying, Jiang Ran also went to the weapon workshop. The official weapon workshop of Suling Town is managed by Tianjing from the Ministry of War, and currently, a small steward named Wang Xiaohe is responsible for overseeing progress. Greetings, Lord. Since the weapon workshop was established, Jiang Ran had visited only a few times. Wang Xiaohe felt a bit nervous, but also excited because he could see the Lord's divine appearance up close. Currently, the weapons made in the workshop are only bamboo deer bows and arrows. So, there are not many workers. Only 3 blacksmiths making arrowheads, 10 carpenters, and 5 laborers. At this moment, finished bows and arrows were hanging on the wall. Jiang Ran went over, tested the strength and quality of a bow. Lord, these bamboo deer bows are made from spiritual bamboo, which makes them durable and stable, Wang Xiaohe quickly explained respectfully when he saw Jiang Ran pick up a bow and arrow from the wall. Jiang Ran pulled the bowstring tight, feeling it was quite good, matching the system's blueprint. She then put the bow down and hung it back on the wall. How many bows and arrows have been made so far? Wang Xiaohe knew the situation in the workshop very well, so he answered quickly, 56 bows, and over 500 arrows. They still had a bit to go to reach the target of 100 bows and 1,000 arrows. Jiang Ran frowned slightly. Speed up. But quality must not be compromised. Wang Xiaohe was nervous and hurriedly replied, "Yes, Lord. We will work faster to produce the bows and arrows." Jiang Ran looked at the limited iron supplies in the workshop and felt a bit worried. Suling Town has no iron mines. All the iron used is bought from other territories. These minerals are essential for making weapons. Jiang Ran had already reached the second level of spirit refining and was no longer inferior to Yang Hao and others. However, the whole town was holding her back. Without increasing the town's strength, even after she eliminated Xian Heng and Jin Yuan, she would still face other counties with stronger forces. So it was better to accumulate strength first. Weapons are a crucial part of improving strength, and mistakes are not allowed. After getting a rough understanding of the workshop, Jiang Ran encouraged Wang Xiaohe and others, left some hardship allowance, and then departed. Next, Jiang Ran went to the paper-making workshop. Currently, Lu He was directing people to remove the bamboo from a cut spiritual bamboo, while she herself was sweating heavily, boiling pulp by the fire. Lord! The workers at the paper-making workshop saw Jiang Ran and quickly stood up to bow. Jiang Ran entered like a noble emperor, walking with dignity and grace, eyes straight ahead. Lu He had some dirt on her face. When she saw Jiang Ran, she hurriedly wiped her face with her sleeve and stepped forward to bow, saying, "Welcome, Lord Leader. How is it?" Although it was a question, Jiang Ran's tone was flat, like a statement. Lu He sighed internally. Although the Lord Leader was young, she was decisive and efficient, without any unnecessary words. If an ordinary person asked the same question, they might only reply with 3 cold words, which could easily lead to a beating. After all, no one would understand what was asked. But if a high-ranking person spoke, everyone would think it was profound and mysterious. Jiang Ran didn't think much about it. She just had many questions to ask. Since Lu He was smart, she didn't bother to say more. Lu He said, "The rice paper and toilet paper are being produced on schedule, but there's a problem with the research on the spiritual paper." Lu He scratched her head in frustration, almost pulling out a handful of hair. She had actually lost quite a bit of hair these days. She had been tossing and turning at night, thinking about how to lock the spiritual energy of the spiritual bamboo into the paper. As a result, she stayed up late and was now exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. Jiang Ran nodded to show she understood and then asked, "Are there any finished products?" "Not exactly finished, but there are some defective ones." Lu He took out a roll of bright white paper. Jiang Ran ran her finger over the surface of the paper. She felt a tough, smooth, shiny but not slippery texture. Upon closer inspection, the paper's texture was pure, and it could be folded without damage. This was very different from the previous batch of ordinary paper. In terms of quality and appearance, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. Sometimes, the paper-making workshop also needed to test the paper by writing on it, so Jiang Ran called someone to bring ink and brush. She infused a bit of spiritual energy into the brush and casually wrote the words Shuling Town on the paper. She saw that the spiritual energy infused was only a small fraction of what it could be, barely enough to support the power of spellcasters like spiritual painters or talisman masters, let alone strengthen them. It was almost a miracle if it didn't hinder their work. Seeing Jiang Ran's dissatisfaction, Lu He, as the person in charge, felt quite embarrassed. She also felt guilty for being promoted as Feng Su's little assistant, feeling she had let down the trust the Lord Leader had placed in her. A qualified spiritual paper should make even ordinary writing appear lively and full of spirit, allowing dull paintings to look vibrant. For this defective product, Jiang Ran felt no anger or other negative emotions. Of course, saying I am not disappointed would be false, but I also know that going from nothing to something is the hardest part. Moreover, the spiritual bamboo catalyzed by the Mao bamboo spirit bug is not particularly impressive. Resources are limited, so it's understandable. However, how can the superiors still appear cheerful when their subordinates haven't achieved anything? Jiang Ran remains calm, showing no obvious emotions. Failure is okay, but a relaxed attitude can be deadly. Remember to learn from experiences and aim higher. Looking at the pulp heated with clear water, Jiang Ran casually suggests, next time, try using spiritual spring water to make the pulp. She hides her achievements and fame in Lu He's bright eyes. In fact, she was just speaking casually, also reminding the other person not to stick to one path but to try different approaches. After inspecting the paper-making workshop, she prepares to leave. Lu He watches Jiang Ran's figure walk away, then notices her shoulders swirling with Bai Mei, her eyes filled with admiration. It seems every time I see the Lord changes. The great and young Lord is growing quickly, becoming more outstanding, more commanding. Jiang Ran rides on her red steed, which is a bit old and moves slowly, giving her a sense of weariness. Faint hoofbeats cross the muddy road as Jiang Ran's black hair flows like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Along the way, she encounters her new Minister of Works, Chen Mao, who is standing under the blazing sun, measuring the land with tools. Jiang Ran raises an eyebrow as her horse, relaxed and steady, approaches Chen Mao. Chen Mao is a man in his 30s, over 6 feet tall, slim, with a firm face and gentle eyes. He fits the description on the test paper, a breeze that clears away old things, awakening new vitality. When Chen Mao sees Jiang Ran, he greets politely, "My lord." "Are you drawing the map?" Jiang Ran asks. Her jade map can show the basic outline of the territory, but detailed information still requires manual drawing. "Yes," Chen Mao replies. He seems a bit shy with words. After saying yes, he stands there blankly. Jiang Ran touches Bai Mei's smooth scales, making the little dragon close its eyes comfortably. She doesn't press further about the map, but asks about another matter she cares about. "Have you been to Nanju village? How is the road construction there?" Chen Mao answers confidently. "The road from Suyuanhai to the town has been roughly cleared, half of the gravel has been laid, and it connects to Nanju village." Chen Mao said, "That road is too narrow. It can barely fit a cart. For the Lord's rise to power, the development of Suling town should be wider, at least enough for 2 carts side by side." Chen Mao could see that Jiang Ran's goal was beyond small Suling town. The Lord's ambition was strong, which meant Suling town might start connecting more with the outside world instead of staying isolated. Jiang Ran said, "A closed eye sees no road. It is like walking in the dark." She slightly raised her chin and instructed, "You need to finish mapping Suling town quickly. After that, find ways to widen the roads, not just from the distant sea to the town, but also inside the town to make travel easier. Later, it should connect to other towns too." Unfortunately, only Chen Mao is currently in charge of the engineering department, which makes things difficult for him. Jiang Ran said, "You can hire people in town to help. After keeping track of expenses, you can ask Wu Yun for reimbursement." Wu Yun is the head of the household department and manages the town's finances. After giving instructions, Jiang Ran left without delay, riding her red horse toward Bichuan Bay. An eye that sees no road is like walking in the dark. Chen Mao stood among the pine trees, watching the Lord's figure disappear into the distance, feeling a deep shock. It seems that participating in that exam and becoming the head of the engineering department was the best decision I've made in over 30 years. Jiang Ran quickly arrived at Bichuan Bay. She came here because Jiang Nansheng told her that some of the Owling, magical spirits, seemed to have changed. She headed straight to where the Owling were. First, there was the Sangling worm. Having awakened the ice element's spiritual essence, the Sangling worm's purple body carried a cool feeling. Compared to its unremarkable appearance before, it now looked more lively and intelligent.
Yummy?
Cacao spirit monster, seeing the Sangling worm for the first time, hid behind the maiming monster and stretched out a small green head to look at the worm. The maiming monster pushed Cacao spirit monster out and patted its soft chest confidently, saying "Yomi for all." The maiming monster said, "Don't be shy. This purple spirit worm is its friend." The Sangling worm tilted its head, looking silly and unaware of what the maiming monster was saying. It then stuck to Jiang Ran's finger with a plop. Earlier, Jiang Ran had told the Singling worm to share the ice element spiritual essence only with the two strongest Songsho mulberry trees. Now, these two Songsho not only had abundant Songren mulberries, but even their leaves were full of strong ice element spiritual essence. Jiang Ran pinched a Songye mulberry leaf, which felt a bit cool. The color of the leaf had also changed slightly, fading from green to resemble ice crystal leaves. The sand spirit worm seems to have greatly improved its talent. It looks like those good things weren't wasted. The talent levels for Yaoling spirit creatures are poor, red, ordinary, orange, excellent yellow, elite green, king cyan, emperor blue, immortal purple, sacred gold. Becoming a king-level talent makes it easier for the sand spirit worm to produce a second spiritual element. Once the sand spirit worm can perfectly infect the entire Songsho mulberry tree with ice element spiritual energy, it might be able to add a second spiritual element. Jiang Ran saw that the Yaoling Zhili, spirit power, absorbed from the plants by the sand spirit worm had almost reached its limit, so she took it back. She then went to find the ice G spirit worm. The ice spiritual energy of the ice G spirit is even stronger, and the 5 ice mushrooms cultivated there seem to have the medicinal power of 10-year-old Lingji, medicinal mushrooms. Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. The value of the 10-year-old ice G mushrooms could be around 1,000 crystals. As for the ice G spirit worm itself, she discovered that its talent level had already risen to king level. Ice G spirit worm talent, king level, cyan, rarity. Rare personality, proud age, for years spiritual element. Ice mutation, evolved from a Butong Lingjur, ordinary Lingji, as a Aoling with exceptional talent. It has its own pride and only associates with strong beings. The proud personality of the Ice G spirit worm can sometimes be difficult to handle because it is stubborn and unruly. But under the Tsuji stimulus of the sand spirit worm, it has become more diligent. Jiang Ran did not disappoint the expectations of the Ice G spirit worm. She smiled and gently patted its head, praising very good. Currently, the ice spiritual energy of the Ice G spirit worm has experienced a small upgrade. The infected ice mushrooms emit a cold aura. Jiang Ran thought that sleeping here in summer was quite comfortable, like natural air conditioning. She secretly thought, maybe soon, the Ice G spirit worm will evolve into a Alning, spirit creature, or monster. Then, Jiang Ran went to the bamboo forest. She heard cracking sounds, and the Maozhuo Lingchong, bamboo spirit worm, was encouraging the bamboo to grow. Compared to before, it seemed more restrained, and Jiang Ran hadn't heard of any bamboo causing harm recently. She called out, "Come out." But after a few minutes, the Maozhuo Lingchong didn't show itself, and the cracking sound stopped. It was clear the bamboo spirit worm knew its owner was nearby. Jiang Ran glanced at the Yaoling, spirit creatures, beside her, Ma Lingguai, my spirit monster, Gukur Lingguai, Kiki spirit monster, and the Ice G spirit worm, and probably understood what was happening. We have been together for several days, but the bamboo spirit insect still hasn't befriended the other Yaoling, fantasy creatures. It is truly shy and socially anxious. Jiang Ran took out 1,000-year-old wood essence pearl powder. The little Yaoling is very sensitive to delicious food, and the powder is very attractive to it. This time, Jiang Ran didn't indulge the bamboo spirit insect but waited for it to come out on its own. The bamboo spirit insect is even less brave than Jiang Ran imagined. Maybe it was just too hungry. The little Yaoling drooled and teleported between the bamboo stalks. A cute head peeked out from the bamboo leaves in front of Jiang Ran. It looked at Jiang Ran eagerly, specifically at the food in Jiang Ran's hand. Jiang Ran ruthlessly pinched the soft body of the bamboo spirit insect, with a hint of punishment in her tone. "Be good, don't make me wait so long next time." But at least it made some progress in front of food. This time, it came out on its own. The bamboo spirit insect didn't change much, but it had recovered some of its lost Yaoling, fantasy creature, power. Kiki's spirit was curious, watching the bamboo spirit insect tremble its black wings and reaching out its small hand to hug it. "Yomi, friend." Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. Why was she no longer shy when facing Kiki's spirit and the bamboo spirit insect? From then on, Jiang Ran's 5 Yaoling gathered, and they all got to know each other. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the small, ordinary border town. At that moment, in a wide square in the town, the crowd was bustling, like a busy marketplace. Today was the qualification ceremony of Suling Town, the first of its kind, but definitely not the last. I wonder how the Lord will test the cultivation talent? Some people were nervous, hoping their children could pass the test and show their talent for cultivation. People discussed eagerly, and on the square, it was packed with people. Although only minors aged 6 to 18 were being tested, cultivation was too important. This moment could change their fate. So, besides the main participants in the qualification ceremony gathered in the center, the stands below were also crowded. Over 20,000 people from Suling Town had come here. The young children under the spotlight looked overwhelmed, mostly nervous, saying, so nervous. At this moment, soldiers from a troop maintained order. Soon after, footsteps sounded behind the crowd, the ground trembled slightly, and a group of shushu cultivators approached from a distance toward the square. The members of the patrol team are here. There aren't many of them, but their presence is far beyond ordinary people. When they arrive, the crowd becomes lively and noisy. Captain Tianjing. As the patrol leader, Tianjing has been clearing monsters at the edge of Suling Town. He is the town's second guardian god, and the villagers respect him deeply from the heart. As the sun's rays grow stronger, everyone looks up eagerly. Under their watchful eyes, Jiang Ran finally rides in on a red horse. Today, Jiang Ran's outfit is very elegant and fancy. She wears a dark-colored long robe, well-cut and fitting perfectly. Around her waist, she has a red and white gold-threaded belt that highlights her slim waist. Her hair is tied high with a silver ribbon, black and shiny like silk, flowing down smoothly. Her eyebrows and eyes are bold and striking. A white magic snake coils around Jiang Ran's shoulder. The snake looks like a divine dragon, with a crystal embedded under its claws, as if the dragon is playing with a pearl. From afar, she is like a towering mountain and a bright moon in the sky. Up close, she moves like a startled swan or a graceful dragon. Qiu Box Shui gazes at her, stunned. He quickly lowers his head. Although Qiu Box Shui is arrogant and wild, he knows the Lord is not someone to be casually mocked or teased. The villagers of Suling Town are different from Qiu Box Shui. They don't have words to describe Jiang Ran, but if they had to say something, their lord has a commanding presence far beyond their imagination, like a true king. Jiang Ran's entrance is grand. She is escorted by her personal guards, exuding a powerful aura. The crowd naturally makes way and dares not look directly at her. Meanwhile, they kneel on both sides of the road and sincerely shout, "Long live the Lord!" On the square, there is a throne set up. Although the conditions are simple, Yang Guiying and Chen Mao have arranged it to look comfortable and nice. Jiang Ran sits on a chair decorated with white fox fur. About 2 or 3 meters in front of her, there is a redwood table with a carved groove meant for holding a qualification crystal. She glances toward Bai Mei. Raising her left eyebrow, Bai Mei understands her meaning immediately and flies over to place a transparent crystal into the groove. Jiang Ran leans lazily against her seat, her elbow resting on the armrest, her chin lightly supported by her hand, giving off an air of carefree elegance. In short, very impressive. Super impressive. Jiang Ran simply acts this way. In reality, this is her first time appearing in front of so many people in this world. Is she nervous? Of course not. She only thought about how to use this grand event to gain more benefits for herself, such as reputation and loyalty points. So, she had been considering whether to present herself as a humble, honest warrior or to make a strong entrance with a glamorous image. In the end, she decided to stay true to herself and chose the latter. Jiang Ran has good eyesight and can see the subtle expressions of everyone below. She glanced again at her rising reputation points and couldn't help but think that humans are truly visual creatures. At this moment, Officials from the 6 departments are seated beneath Jiang Ran. She memorized the scene of the entire square, focusing on the young children waiting to be tested for their talents. Jiang Ran's face remained expressionless, but after a moment, she suddenly said, "Wu Yun, Yang Guiying, step forward." The two were surprised, but stepped out together. "I am here." "Wu Yun, how many people aged 6 to 18 are there in Sualing Town?" Wu Yun answered without hesitation, "A total of 5,613 people." Jiang Ran's tone turned cold. "Then Wu Yun and Yang Guiying, how many people are present here?" Wu Yun and Yang Guiying looked at each other, sweating nervously. The Lord had said that today, regardless of the situation, all eligible children and teenagers in Sualing Town must be present. That was an order. But they had been so busy that they hadn't counted the exact number today. Faced with such a serious mistake, both of their faces turned pale. They should all be here. Should be? Under the shifting shadows, Jiang Ran's eyes held a cold look. It's said that when an emperor is angry, corpses can be seen for miles. She showed no anger on her face, but her cold gaze made Wu Yun and Yang Guiying feel as if they were under a sharp blade. In a sealed room, dark and damp, with a rotten smell lingering. The gloomy environment made people feel uneasy. It was daytime, and bright light seeped through cracks, casting complex shadows inside. But this room was decayed and foul, much like Hulian and Huyi's lives. The seemingly gentle light did not belong to them. "Brother." Hui looked toward the flickering light outside, where the colorful, mottled scenery was visible. "Will anyone come to save us?" Hulian said nothing. He lay on the dirty ground, his face dark and bruised, bloodstains on his body. He was in great pain, almost numb. At this moment, he raised an arm to cover his eyes, hiding his expression. Hui wished her brother could cry just once, but he was too strong. However, his strength at this moment only made her feel more pain. "My brother's magic core, earned from Lord Master, was stolen. The money used for selling seafood to build a house was also taken. But it's okay. Losing money can be made again, and losing the magic core doesn't matter. Today is a very important day, a day that could change their fate. However, even this chance to change their destiny was taken away. They are trapped here, like rats in a sewer, without seeing the sunlight." The younger brother asks, "Will anyone come to save us?" Having lost his parents in childhood, being exploited and abused by relatives, bullied by peers, a 12-year-old boy shouldn't have to go through so much. But the world is unfair, and it heaps too much suffering on one person. Despair is not just a sudden suffocation when the tide comes in, but a slow fear of death. Hulian sneers with a bitter laugh. His handsome face no longer shows its usual gentle expression. He answers his brother, as if breaking his own hope inside, "No. Open the door quickly." At this moment, a loud, angry voice interrupts, silencing Hulian's words in the air. Both Hulian and Hui wonder if they are hallucinating, but the sound of a lock clicking confirms that the outside lock has been removed. Sunlight streams into the room at an angle. Their eyes, used to darkness, can't adjust immediately. Some are stung by the sunlight. Hulian and Hui are momentarily stunned. Wu Yun and Yang Guiying nervously search their eyes and finally spot the two brothers curled up in a corner, helpless. They breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Hulian's injuries, their expressions tighten as they look at a slightly plump middle-aged couple. What happened? The middle-aged couple sweat on their foreheads but are speechless for a moment. This. Only then do Hulian and Hui realize what's happening. They are surprised and almost feel like they are dreaming. "Are you here to save us?" "Brother, someone really came to save us." Hui helps his brother up. Since Hulian protected him during the beating, he wasn't hurt much. Tears flow from his eyes now. Hulian didn't cry while they were imprisoned, but now he is crying loudly. Hulian pats his brother's head. Hui always said he was too strong and had suffered a lot, but Hui himself had also endured much. He looks at Wu Yun and Yang Guiying, kneels with his brother, and expresses gratitude. "Thank you, sir. But how did you know we were here?" Wu Yun and Yang Guiying quickly pull them up, their faces showing bitterness. They can't accept such a formal bow. Actually, it was discovered that someone was missing from the event, and it was Lord. If anyone should kneel, it should be Lord. We feel ashamed. Looking at Hu Lian Hu Yi, who was surprised and stunned, Wu Yun recalled the previous scene, and his body stiffened. At that time, Lord was dressed in a dark robe, looking cold and commanding. Although there was no anger on his face, his eyes were deep and unpredictable, like icy depths, with a slight furrowed brow, staring at them with a fierce, dangerous look. That is a time? Jiang Ran usually remained calm and composed. Even if her subordinates made mistakes, she appeared expressionless, but that was just her acting. Truly making her angry was rare. But this time, Jiang Ran's spiritual energy burst out, causing her robes to ripple. Now, coldness filled the air, and a cup of water in front of her froze instantly. The chilling air caused the porcelain cup to shatter with a loud bang. If you make a mistake, fix it quickly, instead of hoping to get away with it. Jiang Ran's voice was cold and clear, very ruthless. If you no longer want to hold your position, there are plenty of others who want to take your place. Wu Yun and Yang Guiying now felt a strong sense of fear. Fortunately, Lord saw that it was their first mistake and gave them a chance to make amends. Yang Guiying said, Lord noticed that some people hadn't arrived yet, so he asked us to count the people. We found 2 missing. Wu Run and I checked the household registers and finally found you. Wu Yun sighed bitterly. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go. Lord is still waiting for us. During the qualification ceremony, everyone was nervous. The square with 20,000 people was silent, like a forest of wood. No one dared to scratch their head, afraid of offending Lord. Jiang Ran gently stroked the obedient white cat lying in her arms. After waiting for half an hour, Wu Yun and Yang Guiying arrived with people. A soldier was holding a middle-aged couple with weak legs and pale faces. Wu Yun led this couple and the Hu Lian brothers forward. Lord, we have found the people, Wu Yun said carefully, lifting his eyelids to check Jiang Ran's expression. Seeing no anger, he felt relieved. Wu Yun then pointed at the couple, his eyes burning with anger, and said, they beat their 2 nephews and locked them in the house. The couple was already frightened and trembling, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. My lord, please spare us. We didn't do it on purpose. It's Hu Lian and Hu Yi who are truly mischievous. We worked hard to raise them, and we never expected Hu Lian to steal over 100 gold coins from us. That's why we lost our temper and locked the brothers inside the house. Jiang Ran didn't react at all, not even giving them a glance. Instead, her gaze shifted to Hu Lian. She saw that Hu Lian was badly injured, like a wounded little animal, with no sign of his previous calm and handsome face. Hu Lian looked into Jiang Ran's clear, cold eyes. She showed no pity, anger, or blame. For some reason, this kind of reaction broke Hu Lian's usual calm and reserved nature. A feeling of sadness grew inside him. He took a step forward and knelt straight on the ground. My lord, I feel wronged. Hu Lian looked up at her. My lord, I feel wronged. Of course he did. He had been beaten badly, locked inside the house, and falsely accused of stealing money. Jiang Ran looked into the eyes of the 12-year-old boy, clearly understanding that he was asking for help. But there was also a hint of cleverness in his plea. She lowered her eyes and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. You say. That simple phrase, you say, was more solid than any guarantee. Hu Lian was still young and couldn't hide his feelings. He took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with hope. My lord, that 117 gold coins were earned by me selling seafood. You were present at the time. When Jiang Ran heard that she was also there, the couple's faces turned pale, like thunderstruck. They knew the magic core was a gift from the Lord, but they hadn't said anything. They only accused Hu Lian of stealing their gold coins, not knowing those coins had also been earned from the Lord. 6 years ago, my parents died under a tiger's jaws, leaving only some property behind. They left, and my uncle and aunt, driven by greed, claimed they were adopting us. In fact, They just wanted to take our property. I was 6 years old, and my brother, who was 3. We ate grass and slept in a shed that didn't even have dew. As he spoke, Hu Lian's breathing became unstable, and his nose sounded like he was crying. We lived in inhumane conditions, beaten every day. While speaking, Hu Lian tore open his ragged clothes, revealing scars crisscrossing his body from old wounds. Hu Yi, his younger brother, knelt beside Hu Lian, tears silently falling, and also quietly tore open his clothes. His body was slightly better because his older brother was protecting him, but it was only a little better. Seeing the fierce wound, someone's pupils shrank, and they covered their mouth in horror. Oh my God, he was so cruel to a child. Brute. Someone who knew Hu Lian's family cursed loudly. I didn't expect these two to pretend to be kind on the surface. They seemed so good to the brothers, but in fact, they were so cruel to the children. Jiang Ran frowned, her eyes filled with anger, but she remained patient and asked the couple, "Do you have anything else to say?" The slightly chubby man wanted to argue, but when he looked into Jiang Ran's cold eyes, he couldn't say anything. Since you admit to long-term abuse of the children, stealing others' property, and falsely accusing the Hu brothers. With each word Jiang Ran spoke, the couple grew more frightened. In fact, the laws in Suling town were not strict. Besides stealing, beating nephews or similar acts were not considered serious crimes. But they were facing the most authoritative person in the town, Jiang Ran. Whether they lived or died depended on her words. Jiang Ran looked at the two kneeling and trembling, her heart cold and unfeeling. She waved her hand casually, signaling Qiu Bo Shui to step forward. Return all the property to the brothers, and each of you will receive 50 lashes. Don't be fooled by the power of 50 lashes. These two are just ordinary people. 50 lashes would almost cost them their lives. Jiang Ran looked at the two brothers. She had punished what she needed to, and although she liked the brothers, she wouldn't show favoritism anymore. As for how they chose to treat their uncle and aunt in the future, that was up to them. Seeing Hu Lian's injuries were serious, Jiang Ran called Dr. Wang to examine him again. Hu Lian and Hu Yi exchanged a glance, their gratitude toward the Lord reaching its peak. It was as if a divine being from the heavens had heard their prayers and descended to help. They never thought that the nightmare of 6 years of torment would be broken so forcefully by the Lord. They had never felt truly happy before. As for his uncle and aunt, they would no longer associate with them. The kindness they had shown in taking them in had long been exhausted. Hu Lian looked at the sky, tears seeming to well up at the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past, rushing into his clothes, making his garments flutter. The wind made him feel light, as if he were a bird ready to take flight freely. After this chaos was resolved, the grand ceremony could finally proceed. At this moment, Yang Guiying stepped forward. He had prepared himself mentally, his face calm. As planned, he looked at the children and teenagers gathered in the center. He began explaining how the talent crystal would reveal indicators like spiritual perception and talent. Finally, he said, "Next, when I call your name, come up to the stage." First is Wang Xiaopi. When the first person to test their talent approached the redwood platform, everyone realized that the transparent crystal held by the white snake demon was actually used for testing talent. Besides Wu Yun and Yang Guiying, who organized the talent ceremony, Tianjing and others had never seen Jiang Ran take out a crystal before. They found that this talent crystal was very different from the usual tools used to test cultivation talent. For example, Jiang Ran's original talent test only showed a talent level of top-grade earth, but this crystal could also measure mental strength. Wow, it's amazing! Tianjing wondered where her lord had gotten such a thing. He secretly thought, could it be something from the deep sea related to that white magic snake? Jiang Ran wasn't afraid to show this item. She let others guess as they wanted. She sat quietly about 3 meters away on her throne, acting like a delicate vase no one dared to look directly at. Meanwhile, Yang Guiying and Wu Yun, along with a few literate people, kept recording the results from the talent crystals. The town had thousands of people aged 6 to 18, but only 1 in 10 had cultivation talent, mostly red. Those with poor talent were usually considered useless and discarded elsewhere, as they couldn't cultivate. Only Jiang Ran, holding a special tool from her system, could avoid wasting talent. However, the number of people in Suling town was small, so the chance of discovering talented individuals was also low. Watching her people test their talents, Jiang Ran felt like she was playing a card-drawing game. Fortunately, she was very relaxed about it, hopeful but not expecting much. After several people failed to show cultivation talent, the crowd started to get restless. Suddenly, a beautifully carved child was called up. The crowd erupted in excitement. Someone shouted, "That's Captain Wei Fengsheng's son, Wei Jiji, right? Captain Wei's talent is quite good. He's already at the 6th level of spirit gathering at such a young age. I wonder how talented this child is?" In an instant, the little figure became the center of attention. This sentence also caught Jiang Ran's attention. She glanced at the little child, then looked at her personal guard captain, who was suppressing his anticipation and nervousness, his eyes fixed on the talent crystal. Jiang Ran marveled at how amazing genes are. The guard, Wei Feng, has a face so ordinary it's almost unnoticeable, but his son looks so adorable. It seems all the credit goes to the mother. Right now, little Ji eagerly looked at his father and reached out a chubby hand toward the talent crystal. In the next second, the crystal emitted a blue light, and a few lines of words appeared inside. Age, 6 years old perception, top grade heaven level talent, mid-grade heaven level attribute, ice mental power, level 4 gift, green O, the green door. Seeing this, Jiang Ran's face also showed a bit of happiness. Wei Ji's talent is very good. Single ice attribute, perception at top grade heaven level, green level talent. The record keepers Wu Yun and Yang Guiying's eyes widened in surprise. They were caught off guard by the excitement. It's a green light. Jiang Ran remained calm, but the people below were instantly excited. Earlier, Lord Yang said that a green talent is a 3rd-tier talent, right? No wonder Wei Feng's son is so promising. 10 years from now, another big figure will come from Shangling Town. Wei Feng also smiled broadly. If it weren't for the Lord present, he would definitely want to give his son a big hug. 6-year-old Wei Ji received many eager looks, but he was only 6 and still a baby. Naturally, he didn't understand. He blinked his big eyes, staring intently at his father and then at his older sister, who was even more beautiful than his mother. Jiang Ran didn't have much to protect him from. She understood a father's desire for his child to succeed and waved her hand, letting Wei Feng take his family to gather. Wei Feng clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Lord." This little episode didn't disturb Jiang Ran. After about 10 minutes, when the crowd had thinned by half, Wu Yan called out the brothers Hu Lian and Hu Yi. Jiang Ran's body straightened slightly. She had previously used her purple jade demon eye to check Hu Lian's body and discovered seeds of wind and water elements. Hu Lian was still covered in medicine and looked quite disheveled. This was a moment that could change fate. The young boy swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and placed his hand on the talent crystal with a determined look. A dazzling green light appeared, exploding the crowd with amazement.
Oh my!
Another green talent. Hu Lian, age, 12 years old spirit perception, low-grade saint-level talent, low-grade earth-level attributes, water, wind mental power, level 5 innate talent. Green-level Jiang Ran looked at Hu Lian's data. Although both have green talent, Hu Lian's data is much better than Wei Ji's. The color intensity of the talent crystal shows this clearly. Hu Lian's green is richer and more brilliant than Wei Ji's. With saint-level spirit perception and mental power reaching level 5, Hu Lian meets the standard for a spiritual beast master. Fortunately, Jiang Ran discovered Hu Lian early and didn't let this talent opportunity slip away. She then looked at Hu Lian's younger brother, Hu Yi. His talent is slightly weaker but still good. Age, 9 years old spirit perception, heaven-grade low-level talent, low-grade earth-level attributes, thunder mental power, level 3 innate talent, green level like Jiang Nansheng. He has green talent, and his spirit perception has reached heaven level. If he finds some treasures in the future, his talent could improve further. The two surprises made everyone excited. The people tested next looked hopeful, but only a few were truly lucky. While some had decent talents, those with green talent or lower, like purple or blue, were unlikely to succeed. But it's okay. Jiang Ran thought silently. This was just the first test. Hu Lian and Wei Ji's spirit perception and mental power are impressive, and with effort, they could improve their talents to blue level later.
Purple talent is a bit difficult, though.
Then Jiang Ran saw the book boy of Nancheng, Ma Yunjin, who also tested his cultivation talent. It was not bad, classified as yellow level. Several hours passed, and the sky changed. The talent ceremony was nearing its end. In total, 411 people were found to have cultivation talents. Most had red-level talent, 230 people, 116 had orange, 53 had yellow, 10 had green, and 2 had blue. Talent only reflects some basic qualities. Jiang Ran values talent, but doesn't focus solely on it. It's normal for someone to excel in one area but be weaker in others. Maximizing one's strengths is also a good outcome. Notably, besides Wei Ji and Hu Lian, among the over 400 people, 10 teenagers had spirit perception reaching heaven level. However, their talent and mental power were much lower, pulling down their overall talent grade. Apart from Hu Lian, 8 others had mental power reaching level 5, meeting the threshold to become spiritual beast masters. One named Tian Qi even had an astonishing mental power of level 7. Jiang Ren also knows Tian Qi. He is a member of the patrol team, 17 years old, a cultivator at the 7th level of the opening meridian stage, and Tian Jing's son. When he was 17, and only at the opening meridian stage, many people looked at him with disappointment. Perhaps because his father is the town's main leader, they had high hopes for him. But the focus was wrong from the start. Tian Qi could have taken a different path. That path was becoming a spiritual beast master. Today, some are happy, and some are worried. The happy ones are those who confirmed they have cultivation talent, while the worried ones lack talent for cultivation. Jiang Ran announced plans to open a school in the town, which caused a big stir. However, because building a school is a big matter, it needs more discussion, so he only mentioned it briefly to get people's attention for future plans. From then on, the talent assessment event ended amid lively discussions. Xiao Yi, let's go home, Hu Lian said happily, his handsome face still gentle, but his kindness now was truly his own, not just for others. Hui kicked a small stone at his feet, feeling a bit upset. But I don't want to go back to those 2 people's house. Hu Lian patted his younger brother's head. Silly, we have our own home too. In Nanju village, although it's not built yet. He touched the return magic core and gold coins, smiling. It's not finished yet, but we can put up a simple shelter to live in for now. Hu Yi's eyes brightened like never before. Yes, we have our own home now. My brother and I both have talent, and life will get better and better. Hu Lian listened happily as his brother rambled on. I will go catch lots of seafood, unlike before. We won't go hungry anymore. Brother, you don't know, when you stand on the stage, the crystal blue light shines brightly around you, covering you. Everyone below is watching, amazed, jealous, flattering. Their expressions are so complicated. It's the first time I felt like I control my own destiny.
Hui similet happily.
At that moment, he was like a 9-year-old child, carefree and reckless, not needing to think too much.
Lord.
It's really great. I can't wait to grow up so I can help the Lord, he said. Hu Lian listened, his face gradually becoming firm. He understood and would always remember that today's changes were all thanks to the Lord. The wind was still blowing. Hu Lian and Hu Yi supported each other as the red sunset set, stretching their shadows long. Lord, the qualification ceremony has ended. How should we arrange these over 400 young children? Yang Guiying had already organized the information neatly and placed it in front of Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran had a good memory and had roughly memorized this information during the ceremony. Now she casually flipped through the documents and thought for a moment. Use 10 years old as the dividing line and split these people into two groups, children and teenagers. The age range from 6 to 18 is too broad. Their physical and mental development are at different levels, so they can't be taught together. Children under 10 need to be trained to become the pillars of Shuling Town, which will take at least 8 to 10 years. Teenagers over 10 will be the main force of Shuling Town. Yang Guiying looked a bit worried and asked, Lord, who will teach these teenagers? Yang Guiying was just an ordinary scholar with no cultivation ability, so she couldn't help much in this area. Jiang Ran shook her head and said, there's no need to rush this. First, they must learn to be good people before becoming successful. More dangerous than ordinary criminals are capable ones. Jiang Ran didn't want her carefully nurtured people to turn into ruthless rebels. Before they start practicing cultivation, they need to learn the spirit of cultivating oneself, managing the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. To put it more negatively, Jiang Ran needed to brainwash these people first, ensuring they could serve her in the future. Also, among the 400-plus people, most are illiterate. Even if she handed them a cultivation manual, they might not understand it. Just like reading, training depends on the master guiding the way. Cultivation relies on individual effort. I still need to think about who will teach these children cultivation, Jiang Ran said. In fact, she hadn't found a suitable mentor in Shuling Town yet. Tianjing was capable, but as the patrol captain, transferring him to teach might not be acceptable to him. And the academy's construction will take some time. Based on the current situation, Jiang Ran divided the academy's buildings into 4 parts: a classroom for theoretical lessons, a martial arts practice ground for combat, a meditation room for quiet cultivation, and a library for storing secret manuals and techniques. In this world, strength is respected, so the academy naturally differs from ordinary schools on Earth. On Earth, exams are about sitting in a seat and writing answers, but in this world, exams are battles and competitions. Jiang Ran's idea for the academy is to use a credit system. Based on performance in theory, trial results, battles, and completing tasks, students earn credits. These credits can be exchanged for more training resources, secret manuals, and techniques. This credit system is naturally harsh, but becoming a cultivator in the academy is mainly about appearances and mental resilience. If the academy isn't strict with students outside the academy, life becomes even more dangerous. The Lord plans to start formal training classes in September this year. Until then, first, find some teachers to help students learn reading and arithmetic. Before the new academy is built, the old school in Sualing Town, used for selecting officials, can temporarily be used. Jiang Ran carefully told Yang Guiying, choose your teachers carefully. Don't pick those with bad character, those lacking knowledge, or those with violent tendencies. Jiang Ran listed several don'ts. After the incident with the qualification ceremony, Yang Guiying became more cautious. Now, he listened carefully and remembered Jiang Ran's words. Yang Guiying left the meeting room, and Jiang Ran then met with Qiu Boxui and Lin Sha. Qiu Boxui is a clever person. He has always restrained his unruly nature in front of Jiang Ran, but compared to Lin Sha, he seems more relaxed and at ease. However, Jiang Ran is most pleased with Lin Sha's careful and meticulous work. Since she took power, Lin Sha has been very reliable, with no mistakes. It's definitely right to entrust matters to Lin Sha. At this moment, Lin Sha, refined and polite, brought 5 unfamiliar villagers forward. Lord, these are the 5 new village chiefs we just selected. Lin Sha acted quickly, and within a few days, the village leaders were chosen. He introduced them one by one to Jiang Ran. Qingshan Village's chief is Ma Lian, Aojia Village's chief is Wu Chuan, Tianqi Village's chief is Yang Dong, Fengyu Village's Li Qi, and Nanju Village's chief is Dong Xiaozhu. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Among these 5, some faces looked familiar. Wu Chuan and Dong Xiaozhu were the first to catch the Earth's spirit magic worms. Jiang Ran remembered them. They were both hunters, fairly strong in build, aged between 30 and 40. Dong Xiaozhu used to be from Aojia Village. Judging by his clothing, he probably lives quite well. She didn't expect him to have such strong determination to move to Nanju Village. Yang Dong, the chief of Tianqi village, is quite snobbish. In fact, he is very snobbish. But despite his cautious thoughts, like Li Yinyo, he still wants to improve Tianqi village. He was previously the village chief of Tianqi village. This person is quite capable and was also elected again this time. Ma Yan from Qingshan village and Li Qi from Fengyu village are the real newcomers. Jiang Ran took note of both of them. She said the position of village chief is very important. The Lord has high hopes for you and hopes you will focus on the village and serve the people wholeheartedly. The 5 of them were naturally very grateful. After Jiang Ran took the position, her compensation as village chief was increased significantly. The village head could earn 300 gold coins per month, and they also got a 50% reduction on farmland taxes. What does this salary mean? In Shuling town, only those with top skills could earn that much. Putong farmers just farming could earn about 10 gold coins a month at most. So, the election for village chief was very competitive. Jiang Ran encouraged a few other village heads and then asked them to step down. Qiu Boshui, your main responsibility is to create the laws and regulations. How is that going? Without rules, there can be no order. Laws are also necessary to maintain social stability. Qiu Boshui felt troubled. In Shuling town, laws had not been valued before, so there were no reference documents, which made it hard for him to start. I am dull and clueless right now. Jiang Ran did not blame him but asked, yesterday at the talent ceremony, about Hu Lian and Hu Yi. Didn't you have any thoughts? Qiu Boshui was stunned. Jiang Ran looked serious and spoke deeply, like a calm fire in a furnace or the fragrance of flowers in a swamp. Law is for those who have wronged. Law sets boundaries to stop disputes. Law is also the way to govern a country and control all things. Laws are the art of justice and kindness. Her words were powerful and made everything silent. Lin Sha sighed and transformed into a breeze, saying, "The Lord's wisdom is so high that even the gods above the 9 heavens would be ashamed." Jiang Ran. No need to be so humble. Qiu Boshui, however, surprisingly agreed with Lin Sha's view. His previous understanding of law was only that laws were made to protect the interests of the powerful and respected. For example, in Tianjin County City, when the Lord asked him to create laws, he immediately thought of the Tianjin law, but when he tried to write according to that, he felt stuck and frustrated. But the Lord's view on law deeply touched him. No wonder he is the Lord. Qiu Boshui was amazed and felt his wild inner beast was once again tamed. His admiration for the Lord made him bow and say, "I am grateful for your teaching." Jiang Ran reminded Qiu Boshui to start with small matters around himself to find a way to create laws. After seeing the other person's clear and bright expression, Jiang Ran let Qiu Boshui worry about it himself and stopped paying attention for now. Jiang Ran said to Lin Sha, "There is a matter that should be handed over to the Ministry of Rights, but Yang Guiying and the others are really busy right now, so I plan to ask you to handle it." Lin Sha bowed politely, neither humble nor proud, and said, "It is my honor to share the burden for the Lord." Jiang Ran smiled. "I plan to collect cultivation manuals from the monks in the town." Upon hearing this, Lin Sha froze. This matter is a bit tricky, so it feels a little awkward. He had just confidently said he would help the Lord, but now he was faced with a setback. Qiu Boshui stepped forward, mentioning the monks with a somewhat mocking tone, saying something quite provocative. "Lord, the monks in the town value their cultivation techniques as if they were their lifelines. They won't even let you see them, very stingy. It will be hard to get them to hand over their secrets." Lin Sha is also a monk who values his cultivation techniques as his lifeline. Hearing this, he looked at Qiu Boshui with a neutral expression. Deciding not to argue with someone like a rabid dog, Lin Sha said to Jiang Ran, "If you want the monks in the town to hand over their cultivation techniques, either rely on your strong commands or be prepared to pay a high price." Qiu Boshui replied, "But both methods have big disadvantages." Lin Sha agreed, "Exactly. The first, no one dares disobey the Lord's orders, but it might cause resentment and opposition. The second, buying a basic-level cultivation manual costs at least 50 spiritual crystals, which is difficult given the current finances of Suling Town. Qiu Basui nodded, sharing the same view as Lin Sha. Jiang Ran sneered. The first method isn't really a strict command, more like exploitation. Water can carry a boat but also overturn it. Jiang Ran has no such intention. As for the second, the spiritual crystals obtained from Jianglong's extortion are only 100, and the town is still spending money freely, so they can't afford it. But she has other resources. So, Jiang Ran took out 5 high-grade elemental cultivation manuals she had prepared earlier. What if I have these? Jiang Ran signaled for Lin Sha and the others to come closer. Lin Sha curiously stepped forward, opened the intricate, mysterious book cover. At first, he didn't think much, but once he looked inside, his calm expression changed and he exclaimed, "Teach this as 5 main cultivation manuals?" At this moment, Lin Sha was holding the purple wood yang scripture. Although these 5 martial arts manuals did not explicitly display the words mid-level earth grade on the pages, Lin Sha could tell from their content that they were far superior to the Western goods he was used to practicing. Lin Sha looked up at Jiang Ran, wide-eyed and stunned. He was speechless, saying, "Lord, this is..." Jiang Ran had already prepared his explanation. He spoke confidently, not caring whether others believed him or not. He said, "You've noticed these days that I have a good memory. These martial arts manuals are from when I followed my father to Tianjin City. I saw them from a mysterious old man and remembered them afterward." Lin Sha and Qiu Bushua looked at Jiang Ran in surprise and showed admiration and trust. Actually, there were some flaws in this story. For example, the old man holding such precious manuals must have been very skilled, so it was unlikely he would casually show these manuals to Jiang Ran. But humans tend to believe in someone they trust, often filling in gaps with their imagination. Jiang Ran called this brain supplementation or thought transformation. He raised an eyebrow and spoke confidently, with a hint of pride. "These 5 manuals are Earth grade. They include all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's a pity they don't include ice, wind, or thunder. Main cultivation methods vary, and these 5 manuals have strong elemental tendencies. Unlike Jiang Ran's own cultivation method, the Chaos Red Flame Scripture, which has no elemental restrictions." "So, you mean, Lord?" Lin Sha's eyes burned with excitement. As a cultivator himself, even though he lacked natural talent and believed cultivation was a matter of fate, he still felt excited. "Have you heard of mercenaries?" Jiang Ran asked. Qiu Bushua replied, "You mean those who participate in battles and complete tasks for money, either individually or in groups? I heard some large towns have such organizations or guilds." Lin Sha quickly understood what he wanted to do in the future. "So, Lord, you plan to imitate a mercenary group and establish a mercenary guild, using these 5 main manuals as bait to encourage local cultivators to willingly hand over their manuals. In mercenary groups, aside from direct money transactions, they usually use a point system. Cultivators need money for living, resources for cultivation, weapons, and equipment. Points are like another form of currency, used to buy supplies sold within the guild. Although Sualing Town is still small, it's not impossible to build a small mercenary group." Jiang Ran said, "Even if we can't succeed, that's okay. The main goal is to make the townspeople voluntarily hand over their cultivation techniques using this method. Using 5 main techniques as bait, for example, exchanging one local-level technique for 1,000 points, while a common-level technique can be sold for 100 points. Although it is difficult for cultivators to exchange for a local-level technique this way, it still gives them a thought. However, Jiang Ran is not the type to rely on empty promises. She seriously considers the future of the mercenary group, saying, moreover, the Lord can also put treasures like ice spirit mushrooms and sound transmission conch into the mercenary group, allowing cultivators to exchange them with points. As the backing of the mercenary group, Jiang Ran can also leverage her reputation to make the group a kind of middleman organization. Cultivators can post requests and accept missions through the mercenary group, facilitating resource sharing. For example, Jiang Ran urgently needs a magic core at the Gathering Spirit Realm, but lacks the strength. At this moment, she can post a request in the mercenary group offering 500 spirit crystals as a reward. This is very feasible. Hearing Jiang Ran say this, Lin Sha finally gained some confidence in the task of collecting cultivation techniques. However, the mercenary group is a very serious matter, and the details need to be carefully managed, Jiang Ran told Lin Sha. The top priority is to establish the framework of the mercenary group and quickly gather the town's cultivation techniques. The Lord will have great use for this. Lin Sha nodded, feeling that if the mercenary group could truly be established, it would greatly help wandering cultivators. Cultivators earn money quickly, but also spend it fast. Not all cultivators are willing to rely on the town and become soldiers without freedom. So even in Suling Town, there are still dozens of wandering cultivators. Yes, Lord, I will make sure this matter is handled properly. After entrusting Lin Sha with the mercenary group, Jiang Ran quickly received about 10 copies of cultivation techniques. Unsurprisingly, most of these techniques were common-level skills, including the arrow technique Broken Arrow Ninefold that Li Si once displayed. Jiang Ran spent a lot of effort collecting these techniques, mainly to prepare for building a library. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to have a large library with only 5 books. Besides the 5 local-level main cultivation techniques, Jiang Ran also found 3 books from the system: Brief Introduction to Demon Spirits, Encyclopedia of Underwater Magical Beasts, and Spirit Beast Master's Notebook. Jiang Ran plans to cultivate Demon Spirit Masters and Spirit Beast Masters in the town. If there is a chance in the future, she also wants to include alchemists, weapon refiners, and spiritual painters. Jiang Ran looked at the books with some frustration. I can't just take out the master copy of the system's book. I don't trust others to copy it, and handwritten copies are too easy to make mistakes. If the cultivation techniques are wrong, it could cause serious problems, even leading to obsession or madness. So, it's best to make several copies. While thinking, Jiang Ran liked to tap Bai Mei's scales. It's a habit she developed these days. Bai Mei was very comfortable being scratched and lazily rolled over, signaling that she wanted to be scratched on this side too. Then the question is, how do we do movable type printing? Ancient Chinese movable type printing usually used movable wooden, metal, or clay characters to replace traditional hand copying for printing books. The principle of movable type printing is simpler than papermaking. It's not hard to do, but the tricky part is that the characters on the blocks are carved in reverse. No, I can't use wood blocks. That's too complicated. Jiang Ran shook her head, rejecting the idea of carving with wood. She stands on the shoulders of giants, aiming to use the most advanced methods available. Shenkua's Dream Pool essays detailed a clay-based printing method, making character molds from clay, firing them with fire. During the making of the plates, a layer of rosin, wax, and ash paper was placed on an iron frame with a border, and iron bars were arranged on the frame. Jiang Ran, while noting down the process of movable type printing with pen and ink, called out to housekeeper Li, handing him a sealed scroll of letter. About 1,000 common characters are used, and each character is made in more than 20 copies to prepare for repeated use. Jiang Ran silently calculated how many days it would take to produce these items. Looking at the 20-centimeter-tall Spirit Beast Tamer's handbook, she felt overwhelmed. Is this from the Lord? The town of Suling wasn't very big. Chun Mao finally finished drawing the map 2 days ago and wanted to show it to the Lord. But before he could, the steward of the Lord's estate came looking for him. He thought the Lord had learned that he finished the map and sent someone to pick it up. Just as he wondered how the Lord could be so perceptive, Li Fusheng handed him an envelope. He was a bit confused. He handed the map to Li Fusheng and watched him walk away. Chun Mao opened the seal. He quickly looked through the contents, his eyes widening in surprise. The Lord is truly talented. If this printing method had appeared earlier, books wouldn't be so expensive and many poor children wouldn't be so intimidated. If it had come sooner, Suling Town could have produced more readers earlier. Chun Mao felt that everything had changed and was sad yet a little excited. He immediately found someone to handle the matter and said, "We must finish the task assigned by the Lord as soon as possible." Spring had arrived, and the flowers outside bloomed more beautifully and vibrantly. That day, Jiang Xiaowen, full of excitement, suddenly ran up to Jiang Ran and said, "Sister, I think I've reached the second level of opening my meridians." Jiang Ran looked at Jiang Xiaowen's body. Compared to before, when she was weak, she now looked healthier. Unlike most cultivators, Jiang Xiaowen's spiritual energy wasn't stored in her spiritual sea, but was attached to her muscles. It is indeed the second level of opening meridians. Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. Although she had expected it, she only felt reassured when Jiang Xiaowen truly reached this level. The path of extreme body cultivation seemed to be working, at least for now. Seeing Jiang Xiaowen eagerly looking at her, Jiang Ran praised her. "Good job. Congratulations on reaching the second level." Jiang Xiaowen was happier than ever and admired her sister even more. She had been working hard for a long time, but her cultivation hadn't improved at all. Yet her sister simply made a plan, and she easily stepped into the second level of opening meridians. News of Jiang Xiaowen's progress spread quickly to Jiang Nancheng. The little guy put aside his matters at Bichuan Bay and hurried back with his book boy. When he saw that Jiang Xiaowen's cultivation had really improved, Jiang Nancheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister is truly a genius." Even though Jiang Xiaowen had advanced, instead of praising her, Jiang Nancheng looked at her with shining eyes. Jiang Ran scratched her cheek, feeling a bit speechless. Celebrating Jiang Xiaowen's success in reaching the second level of opening meridians, Jiang Ran ordered the servants to prepare a table full of good dishes. She also rewarded the servants with many things, blessing the entire lord's residence. The atmosphere was filled with joy. The servants of Sualing Town were very satisfied. Jiang Ran only slightly let some sand slip from her hand, and they felt as if they had already gathered most of the wealth of the world in their arms, feeling even more grateful to Jiang Ran as their master. Taking a sip of plain water to soothe her throat, Jiang Ran thought about how Yang Hao complained that Sualing Town was so poor they couldn't even afford a sip of wine. She also missed the unique feeling of drinking fragrant red wine that touched her throat. Before the feelings of spring sadness and autumn melancholy could take over, Jiang Ran finished her lunch and planned to take a walk around her territory while digesting. Jiang Nancheng had just returned from Bichuan Creek and didn't plan to go anywhere today. With nothing to do, he also decided to go for a walk with Jiang Ran. "Oh, right, sister." Jiang Nancheng suddenly thought of something and said, "The blue mustard seeds and corn seeds at Bichuan Creek have already sprouted. Uncle Li and I go there every day to water the crops with spiritual spring water. The 2 acres of mustard greens and corn are growing very well." Jiang Nancheng calls Li Inyo Uncle Li, and they're very close. Most of the seeds have sprouted. Uncle Li says this is the first time he's seen crops grow so well without any yaoling, fantasy creatures. Jiang Nancheng feels the charm of farming, with bright eyes like a young deer, as if something in his DNA has awakened. "Would you like to see the sprouts, sister?" If she wants to see, Jiang Nancheng thinks he can go back to Bichuan Creek to continue farming instead of wandering around with his sister. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran refused, saying, "Let's skip it today." By the way, the mansion at Bichuan Creek has already started construction a few days ago, and it should be ready for occupancy soon. Jiang Ran didn't go to Bichuan Creek, but took a turn and headed to Nanju village. On the way to Nanju village, it was the time when villagers were harvesting wheat. It was late May. With the growth of the Yaolingguo, fantasy creature, the wheat in Sualing Town was thriving, and the ripening process had sped up. Now, the wheat was golden and fully mature. Time to harvest the crops. Someone looked at the heavy wheat and was amazed. One wheat plant was over a meter tall, with a long spike-shaped inflorescence, and the wheat ears were dense and full, bending the heads of the wheat. "It's been over 10 years since I saw such good wheat." A farmer, holding the wheat ear, was very excited. Every wheat stalk bears fruit as fine as those sent to the Lord's mansion in previous years. It doesn't look shriveled anymore. Is this the Yaolingus, fantasy creatures, divine power? Someone exclaimed. No, it's also due to our hard work. Others cheered. Following the Lord's instructions to farm, We can harvest so much wheat. We can finally eat our fill. Children, innocent and happy, ran along the fields, shouting excitedly. Although their words carried a hint of sadness, they reflected the true feelings of all the farmers present. Jiang Nancheng held her clothes, feeling a mix of emotions. Although they had been looked down upon and felt insignificant before, at least they had enough to eat. Sister, they seem very happy. Jiang Ran watched from afar. Perhaps the joy of harvest also reached her. She then encountered Li Yinyo again. Jiang Nancheng greeted him. Uncle Li, Li Yinyo, and the others called out to each other, "Greetings, Lord of the South City." He then said to Jiang Ran, "My lord, are you here to see the villagers harvest wheat too?" Li Yinyo, as a dedicated spirit farmer of the Spirit Farm Department, has been staying in the fields these days, except for a brief visit to Bichuan Bay. Just passing by, Jiang Ran honestly replied. She and Li Yinyo looked together at the busy villagers. Compared to the initially yellow and green wheat, these crops have changed dramatically. Moreover, Jiang Ran felt that the wheat seemed to have started to change slightly from what she had seen before. The yellow leaves of the mature wheat had a faint red tint, as if a painter had accidentally brushed a touch of crimson on them. Lost in thought, Jiang Ran heard Li Yinyo say, "My lord, thanks to you, the villagers might be able to save a lot of grain this year. This winter might be better." When winter was mentioned, aside from storing food, it was also about clothing for the cold months. Looking at some poor villagers, they simply stitched together a few pieces of ragged cloth to make a year's worth of clothes. Some people had worn the same clothes since the village was built. Jiang Ran's small joy faded instantly, and she felt that the road is long and distant, realizing she still had a long way to go to become a qualified leader. Still a long way to go, Jiang Ran said. Li Yinyo thought Jiang Ran was unhappy with the yield of 1 mu of land and hurriedly explained, compared to previous years, the harvest has really improved. In past years, 1 mu of land yielded about 300 to 400 jin at most, but this crop can reach 700 jin per mu. The cultivator's senses are quite sharp. While listening to Li Yinyo, Jiang Ran also heard a child ask his mother, "Mom, will we never have to worry about being hungry again?" The child's mother replied, "We won't be hungry anymore. We will have plenty of stored grain." The fields in Suling town also have heavy taxes. 1/10 of the harvest is taken. After Jiang Ran took office, she encouraged villagers to reclaim wasteland, promising no taxes on uncultivated land for 3 years. But the tax on ordinary farmland remained unchanged. Even if villagers didn't plan on their land, as long as the land was registered in their name, they still had to pay taxes. During harvest time each year, villagers felt mixed emotions, rarely all happy at once. The child's mother continued, "Little one, remember, it was our Lord who made sure we had enough to eat. When you grow up, you should become someone useful to the Lord." "Yes, yes, mother. Little one remembers. When I grow up, I want to be someone useful to the Lord." Listening in secretly is not something a noble person would do. Although Jiang Ran is not a noble person, she didn't intend to eavesdrop and sealed her spiritual awareness. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out, making Jiang Ran pause in surprise. Task: You have diligently helped the villagers understand the importance of farming, leading to the first harvest in the territory. Reward: 100 square meters of ice-deposited spirit soil. Ice-deposited spirit soil. Soil suitable for growing ice-type plants, rich and full of ice spiritual energy. Territory loyalty points +5, reputation points +20,000. Territory basic information panel. Territory name: Suling Town Lord. Jiang Ran Territory land area: 161 square kilometers. Territory ocean area: 235 square kilometers. Number of villagers: over 20,000. Villager loyalty: 70 out of 100. Number of spirit creatures: 5, including wheat spirit monster, cocoa spirit monster, mulberry spirit worm, ice mushroom spirit worm, bamboo spirit worm. Overall level: town level, county, prefecture, province, country, overlord state. Assessment: thousands of people, loyal to one leader. A town-level territory with both land and sea, possessing good development potential. Thousands of people, loyal to one leader. The loyalty points unexpectedly increased by 5, reaching 70. What surprised Jiang Ran even more was the reward of 100 square meters of ice-deposited spirit soil. She had been worried that cultivating the ice mushroom spirit worm would be difficult, but now she didn't need to worry much. However, this ice-deposited spirit soil, like the heart of the spirit spring, needs Jiang Ran to find a place to set it. Such things naturally need to be placed quietly by herself. Jiang Ran plans to visit Bichuan Bay later tonight. Right now, Li Yinyo was still talking endlessly because of this wheat harvest. More people want to start farming. Faint golden rays of light filtered through the swaying branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The warm breeze carried a faint fragrance, bringing a natural, pure scent to Nanju village. Over a dozen new wooden houses had been built on the flat land. Some quick builders had already finished their houses. It was now noon, with smoke curling up from the chimneys, filling the air with the smell of cooking. The new village finally had a lively, human atmosphere. Because Jiang Ran provided free timber for villagers to build houses, most of the houses were quite beautiful and sturdy. Don't underestimate wooden houses. Compared to stone brick houses, they are not as durable, but wooden houses can regulate temperature and humidity, keeping the interior warm in winter and cool in summer. Most importantly, wooden houses are quick to build and cost less. Even in the town, there are cement workers and brickmakers, but only a few can afford to live in brick houses. Big sister, is there anything you need to do in Nanju village? Jiang Nancheng asked out of curiosity. Just check the situation in Nanju village, then take Cocoa Spirit back to the cocoa forest. Jiang Ren also plans to find a piece of land near Nanju village for building a ship, but she doesn't need to tell Jiang Nancheng about this. After inspecting Nanju village, Jiang Ran took Jiang Nancheng and Bai Mei to look at the forest beside the village. Hiss! Their arrival startled a sunbathing snake. The snake was about thick, with wild eyes, and suddenly bit at Jiang Nancheng. Jiang Ran remained calm, quickly grabbing the snake's neck with lightning speed. Xiao Cheng, the forest has many bugs and snakes, be careful. It was just a small venomous snake. Jiang Ran had fought the ice demon wolf and killed a white dragon, so crushing a tiny snake was as easy as crushing an ant. Jiang Nancheng was obedient.
Okay.
At this moment, Bai Mei floated in the air, with Jiang Nancheng walking behind Jiang Ran, who held a wooden stick and kept clearing the weeds ahead. Earlier, the logging team led by Wei Fengsheng had only cleared a path and a space to build Nanju village. The land hadn't been developed yet. The trees in this world grow very tall. Jiang Ran and Jiang Nancheng spent over an hour wandering through the forest again. Finally, Jiang Ran decided to build a shipyard on a relatively sparse area of trees between Siyuan Sea and Nanju village. After choosing the location, she quickly called people to build the workshop, not intending to stay long. Before leaving, Jiang Nancheng suddenly looked back several times. After hesitating a moment, he pointed at a plant and asked, "Big sister, that plant has a fruit like a football." Jiang Nancheng looked hopeful. "Big sister, can I take it back to play?" Jiang Ran turned around. The fruit, about the size of a fist, was green with black stripes, hidden among a fallen giant tree and covered by green weeds. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, walked over, and used her stick to move the weeds aside. "Is this a watermelon? Really?" Jiang Ran's eyes brightened. For her, watermelon is an essential summer fruit, but it seemed the town didn't have any. In fact, not just watermelon, fruits in the town were very scarce. Recently, Jiang Ran's mouth had become so bland, she was almost losing her taste for fruit. "Xiao Cheng, maybe you can't play with it after all." Jiang Ran apologized to Jiang Nancheng with a smile and used some force to open the withered wood. She treated it like a treasure, carefully pulling away the weeds nearby. "Is this something edible?" Jiang Nancheng crouched down and touched the watermelon vine with his finger.
Yes.
Jiang Ran actually wanted to transplant the watermelon to Bichuan Creek to grow, but watermelons are delicate fruits. When the fruit appears, it's best not to move the vine, or it might drop the melon. You're so lucky, Jiang Ran said, rubbing Jiang Nanqing's head. Little Nanqing, you found a good thing. It's a fruit, a very tasty fruit. Unfortunately, you can't play with it anymore, but you can go back and get a glow-in-the-dark pearl to play with as a ball. Jiang Nanqing's eyes widened. Sister, that's a glow-in-the-dark pearl, very precious. How can I kick it like a ball? Is this watermelon more valuable than a glow-in-the-dark pearl? A glow-in-the-dark pearl is also round. Why can't it be kicked? Jiang Ran raised her eyelids slightly, her words carrying a hint of luxury. She added, for me, this watermelon is indeed more valuable than a glow-in-the-dark pearl. Rarity makes things precious. Little Nanqing, let's look around for more watermelon vines nearby. If they haven't borne fruit yet, we'll move them to Bichuan Bay. Okay, they searched, and Jiang Ran found 7 more watermelon vines, 2 of which already bore small melons. She left the ones with young melons and dug out the vines that hadn't borne fruit yet. Plants are both resilient and delicate. When she dug out the watermelon vines, Jiang Ran broke out in sweat, her face smeared with dust. She also tried to use her purple jade magic eye to see if any spirits had been born from the watermelons. Unfortunately, she found no sign of spirits. But that's okay. If there's one, there must be 2, Jiang Ran thought secretly. The saying goes, Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. When she first heard it, she thought it sounded profound but didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, a small watermelon suddenly made her realize the philosophy of Taoism. Jiang Ran took off her coat and carefully placed the 5 watermelon vines on it. Little Nanqing, go back to the cocoa forest. After that, we'll plant the watermelons at Bichuan Bay. Bai Mei saw the sea and instantly became joyful. Using the wind as a force, it sped forward and dove straight into the ocean. Roar, 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 you play first. I'll come to pick you up later. Seeing this, Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention and instead summoned the cocoa spirit.
Yummy?
The cocoa spirit flapped its wings, its coal-colored body making it very noticeable during the daytime. Jiang Nanqing looked at the fairy spirit with amazement and reached out to touch it. Luckily, the cute spirit was shy but gentle, allowing Jiang Nanqing to it. Jiang Nanqing also really wanted to form a contract with his own fairy spirit. He told his sister, I wish I could train faster. Once I have the ability to protect myself, I want to explore secret realms and mysterious places to find new fairy spirits. Okay, Jiang Ran simply listened and agreed. Looking at the large cocoa forest, there were many green fruits on the trees. With the cocoa spirit's ability, these fruits would fully ripen in a few days. Then they could sell a batch of cocoa. Jiang Ran thought it was necessary to find a gardener to take care of the cocoa trees, pest control, fertilizing, weeding, and watering. It would be best to use spiritual spring water from Bichuan Bay for watering. She kept this in mind, and after 2 days of preparing fairy spirit food, she called back Bai Mei and went to Bichuan Bay. I originally said I wouldn't come to Bichuan Bay, but in the end, I couldn't escape. Jiang Ran sighed helplessly. Instead of planting new watermelons in the vegetable field, Jiang Ran found a spot next to the Chinese broccoli and carefully planted the watermelons there. Looking at the 5 watermelon vines, Jiang Ran felt very happy. These 5 ordinary vines would become another treasure of Shuling Town. Big sister, look, are the Chinese broccoli and corn growing well? Initially, the seeds bought from Xinhing Town were mainly Chinese broccoli, corn, and rapeseed. The rapeseed seeds were all given to villagers to plant, while Jiang Nanqing and Li Yinyo chose the corn and Chinese broccoli seeds. Yes, they look good. Jiang Ran heard the sound of the spiritual spring flowing nearby. This 2-acre land was newly cultivated. The soil was very poor at first, and she thought it would take at least 2 more years to turn the barren land into fertile soil. But the effect of the spiritual spring was better than she expected. Jiang Nanqing was still squatting on the ground, watching the watermelons. He took out a small notebook to record their growth and study their changes. Jiang Ran used an excuse to go see the ice spirit mushroom. She bypassed 2 soldiers guarding the spiritual spring, retrieved the ice gravel spirit soil from the system, which was contained in a glass sphere. When she placed it in the ground, a faint cold aura spread over 100 square meters. The soil became hard and cold, but it was more suitable for the growth of ice spirit mushrooms. The 5 10-year-old mushroom plants seemed to sense the sudden, comfortable environment. Their beautiful umbrella caps stretched even more. The changes in the ice spirit mushroom also caused the ice spirit worms to react. At first, Jiang Ran thought something had gone wrong, but then she saw a dazzling icy blue light emanating from the Bingji spirit insect. The small fairy-like creature seemed to have absorbed something extremely delicious, and its entire body was trembling with excitement. This strange movement lasted for half an hour before stopping. The Bingji spirit soil existed silently, and only the guards of Bichuan Bay and Li Yinyo noticed some strange changes in the area. However, they attributed these changes to the Bingji spirit insect. Later, Jiang Ran set a price of 5 gold coins per month and selected 2 people to manage the cocoa forest. A few days later, all the wheat in the town was harvested. Wu Yun led a few people to collect taxes from each village. The average farmland per person in Suling town was about 0.5 acres, and 6/10 of the land was used to grow wheat. Soon, the collected taxes turned into a series of numbers displayed in front of Jiang Ran. Qingshan village, 145,000 jin of wheat Aojia village, 130,500 jin of wheat Shitian village, 129,240 jin of wheat Fengyu village, 113,450 jin of wheat at first glance. These numbers seem exaggerated, but in reality, they are about right. An ordinary family needs at least 1 jin of grain per day, and distributing this wheat to over 20,000 residents in the town would only last about 3 months. Build strong walls, store plenty of grain, and wait to rise to power. This small amount of grain isn't enough to satisfy Jiang Ran's ambitions, but she comforted herself, saying, "It's a good harvest. At least it makes up for the grain I paid out earlier." Most importantly, in these days, Jiang Ran's reputation skyrocketed. Her total reputation reached over 150,000. Although it's still far from the billion-level reputation she once had, she had never been this wealthy since arriving in this world. Speaking of which, a few 100 million in my previous life was nothing. Now 15,000 makes me happy for so long. It's like I'm living in the past again, she thought, feeling a bit lonely. At the Jiang residence's martial training ground, flames and frost mist rolled continuously. The several low-level cultivation techniques Jiang Ran collected in town were useful to her. One was the fire particle technique, which compressed fire element energy into tiny fire particles and then released them to cause explosive damage. Another was the water coil technique, which released a water serpent-like stream to attack. Additionally, she knew a sword technique and Li Si's 9-fold broken arrow technique. The basic level of cultivation techniques is not difficult for Jiang Ran to practice. The main focus is on training the ice breath and flower markings rewarded by the system. Jiang Ran is very cautious, especially since the flower marking technique consumes a lot of space energy and cannot be used many times in one day. Still, she has marked petals in every hidden corner of the Jiang residence. Right now, Jiang Ran is mainly training Bai Mei's abilities. Although this little white dragon seems a bit soft in personality, it is just acting cute toward Jiang Ran. Jiang Shaowen and Jiang Nanqing have tried to get close to Bai Mei several times, but they were scared off by its fierce nature. At this moment, Bai Mei's attention is distracted as it keeps wagging its tail at her. Jiang Ran's tone turns slightly cold. "Bai Mei, focus more." The little white dragon feels wronged and whines softly. Jiang Ran is very kind to Bai Mei normally, but she is strict during training. She doesn't scold or get angry if Bai Mei throws a tantrum and refuses to train. Instead, she comforts the little dragon gently, saying it's okay. Although this training method is very simple, Bai Mei is tired and can't help it. She then adds a slightly disappointed expression. If Bai Mei gets hurt or exhausted during training, Jiang Ran immediately shows concern, using glowing magical cores and soft words to soothe it before it starts crying. Bai Mei is quite naive and easy to deceive. She can coax it quickly, and it stops feeling wronged. Once Bai Mei is no longer upset, Jiang Ran continues practicing with it repeatedly. Bai Mei is very simple-minded. It only knows that after training, its owner will be especially kind to it. So, by the end, Bai Mei actually hopes her owner will train it more. Currently, Bai Mei's cultivation has reached the 8th realm of opening meridians. It advances nearly a small realm every few days. Although this white dragon is weak, it seems to be improving faster than most Zhongyu tyrannosaurs. At this moment, Jiang Ran summons the Miao Yuan Shuang Bao. The silver arrowheads, like cold dust in space, gather with a chilling aura and shoot toward Bai Mei. The little white dragon soars through the clouds. It has no wings, but its innate flying ability as its Zhongyu white dragon allows it to hover in the sky like a bright moon. The wind's presence appears around it, and particles of water and lightning swirl constantly. For a moment, the sky is filled with water and lightning orbs. Bai Mei also fights back while dodging the incoming arrows. The water mine balls shot out like they had a life of their own, moving in snake-like, unpredictable paths. Jiang Ran kept dodging, and the space beneath her feet was actually cracked by these water mine balls. The 9 flowing cloud frost arrows shifted from illusion to reality. Jiang Ran knocked them on her bowstring. Her eyes sharpened as she released all 9 arrows at once. They shot out, then suddenly scattered in different directions: front, back, left, right, up, and down, attacking from all sides. 9 layers of breaking arrows. The arrows were silent, but tangible. Soon, a thick layer of frost spread over the clouds where Bai Mei was. Wow. In the air, a piece of blood-stained dragon scale was blown down to Jiang Ran's feet, and Bai Mei let out a loud cry. It was hurt. Jiang Ran felt a little sad but frowned. Still can't avoid it? She caught Bai Mei, who was tired and injured from falling. The little white dragon believed her would catch it, and now, feeling guilty, it stuck out its tongue and licked Jiang Ran's chin wetly. Bai Mei wasn't seriously hurt, just a minor injury. When it couldn't escape, Jiang Ran recalled the frost arrows back into her hand. "You're bald now." Bai Mei had a small patch of scales rubbed off, and Jiang Ran carefully collected the fallen dragon scales. Bai Mei was a divine dragon, and even its saliva had special effects, not to mention its scales and blood. It was quite troublesome. Jiang Ran gathered the scales and put them back into Bai Mei's claws. A symbol of a brave warrior. Keep it safe. Bai Mei nodded obediently and licked the injured spot, quickly stopping the bleeding. It only lost that patch of scales and needed some time to grow new ones. When they grew back, they would be even tougher. Jiang Ran patted Bai Mei's head, recalling what the Spirit Beast Master's handbook said about Spirit Beast Masters. She thought, when a Spirit Beast Master reaches the Earth stage, they can develop a spirit pet space inside their body. I wonder when I, an amateur Spirit Beast Master, will reach that level. In the early stages, Spirit Beast Masters mainly fought with their spirit pets. The cultivation levels between Spirit Beast Masters and spirit pets can influence each other to some extent. Bai Mei's rapid growth was partly due to Jiang Ran's efforts. Compared to cultivator levels, the division of realms for Spirit Beast Masters is simpler, with 5 main stages: Mortal Stage Initial Fusion, Earth Stage Void Sea, Heavenly Stage Peerless, Sacred Stage Unity. Jiang Ran, as a Spirit Beast Master, was roughly at the initial fusion level. This stage's main feature was that her mental strength had reached 5 segments. She had signed a contract with her spirit pet, and they had developed telepathic communication. However, she had not yet created a spirit pet space. The Spiritual Beast Master at the Earth-level Sky Sea realm has made further progress in mental strength, allowing them to open a space for their spiritual pet within their body. Any spiritual pet, regardless of size, can enter this space and train there. The Spirit Beast Master at the Heaven Tier Peerless realm can, to some extent, use their spiritual pet skills and abilities. Usually, at the mortal and earth levels, the Spiritual Beast Master is relatively weak, but by the Heaven Tier, they begin to transform, becoming more like humanoid fierce beasts. At the Sacred Tier Fusion realm, the spiritual pet can merge with the Beast Master's body, allowing joint combat and increasing attack options. Advancing as a spiritual beast master requires mental strength and depends on the spiritual pet's cultivation level and trust. A person's mental strength is divided into 10 levels. Reaching level 5 is the threshold for contracting a spiritual beast. Each additional level allows the master to contract one more spiritual pet. Generally, a spiritual beast master can contract up to 5 spiritual pets. Therefore, each spiritual pet must be carefully chosen. Unknowingly, Jiang Ran was contracted by Bai Mei, and her spiritual pet was a divine dragon. It was an incredible of luck. Jiang Ran looked indifferent, with deep black eyes shining like a stunning rainbow, but her words were shameless. She said, "Bai Mei, you're really lucky to have met me." Bai Mei nodded gratefully and made a cute whining sound. Sweaty from the bath, Jiang Ran called for a water shower. 2 Yaoling, spirit creatures, flew around in the air, while 3 Aoling Chong, spirit bugs, floated lazily on the water surface, creating a lively atmosphere. After bathing, Jiang Ran felt refreshed and stepped into the study. Within a few minutes, Wei Fengsheng knocked on the door and said, "My lord, Lady Qiu brought some chocolates. She's outside. Would you like to try some? Bring her in." Soon after, a beautiful young woman, about 18 or 19, was led into the study by Wei Fengsheng. Jiang Ran is particular about her food. The chocolates brought by Miao Fenglian were originally unwrapped in pieces. Wei Fengsheng, though a man, is quite thoughtful and charming. He carefully took a fine plate, arranged several pieces of chocolate into a flower shape, and presented it to the lord. A faint chocolate aroma spread out first, and the chocolate was slightly firm at first, but quickly melted smoothly on the tongue. The taste was silky and soft, very well made. "My lord." Miao Fenglian looked at Jiang Ran expectantly, as if waiting for her feedback. Jiang Ran has eaten more chocolates than Miao Fenglian has eaten rice. The things Miao Fenglian makes are only passable in her eyes, so she simply offers a few compliments and some suggestions. The taste is okay, but it's not delicate enough. You can improve it further. In the future, you might try developing different kinds of chocolates, like making them spherical and filling them with wine to create wine-filled chocolates, or adding milk to make milk-flavored chocolates. You can also add dried fruits on top to enrich the flavor. Jiang Ran was about to take a bite, but Miao Fenglian couldn't refuse to eat. Her eyes lit up, and afraid she might forget, she quickly apologized and took out a piece of paper and a charcoal pencil from her cloth bag. She laid the paper on the ground and knelt down, then leaned over to write notes. Jiang Ran didn't mind and simply glanced at the plain-looking chocolates, asking, "Do you think appearance or taste is more important in food?" Miao Fenglian was momentarily stunned, thought for a moment, and replied, "I believe taste is more important. Only good flavor can keep customers coming back." Jiang Ran nodded and said something that sounded very meaningful but was surprisingly not fitting for a noble lady. "If you had 2 dishes, one that looks like dirt but tastes heavenly, and another that looks beautiful but tastes terrible, and you didn't know which was which one would you choose first?" Miao Fenglian's face briefly showed A, as she didn't want to choose either. But if she truly had to, she hesitated and said, "In an unknown situation, I might choose the second one." Jiang Ran nodded. "The chocolates you make are the first kind." Miao Fenglian was stunned. It was as if the lady had just called her chocolates disgusting. It was the first time her culinary career faced such but she couldn't argue with what the lady said. Jiang Ran lowered her gaze and took a sip of water, still graceful, without any crude mention of dirt. Of course, the above example is a bit extreme. I just want to tell you that a successful pastry chef needs to make their desserts appealing in color, aroma, and taste. So besides the flavor, you can also put effort into the appearance and packaging of the chocolates. Miao Fenglian sincerely admired her and promised, "I understand. I will not disappoint the lady's expectations." Jiang Ran nodded again and asked, "Have you named your chocolates yet?"
"Huh."
Miao Fenglian always felt she couldn't quite keep up with the lord's thoughts. Chocolate is just chocolate. What other name could it have? Jiang Ran was calm and steady. She said, "The chocolates you brought are the 3rd batch I've tasted. When you make buns, you call them Miao family buns or Chin shop buns. If you want to sell the chocolates at Lushang Pavilion or even farther away, like through the town's traders, I suggest you give the chocolates a proper brand name. Miao Fenglian suddenly understood and thought the Lord was very insightful. She remembered the two metaphors the Lord had just used and brightened her eyes. Let's call it Gao Jin. After Miao Fenglian left, Steward Li reported about Lushang Pavilion. My lord, Lushang Pavilion has been repaired and renovated. Manager Su followed your instructions and bought some goods from the fabric and soap workshops. Should I ask when the shop will open? Jiang Ran was decisive and quick. She thought for a moment and said, there are no upcoming special days, so let's open tomorrow. Extra note author's note about the spiritual beast master setting. The opening of Lushang Pavilion drew many people's attention. Rich and poor, cultivators and ordinary folks. The renovated Lushang Pavilion was not overly fancy, but had a touch of elegance. The shop didn't have many products, so the large space felt a bit empty, but everything was neatly categorized. The pavilion was divided into different areas, separated by carved railings. At the front left were daily necessities like soap and porcelain bowls. Behind that was a section selling grains and foods, wheat, cocoa beans, and chocolates. On the right were fabrics and finished clothes, but the most eye-catching were the inner compartments, fire lotus seeds like glowing flames, mysterious icy spiritual fungi in icy blue, and delicate transmission shells like black obsidian. Lushang Pavilion was similar to a supermarket from Jiang Ran's past life, but with a more antique, charming style. Lushang Pavilion is open. Let's go take a look. Although I'm poor, I can still afford a cocoa bean. It's nothing special, just supporting the Lord. Knowing that the pavilion was opened by the Lord, everyone was polite and respectful. On the first day, the shop was bustling with visitors coming and going. Jiang Rand didn't want to compete with the local grocery store owners, so the prices for common goods were about the same as the market, maybe even a little higher. However, some locally produced paper and cultivation resources in Suling town are kept relatively cheap. For example, the price of Binglingji, ice Ganoderma, is 50 crystal cores when sold externally, but at Lushang Pavilion, a single Binglingji is priced at 40 crystal cores. At the end of the day, the shopkeeper reported the first day's sales. Today, 13 fire lotus seeds were sold, 3 Binglingji mushrooms were bought, 10 jean of paper were sold, and total earnings were 185 crystal cores, 170 gold coins, and 134 silver coins. Since it was the first day, there was some hype, and with the support of the common people, the income was decent. However, sales are expected to decline afterward. Jiang Ran originally saw Lushang Pavilion as a casual venture. She was satisfied if she could recover her costs. She nodded slightly and felt somewhat pleased. After arriving in this world, Jiang Ran's life seemed both grand and ordinary. When she focused on a particular task, time felt fleeting, rushing by too quickly. It was now June. Jiang Ran had planned to visit Tianjin City before May, but due to many issues since taking office, she had to delay until now. Lord, Tianjin City has been rough on the road, living outdoors, exposed to the wind and rain. Do we really not need to bring herbs to serve her? Housekeeper Li was worried. Why bring herbs? To protect her? Jiang Ran lazily lifted her eyes and replied. Li Fuxing hesitated, realizing the Lord had a point. Indeed, the journey to Tianjin City could encounter dangers. Herbs are fragile and unnecessary for a girl like Xiang Chao, who might only hinder the journey. Li Fuxing decided not to press further and said, Fortunately, this time the Lord brought Lady Yan Lily. She should be able to serve you well. Take care of yourself, sister. Jiang Nancheng and Jiang Xiaowen said reluctantly.
Okay.
This trip included Maha, who was driving the cart, and the guards Wei Fengsheng, Li Si, and Yan Lily. They carried many supplies, 200 jean of dried seafood, 100 jean of paper, most of which was ordinary paper, some wood-based spiritual paper, imperfect, 100 Bing Lingji mushrooms, over 100 jean of bamboo products, and 30 jean of chocolate. The communication snail and luminous pearl were stored in Jiang Ran's space ring. Besides, there were 9 cold ice protective armor, some Bing Lingji, and several jean of spiritual mulberries. Mulberries spoil easily, but luckily, ice-type spiritual items have natural preservation abilities. Jiang Ran, being an ice element cultivator, could create ice to keep everything fresh. After loading all these items onto the cart, the red horse looked very strained. Actually, it seems this is the first time we are bringing so many goods to sell in Suling Town, Wei Fengsheng sighed. Whether the items will sell or not is still uncertain, but it's clear that Suling Town has become much wealthier compared to 3 months ago. All brought by Lord Jiang Ran. This time, Jiang Ran went to Tianjin City, bringing along a few spirit creatures and Bai Mei. Bai Mei is growing bigger and faster, changing from a tiny little creature into a small dragon. Its pair of horns has grown longer, looking more like a noble dragon. Originally, Jiang Ran didn't want to bring Bai Mei along, but Bai Mei looked at her with sad, tearful eyes, as if she had abandoned it. In the end, Bai Mei even cried and shrank itself. Literally, Bai Mei really became smaller. It turned into a tiny dragon about the thickness of a finger, obediently hiding in Jiang Ran's sleeve. The adult Songyu Tyrannosaurus can grow over 100 meters long, and this is a natural ability of Songyu Tyrannosaurus, to change its size. The smaller Bai Mei looked more like a little snake and was not noticeable, so Jiang Ran decided to bring Bai Mei along. The journey to Tianjin City is very long and full of rough roads. On the way out of the mountain, they even needed someone to push the cart behind. With Qi Ju's strength, it would take at least 10 days to reach Tianjin. They had to go around the Broken Mountains, which are mostly inhabited by powerful monsters. In some deep forests, after 1,000 meters, there's no one around because it's the territory of strong monsters. No one dares to get close. The Azure Crown Demon Snake on Mist Lotus Green Mountain is nothing compared to these monsters. Any creature passing through their territory is considered an intruder, so Jiang Ran and her group took many detours. In this world, 2/3 of the land is occupied by monsters, and humans are very small in the grand scheme of nature. What should have taken only 2 days ended up taking much longer because of the difficult terrain, and Jiang Ran was getting impatient. Jiang Ran asked, "Is there only one way to get to Tianjin City?" Yes. Wei Fengsheng felt that the Lord was indeed suffering a lot. He also had a strange feeling. He thought their Lord was noble and elegant, perhaps a natural aristocrat, born into this world to enjoy life. He believed that making her sit in such a worn-out cart was a kind of insult to her status. But there was no other way, Wei Fengsheng said. This path was explored by many before us. It's a bit winding, but it's the safest route. Even an ordinary person could pass through safely. Jiang Ran always enjoyed nature, but she couldn't or wouldn't complain too much. She relaxed her expression, her face returning to indifference, and her fingers brushed the scales of Bai Mei. No problem. On the way, everyone was in a hurry. Jiang Ran felt better, even though sitting in the carriage was bumpy. At least she didn't have to walk. Wei Fengsheng and the others found it a bit more difficult. They crossed mountains and rivers, heading northwest. After about 7 days, the road opened up a bit, and they started to see signs of people. Travelers of different styles moved through the corridors, including some powerful cultivators. Jiang Ran and her group had been climbing mountains and crossing water for several days, looking quite dirty and unremarkable. Soon, Yan Lily knocked on the carriage door. Jiang Ran lifted the curtain and saw her frowning, whispering, "My lord, I think I saw Jiang Long and others in the distance." Unlike the closed-off city of Anlian County, Tianjin City was more open. People from different territories came here to trade goods. The closer they got to their destination, the more people they saw. They didn't expect to meet Jiang Long. Last time, she tricked him out of 100 spirit crystals. That was in her territory, and with Yang Hao present, Jiang Long took a loss. Now, if they met Jiang Long again, he might cause trouble. Jiang Ran quickly decided to avoid him, telling everyone to rest for a while and let him go first. They rested for half a day. Yan Lily started a fire, took out a pot and seasonings, and prepared dried seafood. After eating a little, they confirmed they wouldn't run into Jiang Long, so they continued their journey. On the road, there was an incident. A red horse fell and took a long time to stand up again. After some more distance, Wei Fengsheng suddenly warned, "My lord, there's a fork ahead. The right path leads to the land of crime, where there might be bandits or criminals." The land of crime was a place without laws or order, full of wicked villains, including exiled refugees and wanted criminals. People there survived by their own skills. It was incredible that such a small territory could still exist. Wei Fengsheng's body was hidden in the shadow of the carriage. But the crime zone is still a huge black market, full of mysterious treasures. Most of these are stolen goods from murders, grave robbing, or theft. These treasures are usually cheap, which attracts many people. Yan Lily's eyes brightened. Like Jiang Ran, it was her first time hearing about this crime zone. She became curious and asked, "Why don't we go see it?" Li Si rolled his eyes at Yan Lily. "If you want to go, go ahead. But if you're not afraid of getting caught, that is." Wei Fengsheng said, "The black market in the crime zone isn't so simple. You might buy something and pay the price, only for the seller to turn hostile later. They might come back with a group, steal back their goods, and sell them again. Over and over. That's so sneaky." Hearing this, Yan Lily shivered and quickly said, "I won't go, I won't go." Wei Fengsheng looked worried. "Hopefully, we pass the fork smoothly and don't run into any trouble. But sometimes, what you want to avoid just happens." Inside the carriage, Jiang Ran heard footsteps approaching quickly, at least a dozen people, and soon they surrounded the carriage. She lifted the curtain to look outside. The fork in the road was lined with large rocks, clearly where they were hiding, waiting for their prey. This group was also opportunistic, afraid of the strong. If a powerful cultivator passed by, they wouldn't dare show their faces. Wei Fengsheng quickly drew his sword, protecting the carriage. His eyes gleamed with sharp intent. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" The leader was a short-haired man with a scarred face, exuding a cold aura, looking like he had spilled a lot of blood. He was probably a cultivator of some strength. Jiang Ran looked through the carriage window, probably at the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm, and gathered a band of thugs. No wonder they dared to ignore Wei Fengsheng. These 10 or so bandits didn't care about Wei Fengsheng's words. Their eyes shone with evil intent, and they looked covetously at the goods on the carriage. "That girl is pretty," one of them said, looking at Yan Lily with dirty words. "Her figure is really hot. I haven't seen such a girl in a long time. Come over and play with me. If I have fun, I'll spare your life." The buzz cut. Scar-faced man looked fierce, with a sneaky look in his eyes, as if he was peering through the carriage. He held a wide sword and shouted at Jiang Ran and the others. Wei Fengsheng was not afraid of these people, but since there were many of them and their leader was also at the 6th level of spirit gathering, fighting would be difficult. So, he didn't act rashly, and quietly asked the person inside the carriage, "My lord, what should we do?" Jiang Ran lifted the curtain. Wei Fengsheng only caught a glimpse of a long, white, delicate hand, which made the rough curtain look elegant and refined. A calm voice, mixed with a cold feeling in the air, sounded like a sharp sword, making Wei Fengsheng's heart tremble. "Leave no survivors." Wei Fengsheng's heart tightened. He nodded and was about to turn away when a sharp feeling came from behind. An icy blue sword suddenly stabbed near his foot. He looked down and saw it was the Lord's sword, Frost's sword. "From today, it's yours," the voice said. "From today, it's yours?" Wei Fengsheng was overwhelmed by a surge of spiritual energy. His throat rolled as he questioned whether his ears were playing tricks on him. This was a top-grade magic weapon, and the Lord just gave it to him? Jiang Ran once again expanded Wei Fengsheng's understanding. But now was not the time to think about that. Wei Fengsheng drew the frost sword and felt its power. "Yes, I will definitely kill the villains who tarnish the Lord's reputation." The frost sword boosted Wei Fengsheng's morale greatly, but the scar-faced man suddenly looked a bit upset. If the Lord could casually give a top-grade magic weapon to a subordinate, then the person inside the carriage must be someone he couldn't afford to offend. He had thought it was just an old, broken carriage and there wouldn't be any big shot.
Clang. Bang.
A dozen bandits drew their weapons and clashed with Yan Lily and Li Si. Yan Lily swung her whip fiercely, targeting those who spoke rudely to her. The fiery whip wrapped around the bandit's neck, but in a flash, the bandit lost his life. Li Si kept shooting arrows, and before the bandits could get close to the carriage, they were shot down. The scar-faced man immediately wanted to retreat. He shouted, "Brothers, don't be afraid. Do you see that heavily guarded carriage? That's where the treasures are. After we finish this job, we'll be living the good life." He shouted, "Follow me." A dozen men responded and rushed ahead.
Charge.
"Follow, big brother."
Kill.
Taking advantage of the chaos, the scar-faced man gradually backed away. Seeing an opportunity, he turned and ran. He ran more than 100 meters away. The people from the crime zone are really sneaky. Wei Fengsheng drew his sword, blocking the path of each person who tried to stop him. His calf muscles tensed sharply, and he moved swiftly, like an arrow shooting forward, charging at the man with a buzz-cut and scarred face. The Lord said no survivors, so none can escape. Without the scarred man, those dozen or so people looked as fragile as clay. The battle on Yanlili and Li Si's side ended quickly. Throughout, Jiang Ran never even stepped down from the carriage. "Is that the crime zone over there?" Jiang Ran didn't pay attention to the bodies lying on the ground. Her face grew serious, and her eyes shimmered with purple light. She looked toward the sky above the crime zone, where dark clouds pressed down like a city under siege. Strange energy flowed, as if gathering something. Strangely, even her purple jade demon eye couldn't see through what was inside. "Lord, why did you come down?" Jiang Ran smoothly stepped out of the carriage, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the bloodstains on the ground. Yanlili quickly wiped the dirt and blood off her face and said, "Be careful, there's blood on the ground. It's dirty.
Clean this up."
"I'll go see what's happening near the crime zone," Jiang Ran ordered. Yanlili hesitated. "Lord, it's dangerous over there." "Don't worry. I won't go inside. Just check the situation from the outside," Jiang Ran replied, not asking for their opinion. The crime zone wasn't far. Jiang Ran moved quickly, reaching a small town in about 10 minutes. She climbed a hill and then leapt onto the top of a tall tree. The crime zone was roughly the size of a small village. The buildings were dilapidated, the walls broken, and inside was filthy and chaotic, truly a place where all kinds of people gathered. As she got closer, the dark, ominous clouds above the crime zone became even more obvious, giving her an uneasy feeling. The people below didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Jiang Ran took in everything, then thought for a moment. The silver ring on her finger flashed, and a bow made of frost appeared in her hand. The arrow was like a lightning bolt, shooting swiftly. Its tip was decorated with petal-shaped marks, continuously imprinting on all sides of the crime zone. Almost done, Jiang Ran thought. She often had paranoid thoughts. Seeing things beyond her understanding made her want to do something, even if it might not help. It made her feel a little better. She lowered her bow, jumped down from the tree, and ran toward the carriage.
"Lord."
Wei Fengsheng and others looked worried. "Why didn't you bring Yanlili and Li Si with you? The crime zone is too chaotic." Jiang Ran tidied her clothes and replied calmly, "Nothing is wrong." Wei Fengsheng sat in front of the carriage, instructing Manhwa to keep driving quickly away from this place of trouble. He opened a cloth bag and said, "My lord, we are not the first group kidnapped by these bandits. They took a total of 1,000 spirit crystals from us. The scar-faced man also has 2 low-level magic tools, a jagged knife and a pair of steel gauntlets." Wei Fengsheng handed the items he had just taken from the bandits to Jiang Ran and then returned the frost sword to her. As expected of my lord, a small move like that made the scar-faced man from the spirit-gathering realm flee in panic. If he had really fought me seriously, he might have been quite tricky. After killing the bandits, Wei Fengsheng calmed down and thought for a moment. He believed Jiang Ran's act of giving him the sword was to make the bandits lower their guard. He increasingly admired his lord's cleverness, as she came up with such a way to shake their enemies' confidence. Jiang Ran looked down at the frost sword. She might be a bit bold, but she truly thought a low-level sword was nothing special. She could sell it along with her communication shell and luminous pearl to buy another one. A loyal person's loyalty could be bought with just a low-level sword. Such a deal was too good to pass up. Of course, the frost sword was a protective weapon, and she wasn't foolish enough to give it away easily. She rubbed her wrist, noticing a small red mark from the sword. A few days ago, the system suddenly sent a notification saying that the living printing technique was first created in Suling Town. The system rewarded her with a growth-type magic sword called Qiyuan. So she spoke calmly, without any reluctance. If I told you, then I gave it to you. As my guard, your strength is too weak. Wei Fengsheng was silent and felt a bit ashamed. I will work hard to improve my cultivation. Yan Lili and Li Si looked at their captain with admiration. Although the lord's tone was full of disdain, they trusted Wei Fengsheng. Moreover, a low-level sword given so easily by the lord, who is not wealthy, showed her generosity. Following such a lord was the way to a bright future. Jiang Ran gained 2 more loyal subordinates. She had won them without any effort. The air grew quiet for a moment as the carriage slowly headed toward their destination. After a while, Wei Fengsheng spoke again. My lord, recently, the land of Yunshang might not be very peaceful. Just now, many of the people were refugees from Tianjin, Chaojun, Xiyun, and other county towns. Recently, there have been constant conflicts among these cities, possibly because Tianjin City has declared itself the leader, making other territories restless. In one more day, Tianjin City will finally appear on the horizon. Its bright glow spreads across the land and enters the Silver River in Daisan Mountain. You can see a cluster of cities stretching along the land. Tianjin City is indeed grand. The central city of Tianjin is Tianjin itself, surrounded by many smaller counties and towns. Tianjin City is very large, and Jiang Ran and her group are heading to a single open city under Tianjin Mao City. Soldiers guard the city gate. To enter Mao City, each person must pay a fee of 10 gold coins. Hurry up and go in, don't dawdle. The guarding soldiers are quite arrogant and hypocritical. Jiang Ran and her group don't cause trouble. After paying 50 gold coins, they pass smoothly. Tianjin City truly deserves to be promoted to a higher-level territory, and Mao City, as a commercial hub, is a typical prosperous city. It is morning now. When they arrive at Mao City, the streets are crowded and noisy. Yan Lili and the others look around with wide eyes, amazed by the city, while Manhwa, who has been here several times with Jiang Fucheng, remains calm. First, find an inn to settle down. We'll stay here for a few days, Jiang Ran says to Manhwa. You know this place well, lead the way. Yes, my lady. Finally, Manhwa takes Jiang Ran to a somewhat remote inn. The environment is okay, and the price is reasonable compared to some luxurious inns that charge hundreds or thousands of gold coins. They rent 3 rooms for 3 days, and the innkeeper gives them a discount, costing 200 gold coins. But the cost of water and meals later is extra. This Mao City really isn't affordable. Yan Lili makes the bed for Jiang Ran, using her own sheets and blankets. Yan Lili sighs helplessly. Luckily, some kind people from Guixiang robbed us before. On the way, everyone is exhausted from eating and drinking. Jiang Ran orders some food at the inn and takes a nap. Only after resting does she go out with her goods. Jiang Ran says, first, sell the bamboo shoots and seafood. Then find some high-end restaurants to see if they'll buy. Manhwa lead the way. Manhwa bows and, after a few minutes, leads them to a restaurant called Feihong Tower. This restaurant is located in a busy area. Outside, there are many people talking loudly. Even though it's afternoon, the place is still very lively, with vendors shouting their sales continuously. Before Jiang Ran stepped inside, a friendly young waiter approached her with a smile and asked, Dear guests, would you like to dine here? Please follow me. We're not here to eat, Jiang Ran replied, dressed simply and modestly. The young waiter's smile faded a little when he heard they weren't here for a meal. Judging by their clothes, they looked like outsiders. The young girl leading them was stunningly beautiful, almost like a fairy. But beauty isn't everything, especially here in Maocheng. If he stared too long, he might attract trouble from someone powerful, which he wanted to avoid. He quickly looked away, not daring to stare too long. He smiled politely and asked, What can I do for you? Wei Fengsheng cupped his hands and said, "We want to talk to your boss about a business deal. Could you please inform him? Please wait a moment. I will go tell the boss right now." Soon, Zhang Ran was led into a private room in the restaurant for a chat. The owner of Fei Hong Tower was a middle-aged man with a round face, big ears, and very fair skin. He smiled kindly, seeming easy to approach. "What kind of business are you interested in?" he asked. "We have some ingredients not available in Tianjin City. Would you be interested? Tianjin City is inland and not near the sea, so seafood is rare there. Zhang Ren also makes bamboo shoot products herself, so those are not available either." Hearing this, the fat owner became interested. He carefully looked at Zhang Ran's face, squinting his eyes, then paused and asked, "What ingredients?" Zhang Ran, being a shrewd trader, didn't like being looked at with suspicion. She noticed the subtle movements of the fat owner and felt a little annoyed but kept her expression calm. Her interest in talking waned. She slightly raised her hand, and Wei Fengsheng followed her lead, opening a jar filled with sour bamboo shoots. A strange smell wafted out. Wei Fengsheng then opened jars of pickled bamboo shoots, dried bamboo shoots, and dried seafood. The fat owner had never seen these before and struggled to sit up straighter. Wei Fengsheng explained, "You can try the sour bamboo shoots and pickled ones. The dried bamboo shoots and dried seafood need processing." Hearing this, the fat owner took a bite of the sour and pickled bamboo shoots. They tasted fresh and were good for seasoning and appetizing. His eyes flickered with interest. Dry bamboo shoots need to be soaked in water for about half a day. Then they can be stir-fried, which makes them very tasty. It's a popular dish in our region. Wei Fengsheng is not good at talking about business. The process was given by the Lord. Wei Fengsheng then introduced the crafted bamboo shoots, saying, "The ingredients here are full of spiritual energy. Take a look at these dried bamboo shoots. They are bright in color and taste very good. When eaten, the wood-type spiritual energy stays in the body, which I believe will be popular among wood element cultivators." The chubby boss was originally calm, but when he heard about the spiritual energy, he became a bit restless. These days, anything with the word spirit can greatly increase its price. His face was still full of flesh, with no big expression, but his tone grew a little faster. "So, how much do you sell these bamboo shoots for?" Wei Fengsheng raised one finger. "Dried bamboo shoots cost 1 crystal per jean. Pickled bamboo shoots cost 5 crystals per jar. Sour bamboo shoots cost 6 crystals per jar. A jar of sour bamboo shoots weighs about 3 jean." The chubby boss was a bit unhappy with the price. "No, that's too expensive." Talking business is about bargaining back and forth, but the next moment, the boss suddenly cut the price in half. Unified price for the bamboo shoots, 1,000 gold coins per jean. "Do you sell or not?" "Not selling." Zhang Ran was quietly drinking tea. Hearing this, she opened her eyes coldly and said firmly no. She bought bamboo shoots at a very low price in the town, 1 gold per jean, but it shouldn't be calculated like that. The bamboo shoots belonged to her. The materials didn't account for the common people's money. The townspeople earned only labor wages. 1 jean of bamboo shoots was definitely worth half a crystal. They transported the bamboo shoots from 1,000 miles away to Tianjin, and a price of 1 crystal per jean was reasonable. The chubby boss saw her so straightforward. His face changed slightly. "The price can still be negotiated. Boss Fei Hong, if you buy our goods, your restaurant can add several new dishes. You should understand the pros and cons. But the price of 1 crystal and 5 crystals is really too high." The boss's eyes narrowed slightly as he tentatively asked, "You say your ingredients can bring new dishes to our restaurant, but how often can you supply?" 200 jean of bamboo shoots per month. Once a month. The boss smiled, looking at the villagers outside. "For dried bamboo shoots, how about 2,000 gold coins per jean?" He really was a robber. Since it had come to this, there was no need to continue the discussion. Zhang Ran stood up, glancing faintly at Wei Fengsheng. "Let's go." "Yes, Lady Zhang." After arriving in Tianjin City, Zhang Ran told Wei Fengsheng not to call her lord anymore, so she was addressed as lady. The chubby boss saw them leave, but didn't look worried. He just said 3,000 gold coins. Think it over, and you can come back. Seeing Jiang Ran leave with the goods, the young assistant asked confusedly, Sir, why don't you buy those ingredients? We can still afford a few crystal and 5 crystal per gene. What if they go to another restaurant? Wouldn't that give our competitors a chance? The chubby boss sneered, You're still too young. Those people look like outsiders. They probably can only stay in our trade city for a few days. If the goods don't sell, this trip will be a waste, and in the end, we'll have to sell cheaply. Other restaurants aren't fools. They'll just push prices even lower. But what if? No, what if? Even if there is, it won't affect us. We only supply 200 gene a month. The chubby boss smiled. And what good does that do? As the boss said, other restaurants are pushing prices even more, with some offering 100 gold coins per gene of spirit bamboo. Wei Fengsheng and others ran their legs off but gained nothing, their enthusiasm dampened. Yan Lily was exhausted, panting heavily, carrying a large bag and fanning Jiang Ran with a fan. Lord Jiang, maybe we should go back to Feihong Tower. No, Jiang Ran shook her head. Goods can only become more expensive. We can't sell cheaply. If we sell cheaply now, it will be impossible to raise prices later. Because if you sell cheaply, once the goods are labeled as low quality, it's almost impossible to rebuild the reputation. Just like in my previous life, with PDD. Starting is always the hardest. Since the restaurant won't buy from us, we'll sell on our own. Jiang Ran's calm attitude inspired the others. The Lord said, as long as we sell a quarter of the goods ourselves, it's better than selling cheaply to the restaurant. Are you saying we should set up our own stall? Yan Lily asked curiously. Yes and no, Jiang Ran replied. A regular stall won't attract enough people. We need to prepare first. Jiang Ran took out 500 crystal and handed it to Yan Lily. Go to the nearby silk shop and buy some beautiful fabrics and silks, 3 or 4 kinds, just 1 bolt of each. Then buy some brushes, ink, and paints. Silks? Yan Lily looked surprised. It seemed that silk was a new type of fabric in Tianshan County. She then took out 50 crystal and handed it to Wei Fengsheng. Go find if there's any gold or silver paper nearby, and buy a few hundred delicate wooden boxes. Jiang Ran plans to change her approach by repackaging lower quality goods like spirit mulberry and spirit bamboo and selling them together with high-end items like transmission shells and luminous beads. For example, a $5 soda placed in a small shop and the same soda in a fancy restaurant. The fancy restaurant might change the packaging and sell it for hundreds of dollars without question, but in a small shop, even at $5, people might complain that the price is too high. Meet at the end later. Wei Fengsheng and Yan Lily, though unsure of what the Lord intends to do, still faithfully followed the orders. It's just, we haven't sold the items yet, but we have to spend so much money first. Jiang Ran, along with Manhwa and Li Si, was walking around the trade city, looking for the best place to set up their stall. They turned a few corners and gradually headed toward the center of the trade city. The center was full of shops, with tall buildings everywhere. To Li Si, visiting the trade city for the first time, it was dazzling and a bit overwhelming. When they reached the center, Jiang Ran saw more cultivators. There were also people dressed in uniform-colored robes, like disciples from a certain sect. That is the famous spirit item trading street in the trade city, Manhwa explained to Jiang Ran. Nearby are some important places: the Niao Market, Spirit Treasure Market, Zilin Auction House, Zilin Mall, Zilin Slaves Beast Arena, and Zilin Market. Let's just go for a walk in the spirit item trading street first. The entire spirit item trading street was wide enough for 3 large carriages to pass side by side. Most of the vendors here were outsiders. At this moment, the stalls lined up like a long dragon, bustling with noise. Jiang Ran thought to herself, there are always so many vendors. Finding a good spot will be a bit difficult, but it doesn't matter. The evening will be the main battlefield to attract attention. Jiang Ran casually strolled around. This spirit item trading street actually had some good things: magic cores, materials from magical beasts, weapons of all kinds. In this world, weapons were just casually displayed for sale. Jiang Ran remembered she still had a few fangs from the ice demon wolf, as well as skins, fangs, and horns from the white flood dragon. These items had been used and stored in her space ring, taking up space. She was feeling a bit tired, so it was good to take them out and display them. Li Si was carrying a bag, which belonged to Jiang Ran. They didn't know what was inside. Jiang Ran thought to herself, once we go back, I can openly take out many of these things, like the space ring or the wind spirit ship. She took the bag from Li Si, slipped her finger inside, and unknowingly swapped the contents. Li Si and Maha looked confused as they followed Jiang Ran. They saw her find an open space and lay something on the ground. Next to her was a young girl about her age, dressed in a tattered dark blue coat. In front of her, there were several bottles of unknown pills and ointments. Because of her dirty clothes and appearance, many people avoided her. When she saw Jiang Ran and the others approaching, she looked surprised, twisted her hips, and kindly moved her spot to make room for them. Thanks, Jiang Ran said lightly, glancing at her. But she became curious about the pills. What kind of pills are these?
Hey,
Pretty sister, wanna see? I have calming pills for fire-type cultivators to soothe their nerves, ice pills to suppress fire poison, concentrated fire pills to improve fire's spiritual energy absorption, strength-boosting pills, and healing medicines like blood-clotting powder. There were many types, mostly common-grade pills. Jiang Rand became interested. She looked at the stall, picked some pills, and asked, "Are you a pill maker?" The girl looked nervous. Her eyes darted around, and she hesitated. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Ran guessed she might know more and said casually, "It's okay if you don't want to tell me." The girl sighed in relief. At that moment, her stomach made a faint growling sound. Her face turned slightly red, but Jiang Ran acted as if she hadn't heard anything. Not noticing her embarrassment, the girl relaxed further. "All right, sister. Do you want some? They're very cheap. One concentrated fire pill costs only 1,000 crystal coins. If you buy more, I can give you a discount." The girl seemed easy to trick. A faint smile appeared in Jiang Ran's eyes. One common-grade concentrated fire pill for just 1,000 crystal coins? Others usually start at 10 spiritual crystals. Jiang Ran didn't understand how she was selling so cheaply, so she focused on examining the pills. The quality of the pills mainly depends on impurity levels and effectiveness. Jiang Ran didn't know how to judge good or bad pills before, but she had specialized purple jade magic pupils that could see how many impurities each pill contained. The girl's pills were fairly refined, but their quality wasn't very high, probably the worst among common-grade pills, but they were cheap. Right now, all the pills on the stall added up to about 50 pills in total. All of them. How much for everything? Jiang Ran asked. All of them? The girl was very excited. Honestly, she had been selling at this stall for several days, but no one believed in her products, and she hadn't sold a single pill. She had given up and just waited. They say alchemists are either rich or noble, but she was getting poorer the more she refined pills. Wait a moment, I will count. The young girl nervously counted on her fingers. There are 56 pills in total. Do fire pills, clear mind pills, and ice heart pills. The prices are similar. I'll give the blood clotting powder to my sister. That will cost you 6,000 spirit crystals and 56 pure crystals. Jiang Ran simply settled the bill. She looked at the happy girl storing spirit crystals. With a calm tone, Jiang Ran said, "Are you from Tianjin? If so, are you interested in betraying the city and joining me?" Interested in betraying the city and joining me? The girl? The silent helpers, Li Si and Maha. Is this something you can just decide based on interest? Li Si widened his eyes. No, my dear lord. Do you even know what you're saying? Buying pills turned into encouraging others to betray suddenly. But what surprised Li Si even more was that the girl hesitated and then agreed. She agreed. Li Si felt like the world had changed, becoming very strange. All right, then introduce yourself. Jiang Ran was quite pleased. The girl started to introduce herself seriously. My name is Mu Shi. I'm not from Tianjin. 2 months ago, I was in Chaolian County City. Now I am a refugee. Mu Shi was very obedient, like someone who was sold and then paid others. Before Jiang Ran asked, she explained her background in detail. My father was a soldier in Chaolian County City. When he was guarding Qizhou City, he was killed by Tianqin's black cavalry. Mu Shi's eyes showed faint tears as she spoke. Qizhou was taken over. Tianqin ordered the slaughter of civilians and I escaped, becoming a refugee. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. You became a refugee? Shouldn't you have gone to Chaolian? No, I couldn't. Chaolian doesn't accept people like us. Soldiers are executed as deserters. Ordinary civilians are either taken as slaves by the noble families or left to fend for themselves, or even driven out as trash. Perhaps because Chaolian's other cities couldn't accommodate these people or were afraid of chaos, they simply abandoned them. Jiang Ran frowned and asked, Are you here in Tianqin to seek revenge? Mu Shi shook her head and lowered her eyes. My father also killed many people, leaving many homeless. I came because the trading city opened up, and I came to seek a livelihood. Jiang Ran nodded. She took the initiative to recruit someone, and it was right to be cautious, but she also needed to trust others a little. So Jiang Ran believed her about 70 or 80%. I am the lord of Suling Town. From now on, you will follow me. Xu Shi hesitated for a moment and asked, If I follow you, will I be able to eat enough in the future? It's rare for a Landunshi alchemist to fall to such a state.
Jiang Ran said, Yes.
Although Xu Shi didn't know where Suling Town was, hearing that she could eat enough made her worry-free. Then I will follow you from now on. Thus, Jiang Ran took a young alchemist away. Though it was an unexpected joy, she still needed to set up her stall. Speaking of which, magic cores and beast skins from the opening realm and gathering spirit realm aren't worth much, but magic beasts from the spiritual realm are worth dozens of times more. Jiang Ran earned over 20 spiritual crystals in total. Rich people in Mouse City really are everywhere. Li Seaside with some emotion. After understanding the trading street for spiritual items, Jiang Ran didn't feel as anxious and even had time to browse around. She had been busy with her territory, with no leisure time, so coming to Tianqin County City was a rare opportunity to have fun. Let's go see if there are any Aoning spirit creatures, food at the Niao store, Jiang Ran finally decided. Her 5 Yaoning, spirit creatures, were kept in a Yaoling Huan, spirit ring. The Yaoling Huan was bought with 50,000 reputation points from the system, and it could hold up to 10 small Yaoling. She really couldn't hold on to her reputation points. Xu was excited when she heard Jiang Ran wanted to go to Niao store. As a Landunshi alchemist, she particularly liked Yaoling that could promote plant growth. She offered to lead the way, saying, Maybe we can find someone selling Yaoling. If you have money, you could buy one. Your Excellency. Hearing Xu say that, Jiang Ran became interested. But even a Yaoling Chong, spirit bug, was valuable, so whether she could afford it was another matter.
Ah.
My ears. My ears. Beast-human hybrid, vile blood. It bit off my ear.
Hit it. Kill it.
Just as Jiang Ran was leaving, a beautifully dressed woman with heavy makeup screamed fiercely. She ordered her servants to whip a black-haired man harshly, striking him repeatedly. The whip, with a wind blade, tore flesh and blood with each lash. The black-haired man was shackled on hands and feet, his head pressed hard against the ground. His skin was unnaturally pale, and his eyes glowed bright crimson. He was biting down on an ear, belonging to the woman, while blood stained his face, making him look like a bloodthirsty demon. Jiang Ran noticed that behind him there were bat-like wings, but they were cruelly nailed together with nails, resembling a fallen vampire. He was beaten so badly that he was bleeding heavily, but no one tried to stop him. Jiang Ran even heard someone say, Good job. This beast-blooded creature has sired a worthless offspring. Its savage nature can't be changed, and it even bit off a person's ear. Keep hitting.
Kill it. Kill it.
Kill it. Bian Guiliang's consciousness was fading. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at the furious crowd. Everyone was cheering. What were they cheering for? Were they celebrating his imminent death? But what did I do wrong? Like the lowest creature in the food chain, we aliens are rejected by humans, treated as slaves, and insulted at will. The demon beasts disdain us, despising the dirty blood in our veins. But what did we do wrong? Maybe the only mistake is that we are not strong enough to slaughter all humans and demon beasts. Someone save me. Can anyone save me? If someone could save me, I would give everything. Suddenly, he met a pair of eyes. Those eyes were like a cold pond reflecting everything, indifferent and distant. Though indifferent, they held no discrimination, no hatred, no killing intent, like an outsider completely detached from everything. Such coldness, yet it was the most fair gaze Bian Guiliang had ever seen. Feeling like clutching the last straw, he desperately and painfully crawled toward those eyes, his hands gripping fiercely, leaving bloody scars. With the most humble and pleading look, he faced a human.
Bah!
A heavily made-up woman viciously stomped on Bian Guiliang's face. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her strength fading. The indifferent eyes also became blurry. Bian Guiliang's heart darkened. His bloodshot eyes gradually dimmed and rolled, hiding countless feelings of hatred. Looking closely, only emptiness remained. He truly hated so much. If there is a next life, he would rise with the cruelest methods, the most violent killing intent, and the most ruthless slaughter, raising a sea of bones. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass would grow. With every step he took, blood and rain would flood the land. He would see human cities destroyed and demon bloodlines severed. He would use his blood to right on earth. Bian Guiliang's breath grew weaker, as if he had already died. Then, like a torn rag thrown into a corner, he lay there. Probably later, patrol soldiers or city enforcers would throw him into a mass grave, not even giving him a proper burial. Could it be a bit cruel? Mushi watched this scene, biting her finger, feeling uncomfortable inside, and asked the Lord for his opinion. Although it's about a different person hurting others, just cutting off one ear should be enough, no need to go that far. Is Mushi considered kind? Jiang Ran doesn't know, but at least she's not evil. However, Mushi's words didn't seem to consider the different person as an equal. Why would the dark-haired person hurt others? Look at the shackles on his hands and feet, his messy clothes, and the whip marks on his body. That person is just freed from the market. There's a saying in China, those not of our kind have different hearts and must be punished. It's true, but beings with human thoughts can feel sad and cry. Can they simply be slaughtered like animals? Capturing him as is a crime, and buying him is even more so. But Jiang Ran, as an observer before, might also be guilty. She usually avoids trouble, especially since others see the person as the one who bit them. This isn't her territory. She can't do whatever she wants. Sir? Li Si and others were confused. They saw Jiang Ran pause her steps toward the Niao pavilion and turn casually. Maybe just take a dog back. Jiang Ran brushed her slightly messy hair, her expression indifferent. And that person also has some value. Turning the corner, Jiang Ran saw the injured person covered in blood, barely recognizable as human. She saw his faint breathing rising and falling on his chest.
Good, he's not dead.
Jiang Ran casually applied a blood-clotting powder to his wounds. She planned to call Li Si and Manhwa to carry him to the inn. But just as she moved, the person suddenly opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were filled with deep hatred, like black flames sweeping over, leaving a desolate scene. He looked at Jiang Ran for a while, his gaze gradually changing. It was as if he had finally seen light in a nightmare of death. His voice was weak and unclear, and Jiang Ran couldn't understand what he said. You're here. Just as Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows in surprise, the person suddenly grabbed her hand, bared his fangs, and his crimson eyes showed a pleading look. Blood. Jiang Ran's eyes flicked to his pinned bat wings, her eyebrows raised slightly, and she nodded knowingly. Control yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, his fangs eagerly pierced her hand lightly, leaving a drop or two of blood. A sensation of suction followed, and Jiang Ran's blood flowed. Reading more books is definitely helpful. From the appearance of those bat-like wings, Jiang Ran guessed that this outsider was probably a hybrid of the blood god bat and humans. Beasts, monsters, and divine beasts can sometimes transform into human forms through cultivation. The blood god bat is the ruler of bats. They control powers of concealment, blood, and poison. Roar! Bai Mei, who had been sleeping peacefully in Jiang Ran's arms, suddenly woke up. It stuck out its head and angrily shouted at the outsider. The outsider quickly stopped devouring blood. Because it was weak and lacked control, it lost many drops of blood just now. Jiang Ran thought carefully, this is a big loss. She saw the outsider, who had absorbed Jiang Ran's blood, glow with a faint blood light from its wings. This light gradually spread from the wings to its tall, slender body.
Lisi, ma, maurisi shi, olona mumen.
The person who threw the corpse still had some sense of morality. The outsider was left in a hidden corner with few people around, which was convenient for Jiang Ran to help. But this strange scene was best not discovered by others. Being cautious is wise. Li Si hesitated, my lord. Do you really want to save this outsider? What if it suddenly becomes aggressive and hurts you? Jiang Ran turned around with a calm look. Bai Mei also stuck out its head and looked at Li Si, sharing the same gaze as Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran said, I've tamed a real beast before, so I'm not afraid of this hybrid. Li Si was silent, seeming to agree. A few drops of blood were enough to save the outsider's life, but its injuries were still serious. Jiang Ran continued to sprinkle coagulating blood powder on it and took out a qianji grass. While tending to it, she observed the outsider. The blood abyss divine bat is bloodthirsty and strange, often appearing in dark, dense nights. Its combat methods make enemies tremble in fear. Any enemy wounded by it, once bleeding, would have their blood turn into blood mist, which the blood abyss divine bat could absorb, nourishing itself. The blood abyss divine bat is a monster that becomes more ferocious with each battle. The glow on its body faded. Jiang Ran pulled out a cloth for her stall, covering its entire body. She also pressed Bai Mei back down. She told Li Si and others, take him to the inn. Jiang Ran brought the person to Li Si's room, called for water, and asked Li Si to help clean him up and watch over him carefully. Soon after, Wei Fengsheng and Yan Lili bought supplies and returned to the inn. At first, they were startled by this strange person, but seeing their lord's confident expression, they swallowed their doubts and remained silent, understanding each other perfectly. Sir, we've bought everything, and there's still quite a bit of money left. What should we do next? Apart from the silk, which was a bit expensive, they spent less than 10 crystal coins on everything else. Jiang Ran first checked the items they bought. Yan Lili bought silk in white, blue, green, and gray. Wei Fengsheng bought gold and silver paper that looked similar to tinfoil from the past, and they bought several small, medium, and large wooden boxes, each size 100 pieces. The small boxes were about the size of a palm, used by Jiang Ran to hold chocolates. The medium boxes held bamboo shoots, and the large ones were used for seafood. All the wooden boxes had a uniform reddish-brown color, smooth and neat, looking quite delicate, with no special patterns on them. Jiang Ran asked, who can cut embroidery fabric? Mu Shi and Ma Hamer raised their hands silently. Since there were people who could do embroidery, Jiang Ran didn't need to do it herself. She took a piece of paper and a charcoal pencil, then drew the pattern she needed. She told Mu Shi and Ma Hamer, cut these fabrics into suitable sizes, using gray satin as the base, then sew according to the pattern above. Wei Fengsheng, use these gold and silver papers to wrap each chocolate. Yes. And me? Yan Lili looked confused. Go find a vendor to buy a pretty small stall. After we finish, rent a kitchen at the inn to cook some seafood dishes and stir-fried bamboo shoots. Understood. As for Jiang Ran herself, she began carving words onto the wooden boxes. Jiang Ran was skilled at calligraphy. The characters Liu Shang looked elegant and relaxed, conveying a sense of calm and leisure. Upon closer inspection, her brushstrokes stripped away worldly vanity, appearing weightless and fleeting, yet with a powerful, vigorous energy reaching toward the distant sky. After finishing the inscription, she added a beautiful painting, following the characters, transforming a simple box into a stunning piece of art. Wei Fengsheng was wrapping chocolates when he saw this and widened his eyes.
Can it be done like this?
Jiang Ran finished one box, set it aside to dry, then took another wooden box and repeated the process. Next, put the chocolates, bamboo shoots, and seafood into the boxes. It took them a whole day to complete all these preparations. When they saw the finished products, Wei Fengsheng and the others opened their eyes wide in amazement. Through careful craftsmanship, a pile of originally messy and cheap-looking goods had been transformed into items they couldn't afford. The Lord truly has the magic to turn the ordinary into extraordinary. Girls like pretty things. When Yen Lily and Mushi saw this, they felt excited. We will definitely sell all our items. Lord, these spirit bamboo shoots and seafood are packed. What about these ordinary bamboo shoots? Sell them separately, said Jiang Ran. The dry bamboo shoots weigh about 100 jin. Whatever we can sell, we sell. They're just dried goods, so they won't spoil. If we can't sell them, forget it. Jiang Ran thought for a moment, then went back to her room and opened the system marketplace to find an item she had been eyeing. It was something she had wanted before. Misty Mask can hide and adjust your aura, change appearance, and fake your identity. It costs 10,000 reputation points. Her account lost 10,000 reputation points, and immediately, a white mask appeared in Jiang Ran's hand. After recognizing her as the owner, the mask changed shape again, becoming a very beautiful and mysterious mask. This misty mask can change shape, but its main function is to fake your appearance. Jiang Ran put on the mask and directly adjusted her cultivation level to the first stage of the spirit awareness realm. Beyond the spirit refining realm is the mysterious bone stage. Above that is the spirit sea stage. At the spirit sea stage, one can open the divine consciousness and fly with the wind. Beasts cultivated to the spirit sea stage can even change into human form. Of course, this mask only disguises the aura. Her actual cultivation remains unchanged. Jiang Ren also took out a purple long robe from the Bai Mei box. The robe was exquisite, with silver thread cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. A dark-colored wide silk belt was tied around her waist. Her hair was loose, flowing like silk. Paired with the beautiful purple mask, she looked like a mysterious merchant. At this moment, thick black ink stained the sky, and silver candle lamps lit up the night market. The night market in Trade City was not colder than during the day. In fact, the nighttime bustle added a dreamy beauty to the scene. "My princess, it's not easy to get you out to stroll through my night market," a handsome young man said teasingly to a lady. He is Jiyu, the city lord of Trade City. Among the many cities in Tianshan County, Trade City is one of the richest and most prominent. Xia Nan is the most beautiful woman in Tianshan County, and also the youngest daughter of the county prince. Jiyu fell in love with her at first sight and vowed to show her all the beautiful things he could find. Well, only Brother Qian's trading city is lively enough to see merchants from all over Yunshang. It's a pity that my father doesn't allow me to go outside often. Xi Yunan, in her early 20s, has an elegant posture. She wears a white veil that reveals a pair of captivating eyes, which can make people think of her beauty even when her face is hidden. Qianyu watches this scene with excitement, feeling very emotional. He thinks that maybe there are women more beautiful than him in the world, but none can make his heart beat faster like Yunan does. Walking along the Spirit Object Street, Qianyu is generous. "Yunan, do you want something? I'll buy it for you." Yunan looks around. Most of the items are junk and not worth seeing. She prefers going to Zilin Mall or Zilin Auction House, where there are better things. She shakes her head. "Brother Qian, you don't have to buy me things all the time. It's okay. I like buying things for you." There's a place over there that looks brighter and is crowded with people. "Brother Qian, shall we go see?" They walk into the crowded area, where people are discussing excitedly. That glowing treasure must be a luminous pearl. It's rare to see one. I didn't expect to see it here. "What's chocolate?" That's such a strange name. It's a kind of snack. I've never seen it before. And it has some meaning too. Chocolate with alcohol filling. You are so beautiful that you make me intoxicated, completely capturing my heart. Plus, compared to the sound transmission shell and luminous pearl, chocolate isn't expensive. Only 10 crystal coins per box. Buy a box for my wife. These goods are so delicate, and the merchants are quite casual. They don't even entertain customers properly. As they listen, they start to notice some strange things. A young girl with romantic feelings says, "That merchant looks so mysterious and charming." Someone agrees, saying, "Why do people with such good manners exist?" Someone joking seriously, "He might not even be human." I heard my grandfather tell stories about the king of mythical Phoenix. The king of mythical Phoenix is said to be stunningly beautiful. Maybe he's a phoenix king hiding among humans. He's clearly not showing his face. I can't tell if he's a man or a woman, but that androgynous voice, that detached yet aura, it's so alluring it makes my legs weak. I don't know why I associate coldness with sexiness. They're two words that don't usually go together. Yunan listens and starts to feel uncomfortable. She is very beautiful, and she has been praised since she was young. But all he heard was praise about her face and figure. In short, the compliments were not on the same level. Some people had better taste than her, which made her unhappy. Qianyu was very powerful. When he released a wave of pressure, the crowd was pushed aside by an invisible barrier. They smoothly entered the front area. Under the sky full of glowing fireflies, a faint figure was visible. A merchant wore a half-mask made of what looked like purple ghost ice, and his deep, captivating eyes were visible beneath it. He sat alone under the starry sky, quietly flipping through a blank-covered book. His calm and elegant demeanor made it seem as if the noise of the world was a sin to him. When Qianyu and Xian came in, they immediately saw this scene. Just then, a night breeze blew. The scene was so striking that it felt like a wave, rushing through every cell in their bodies and quickly passing over their senses. Ah, I really want to see what's under his mask. Qianyu didn't know who said this, but it was his thought. He then focused again on the merchant. When he looked, he was shocked. Could this mysterious merchant really be a cultivator at the recognition sea level? Just as Qianyu was about to investigate further, the merchant's gaze shifted. His deep, cold, and emotionless eyes met his. He felt a sharp pain in his head, like a needle stabbing. Qianyu felt regretful. Oh no! My rudeness must have upset a powerful cultivator at the recognition sea level. Fortunately, the other person didn't seem to want to argue and slowly looked away. Siyun also looked away from the mysterious merchant. She bit her lip, feeling uncomfortable inside. By the way, these two couples have already reported 5,000 spiritual crystals, now 8,000, and half an hour has passed with no result yet. Qianyu and Xian turned their attention to the two arguing couples. One man, who looked quite ordinary, said, "Life is precious, but love is even more valuable." Just 8,000 spiritual crystals? I'm Fengwei, adding 100 more spiritual crystals. A hot-bodied woman said, "Love is priceless. How can money measure it? But that communication shell only has one pair. We want it." For the man called 44 with a fiery figure immediately nodded, "Yes, we'll pay 8,200 spiritual crystals." Someone said with both excitement and regret, "These two couples have been fighting over this for so long. If only I had more money."
Sigh.
Qing Yunan listened with curiosity and asked, "What is it that makes them argue so fiercely?" "It's a transmitting conch. It has the same effects as a transmitting stone." According to merchants, the transmitting conch is a very loyal magical beast. The person eagerly explained the origin of the transmitting conch as told by the mysterious merchant. Devote a lifetime for one person. Be loyal with all your heart. Guard your love. Though born separately, they must die together. Qing Yunan's eyes lit up slightly, while Qianyu was deeply moved. He had been trying to please his beloved for a long time. Seeing the ordinary-looking man offer 8,500 spirit crystals, a surge of excitement rose in Qianyu. He waved his sleeve and stepped forward, showing a bold spirit of spending a fortune for beauty. "I wish to win her heart and stay with her forever. I'll pay 10,000 spirit crystals for the transmitting stone. After speaking, Qianyu waved his sleeve again, and a large box appeared on the ground. Opening it, it was filled with spirit crystals. Staring at the shining crystals, the atmosphere froze for a moment, and no one spoke. The two couples also seemed stunned by this show of wealth, stammering in surprise. 10,000 spirit crystals? With this, a wave of excitement spread through the crowd. Spending so much for love. If only I could become this cultivator's partner, how wonderful that would be. Qing Yunan felt a proud smile cross his face at these words. Seeing no one else raising the bid, the mysterious merchant, who usually stayed outside the worldly scene, finally closed his books, stood up, and with a calm, slightly raised gaze, pushed the pair of transmitting conchs forward. He casually asked, "Would you like them engraved?" His figure was clearly more feminine, about 1.7 meters tall, slender, but his deep, hard-to-define voice and elegant, lazy demeanor made even women blush and feel their hearts race, blurring his gender. Qing Yunan and Qianyu looked confused but still said, "Yes, engrave it." "What characters?" Qianyu finally understood and respectfully replied, "You and Non, please, senior." The transmitting conch was sold like this. Jiang Ran still felt excited inside, but kept a calm, unreadable expression, pretending to be mysterious and unapproachable. After engraving the characters on the two conchs, Jiang Ran subtly glanced at the box of spirit crystals. Manhwa was quite clever. He also wore a mask and, as a mute character, helped drag the 10,000 spirit crystals over. Wei Fengsheng, Yan Lily, and 3 others played lovers for half an hour and argued for the same amount of time. After the sound transmission shell was sold, they quietly left the crowd. The 2 people who bought the transmission shell clearly had plenty of money. After acquiring it, they also bought some luminous pearls, iced spiritual herbs, spirit mulberry, and chocolates, selecting only good items. Finally, Jiang Ran stayed there for 4 hours. When night fell and few people remained, and most of the goods were sold, she packed up to close the stall. The 10,000 spirit crystals were too heavy, so Jiang Ran asked Manhwa to pack up the stall and move the remaining goods to the inn. Once no one was around, she stored the money she earned today into her space ring. Jiang Ran found a hidden spot and changed her mask and outfit. She didn't rush home but wandered outside, bought a delicate sapphire ring, removed the sapphire, and took out the white gemstone from her space ring. She placed the white gemstone, which had space powers, into a new ring. Only then did she return to the inn. Wei Fengsheng and the others watched Jiang Ran eagerly, speechless. Wei Fengsheng saw her empty hands and thought she had lost something, becoming a bit anxious. "Lady Lord, you..." "Oh, I bought a space ring outside," Jiang Ran said casually, showing her newly refreshed space ring with a long finger. Li Si stammered, "Lord Lady, it seems most of today's goods are sold out." Jiang Ran nodded and asked about the situation with a strange person. After confirming they were still sleeping, she went back to her room. Seeing her figure disappear into the distance, a few people were stunned. Lady Lord bought a space ring? That must cost at least several 10,000 spirit crystals. Li Si's face twisted in shock, looking like he had just seen a spendthrift. "All the money we earned just now. Probably all spent already." Wei Fengsheng frowned and scolded Li Si. "Lady Lord has her own ideas. We can't discuss them freely." Li Si quickly covered his mouth. Saw the. I've never seen so much money in my life. I just feel sorry for Lady Lord." Mu Shi timidly raised her hand. "By the way, I was so nervous during today's performance that my legs are still trembling." She had just decided to follow Jiang Ran and had experienced such exciting things, so her heart was still pounding. Of course, Jiang Ran arranged the performance to raise the price of the communication shell. We argued for half an hour straight and my throat is dry. It doesn't matter if it's dry. The main thing is to sell the communication shell. I'm really panicked. The price has been raised to over 8,000 spirit crystals. If no one buys, how can we step down? Fortunately, there was a big spender at the end. Manhwa was responsible for collecting payments and entertaining guests. He knew the value of the goods sold, and today, he was collecting money nonstop. Why were they so enthusiastic? It was terrifying. The communication shell sold for 10,000 spirit crystals, and the night pearls sold a total of 23, earning 25,000 spirit crystals. Different sizes and qualities of night pearls had different prices. This time, the pearls displayed were mostly fist-sized or marble-sized. The Eislinger, spiritual mushroom, was all sold out, and the chocolates nearly sold out too. The Lingsen, spiritual bamboo shoots, and other items were sold bundled together. I didn't expect the Lord to be able to craft magic tools. That Hanbing Hu Tijia, ice shield armor, really scared us. Yen Lily and Mu Shi twisted their bodies and blushed. The Lord wearing a mask and pretending to be someone else is just too handsome. The room was cleaned thoroughly by Yen Lily. When Jiang Ran returned to her own room, Bai Mei immediately slipped out of her sleeve. Awo! As soon as it appeared, it let out a ghostly cry, showing how upset the lively little young dragon was. Jiang Ran gently tousled Bai Mei's head and praised her generously. Bai Mei is very obedient and trying hard to endure. She also thought it would be best to quickly reach the Earth stage Sky Sea realm, so Bai Mei could be more comfortable. However, Bai Mei's spiritual power and cultivation are still weak. It might take some time to reach the Sky Sea realm. Usually, spiritual pets and their owners are held back by the spiritual beast master, but she and Bai Mei were the opposite. Jiang Ran casually took out about 100 spirit crystals and buried Bai Mei in them. You practice for a while. Once the spirit crystals absorbed spiritual energy, it would dissipate into the air. Bai Mei absorbed spiritual energy quite quickly, taking only a minute or two to finish one. In a few days, I should be able to advance to the next small realm. Jiang Ran tapped her chin thoughtfully. She wasn't worried about Bai Mei's cultivation speed, but rather about her mental state. This little white dragon was too sensitive and fragile. Finally, I don't need to worry about money so much. Jiang Ran took out all the spirit crystals she earned today. The gentle glow of the spirit crystal reflected throughout the room. The main items were the transmission shell, the glow pearl, and the cold ice defense armor, which earned over 90,000 spirit crystals. An inferior Earth-grade cold ice defense armor sold for a high price of 25,000 spirit crystals, Jiang Ran thought to herself. And it was bought immediately after being displayed, so such magic tools are quite popular. If I could add another formation to the engraved spirit, the improved cold ice defense armor could double in price. Currently, Suling Town has some profitable industries, and the town's finances are more stable. The chocolate from Gao Jin brand has all been sold, and the ice spirit mushrooms, priced at 55 Chui crystals, are all gone. Seafood and spirit bamboo shoots are new to them, and are selling well, with only a little left. These items have also sold for over 8,000 Chui crystals. After counting the goods, Jiang Ran stored the spirit crystals and other items back into her space ring. The ring finally had some free space. Bai Mei practiced for a while, and then fell asleep. The young dragon spent most of its time sleeping and growing. At this moment, it was still not sleeping soundly. It rubbed its face against the blanket for a while, but didn't feel the warmth it expected. Blinking its icy blue eyes drowsily, Bai Mei's body twisted. Then, as usual, she retracted her sharp claws. Her soft little tail curled around Jiang Ran's arm, like a small cat curling up beside her. Feeling the cool air, she relaxed and fell asleep again, breathing steadily and sleeping peacefully. Really clingy. Jiang Ran tugged a bit of the blanket over Bai Mei and covered her completely before withdrawing her hand once she was sure she was deeply asleep. Jiang Ran slightly disliked this and muttered, "Tsk, so sticky, so troublesome." Inside the Yaoling Huan, spirit ring, several Yaoling, spirit creatures, were comfortably resting. The cautious Mao Zhu spirit worm seemed to have found a nemesis, tightly held by the Cocoa spirit monster, unable to move. But after living in the same ring for a long time, the Mao Zhu spirit worm finally accepted the other Yaoling. The Bingji spirit worm's body became even more transparent. Its royal-level talent allowed it to grow quickly, but Shanling worm was gradually unable to suppress it. This little Yaoling, spirit creature, was starting to show some laziness, which made Jiang Ran a little worried. The changes in the My Spirit monster were strange. Its golden markings were turning to crimson red. Jiang Ran wasn't sure if this change was good. The mutation of the Yaoling, spirit creatures, does not always lead to positive outcomes. The Yaoling Ring spirits have fallen into deep sleep. Although Jiang Ran is very tired, she does not rest immediately. Instead, she meditates and trains while thinking about the few special people she met today. There is a person called Yu and another called Nan, both of notable status. Despite their young age, their cultivation levels are quite high, one reaching the 8th level of the mysterious bone stage, and the other the 3rd level. Fortunately, before meeting the mysterious merchant today, she bought a foggy mask. The purple demon eye, fused with the mortal level Yoming Chansu, ghostly piercing, has become even more bizarre. The mental attack it launched was not detected. There was also a man who bought a ground-level Hunbing Huti Jia, ice shield armor. He seems to come from a certain academy. As a merchant, she has interacted with many people, and the power structure of this world is more complicated than she imagined. Cities, sects, academies, the town of Suling is too weak. The next morning, Li Si knocked on Jiang Ran's door, speaking nervously. Master Jiang, that person has woken up. Li Si was talking about the strange person in his room. Jiang Ran opened her eyes. Ling Lily brought her water and helped her wash up. Only after that did she go to Li Si's room. Yesterday, Jiang Ran had her people buy 10 roosters and spilled a lot of blood for the Blood Abyss Divine Bat's strange person to drink. Now, the large nail on his wing had been removed, and his wound was healing. He sat on the bed with vacant, lifeless eyes, which made Jiang Ran frown slightly. She didn't want to save a dead person. Her tone grew a bit colder.
Name.
The strange person finally looked up. He was tall and well-proportioned, but too thin. In Jiang Ran's view, his features were deep and handsome, but his aura was too cold, and his bloodthirsty, crazy expression made his face look a bit fierce. Fortunately, he responded to her question.
Bian Yilian.
But besides Jiang Ran, the others looked at him with dark crimson eyes, as if ready to attack at any moment. Jiang Ran felt he might suddenly rush over and bite someone.
They're my people. Keep your eyes steady.
Jiang Ran then said to Wei Fengsheng and the others, "You all go out first."
Li Si hesitated.
His personality was quite cautious, worried that this strange person might hurt the Lord. Wei Fengsheng, now completely obedient to Jiang Ran, immediately dragged Li Si out. The door closed. Jiang Ran asked again, age, past experiences, why did you bite people? Benglian's eyes returned to their deep black color, and when facing Jiang Ran, there was a hint of obedience, 17 years old. As for the past, Benglian didn't know where to start. After a moment of hesitation, he began to speak slowly. I am a hybrid of the Blood Abyss God Bung and a human. I was abandoned at birth, not knowing how I survived. Then I started wandering. Later, I met some other beings like me. We built a small village and lived there for 3 years. We built it far from human settlements. Later, humans found us. Some captured us, treating us as slaves. The stronger ones were sent to fight in the arena, and the ones with good looks were taken into noble beds. As for biting people, Benglian lowered his head. She made her subordinates me, saying they wanted to see what a being like me looked like under a man. Benglian spoke calmly, but Jiang Ran knew she was revealing his wounds. After all, the hatred in his eyes couldn't be hidden, and his body trembled fiercely, unable to control his emotions. He was sad and in pain, with hatred rooted deep in his heart. His feelings were so intense that they threatened to overflow, making Jiang Ran easily sense them. There was no doubt. If he stepped out of this room, this being would turn into a madman, unable to hold back and start a killing spree. So, then, what do you want to do next? Where will you go? Benglian almost blurted out, go kill someone. He looked down, clutching the bedding tightly, and helplessly realized that besides revenge, he had nowhere else to go. I don't know. Jiang Ran was not surprised. She had asked casually. In fact, Benglian was like a ticking bomb. If she took him in, there was always a risk of backlash. Most people wouldn't dare to take such a risk. But Jiang Ran was not an ordinary person. Although he had experienced a series of cruel events at just 17, Benglian deserved sympathy. In reality, such things should happen less often, and Jiang Ran hoped for that too. However, Benglian's despair and helplessness stirred a strange, almost perverse excitement in her. It was as if she had caught a prey. Jiang Ran reached out her hand to him. Benglian looked up at her, and in the haze, he felt as if a finally opened in the dark abyss, revealing a ray of light. The sense of achievement from taming a fierce beast was far greater than that from taming a gentle cat. Jiang Ran said, "From now on, you'll be my fangs." Bian Lian looked at that hand. It was the most beautiful hand he had ever seen, slim, fair, with neatly trimmed nails, clean and flawless. It was clearly a hand that belonged to someone used to a life of comfort and luxury. He seemed to be enchanted. When he finally reacted, he had already reached out his hand. Just as he was about to touch it, he suddenly snapped back to reality, startled, and withdrew his hand as if electrocuted. Snap! Jiang Ran grabbed his hand firmly. Her eyes were long and dark like ink, and her attitude was strong and commanding. Once you've reached out, don't just pull back easily. She looked proud and fierce, but her words made Bian Lian's breath catch. For some reason, his heart suddenly started pounding hard. He had never felt so alive before. Before he died, he thought, if only someone like her came to save him, he would be willing to give everything for that. But I am a different person, at the very bottom of the food chain. Would staying with me only cause you trouble? At the bottom of the food chain? Jiang Ran sneered, showing disdain for such talk. Who isn't beneath the food chain? Even the fiercest tiger can fall when surrounded by wolves. The wildest beast, after death, just becomes nutrients for the grass. For example, me. Compared to you, am I not glamorous and free? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. She pointed to her head with her index finger. But I am still constrained by others in my actions. Above me, there are invisible swords hanging, one wrong move, and I could be doomed forever. After saying this, she let out a long sigh, her eyes half closed. But in the next second, her eyes sparkled brightly, so strongly that Bian Lian felt the whole world lose its color. Maybe we are all weak in the food chain, but I don't believe we will always be weak. Her voice was soft but, like a devil's temptation, teasing at the heart. Bian Lian knew this person might be dangerous, and her motives not pure, yet she still kept pulling him deeper into her spell, making him unwilling to wake up. She said, "You need me." She said, "Follow me. I can give you a place to stay, and not only that, dignity." She said, "The price is your power, your freedom, even your life." This was definitely the most unequal deal. But a place to stay and dignity are things that Benglian has been pursuing tirelessly for 17 years. I am willing to risk my life for you, but can I really do it? Do I have the ability to become your sharp fang? Jiang Ran sighed. Do you know why humans despise and look down on you? Because we carry. Benglian closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Did the humble blood? That's partly true, Jiang Ran said. Most humans are cunning, mean, and cowardly. You, the different ones, have human wisdom and the strength of magical beasts. Humans' thinking allows you to quickly cultivate using human techniques, and the physical strength and bloodline power of magical beasts give you an advantage right from the start. So, humans are afraid. Benglian had never heard such words before, which made him more certain that the person in front of him was different. After hesitating for a moment, Benglian finally made a decision. Master, I have a request. Speak. Back then, humans came to our village to catch us. Most of those taken probably died. I don't expect you to rescue the other different ones who were captured. It seemed Benglian had gone through a mental struggle. There were about 10 others who escaped at that time. I want to bring them here. Please take us in. Taking one more is no big deal, and taking a few more won't cause much trouble. Jiang Ran said, "Wait until you're healed and take me there." But she didn't promise to accept them. Whether I take you in or not depends on what I see myself. After playing the mysterious merchant, Jiang Ran's influence lingered. These days, there aren't many entertainment options, but there's plenty of gossip. Ignoring the young men and women enchanted by her beauty, they were curious about her masked face. Many debated fiercely about her mystery and her great skills. Then, attention shifted to the goods she sold. It was said that the city lord of Mao City used a pair of communication shells to express his love for the princess. The legend of the communication shells spread among some couples who longed to own a symbol of love. They said, if there's anything that can show a person's loyalty to another, the communication shell is definitely the best. The most widely discussed items, because of their low prices and popularity, were chocolates, seafood, and bamboo shoots. If passing the love story of the conch shell is something only noble people can enjoy, then delicate things like chocolates are suitable for the middle class. First, let me clarify that the food in Maocheng is somewhat richer than in Shuling Town, but only slightly. Most people can't resist the delicious seafood. Although Tianchen had long mastered the art of making music, he had never tried to experiment with pickling, let alone creating good kimchi. Just like spicy strips won the taste buds of millions, the unique flavors of pickled bamboo shoots and sour bamboo shoots have also captured everyone who tasted them. Over time, word spread and many people heard of the fame of bamboo shoots. Jiang Ran and others didn't know much about this yet. Wei Fengsheng and Manhwa, unlike before when they played lovers or disguised themselves, had now moved small stools onto a busy street to sell their second batch of goods. Why just Wei Fengsheng and Manhwa? Because earlier, Jiang Ran and others had transported goods to a restaurant to sell. Although later, when Yan Lily and others played lovers, it was late in the evening and their faces were hidden, they still worried about being recognized. Wei Fengsheng was not very noticeable. After removing his disguise, he looked like an ordinary passerby. Manhwa, who had worn a mask before, was not easily recognized. Manhwa and Wei Fengsheng squatted on the ground, watching the crowd pass by. No one came to buy their goods. The two big men looked at each other like fools. It was almost noon and fewer people were on the street. This was not a good situation. After glancing at the vendors calling out, Manhwa decided to take the initiative. He imitated their calls, shouting, selling bamboo shoots. Delicious bamboo shoots. We have lots of bamboo shoots here. Manhwa loudly called out, more bamboo shoots. More bamboo shoots. Wei Fengsheng wasn't good at shouting, but luckily he had a thick skin. At that moment, a young woman happened to pass by. He enthusiastically stopped her. Miss, would you like to see our goods? The girl, with a simple bun, was startled by his sudden enthusiasm. She instinctively wanted to call him a rogue, but the muscles in her arm, which held her back, looked strong and attractive. His voice was also nice, so she hesitated. Blushing, she looked up, only to see an extremely ordinary face, instantly losing interest. Why are you stopping me? This girl seemed to have two faces. Wei Fengsheng's expression flickered for a moment. Want to buy bamboo shoots? Wei Fengsheng did not have high hopes and tentatively offered a bag of bamboo shoots. However, as soon as he heard the word bamboo shoots, the girl's eyes lit up brightly. She exclaimed in surprise, bamboo shoots? Is that what it is? Give me 2 Jin. Wei Fengsheng, a bit confused, accepted 50 gold coins, but then was distracted by the loud calls of Manhwa. Is that bamboo shoots? There's no sign of the mysterious merchant or the Liushang Pavilion mark. It doesn't seem to be from Liushang Pavilion.
And it's not as fine.
Who cares where it's from? As long as it's tasty, that's enough. I want to buy some to try. Jiang Ran had heard before that sometimes the sellers of fake goods might actually be the original merchants themselves. She had this idea before, but didn't expect it to cause such a big fuss. Wei Fengsheng and Manhwa looked at the bamboo shoots being quickly bought up in confusion. Holding a bunch of gold and silver, they returned to the inn, still feeling unsettled. Watching them curiously, Yan Lily and Mushi waited for a long time before Wei Fengsheng finally said, "My lord, you are truly amazing. Li Tianliang claims to be a top merchant in Shuling Town, but he's not even worthy to carry your shoes." Fei Hong Tower. The chubby boss of Feihong Tower had been hearing customers talk about the delicious bamboo shoots and seafood over the past few days. Some who had tasted them even started criticizing the dishes at his restaurant. Before, I thought Feihong Tower's food was pretty good, but now it suddenly feels tasteless. They keep making the same few dishes over and over. Boss, when will you introduce new dishes? Some people had bought a lot of bamboo shoots and temporarily opened small stalls or restaurants. Surprisingly, their business was quite good, pulling many customers away from Feihong Tower. A restaurant's dishes aren't as good as what a street vendor sells. The chubby boss was very angry. Such a fuss was even affecting him. For a businessman, not making money was a loss, especially since he suddenly had fewer customers at Feihong Tower. He now regretted not accepting those outsiders' bamboo shoots earlier. The shop assistant said, "Uncle, you didn't know that a mysterious merchant might appear halfway and also sell bamboo shoots and seafood, causing such a big craze." The shop assistant pondered for a moment and suddenly shouted in surprise, "Uncle, do you think that mysterious merchant is part of the same group? Look, they're all selling bamboo shoots and seafood." The chubby boss waved his hand firmly. "Impossible. I heard that the mysterious merchant's cultivation level has reached the sea of consciousness realm. Moreover, she was dressed beautifully and delicately, with every gesture exuding elegance. Such a noble person. How could she mingle with them? Plus, I've seen friends buy goods from mysterious merchants. You don't know how exquisite they are, like works of art. Completely different from those rough, cheap items." The shop assistant's words hit a nerve with the chubby man. He couldn't accept what was said. Besides, the mysterious merchant's goods are always in demand. Why sell them in 2 batches? That's just nonsense and troublemaking. Although it seems suspicious, it might just be a coincidence. The shop assistant, confused, replied, "You're right, uncle. I was overthinking." He then added, "It's a pity we didn't buy those goods from the outsiders back then. If we had, maybe we could sell a small dish for 10 crystals and someone would buy it." It's better not to mention it, but once he did, the chubby man felt heartbroken. At this moment, Jiang Ran put on a mysterious mask and dressed as a mysterious merchant, walking into the Niao market. Inside, she saw several tall white columns, carved with intertwined leaf patterns, creating a luxurious decoration style. The market had a variety of spiritual foods. For example, Li Fuxing had previously bought jade essence, which was abundant here. But Jiang Ran didn't care much for such low-quality goods. Spiritual creatures are the foundation of the city, and cultivating them extravagantly is understandable. The energy absorbed by spiritual creatures is actually mixed. Jade essence is made from crushed stones containing vitality, filtered to remove impurities, leaving the pure essence. Spiritual creatures can also absorb residual spiritual power from other spirits, like the milk cotton grass rewarded by the system. It's the remains of a spirit that has dissipated, with its residual energy attached to the leaves of the milk cotton grass, forming a kind of spiritual food. Some fierce spirits will devour weaker spirits' power to strengthen themselves, like weeds stealing nutrients from a field. That's why the Miaoling bugs have always been cautious of the Mailing monsters. Why are there so few spirits in this world? Perhaps there should be many spirits, but through natural selection, only the strongest survive. Some spirits are eaten by beasts before they are born, or their energy is absorbed by their own kind, causing them to die prematurely. These spiritual foods are so expensive. Jiang Ran whispered after hearing someone gaze at the displayed spiritual foods. 100 grams of ordinary jade essence costs 200 crystals, which isn't enough for a spirit to eat for 2 days. The surrounding area is filled with low-level monster food. Jiang Ran now has some money and walks straight into the middle section of the Neon Demon Shop, where the monster food is more valuable. The food is displayed in transparent cabinets, giving a high-end look. The mysterious merchant's outfit is very eye-catching. He wears a uniform, and the young girls responsible for greeting customers immediately lose their focus, staring eagerly at the mysterious merchant. Wow, that must be the mysterious merchant. He looks so elegant. I heard he's very powerful. I really want to get close to him. Although the girls are excited, the mysterious merchant's calm and distant aura makes him hard to approach. If they rush over, they might upset him, which would be bad. A powerful expert at the consciousness sea level could make them disappear with a wave of his hand. The monster creatures in Tianshan County are still tightly controlled. There aren't many types of monster food or monsters. Most of it is sold by outsiders who occasionally find monsters and monster food and sell it to the Neon Demon Shop, which then resells it to others. Jiang Ran has her eye on 2 types of monster food. One is called Elemental Blossom, and the other is a 10-year Spirit Dew. The Elemental Blossom looks like small, nail-sized stone pieces. They shimmer with a shell-like glow. There are only about 20 pieces here, and each piece is sold for around 100 spirit crystals. That's a lot. To put it in perspective, a top-quality mortal-grade pill costs between 100 and 500 spirit crystals. And these tiny nail-sized pieces cost 100 spirit crystals each. Very expensive. The Elemental Blossom is used to improve the quality of monster spirits' spiritual essence. Jiang Ran takes out 2,300 spirit crystals and buys all the Elemental Blossoms. Wow, no wonder he's a mysterious merchant, so rich and willing to spend without hesitation. The attendant at the counter looks excited and seems even more eager to get close to the merchant. The 10-year Spirit Dew isn't cheap either. A small bottle costs 50 spirit crystals, and Jiang Ran buys 100 bottles. These bottles can last about a month for 5 little monsters. She flicks her finger, and everything on the counter disappears. The Elemental Blossom, 10-year Spirit Dew, and other monster food she bought from the system, like blue peachwood powder, are all on the same level. Later, Jiang Ren also buys some more common monster food, spending a total of 500 spirit crystals. At the very back of the Neon Demon Shop is the area where monsters are sold. Jiang Ran enters the exhibition hall and sees about 10 monsters on display. Most of them are insect monsters, and they are not very valuable. Jiang Ran was not surprised. Good spirits are usually bought by powerful people. Such spirits are rarely sold openly. Jiang Ran came mainly to find a good deal. There was one spirit Jiang Ran thought might be useful, the Wisteria spirit worm. Wisteria flowers are beautiful and can be used in medicine to kill insects and relieve itching. But the price was 50,000 spirit crystals. Jiang Ran immediately felt that it was not worth disturbing. Buying the Wisteria spirit worm wouldn't be very useful right now, and raising the 5 spirits she already had was costly. Although she was tempted, Jiang Ran kept her emotions in check. She looked around but didn't find any cheap and useful spirits. Finding a good deal wasn't easy. So she decided to go back. Just then, a muscular man cautiously approached her. He probably knew Jiang Ran was the famous mysterious merchant recently talked about a lot, so he was very respectful. "Senior, my name is Luo Sheng. I have a spirit you might want to see," he said carefully. Jiang Ran nodded slightly, showing a bit of coldness. Most important people behaved like this, so Luo Sheng didn't mind. He carefully took out a spirit worm from his pocket. This spirit was a bit special. The small worm's forehead had a tiny cotton bud, and its body looked like spilled paint mixed into chaotic colors. It looked very ugly. If you didn't look carefully, it just seemed like an ordinary bug. It was also very dull, with no intelligence like other spirits such as the sand spirit worm. Jiang Ran used her purple jade magic eye to examine it. She saw that this spirit's life force was fading quickly, and it was incomplete and damaged. It looked like it could disappear at any moment. However, it had rich spiritual energy inside and 8 different types of spiritual energy, 5 elements: ice, wind, and thunder. Jiang Ran kept her expression calm and lowered her voice, sounding somewhat ambiguous. "A spirit that's about to die?" Luo Sheng's face turned pale. He didn't expect the mysterious merchant to see through him so easily. He had planned to sell this spirit to the Niao Yao Sea shop, but on the way, he met this mysterious merchant and got greedy. He stammered and admitted, "Yes, I found the spirit by chance during my training. It seems to have had some issues at birth. But this spirit is very useful, like a mutated cotton spirit worm."
See.
Jiang Ran's voice was deep and calm, like water. No matter how useful it is, it's no good. This spirit won't last more than 2 days. Rosheng knew he couldn't scare him anymore and felt a bit disappointed. But a mutated spirit beast, that's interesting. Just as Rosheng's mood hit its lowest point, Jiang Ran's curious voice came through. Her tone was casual. Name your price. I want this spirit beast. Rosheng's eyes lit up instantly, like fireworks going off in his mind, and he felt extremely excited. However, he didn't want to ask for too much, as he couldn't afford to offend this mysterious merchant. He tentatively said, 500 spirit crystals. As he finished speaking, the mysterious merchant looked up, his eyes beneath the mask deep and captivating. The merchant didn't show any special reaction, just casually tossed a bag of spirit crystals to him. Rosheng was still a bit confused when he received the crystals.
Give me the spirit insect.
Oh. Rosheng snapped out of his surprise and immediately handed over the spirit beast. Thank you, sir. Although it was a business deal, both sides had their needs, and Rosheng looked grateful, bowing deeply. Suddenly remembering something, Rosheng handed Jiang Ran an item. This is a cotton seed from the spirit beast's birthplace.
Please take it.
The seed looked odd, like a faded iron lump, crooked and rough. Rosheng apologized. This seed isn't very pretty, probably because of the mutation of the spirit beast. Jiang Ran took the seed with a calm expression and simply nodded. From a distance, Rosheng watched as a graceful figure disappeared into the mist, her robes fluttering elegantly. Rosheng sighed, thinking that the other person knew it was a doomed spirit beast but still bought it casually. That must be the joy of the wealthy. Most people would just look down on such a fool for loving money, but facing this mysterious merchant, Rosheng thought, this mysterious merchant is truly generous. While Jiang Ran was leaving the Niao market, she casually signed a contract with the spirit insect. A new panel appeared on her system, Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Insect Talent, Poor, Red, Rarity. Epic Personality, Greedy, Violent Age. 0 years Spirit Elements, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Ice, Thunder Mutation. None devour everything. Devour everything. Jiang Ran paused. She didn't know what the Sacred Pattern Cotton was, but its epic rarity was clear. And this spirit beast wasn't a mutated cotton spirit? She had thought she was lucky to find a spirit beast born with all 8 spirit elements. Her heart was a bit excited. For now, she needed to go back and solve the problem with this mischievous spirit. Jiang Ran placed the Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm into the spirit ring. However, the moment Jiang Ran put the Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm into the spirit ring, the originally silent and stunned spirit suddenly seemed to sense blood and became like a fierce beast. Its black eyes quickly turned scarlet. It lifted its head and looked at the other 5 spirits inside the ring, secreting a transparent mucus from its mouth. It acted like a wild animal driven by instinct, crawling with its worm body, burning with greedy desire, and heading toward the nearest Bingji spirit worm. The Bingji spirit worm proudly lifted its head. Its icy blue body seemed to emit silky ice threads like willow fluff, confronting the Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm. Chirp! Meow! Meanwhile, the bamboo spirit worm curled up in the corner the moment the Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm entered. The silly mulberry spirit worm was the most confused, but it was the last to realize and stood beside the Bingji spirit worm. Imprison! Imprison! The Sacred Pattern Spirit Worm slowly moved toward the Bingji spirit worm, spilling water all over the ground from its mouth. Its cry was hoarse and savage, full of greed to devour everything. As an evolved form of spirit worm, Coco Spirit Monster and My Spirit Monster were among the smarter spirits. Right now, they kept crying inside the spirit ring, trying to attract the master's attention. The weak Sacred Pattern Spirit Worm couldn't defeat the Bingji Spirit Worm, but it had no intention to resist. Its instinct was only to devour. It opened its mouth wide and bit toward the Bingji Spirit Worm. But just as its mouth approached, it was moved outside the spirit ring. So, spirits with violent and greedy natures are really frightening. Jiang Ran was not naive. She knew some spirits could harm their own kind, and the system clearly told her this spirit had a strong desire to devour. So she kept a close eye on it. Placing the sacred pattern cotton spirit worm into the spirit ring was mainly to see exactly how violent it was. All the spirits inside the ring were quite frightened. Jiang Ran used her mental power to form a tangible presence, constantly soothing these 5 little creatures deep within the contract. The sacred pattern cotton spirit worm twisted strongly, its scarlet eyes still not faded. Jiang Ran kept calming it and took out a piece of elemental blossom for it to chew on. Only then did it gradually become quiet. Quite a troublesome fellow. Though troublesome, this was also the biggest gain of Jiang Ran's trip. Jiang Ran also thought, in this world, there are many plants I don't recognize. If it weren't for the purple jade demon eye, I might have almost missed the saw. After all, she hesitated a bit when buying this yaoling earlier. Maybe I should buy a plant encyclopedia from the system shop. If Luo Sheng knew that this yaoling wasn't a mutated yaoling of cotton but a rare sacred pattern cottoningchong, even if this lingchong only had 2 days of life left, she wouldn't sell it so cheaply. It was the other person's ignorance that allowed Jiang Ran to get a big bargain. The sacred pattern cottonlingchong's life force was quickly fading, and Jiang Ran needed to deal with it quickly. Every second of delay was irresponsible to this yaoling. She found a nearby restaurant and booked a private room. One important reason she bought this weak yaoling was because she still had a treasure, Qing Chui treasure liquid. A drop of Qing Chui treasure liquid, worth millions of spirit crystals, is a precious treasure. It contains highly refined life essence, effective for most creatures in this world. Jiang Ran originally planned to use it for the Maoju Lingchong, as its talent was very poor and its yaoling power was too depleted, making it hard to recover. Without special opportunities, the Maoju Lingchong might only stay at the yaolingguai level at best. Qing Chui treasure liquid can improve talent and provide Zhengming Li for yaoling. Yaoling that drink Qing Chui treasure liquid can often evolve into yaoling gual. But the sacred pattern cottonlingchong's situation was special. The moment Jiang Ran took out the Qing Chui treasure liquid, it caught the yaoling's attention.
Qiu.
Yi, in front of food, this yaoling didn't look dull. It fiercely demanded Jiang Ran to give it the item. Jiang Ran playfully tapped its head. Not good.
Qiu. Qiu.
This ugly creature became even more fierce. Its intelligence was limited, mostly driven by instinct to devour. It showed no respect to its new owner, even reaching out with its tail and mouth to the small bottle from Jiang Ran's hand. Jiang Ran decided not to argue with it. She smiled, gripping the sacred pattern cottonlingchong's hand tighter, applying some force. The ugly, irritable Lingchong 叫了一声，感到不舒服. Harming yaoling could cause some backlash, but Jiang Ran was always patient. She used her subtle purple jade demon eye to carefully observe the yaoling's state, maintaining just enough pressure to make it uncomfortable without hurting it. Until the spiritual insect was completely exhausted, it finally calmed down. Jiang Ran relaxed her fingers and fed it the Qingsui treasure liquid in one gulp. At the moment it swallowed the liquid, the abnormal drain of life force immediately stopped. The Saint Pattern cotton spirit worm's body trembled slightly, continuously absorbing every bit of energy from the treasure liquid. In the next second, its body emitted a rainbow-colored light, spreading out in ripples like waves. This crystal-like refracted light made its originally ugly body look noble. The light was the energy spilled from this magical spirit. After releasing these energies, the spirit greedily absorbed all of them back into its body. It was like an insatiable glutton, or a mythical creature that never stops collecting wealth. The body of the Saint Pattern cotton spirit worm gradually swelled, and the imperfections in its birth were repaired. Its mottled colors became clearer. Although it's still ugly, Jiang Ran silently said. Jiang Ran wondered if the Saint Pattern cotton spirit worm was too greedy when it was born, distributing too much energy into awakening its spiritual essence, which caused it to be imperfect and harmed its potential. This spirit worm might not know restraint. Such a good card was played badly, which Jiang Ran felt was really a pity. However, personality often has two sides. For example, because the Saint Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm is greedy when absorbing Qingsui treasure liquid, it doesn't waste any of it. If it were the Mao Bamboo Spirit Worm, it might be too cautious and wouldn't dare to absorb at the start. So, this aggressive and greedy personality, if used properly, could lead to unexpected results. Currently, the Saint Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm couldn't fully digest the power of the Qingsui treasure liquid, so it chose to store the energy in its body and gradually convert it later. The spirit worm slowly fell into sleep. Jiang Ran estimated that when it woke up, its potential could be improved from poor to average. Jiang Ran didn't put the Saint Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm into the spirit ring where the Mulberry Spirit Worm and others stayed. Instead, she bought a new spirit ring from the system, let it enter, and hung it around her neck with a beautiful string. The matter of the Saint Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm was temporarily settled. Jiang Ran was in no rush. Since she was visiting the trade city, she decided to explore thoroughly. So, she followed her plan to visit Lingtao Market, Zilin Mall, and Zilin Auction Pavilion to browse treasures. Stepping out of the private room, Jiang Ran felt as if she had moved from silence into a noisy world. Crowds on the street brushed past her, under the blazing sun. Sweat dripped onto the ground, mixing with the dust from below, creating small, unnoticed bursts of color. This is the humble and ordinary life of most people. Jiang Ran looked at this scene, thinking that for the bustling scene to happen in Suling Town, she might need to walk a bit further. As she thought about some things and passed a corner, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Jiang Ran was slightly surprised. She noticed that this person's aura was very well hidden. She only just realized now. Quickly, Jiang Ran moved to the right to dodge. However, the other person reacted just as fast, stepping aside at the moment they almost collided. It would have been fine if they hadn't moved, but now their avoidance was unnecessary. The two people, who normally wouldn't have crossed paths, accidentally bumped arms during this mutual politeness. Jiang Ran's sharp nose caught a faint scent on the person's clothing, like snow in winter or pine that had been burned in a stove, calm and distant. The spot where their arms touched felt a little sore. Jiang Ran frowned slightly, her mood cooling down a bit. She understood that the other person didn't do it on purpose, and she also took some responsibility. She glanced at the person's face, only to see that they were wearing a mask. Unlike Jiang Ran, who wore a mask to look more impressive, this person was truly low-key. A plain gray mask covered the entire face, and their clothes were simple. The only thing that stood out was their tall, straight figure and noble posture. Jiang Ran didn't like looking up at people, so she looked away, her eyes calm. Just as she was about to pretend nothing happened, a voice came over, saying, "Sorry." The voice was very pleasant, cold and clear, with a faint magnetic quality. It had a feeling of winter snow and silent destruction. If it carried more emotion, it could easily make people dizzy. The other person's words seemed casual, not very sincere, just polite. Jiang Ran, with her thick skin, accepted it casually. She let out a lazy, indifferent sound, as if she didn't care much. Their footsteps didn't stop at all because of this brief exchange. Lingtiao City and the Spirit Object Trading Street are quite different. Most items in Lingtiao City's trading street are incomplete. Incomplete techniques, incomplete swords, can you believe it? They even sell incomplete people here. Finding good things in the Spirit Object Trading Street in Lingtiao City is as difficult as searching for sand in the ocean. Moreover, the trading street also has a gambling stone yard, which is the largest in Tianshan Prefecture. Jiang Ran met a spiritual talisman maker here, a somewhat inexperienced one. His stall displayed failed fire confinement talismans. The talisman maker sighed and said, "I was trying to make a fire confinement talisman, but it failed. Now this talisman turns into a bomb that explodes at the slightest touch." He added, "These days, being a talisman maker is really hard. Masters are hard to find, spiritual paper is expensive. I have to be very careful when practicing, and I don't want to waste spiritual paper." The talisman maker was a chatterbox, always complaining whenever he met someone. With so many paths of cultivation, why did he choose to become a talisman maker? He regretted it deeply. Jiang Ran looked at these talismans and thought, aren't they just bombs? They can be used to attack enemies or to break through mountains. How many of these defective talismans do you have? The talisman maker looked a bit embarrassed and said, 300. Wow, to be able to turn a fire confinement talisman into a stable bomb in a way shows talent. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and took out 10 jean of leftover spiritual paper from her space ring. I have some discarded spiritual paper. Maybe it can help you practice making talismans. Do you want it? The talisman maker's eyes lit up. Yes, of course I want it. Then I'll trade you my leftover spiritual paper for your defective talismans.
Deal.
The talisman maker was very open-minded. Looking at Jiang Ran, who wore a mysterious purple mask, he warned, these defective talismans are unstable. Be careful. If you accidentally bump into one, the paper might explode. No worries. Jiang Ran stored all the defective talismans into her space ring. The talisman maker watched, drooling with envy. He said again, I'm a local here in Mao City. I often set up my stall. If you have more spiritual paper next time, come find me. I want all of it, whether good or bad. He recognized Jiang Ran as the recently famous mysterious merchant. Feeling this might sound inappropriate, he wanted to correct himself, but Jiang Ran simply responded with an Thank you so much. After saying goodbye to this novice talisman maker, Jiang Ran looked at many damaged magic tools and cultivation techniques. Even damaged cultivation techniques still have value. For example, the 9 layers of broken arrow technique, even if only the first and second layers can still be practiced, just incomplete. Similarly, Jiang Ran's own cultivation method, the Chaos Red Phoenix scripture, is also a fragment. The library and the mercenary group need some cultivation techniques for display, so Jiang Ran carefully selected a few. After confirming that these incomplete techniques had not been artificially altered, she paid for them. It is quite rare to buy so many incomplete cultivation techniques at once. The stall owner is an old man in the 3rd level of spirit refinement. He looks a bit surprised and asks, buying so many? Though surprised, he quickly and efficiently packs the items for Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran responds with a hum, then suddenly glances at a white stone on a nearby stall and points, Is this a gift for me? Sure, the owner agrees. It's just a pretty-looking stone, and it's missing half, so it's no big deal. The owner is generous and directly hands the white stone to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran seems to ask casually and nonchalantly puts the white stone into her pocket. Later, she also buys some miscellaneous books and maps to learn more about this world. Jiang Ran walks around Lingtao City and Zilin Market, gaining some knowledge and buying necessary tools and rare metals like cold iron and mysterious iron. She has some money now and spends freely, nearly 4,000 spirit crystals in a day. However, she doesn't find the spirit gold powder she wants. So Jiang Ran asks someone, do you know where I can buy spirit gold powder? Spirit gold powder? It's a common material for refining tools. The person responds loudly, oh, you mean spirit gold powder. You might not know, but recently, 2 Golden Bone Realm destructive ants have appeared in the spirit gold mines on Yunxiang Mountain, so no one dares to mine there. Yunxiang Mountain is a vast mountain range stretching thousands of miles, filled with magical beasts, including many at the Recognition Sea Realm. It's a spiritual energy mountain range. The city of Tianquan has long coveted this mountain, but they currently lack the strength to take it. A few days ago, the refiner learned this news. Not only in Trading City, but all other cities' spirit gold powder has been bought up. All bought up? Jiang Ran has blueprints for a wind spirit ship and a golden leaf spirit fan, both of which require spirit gold stones, especially the golden leaf spirit fan. Yunxiang Mountain is about 100 kilometers from Trading City. Jiang Ran ponders for a moment, then glances at Bai Mei, who pokes her head out of her sleeve and makes a bold decision. According to powerful cultivators on the Cloud Tour continent, the Cangmiao continent is divided into 9 regions. The eastern regions are Yunxiang and Hanyuan. The western regions are Ninglua and Lanting. The northern regions are Wanhuhu and Yue, and the southern regions are Yunshan and Lakewan, with the continent's center being Zhongli. Currently, in the Hanyuan area bordering Yunshan, beneath the forests and mountain valleys where magical beasts dwell, over 1,000 refugees are climbing mountains and crossing waters. They are confused and helpless, all looking haggard, thin as sticks. In fact, they didn't know where their destination was. They were a group of people who had lost their homes. War had taken away their hometowns. They came from different city-states, and some of them had been enemies before. But at this moment, hatred no longer mattered. They were just trying to stay alive. To find a safe place to settle along the long road ahead, they even had to let go of their hatred and stick together for warmth. They avoided war-torn city-states and traveled through dangerous forests. Along the way, they faced attacks from powerful monsters and aggressive plants. They had come a long way. Hanyuan arrived during a time of great chaos. Along the way, some were killed by fierce beasts, some died from hunger, and others succumbed to exhaustion or illness. Some joined the group, and some died. Life was full of surprises. Throughout this journey, Bai had seen many things. Bai, do you think we can find a city-state that will accept us? A woman wearing scale armor held a small spirit insect called Pu Huangling on her shoulder. This insect was a key support that helped them reach this point. Yes, we will, Bai said firmly, though inside, he wasn't very confident. He added, the land of Yunshan is much calmer than Hanyuan. We will definitely find a good place. Hearing Bai, the group behind him became excited. Yes, we will find it, they cheered. We will find a great and kind leader. Someone strong and gentle. Then we won't have to worry about being attacked or losing our homes. We won't have to face the sadness of losing our families. And we won't have to suffer from cold and hunger. One person, seeking excitement and fun, said, I wish every day was just dull and routine. If that happened, I wouldn't complain anymore. God, please bless us. They started talking excitedly, their voices full of hope, as if good days were just around the corner. But behind their cheerful words, their eyes showed sadness and numbness. In reality, they had passed through several cities in Yunshan. At times, they were driven out. At others, they were attacked and harmed. Bai looked at this scene and sighed quietly. During this short rest, the woman in scale armor, Yun Xiao, pulled Bai and 5 other cultivators aside. These 7 were the leaders of the group. They were all young. The youngest was only 15 and the oldest was 23. They are also people who have lost their hometowns, but unlike others as talented cultivators, they are unlikely to starve. Brother Wen, after we help these people find a safe place to settle, I want to go explore Mingxiao Academy. Songmiao Continent has 5 major academies separate from territorial forces, and Mingxiao Academy is one of them. Bai said, academies are good places, with little involvement and more freedom. I think some sects are pretty good too. Brother Wen, what about you? Everyone hopes you will establish a new territory. If you become a lord, I won't go to Mingxiao Academy. Bai shook his head and refused. Building a territory isn't easy. We don't have enough money, food supplies, or an army to defend our home. Besides, apart from Yunxiao's Puhuang spirit worm, there are no more demon spirits. I also lack the talent to manage a territory, so let's forget it. The 7 people sighed. Yunxiao softly said, actually, you don't need to worry about those people. With your strength of refining spirit at 20, you can go anywhere. Suddenly, while the 7 were chatting, behind the crowd and in the forests on both sides, a pack of wind wolves burst out, more than 100 in number. Ah! The wolves were cunning and fast, immediately biting the edge of the group, where a refugee was. The person let out a scream and was dragged away by the wind wolves, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. The refugees panicked and huddled together, faces full of fear. So many wind spirits wolves. Are we going to die here? Bai reacted quickly, stepping in front of everyone, his eyes burning with anger.
Stay calm.
Men, step forward and protect the weak and the elderly at the back. Although afraid, the crowd finally calmed down a bit. Men stepped forward, and Wen Bai and some cultivators held swords and knives, angrily pointing at the wind wolves. The fight was fierce. With his cultivation level, Wen Bai managed to drive the wolves away. By the end of the battle, the ground was stained black with blood. At this moment, the entire team had shrunk from 1,000 to just over 500 people. Wen Bai was covered in blood, looking at the severed limbs and broken arms on the ground, his heart sinking deeper and his hands clenched tightly. Maocheng is a border city of Tianjin Prefecture. Traveling southwest from Maocheng, you can reach Yunxiang Mountain. Many cultivators go to Yunxiang Mountain to hunt monsters and seek opportunities, creating a narrow path for those who venture there. Jiang Ran did not bring Wei Fengsheng and others with her. Instead, she told them to enjoy themselves in the trading city. She herself rode a red horse, planning to travel 100 kilometers on the road. However, things didn't go as planned. The old yellow horse was tired and exhausted, and halfway through the journey, it couldn't go on and suddenly died. Jiang Ran was silent. She didn't expect her horse to last until the day she returned to the camp. At least, she wished it could have carried her to Yunxiang Mountain before dying. She found a place to bury the horse. Jiang Ran looked troubled and glanced up at the clear blue sky, which was covered with layers of white clouds. Bai Mei had already returned to its normal size, looking sad and curling up in Jiang Ran's arms. Losing her beloved mount, Jiang Ran didn't have much time to mourn. The next part of her journey would take about 10 hours if she kept walking steadily, without stopping. She looked at Bai Mei, which was already about 1.3 meters in length, and said, "Grow up quickly. Don't make me carry you every day. At least let me ride you sometimes." Bai Mei let out a cute whimper, its icy blue eyes moist. It licked Jiang Ran's chin and nodded obediently. Besides searching for spiritual gold mines on Yunxiang Mountain, Jiang Ran also brought Bai Mei along to train and practice. She took out a map, which she had bought with 100 spirit crystals from a merchant. It marked areas already explored by cultivators. Such maps are hard to find and are usually rough, drawn by amateurs. They mainly record where certain monsters live. But monsters are not inanimate. They often wander into different areas to find food. Since leaving the trading city, Jiang Ran had been consciously updating the map based on her own travels and the existing information. Just as she was about to go into the neighboring forest to catch a tiger or wolf as a mount, she encountered a group of cultivators heading to Yunxiang Mountain. After paying some money, she hitched a ride. When she saw Yunxiang Mountain from afar, Jiang Ran marveled at how magnificent it was, like a work of divine craftsmanship, filled with spiritual energy. In the distance, she could see swirling faint spiritual vortices, flowing like dragon pools and tiger dens. Sometimes, these vortices produced calm, fish-scale clouds, making the distant peaks look full of holy energy. But Yunxiang Mountain was not as beautiful as it seemed. In the sea of clouds, strange beasts roared and fought. The gentle spiritual clouds suddenly turned into raging waves of anger, and the clear sky seemed to be stained with blood-red clouds of slaughter. Jiang Ran refused the invitations of those cultivators and entered Yunxiang Mountain alone. The plants on Yunxiang Mountain were diverse and dangerous. Common ones included graceful pine trees and elegant cedar trees. However, Jiang Ran also occasionally saw some unusual plants at the edge of Yunxiang Mountain. For example, the purple-backed vine, which can instantly strangle, swallow, and digest a rabbit of adult size. There is also the thorntail tree, which releases sharp, spear-like blood thorns whenever an animal approaches. Jiang Ran spent some time learning about these plants and recognized some common ones. At this moment, she kept a safe distance and observed from beside a thorntail tree. The sap of the thorntail tree is slightly toxic. If a wound on the body touches the sap, it can cause temporary numbness. Maybe the sap can be used as an anesthetic, but I don't know how it will affect the human body. Bai Mei, who was originally climbing on Jiang Ran, saw her standing still near a tree. Like a climbing vine, Bai Mei skillfully slid from Jiang Ran's shoulder into her arms, claws gripping her belt. Then, curious, it stuck out its little tail, wanting to poke the tree trunk of the thorntail tree. Jiang Ran slapped the curious tail away.
Awa. Please don't hit me.
Bai Mei, feeling wronged, curled its tail back to its mouth and carefully blew on it. Jiang Ran casually rubbed its tail, then took out a thick leather glove from her Bai Shang jean box and put it on. Jiang Ran saw the value of the thorn-tailed tree. If it couldn't be made into an anesthetic, it could be planted at the edge of Suling town to block invading fierce beasts. She managed to gather some seeds from the thorn-tailed tree and used a knife to cut into its bark, then collected some of the sap with a bottle. Yunxiang Mountain is truly a treasure trove. Jiang Ran thought silently as she looked at the seeds and sap in her hands. It's just that I can't just dig up a few trees to take back, and it takes several years for a single tree to grow tall like this. Jiang Ran also wondered, I wonder if the land in Suling town can grow thorntail trees. Although her initial reason for coming to Yunxiang Mountain was the spirit gold mine, the two golden bone realm devouring gold ants are quite terrifying, and Jiang Ran currently dares not confront them directly. At this point, as she moved further north, the trees became thicker and more densely packed. Most trees were 5 or 6 people wide and soared into the sky, their branches reaching the clouds, like swords piercing the heavens. The path became difficult to traverse, and she occasionally passed by some spirit-gathering realm monsters. The map she had offered little help for the upcoming route, so Jiang Ran simply put it away. Following the map reduces some danger, but I can't find anything useful. All the useful things have been taken by those ahead. Bai Mei, it's time to start hunting. Along the way, Jiang Ran rarely carried Bai Mei. To save energy, Bai Mei chose not to fly, but instead climbed on the ground. Dragons should look like dragons. Jiang Ran hoped Bai Mei could keep the fierce spirit and wild nature they showed when they first met. The Zhongyu savage dragon is a top predator. Even among the dragon clans, it is a high-ranking dragon. They are wild and battle-loving, with blood constantly boiling, always maintaining a high fighting spirit. The bloodline power of the Zhongyu savage dragon is quite strong, but Jiang Ran thinks the most frightening are 3 abilities: provoking courage, swift healing, and ashes of extinction. These dragons carry an ancient, wild bloodline. Their fighting will and potential are mostly released through battles and fights. Provoking courage is mainly a form of mental pressure. Zhongyu savage dragons can damage the minds of enemies much stronger than themselves. Also, each time they tear open an enemy's wound, they grow stronger. Moreover, if a provoking courage dragon gets injured, losing blood doesn't weaken it. In fact, it makes the dragon even more aggressive and crazy. Provoking courage drives these dragons to fight and kill constantly, with the goal of maintaining their top predator status and making all creatures they meet submit. Swift healing gives the Zhongyu savage dragon a very strong healing ability. No matter how serious the injury, as long as it's alive, it can recover quickly using its own body. The last ability, Ashes of Extinction, is the ultimate killer move. Ashes of Extinction is the extinction that comes after a heavy injury and bloodlock. A Zhongyu savage dragon with a Tongsheng realm cultivation level, under this move, can destroy a large island with a single strike. These 3 bloodline powers are interconnected. In a way, the more that Zhongyu savage dragon fights, the more fierce and powerful it becomes. It also has incredible healing power. No matter how badly injured, it can recover quickly. As long as it doesn't die, it is invincible. Therefore, to truly train Bai Mei, Jiang Ran plans to find more opponents for Bai Mei in Yunxiang Mountain. Even if Bai Mei gets hurt and cries for help, Jiang Ran must resist the urge to intervene. In Yunxiang Mountain, the hardest part of hunting isn't finding prey or killing it, but choosing the right opponent and staying alive. 1 person and 1 dragon continue walking forward. The ground is covered with fallen leaves, making a tense, cracking sound when stepped on. Jiang Ran's eyes are very sharp. Soon, she spots a few fire boars ahead. The firelit boar is a small, social beast that usually appears in family groups. Each individual firelit boar is very powerful. They have tough skin and thick flesh, making them hard to break with ordinary weapons. Their attack power and speed are also impressive. When several of them attack together, They become one of the most dangerous monsters that ordinary cultivators do not want to encounter outside. There are 5 in total. Jiang Ren secretly observed from behind a distant tree trunk. The largest firelit boar is a male, about 2 meters tall, with cultivation at the 3rd level of the gathering spirit stage. To its left is a female, at the 1st level of the gathering spirit stage. The other 3 smaller boars are around the 5th or 6th level of the opening vein stage. At this moment, the family is loudly charging into a red berry tree. Each collision makes it seem like the tree might break. Red berries fall heavily from the tree, and the firelit boars below eagerly munch on them. Bai Mei, your opponent is that biggest firelit boar. Roar, roar. Bai Mei nodded confidently and let out a lively roar, exhaling a powerful breath through its nostrils. Jiang Ran, worried about disturbing the boars, carefully kept her spiritual energy contained. As Jiang Ran and Bai Mei stepped out from behind the tree trunk, the large firelit boar's ears twitched, alerting it immediately. It turned its head and looked warily at Jiang Ran. Go. Don't hesitate, Jiang Ran ordered Bai Mei. Bai Mei transformed into a white whirlwind, rushing swiftly toward the largest firelit boar. Bai Mei, who had mastered the wind, was astonishingly fast. Jiang Ren only saw a flash of a white arrow in front of her. Roar! The wild nature of the male boar was fierce. It immediately assumed an attacking stance, its terrifying tusks emitting a faint blue smoke as it charged at Bai Mei. The male boar's fur was dark red, long and thick, and as it ran, it seemed to cut through the air with dark flames, giving off an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the female boar also reacted, her fur glowing with fiery light, ready to join the fight. At this moment, Jiang Ran drew her mystic bow and shot several meteor-like arrows at the female boar's feet, blocking its support. Bai Mei's cultivation was definitely not as high as the large firelit boar's, but its speed and defense were on par with the boar's. Bai Mei avoided direct confrontation and instead used agile maneuvers to strike from the side. Thunderous power roared from its sharp claws, releasing dazzling lightning. Roar! Wei Mei did not hold back and swiftly grabbed the fiery pig's fur and skin. The fiery pig's defense was surprisingly strong. This grab did not tear its hide. However, the power of thunder, with its burning and numbing effects, still made the fiery pig uncomfortable. The large fiery pig roared repeatedly, its eyes blood-red, its huge mouth slightly open to reveal sharp teeth, glowing like molten lava. Its rough limbs became even more wild and powerful. The fiery tusks kept charging at Wei Mei, moving faster and more forcefully, stabbing repeatedly into the body of the black abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Several fierce fiery impacts followed. Wei Mei tried to dodge, leaping into the air, summoning a gust of wind to block the attacks. Still, she was repeatedly grazed by the fiery tusks. The other 4 fiery pigs roared at Jiang Ran and Wei Mei, but Jiang Ran was so frightened she trembled and dared not advance. Jiang Ran held back the 4 fiery pigs while watching Wei Mei respond. Blood, bright red like gold, dripped down, but Wei Mei did not cry or show weakness as she had during training when injured. Her icy blue eyes flashed with fierce intent. Flames shot out from the fiery pigs, threatening to engulf Wei Mei in a sea of fire. At that moment, Wei Mei flipped her body, and a strong wind suddenly rose from the sky, blowing fiercely. Wei Mei flew steadily in the air. Her injured body, pierced by the fiery tusks, had stopped bleeding without her knowing. She grew more courageous, letting out a fierce dragon roar that echoed through the clouds. The spirits of the fiery pigs trembled. Their bloodshot eyes and fighting spirit faded, replaced by fear. Nearby monsters seemed to see some unspeakable creature and quickly left the area. The power of wind grew even stronger, blowing the flames back and fueling the fire, which finally exploded with a loud bang. Blood sprayed out like bright red flowers blooming on barren land. The heavy caused the fiery pig to lose balance, staggering and falling to the ground. Wei Mei, who was in the 8th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, defeated the fiery pig at the 3rd stage of the Gathering Spirit Realm. These are yours now, Wei Mei said, surprisingly still full of energy. Jiang Ran took the opportunity to retreat from the battlefield and jumped onto a tall tree. Without Jiang Ran blocking her, Wei Mei faced 4 opponents alone. She was not tired and fought more bravely, quickly dodging, attacking, and reacting with greater speed and decisiveness. The fight was over sooner than Jiang Ran had expected. Good job, Jiang Ran praised Wei Mei. A half-hour battle can be as valuable as several days of training. Bai Mei may not show the wild brutality of ordinary Tsangyu Tyrannosaurus, but deep down, she still carries the blood of the Tsangyu Tyrannosaurus. It's a pity that the skin of this fiery pig is torn to shreds. Otherwise, it would be worth a lot. The fiery pig's tusks are quite good. Jiang Ran took out a small knife, extracted the tusks, and also carved out a magic core. Jiang Ran handed the magic core to Bai Mei. This is your first battle. The magic core belongs to your strength. Roar. Woo-woo. Bai Mei happily took it, sticking out her little pink tongue to gently lick the dark red magic core. Most creatures like dragons tend to have a collection habit. A few magic cores greatly boost Bai Mei's fighting spirit, making her look forward to the upcoming battles even more. The meat of the fiery pig is actually very tasty. Although Jiang Ran couldn't carry much meat, she needed some food because she planned to stay on Yunxiang Mountain for 2 days. So, she cut 50 jin of meat from the fiery pig that was at the triple realm of spirit gathering. 50 jin isn't much. Bai Mei's appetite is growing larger. She can finish all that in one meal. She also picked some red berry fruits. She noticed a few saplings of red berry trees. Jiang Ran carefully uprooted the saplings and placed them into her space ring. The species in Suling Town are somewhat scarce. When she encounters unfamiliar plants like these, Jiang Ran tends to preserve them within her abilities. She doesn't know if planting these saplings in Suling Town will succeed, but she believes she must try everything to find out. After finishing all this, Jiang Ran and Bai Mei continued heading toward the Jinling mine, while Jiang Ran selected different types of opponents for Bai Mei, such as the agile, deceptive pink charm cat, the heavily armored earth-brawling bear, and the aerial killer swordbeak eagle. Moreover, Jiang Ran also taught Bai Mei how to identify some strange plants to prevent her from being caught by plants in the wild if she ever gets lost, instead of dying at the claws of beasts. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran has only recently noticed that Bai Mei has developed some rapid healing traits, but the awakening of her other 2 bloodline powers is still far away. On the way, Jiang Ran found it easier and easier to dissect the skins, fur, and magic cores of these monsters. If this were a game, her gathering skills would definitely be maxed out. The magic cores from monsters defeated by Bai Mei were all given to her by Jiang Ran, who temporarily kept them safe. At this point, about 10 minutes away from the Jinling mine, Jiang Ran took Bai Mei to rest nearby for a while. The devouring ants in the Bone Realm are quite challenging for Jiang Ran to handle. Her main advantage here is her space power. If she can't win, she can at least run away. Humans are strongest because they can think. Regular devouring ants fear fire and poison. Jiang Ran takes out venom from the 9 extremes purple jellyfish and a blast charm from her space ring. Roar? Bai Mei looks at Jiang Ran's actions with curiosity. 1 is manageable, but 2. Jiang Ran feels it's too tricky, and her head starts to ache slightly. Looking at Bai Mei floating in the air, Jiang Ran narrows her eyes. The devouring ants can't fly. How about you go distract them? At least lure one of the ants away. Roar. Bai Mei obediently nods, agreeing to the plan. Jiang Ran quickly prepares the venom and the blast charm, then marks Bai Mei with a brand. She instructs, stay far from the devouring ants and just float high in the air to tease them. Understand? In the dense jungle, through thick trees, there is an open area. This gold spirit mine isn't large, about 200 square meters. The ore inside is golden with a reddish hue, evenly colored, and the energy pulses steadily. It looks like a lonely golden island embedded in a sea of green in this lush forest. Inside the spirit gold mine, 2 devouring ants are chewing on a hard gold stone. Their mouth parts are for chewing, sharp as knives, and they bite the ore as easily as biting tofu. The ants are small, only palm-sized when their legs are stretched out. Their bodies are golden, blending into the mine and hard to spot. They have 6 legs with black segments and golden rings, and long golden antennae that look terrifying, capable of easily crushing the ore. At this moment, Jiang Ran sneaks closer to the mine while Bai Mei flies wildly in the air, attracting the ants' attention. Roar! Bai Mei floats in the air, making a provocative cry. The devouring ants quickly notice Bai Mei, but after a glance, they continue devouring the spirit gold greedily, ignoring the flying Bai Mei. They seem uninterested in the distraction. Bai Mei shouts and swears loudly, but it doesn't attract any of the ants to chase after it. It feels confused, sensing something is off from what it expected. She releases wind and thunder spells around her, focusing intently. Her tail flicks and several high-speed spinning energy balls appear. With a flick of her dragon tail, the 8 wind and thunder balls rush forward at high speed, making a breaking sound as they head toward one of the devouring ants. However, the gold-eating ant has very sharp insight and quick reactions. Its small size allows it to easily dodge Bai Mei's attacks. But Bai Mei's move did indeed provoke it. Still, it focused its gaze on Bai Mei. The air seemed to freeze. Its antennae clashed, gathering a terrifying golden aura. The golden light appeared very quickly. Within half a second, it shot out like a thin golden thread. Ran and Bai Mei thought the provoked gold-eating ant would chase Bai Mei, but instead, it launched a long-range attack. Bai Mei reacted quickly, dodging at once. However, the golden thread was not so easy to avoid. Although Bai Mei narrowly escaped being pierced directly, the energy from the golden light burned away a piece of flesh about the size of a fist. Roar! Pain spread through Bai Mei's body. It was a strange pain, not like fire, but a burning sensation as if being scorched by light. The gold-eating ant didn't stop attacking. It kept sending out golden attacks toward Bai Mei. Almost every half-second, Bai Mei managed to dodge 3 or 4 attacks. Just avoiding them was already very difficult, let alone figuring out how to escape far away. Just as the 5th golden pellet was about to hit its head, a white glow surrounded Bai Mei, making it disappear into the air. Rand activated her transflower mark, instantly transporting Bai Mei to her side. Without hesitation, she used a 7-stage teleportation to quickly move over 100 meters away from the gold-eating ant, continuously retreating out of the area, running more than 1,000 meters away. The ant did not pursue. When the danger was gone, Ran finally stopped, slightly panting. 2,000 machine grass appeared. Ran turned them into juice and quickly applied it to Bai Mei's wound. She also took out a special medicinal liquid called Hidden Essence, which she had exchanged from the system to mask her aura. She sprayed it into the air to ensure no fierce beast would be attracted by Bai Mei's scent. Only then did she relax a little. "Sorry, I miscalculated this time," Ran said, looking at the piece of flesh that had been burned away from Bai Mei's body, her brows furrowing. Usually, Bai Mei would be very upset after getting hurt, but this time it didn't. Instead, it rubbed its head against Ran's hand, signaling her to pet it. Ran instinctively stroked its head. Bai Mei closed its eyes comfortably, then climbed into her arms, lifted its head, and licked her chin. Ran looked at the piece of flesh that Bai Mei's injury had lost. The recovery ability of the Tsangyu Tyrannosaurus is truly amazing. As Bai Mei grows stronger, her healing ability also improves. At this moment, the blood and flesh had stopped bleeding, and new soft tissue was slowly growing. Bai Mei felt itchy and wanted to scratch it with her claws, but Jiang Ran stopped her. "Be good, hold on a little longer." Roared Jiang Ran sat on the ground, looking up at the sky through the dense branches. The spiritual energy of Yunxiang Mountain was abundant, and Jiang Ran instinctively activated her cultivation technique. While thinking, Jiang Ran considered, "If I leave empty-handed again, I'll feel a bit disappointed." Thanks to her physical strength and the space element, she could still activate the flower transfer imprint twice today. Fire and poison haven't been used yet. Jiang Ran took out a spirit crystal and quickly restored her spiritual energy. "Bai Mei, this time you shouldn't go." Bai Mei was still too weak. Facing a gold-devouring ant at the Bone Realm, she, a small cultivator at the opening meridian stage, had crossed 3 major realms and managed to avoid the ant's attack, which was quite impressive. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Bai Mei felt she was holding her back. She lowered her head in frustration but still understood her limits and agreed, shrinking her body and hiding under a large tree. The golden light attack from the gold-devouring ant earlier covered about 100 meters. Jiang Ran jumped to a point 150 meters from the spirit mine, drawing her Miaoyu frost bow. She infused it with deadly poison, then activated her purple jade demon eye, seeing even the tiny feathers on the ant's body clearly. Under this precise vision, Jiang Ran felt as if time had stopped. 9-fold breaking arrow. She fired 9 arrows simultaneously. The arrows moved quickly and silently, emitting only a faint glow, silently shooting toward the gold-devouring ant. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the arrows hit the ant. However, to Jiang Ran's surprise, a faint golden shield flashed over the ant's body, blocking all 9 arrows. This made it impossible for the arrows to be poisoned. The 2 gold-devouring ants suddenly stopped feeding, turning their heads to reveal 2 pairs of pitch-black eyes. Their gnawing continued non-stop, and the clicking sounds from their mouths were especially creepy.
Sure.
A wave of golden light burst from the antennae of the ants. Jiang Ran, hiding behind tall trees, saw that the trees' defenses were useless against the attack of a demon beast at the Bone Realm. The trees were pierced by the golden light and fell one after another. Jiang Ran couldn't help but shout in shock. Her spirit-refining realm cultivation erupted fully. Her speed was extremely fast, and she kept shifting her position. Although Jiang Ran had thought about such consequences, she still felt surprised when she saw this scene. Fortunately, the sight of the gold-eating ants was not very good. The vision of the gold-eating ants at the Xiangu level was similar to that of ordinary people, so their accuracy was not very high. However, if Jiang Ran remembered correctly, these gold-eating ants were close combat monsters. Their most terrifying aspect was not the golden light, but their quick speed and formidable strength. The gold-eating ants looked small and delicate, quite adorable. They seemed fragile, right? But they could knock you flying. It was absolutely necessary to keep them at a distance. Jiang Ran's eyes sharpened, her finger flicked, and 9 arrows shot out simultaneously. Focused and perfect. She moved her position while continuously using her archery skills, targeting one of the gold-eating ants and concentrating her attack on a specific part of its body. A faint glow kept breaking on the golden shield, and the intense collision caused purple electrical currents to appear on the shield. At this moment, another gold-eating ant, with a broken antenna, suddenly attacked Jiang Ran. Its slender antennae waved like sharp steel bars, cutting through the air with a deadly force, leaving no grass behind where it passed. Jiang Ran's eyes narrowed sharply. She kept shooting arrows, aiming at that ant, while facing another one that was only 10 meters away from her. She slightly parted her lips and spat out a flame.
Boom!
Jiang Ran retreated straight back 100 meters, and a loud explosion erupted, deafening. The place where she had been standing was blown into a large crater over 10 meters in diameter. Some wild animals nearby hurriedly fled. After the explosion, the world fell into a moment of silence. The power of 50 explosive talismans. Jiang Ran remained alert, watching the broken antenna of the attacking ant. Her arrows kept flying out. In just 2 minutes, she had shot hundreds of arrows. The gold-eating ant kept dodging, but Jiang Ran's arrows changed unpredictable paths and always hit their target precisely. Finally, the unbreakable golden shield cracked open. Jiang Ran loaded her last arrow, gathering all her energy into a single point. The arrow's light shone brightly, gradually forming a star-like glow falling from the dazzling galaxy above.
Whoosh! Bang! Bang!
A sound like glass shattering rang out. Jiang Ran focused her gaze and saw an arrow embedded in the ant's body. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the ant trembled, and the arrow fell out, leaving a shallow mark on its dark golden body. At the same time, the The explosion interrupted the attack, and the angry cry of the devouring golden ant echoed. A golden light shot across the sky, and a silent aura of death spread out. Jiang Ran's mind went blank, and she instinctively dodged. In the next moment, she felt an on her neck. She touched it and found a faint bloodstain. Jiang Ran trembled slightly, and a cold aura radiated from her body. Within 3 meters of her, the air froze, and water vapor condensed into ice shards that fell. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Jiang Ran was not afraid of death. She was crazy. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to single-handedly challenge 2 devouring golden ants of the profound bone stage. The angrier she got, the calmer she became. The more she feared, the more composed she was. The more furious she was, the more indifferent she appeared. As death approached, she grew bolder and more reckless. Jiang Ran didn't hesitate. She activated the flower transfer mark and instantly flashed behind the devouring golden ant. Qiyuan. Jiang Ran put away her mysterious moonfrost bow. Her throat was hoarse, and all the sweat on her body had evaporated. Her eyes turned blood red. Suddenly, a dark red light appeared on her body, spreading around her and enveloping her completely. A faint buzzing sound came from her. Jiang Ran opened her right hand, revealing a deep red ancient sword that hovered quietly. Even in her calm state, the sword seemed extremely threatening, especially with the trembling sound it emitted, like a low roar from the abyss.
Ha!
Jiang Ran tightly grasped Qiyuan and swung her arm down heavily. The Qiyuan sword was as unstoppable as a death god's weapon. The sword's brilliance seemed to cut the daylight into darkness. Once the divine sword was drawn, no beast could block its edge. Before the devouring golden ant could react to Jiang Ran's sudden disappearance, it revealed many flaws from behind. A small, delicate head rolled onto the fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. With the sword that shattered daylight, the devouring golden ant was slain. Qiyuan drank in excitement, emitting a sharp cry. Jiang Ran's hand trembled slightly with exhaustion. Qiyuan had not been drawn for a long time, so she was a bit too excited. That last sword left her somewhat drained, her spiritual energy completely exhausted. Her face was calm, but inside, she was cursing. Even though she had killed one devouring golden ant, the danger was not over. Jiang Ran's deep purple eyes looked at the other devouring golden ant. That ant hesitated. Although this creature was only at the refining spirit stage, the previous sword made it tremble all over, deeply feeling the threat to its life. It moved slightly on its 6 legs, watchfully staring at Jiang Ran, like a wolf eyeing a wounded tiger. As soon as it sensed the appearance of this powerful enemy, it would rush out to attack and kill. Jiang Ran's forehead was sweaty, feeling an emptiness inside her. She parted her lips and took a deep breath, activating the Chaos Crimson Flame True technique with all her strength. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the air of Yunxiang Mountain, which was flowing slowly before, seemed to be pulled strongly, like a fierce storm or a tidal wave, sweeping in one direction with great force. For a moment, the spiritual energy in other parts of Yunxiang Mountain became thin, as if all the surrounding air was being drained. Many powerful beasts grew restless and anxious. At Jiang Ran's location, the spiritual energy poured down like a huge waterfall. Her body was like a black hole, greedily devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy replenished Jiang Ran's emptiness, but it didn't stop. In the next second, her aura rose sharply, and her cultivation level directly reached the 4th stage of refining spirit. Jumped 2 levels in cultivation? Jiang Ran was secretly surprised. The spiritual energy in the desolate ridge town was indeed poor compared to Yunxiang Mountain. Right now, the gold-eating ant felt uneasy seeing this human's spiritual energy being replenished. Its body tensed up, then suddenly moved with agility and strength. Its slender antennae, tinged with blood, twitched, and its mouth parts wriggled, revealing sharp teeth. The beast at the spirit bone realm was indeed sharp. It decisively charged toward Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran took a deep breath. Even though her cultivation had risen, she was only at the 4th stage of refining spirit. Her opponent was a beast still at the 1st stage of spirit bone realm. If the gold-eating ant attacked her now, she would definitely be injured or worse. At her feet, she had 200 explosive talismans buried. The moving flower seal could still be used once. Running away might not be difficult, but if she escaped now, it would be troublesome to deal with this gold-eating ant later. After all, she was able to take it down mainly because they didn't understand her. The power of space, explosive talismans, and Qi Yuan's surprise attack caught them off guard. Jiang Ran's eyes sharpened. She had finally killed a gold-eating ant and didn't want her efforts to be in vain. Seeing that the ant was only 10 meters away from her, Jiang Ran gently touched her face, and suddenly a white mask appeared. As soon as she put on the mask, her aura surged. Her cultivation level rose through the realms, spirit bone, sea of consciousness, dantian, and transcending mortal realm. Her hair moved without wind, and the surging spiritual energy around her, like a raging tide, stirred the air. The sudden increase in her cultivation level caused a strange and indescribable change to happen. The gold-eating ant leapt into the air, suddenly stiffening as it felt the vast and powerful pressure of cultivation. It was as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on its back, causing it to fall sharply to the ground. The aura around Jiang Ran made all creatures tremble. The gold-eating ant couldn't understand how the weak human it had seen earlier could suddenly emit such terrifying pressure. The mysterious mask could deceive even a cultivator at the profound bone stage. Fooling a beast with less intelligence than a human was naturally easy. The gold-eating ant was frightened by the aura of the transcending stage. Its mind couldn't handle such heavy pressure, and it trembled as it crawled on the ground. Jiang Ran's eyes shimmered with purple light. She kept using the shadow abyss piercing attack. The energy in the gold-eating ant's body was strong, but its mental defenses were weak, making it vulnerable. Jiang Ran continued to use the shadow abyss piercing. Although her attacks felt like needle, too many could create holes. Her strikes tore through the ant's mental sea, turning it into a sieve. After half a minute, the ant was in unbearable pain, bowed its head, and trembled uncontrollably, finally submitting. Jiang Ran clearly sensed its emotions. Without hesitation, she placed her slender fingers on its head. A complex golden contract pattern appeared and was directly inscribed into the ant's soul. A binding contract with the beast was formed. From now on, this profound bone-stage gold-eating ant could no longer disobey her commands. Finally, I won in this way. After everything settled, Jiang Ran sat on the ground, exhausted, and gasped loudly. The Spirit Beast Master's manual was worth reading. Today, it finally came in handy. Looking at the gold-eating ant, which was forcibly bound by an unfair contract, Jiang Ran let out a sigh of relief. But this contract was not a typical pet contract. It was an ordinary master-servant contract. It was difficult for a cultivator at the spirit refining stage to forcibly sign a contract with a beast at the profound bone stage. Jiang Ran had relied on deception. If the ant had been a bit smarter, it would have cursed the sneaky human. Jiang Ran retracted the Qi Yuan sword. Qi Yuan is a divine sword that has developed a sword spirit. Jiang Ran took it back, and Qi Yuan was a little reluctant. After the battlefield here was over, Bai Mei appeared in the gold spirit mine. It looked tearful, with its icy blue eyes full of pity. It licked Jiang Ran's finger worriedly. "I'm fine." Jiang Ran subtly wiped her finger on Bai Mei's body until her finger was clean before pulling it back. She sat on the gold mine, feeling a little excited inside.
These are all mine.
The rewards after the battle are truly touching. Jiang Ran boldly claimed the mine as her own property. In fact, Jiang Ran could have killed the gold-devouring ant later, but she chose to make a contract with this magical beast instead. I worked hard to establish this territory, and there's no need to share it with others. It is because of a magic beast at the Xiangu level that many cultivators dare not approach this place. Jiang Ran is selfish. She doesn't want to risk her life to build this land only to have others profit from it. So, this gold-devouring ant can continue to guard the mine for her. Moreover, The gold-devouring ant has an important function. That is, refining spiritual gold. The ant chews on the ore, but it doesn't actually swallow and digest it. During the chewing process, the gold spirit stones spit out some impurities, which then enter its stomach. After internal refining, the ant expels the impurities, and the most refined parts are either spit out to build the nest or stay on its surface to form a shell, arming itself. If the spiritual gold from a spiritual gold mine is of ordinary quality, then the spiritual gold processed twice by the gold-devouring ant can become top-quality spiritual gold. The magic cores and bodies at the Xiangu level are quite valuable. At least, Jiang Ran has contracted with the gold-devouring ant. It's not appropriate to dissect her companion's body on the spot, so the hypocritical Jiang Ran simply stored the decapitated ant into her space ring. Since the gold-devouring ant is a group-type magical beast, there are definitely more than just these two ants in the mine. Jiang Ran isn't in a hurry to mine. Instead, she lets the ants lead her to their nest. In a hidden corner of the mine, there stands a beautiful, three-dimensional nest about 8 square meters in size. The overall structure slopes downward, complex and palace-like. It's hard to imagine that a magical beast could build such a delicate house. Jiang Ran pinched a piece of the raw material used to build the nest, refined spiritual gold processed by the gold-devouring ant. It feels very good. Jiang Ran wants to do an experiment. She places the piece of spiritual gold on an open space, snaps her fingers, conjures a small flame between her fingers, and throws it onto the gold. The flame, as if fueled by tons of oxygen and dry wood, suddenly erupts into a blazing fire. A small flame immediately rises over 3 meters high. Moreover, the fire is extremely hot, far surpassing ordinary flames. Jiang Ran tries throwing a wet piece of wood into the fire, but it turns to ash in an instant. Jiang Ran used water to put out the flames, and the spirit gold was hardly damaged. Its surface remained shiny and beautiful, still glowing like a rainbow of pure gold. After testing the fire, Jiang Ran then tried her ice ability. She injected a bit of ice energy into the spirit gold. Suddenly, a freezing aura burst out from the center of the spirit gold, covering a circle within 100 meters with ice. Bai Mei opened her mouth in surprise, and Jiang Ran felt excited inside. These spirit gold pieces are very powerful in enhancing energy. With these spirit gold powders, I can make golden paper fans. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. Coming to Yunxiang Mountain was really worth it. This batch could be a big success. Jiang Ran also thought that since spirit gold can strengthen fire, water, and ice abilities, it should also improve space power. She decided to experiment. She found that with enough spirit gold, the moving flower seal could be used to shift positions up to 8 times in a row, and the distance of each shift increased from 30 to 35 meters. However, space power seems to consume more energy than other spiritual elements, so the spirit gold is used up faster. But Jiang Ran was already very satisfied. Right now, the nest of the gold-eating ants had many holes. Through these holes, Jiang Ran could see many ants inside. Compared to the gold-eating ants at the Xianbone realm, they were slightly smaller, about half a fist in size. Most were at the opening veins realm, but a few stronger ones had reached the gathering spirit realm. Because there were so many gold-eating ants, Jiang Ran temporarily called the one at the Xianbone realm Little Xian to distinguish it. Little Xian was the leader of these ants. Jiang Ran asked him to gather all the ants in the nest. Most ants are quite disciplined. She counted about 180 ants in total, excluding Little Xian. 13 of them were at the gathering spirit realm, forming a very strong ant army. Bai Mei scowled at these ants. In less than half an hour, her wounds had completely healed. Only her scales hadn't grown back yet, making her look a bit bald. The gold-eating ants had bullied her before, so she angrily spat some words and playfully scared the little creatures. Jiang Ran was a bit speechless. This silly little dragon was quite vengeful, probably inherited from someone. Stop messing around. If we want to live a more luxurious life in the future, we'll need these hard-working little workers. Jiang Ran planned to tame these gold-eating ants into her mining ants so they could refine spirit gold and work for her. Of course, they wouldn't get paid. After some thought, Jiang Ran summoned the Jade Map and planned to take control of this mineral land and nearby territories. Things went smoother than expected. Once a small appeared on the edge of the Jade Map in Suling Town, this land became hers. However, Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. This did not touch the other areas of the Jade Map, like two separate planets that do not intersect. She had only heard that the Jade Map had many uses, but she wasn't very clear on the details. She thought to herself, the shape of the territory depends on the Jade Map. Since this land doesn't connect to Suling Town, maybe I can't forcefully merge them? Jiang Ren wondered, is it like a puzzle? Just as she was about to combine the Jade Map, a wonderful system voice sounded. Task: Challenge 2 level, 9 mystical beasts, successfully take over a valuable mine and recover 181 gold devouring ants to become miners for refining spiritual gold. Reward: Primordial Gold Shield Array plus 3, Miniature Spirit Gathering Array plus 3 Primordial Gold Shield Array, a powerful defense and attack formation that can block a full-force attack from a Sea of Consciousness Realm Cultivator. Inside, it automatically attacks enemies with golden particles. Miniature Spirit Gathering Array can hold up to 3 individuals, gathering spiritual energy to assist cultivation. These formations are made from various rare materials. They are generally categorized into attack, defense, support, trapping, special, and hybrid formations. Attack and defense formations are easy to understand, so no need to explain further. Support formations help with cultivation or combat. The system reward, the Spirit Gathering Array, helps gather spiritual energy to improve cultivation efficiency. Trapping formations include maze arrays that confuse enemies or illusion arrays that trap enemies in illusions. Special formations include teleportation arrays or time arrays, which are very difficult to set up. Some formations are quite complex, like those combining attack and defense, such as the system-rewarded Primordial Gold Shield Array, which is a hybrid formation. It can act as a barrier to defend against enemies and also attack intruders inside. Little Jia Tong hasn't appeared for several days. And when she does, she makes such a big move. There are 3 Primordial Gold Shield Arrays and 3 Miniature Spirit Gathering Arrays, worth millions of spiritual crystals. The Miniature Spirit Gathering Arrays naturally need to be set up at her main base, Suling Town, to speed up cultivating powerful cultivators. As for the Primordial Gold Shield Array, Jiang Ran lightly tapped her chin with her finger, looked at her spiritual gold mine, and made a decision in her mind. The Golden Shield formation's coverage is not very large, about a radius of 500 meters in a sphere. This formation is all around and has no blind spots. It can defend against enemies on the ground, in the sky, and underground. With a flick of her finger, a banner representing the formation appeared in her palm. Jiang Ran inserted it into the center of the mining area, and an invisible wave of light spread out. Here, without Jiang Ran's permission, no one can easily set foot in this place. This area is protected by Jiang Ran. Currently, there are new life forms growing in the golden devouring ant's nest. These will all be her subordinates in the future, so Jiang Ran didn't greedily destroy their home. However, she quickly ordered Xiao Xian and its little brothers to gnaw on the spirit gold mine and spit out some spiritual gold. As long as they didn't die, they were to work tirelessly for her. The night fell like a misty veil, silently covering the sky. The clouds over Cloud Feast Mountain at night are even more terrifying than during the day. But with a magic beast guarding with a spiritual bone realm and a formation capable of blocking attacks from the Sea of Consciousness realm, Jiang Ran felt quite relaxed. She took out a luminous pearl to dispel the darkness. The golden devouring ants lined up tirelessly, mining the ore. Bai Mei barked twice, tugging at Jiang Ran's sleeve with its small paw, then pressed its shriveled belly against her hand for a pet. Feeling Bai Mei's belly rumbling like thunder, Jiang Ran paused. She withdrew her hand, took out some roasted pig meat, and Bai Mei's eyes lit up. Its small paw rested on the meat. Beasts like this usually ate raw, not bothering to cook their food. Bai Mei had been like that before meeting Jiang Ran. But now it had tasted cooked food and found it delicious. Even though it was very hungry, it looked forward to Jiang Ran preparing it. Go catch a handful of spirit gold, Jiang Ran naturally ordered Bai Mei, who was good at obeying. Bai Mei immediately obeyed, claws flashing as it swaggered over to the mining ants, pretending to be mighty. It grabbed all the spirit gold spit out by the ants into its claws. Unfortunately, dragon claws are not good at grabbing these scattered pieces. Bai Mei moved its claws several times, but couldn't pick up the sand-like spirit gold. Jiang Ran glanced at it, without helping. Instead, she found a few large stones and casually built a small fire ring. She poured water over the roasted pig meat, cleaned it, cut it into suitable pieces, and threaded them onto a clean stick. At this moment, Bai Mei had learned to be smarter. Instead of using its claws, it created a gentle breeze, controlling the spirit gold sand toward Jiang Ran. Not bad, at least you're not so foolish anymore. Jiang Ran casually gathered some dry twigs and started a fire. Bai Mei, your energy control is still too rough. That wind and lightning ball disperses too much energy. It not only weakens the power but also makes it easier for others to notice. After preparing the food, Jiang Ran was about to roast the pork over the fire when she paused, thinking, being clever sometimes makes you forget simple things. I've been spoiled by others, and now I've come to the wild without oil or seasonings. Fortunately, the pork ingredients were already fresh and fragrant with oily fat, so even if roasted, it wouldn't taste bad. Jiang Ran then said to Bai Mei, your reaction isn't quick enough, your speed isn't fast enough, and your close combat skills need improvement. She listed several shortcomings. Bai Mei, scolded by its master, licked its paws sadly, feeling particularly upset. Bai Mei blinked its icy blue eyes and carefully rubbed its head against Jiang Ran's leg. Seeing that her owner didn't move away, it felt relieved. Next, I'll have Xiao Xian train you properly. Don't cry when the time comes. Roar, roar. Bai Mei regained its spiritual power and nodded eagerly. As the flames gradually seeped into the meat, releasing a primitive aroma, Bai Mei was already starving. A piece of roasted meat was set aside, and Bai Mei's eyes gleamed with greed, with a suspicious liquid at the corner of its mouth. Jiang Ran glanced at it and helplessly said, you can eat first. Bai Mei's eyes sparkled, but it still restrained itself and shook its head. Its owner hadn't eaten yet. They would eat together. Controlling itself, Bai Mei finally relaxed. When the food was fully cooked, Jiang Ran took a small bite, and Bai Mei started gobbling eagerly. The continuous clink-clink sounds came from the spirit gold mine, where ants worked diligently, while Jiang Ran enjoyed herself. Life was truly full of hardships. This spirit gold mine would be Jiang Ran's first base on Yunxiang Mountain. After dinner, Jiang Ran and Bai Mei didn't waste their free time and began practicing nearby. Jiang Ran aimed to stabilize her cultivation from today's promotion, and Bai Mei was close to breaking through as well, likely reaching the peak of the opening meridian stage before leaving Yunxiang Mountain. Wait a moment. Jiang Ran suddenly opened her eyes, thinking of something. I heard that in the depths beneath Yunxiang Mountain, there's a spiritual vein, and sometimes spiritual whirlpools appear on the surface. These spiritual whirlpools appeared unpredictably, varying in size, and luck was needed to encounter them. Jiang Ran muttered to herself, it just so happens that it takes about a day or two for the gold-eating ants to spit out 20 gene of spiritual gold. So I might as well go to the edge of Yunxiang Mountain to take a look. Maybe I'll find some useful plants. If I come across a good spiritual energy vortex, Bai Mei might be able to break through to the gathering spirit realm. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight broke through the heavy darkness and shone on a budding flower. Beautiful morning clouds gradually appeared on the horizon. Although Jiang Ran had told Wei Fengsheng and the others she would stay on Yunxiang Mountain for 2 nights, Yunxiang Mountain was too dangerous. So early in the morning, Wei Fengsheng sent a message through a communication shell to check on her. After reassuring everyone, Su Lingjin also sent a message. As the town leader, Jiang Ran still had some matters to handle even after leaving Suling town. At this moment, a clear, steady voice came from a delicate conch shell. My lord, although the guild is still under construction, there are already over 1,000 registered mercenaries. Most of the registered members were scattered cultivators and ordinary people with some fighting ability. Jiang Ran had a rule: regular soldiers in the town could not register as mercenaries. This was mainly to prevent the military's focus from being distracted. The army was different from others. If morale collapsed, combatability would drop sharply. So, it was important not to let miscellaneous matters disturb the soldiers' focus. However, if the mercenary group grew strong and the mercenaries earned a lot, who would still be willing to work hard as soldiers for little pay? Therefore, improving soldiers' treatment was the next task for Su Ling Town. At least, they needed to set up a spiritual gathering array for them. Lin Sha looked a bit worried and said, "Should we raise the threshold for mercenary registration? Also, the biggest problem now is who should manage the mercenary group." Jiang Ran denied, "No, the mercenary group is mainly for scattered cultivators and ordinary people in the town. In this way, the mercenary group will be reviewed and cleaned every 6 months. If someone hasn't participated in at least 5 activities within 6 months, they will be considered to have voluntarily given up their mercenary membership. Once someone gives up their mercenary qualification, they cannot register again within a month." Additionally, mercenaries can be divided into several levels based on activity levels. Activity levels are calculated based on the number of tasks accepted and issued by the mercenaries. The higher the level, the greater the benefits in points. Most importantly, high-level mercenaries have a better reputation when they go out. Everyone outside the communication shell looked at each other in surprise, clearly seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Qiu Baishui couldn't help but whisper, "This idea is interesting. If I were in a mercenary group, I would definitely work hard to increase my activity level to improve my rank. Not to mention the discounts on items. Who doesn't have a competitive spirit? Who wouldn't want to be the best?" Meanwhile, Jiang Ran frowned slightly, thinking about Lin Sha's management issues. There aren't many capable people in Suling Town, which is indeed troublesome. "You handle it first. I'll talk about it when I get back." "Yes, Lord," Lin Sha replied. After Lin Sha finished, Chun Mao from the workshop stepped forward and said, "Lord, the printing of the martial arts manuals is proceeding as scheduled. However, there are too many books to copy, and the paper supply from the paper mill is falling behind." Before Jiang Ran left Suling Town, besides the martial arts manuals she obtained from the system, such as the 5 elements main cultivation techniques and cold ice breath, she had collected 56 manuals from the town. Jiang Ran first asked Chen Mao to practice with those common-level manuals, and each manual needed to be printed at least 100 copies. These common-level manuals, 1/10 of which would be given to the mercenary group, 3/10 handed over to Tianjing so that a few soldiers could practice, and the rest would be stored in the library pavilion. Jiang Ran said, "Tell Lu He to recruit more people and expand the paper mill. Also, remind her not to stop researching spiritual paper." "Yes." After handling these matters, the transmission snail in her hand fell silent again. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and then took out Jiang Nanqing's transmission snail. Just then, Jiang Xiaowen was nearby and asked about their training progress. Although there was no qualitative breakthrough, their training was going smoothly. Next, Jiang Nanqing's excited voice rang out. "Big sister, all 5 watermelon vines at Bichuan Bay have grown watermelons, a total of 8. But they're only finger-sized now. And a few small flowers, so they should grow more." "Good, Xiaocheng. You and Li Yinyo help take good care of those watermelons." Jiang Ran bought many seeds in Mao City, but she had never seen watermelons in Tianjin County City, so she was especially glad to have found those watermelon vines. Now it's mid-June, and the weather is getting hotter. Thinking of the refreshing scent of watermelons, Jiang Ran suddenly felt a bit craving. After chatting with the two for a while, Jiang Ran ended the call. Before dawn, Bai Mei was practicing the golden light forging with Xiao Xian. After 2 hours, Jiang Ran saw Bai Mei gradually adapting to the attack and then ordered Long, Yi, and Ant to stop. Jiang Ran looked at the map in her hand and pondered for a moment. Although magical beasts don't stay still in one place, they generally have a rough range of movement. From this, Yunxiang Mountain was divided into 5 levels, from shallow to deep, from the edge to the center. Jiang Ran can now only explore the outer 2 or 3 levels. She quickly packed some things and took Bai Mei with her. On the way, they encountered some low-level magical beasts. Most of these Jiang Ran ignored, but when facing more interesting opponents, she would let Bai Mei go challenge them. However, usually Jiang Ran wouldn't let Bai Mei fight to the death. She doesn't see herself as overly compassionate, but she prefers not to kill these low-level magical beasts if she can avoid it. Most people in this world believe that humans and magical beasts are enemies. Either you die, or I die. Either you serve, or I enslave. But Jiang Ran has her own view. It's not that she feels sorry for the magical beasts. She just understands the importance of sustainable development. After wandering for about half an hour, she didn't find a spiritual vortex, but in a wide, damp area, she discovered more than 10 special plants. One type is called the brown clamp grass, which is dry brown and looks like tree bark. Its leaves resemble large clamps, and its thick roots look like a big belly. The clamp leaves secrete a sticky liquid that, when smelled closely, gives off a sweet fragrance. Jiang Ran saw many insects and mosquitoes buzzing around these brown clamp grasses, seemingly attracted by the scent. When a flying insect passed by, whoosh, the brown clamp grass, which had been quiet, suddenly stretched its branches and leaves, and the clamp-shaped leaf swallowed the insect whole. The root of the brown clamp grass swelled and made a soft gurgling sound, making its belly-like root look even more like a stomach. Honestly, these grasses look quite intimidating. But after watching how they catch insects, Jiang Ran thought to herself, maybe these plants could be used for pest control in fields. Unfortunately, the seeds are inside their stomachs. To harvest the seeds, one can either wait for the plants to die naturally and drop them or destroy the plants to take the seeds forcibly. According to the books, the chance of survival for forcibly taken seeds is very low. It might be better to transplant the whole plant. But Jiang Ran doesn't have enough space on her body to carry so many plants. She took out a map, carefully noted this place, and thought that when the opportunity arises, she would find someone to transplant these plants elsewhere. Heaven does not disappoint those with determination. Relying on the purple cloud demon eye, after half a day of searching, she and Bai Mei truly discovered a vortex of spiritual energy. One person and one dragon looked up and saw a lively, shimmering swirl of spiritual energy ahead. The energy was dense and flowing like water, slowly being drawn into the vortex. The vortex was small, only as wide as 3 fingers side by side, but it was continuous and hidden, with no strong magical beasts nearby. Good luck is on our side. Nothing can stop us now. Jiang Ran quickly pulled Bai Mei closer to the spiritual energy vortex. Bai Mei, hurry and cultivate. Absorb this spiritual energy and try to drain it all. The feeling of being filled with abundant spiritual energy was very good. Bai Mei was excited and believed that her master was truly capable of anything. After a brief moment of excitement, the two focused their energy and calmed their minds. If someone had been watching, they would see that both of them absorbed spiritual energy at a terrifying speed. Most cultivators absorb it delicately like threads, but they were pouring it in like buckets. Jiang Ran continued to strengthen her cultivation, compressing the spiritual energy constantly. Bai Mei's aura changed slightly, and after a short time, her cultivation broke through to the 9th realm of the opening vein stage. But the changes didn't stop there. Bai Mei's unusual movement caused Jiang Ran to notice something. She suddenly felt a void in her lower abdomen, an empty space in the spiritual realm. The spiritual energy that was supposed to flow into her spiritual sea suddenly veered off and headed toward that void. A familiar emotion from the void reached Jiang Ran's senses. She slightly lifted her eyes and looked at Bai Mei. Bai Mei, as if affected by something, opened her eyes in a slightly panicked way and instinctively relied on her.
Don't panic. Stay calm.
Follow my guidance and build your nest. The space for spiritual pets is like a nest for birds, an area directly connected to the spiritual pet and the spiritual beast master. It is not only a convenient handbag for carrying spiritual pets, but also a small world that nurtures their soul and body. Jiang Ran gradually calmed down, gathered her energy, and sensed Bai Mei's emotions and the outline of the spiritual pet space. Feeling the rushing spiritual energy pouring in like a sea, Jiang Ran knew clearly what she needed to do next. She had to act like a builder, leading her worker, Bai Mei, to lay a solid foundation and then expand the space for her spiritual pet as much as possible. However, this process consumed a lot of mental energy. She was fine, but Bai Mei. Jiang Ran shook off the chaotic thoughts in her mind. When she wasn't overthinking, she knew the most important thing was to trust Bai Mei. Although the other person is a rookie and often makes mistakes at critical moments, she rarely disappoints. Sweat traces down her forehead, sliding along her smooth profile and leaving a mark that drips onto the ground, creating a small splash. From daytime to nighttime, then to the first light of dawn. Like guiding silk to build a nest, she focused quietly for a long time. Under such intense concentration, Jiang Ran gradually began to feel dizzy. Behind her, Bai Mei, her little follower, was very tired, seeming to be on the verge of exhaustion with every step, but still stubbornly persisted. Under this pressure, Jiang Ran could feel Bai Mei's mental strength slowly growing. Jiang Ran's mouth was dry and parched. Finally, just as the last was added to the nest, it felt like time froze for a moment. In that endless void, suddenly, a nest appeared. When the nest appeared, the spiritual pet space seemed to gain its own life, beginning to operate automatically in a mysterious way, continuously drawing spiritual energy from the world and guiding it into the nest. The external whirlpool had completely dried up, no longer able to extract any more spiritual energy. Jiang Ran opened her eyes. Bai Mei let out a long, comfortable sigh. Then a white light pattern appeared on her forehead and disappeared, entering that space. The spiritual pet space was called Spirit Space for short because its name was too long. Jiang Ran looked into the spirit space, and even though she had drawn it herself she was still amazed by the world inside. The spirit space was vast, like a sea of emptiness, but within this expansive, hollow world, there was a dragon's nest. The dragon's nest was wrapped in the purest spiritual energy, decorated with three-colored gleams: water's gentle touch, wind's carefree spirit, and thunder's mighty power, interwoven in a delicate and intricate way, creating a perfectly balanced form amid chaos. Inside the dragon's nest, Jiang Ran saw Bai Mei happily rolling around, curious and excited, poking here and there with her tail. At that moment, Jiang Ran truly realized she had become a spiritual beast master of the earth-level sky and sea realm. For spiritual pets, living inside the spirit space was like being surrounded by their owner's care, very comfortable. Bai Mei wanted to stay inside forever. But Bai Mei was still driven out by Jiang Ran. Roar. When Bai Mei came out, she let out a proud roar, as if she thought it was very impressive. "You're so silly." Jiang Ran furrowed her brow in frustration. In front of her, a white, intricate symbol appeared. It was very subtle, without any bright glow, just like a dark door emerging from chaos, hinting at another world. The notebook says that after signing a spirit beast, each new spirit pet requires building a nest in the spiritual space. A white spirit made her worry a lot. She wasn't against it, but Jiang Ran didn't have much desire to sign other spirit pets. She preferred to go with the flow. Advancing to the Sky-Sea realm was a pleasant surprise, worth the trip. Bai Mei licked Jiang Ran's chin, her wet blue eyes fixed on her, as if waiting for praise. "Good girl," Jiang Ran said softly. Next, Jiang Ran took Bai Mei to a spiritual vortex, which was smaller and contested by two magical beasts. Fortunately, the beasts weren't too strong, so Jiang Ran and Bai Mei managed to seize it. However, the spiritual energy in the vortex was not enough. Jiang Ran felt no change in herself, while Bai Mei's cultivation remained at the 9th realm of opening meridians, still a bit short of the spirit-gathering realm. Yunxiang Mountain was vast. Jiang Ran had only explored less than 1/10 of the outer 3 or 4 dimensions. She also found other spiritual vortices, larger ones, but the magical beasts guarding them were too powerful, so she gave up quickly. It was already afternoon. Jiang Ran thought it was time to return to the spirit gold mine, but then she sensed something unusual from the spirit beast ring.
Chui me.
The sand spirit worm seemed to have detected something interesting. It suddenly darted out of the spirit beast ring, wriggling on Jiang Ran's finger, signaling her to go in a certain direction. Jiang Ran felt something strange. Besides food for spirits, very few things could attract their attention. But only the sand spirit worm reacted like this. The ice spirit worms and others showed no signs. It was getting late. Should she go or not? Jiang Ran hesitated briefly, but quickly made her decision. Rare encounters with spirits were precious and hard to find. Jiang Ran decided she had to check it out. The sand spirit worm indicated she should head east, leading her deeper into Yunxiang Forest. She passed by clusters of flowers, which looked like a sea of blooms. Some petals were disturbed and fell, while colorful butterflies fluttered around, creating a beautiful scene. But Jiang Ran wasn't interested in admiring the view. Not only was this mountain home to many powerful magical beasts, but just a group of poisonous insects and snakes already gave her a headache. Although the sand spirit worm was very excited, urging her constantly as if to hurry her, Jiang Ran decided that safety was more important and moved carefully. Still, she was very curious about what the sand spirit worm longed for. As they approached the destination, the sand spirit worm became more excited, saliva dripping from its mouth, clearly craving food.
Chew.
Just as the sand spirit worm's excitement reached its peak, Jiang Ran suddenly stopped her steps. The worm looked at her with frustration, as if its fun was interrupted. Jiang Ran used the tall trees to hide herself. She activated her purple jade magic eyes, enlarging her vision. From 1,000 meters away, she saw a leaf-like tree as clear as glass, with spiritual energy forming a solid shape around it, creating a misty, fairyland-like scene. On the tree, there was a huge fruit, shaped like a tightly packed oval cluster of grapes, transparent and tempting. She roughly counted about 10 of these fruits. This tree was a Yunza mother mulberry tree, tall and full of spiritual energy, at least several hundred years old.
Kumi?
The sand spirit worm tilted its head, curious why its owner still hadn't taken it to eat the delicious fruit. Jiang Ran also knew that the reason the sand spirit worm was attracted was this Yunza mother mulberry tree. She gently touched the worm's head, signaling that the creature couldn't run away and there was no need to rush. She slowly approached the tree, feeling intrigued because it had already attracted uninvited guests. Right now, a battle was happening between a bird and a group of insects. The bird was called the brown-horned vulture, named for the long horn on its forehead and its fierce temper. The insects were silver crystal illusion silkworms, with a silvery color, transparent like crystal, chubby and adorable. At this moment, the brown-horned vulture flapped its wings, glaring fiercely at the fruits on the tree and the silver crystal illusion silkworms. Jiang Ran thought about this scene. The silver crystal illusion silkworms originally parasitized this Yunza mother mulberry tree, and the vulture was attracted by the spiritual energy from the fruits. But birds also love to eat insects, especially high-quality spiritual insects like these silkworms. So, the vulture not only targeted the fruits, but also wanted to eat the silkworms. These silkworms were too weak to defeat the vulture because its strength far exceeded theirs. The vulture, in the spirit-refining realm, had a bad attitude, teasing the silkworms. The silver crystal illusion silkworms emitted sharp silk cries, full of fear and anger. Though weak, they were good at spitting silk and creating mental illusions. They shot out strong silk threads, fast and precise, aiming at the vulture. However, the vulture easily dodged them. Jiang Ran quickly stepped forward, her eyes brightening as she watched the silk threads. White silk falls among the tree shadows. After a moment, a gentle breeze blows, and sunlight shines down. When the sunlight dyes the silk at dusk, it looks like phoenixes and dragons returning home. Everything becomes bright and eye-catching. The brown-beaked vulture is still teasing the silver crystal illusion silkworms. Jiang Ran takes out a bow and arrow and shoots directly. Blood flows freely, and the vulture quickly falls silent. These silver crystal illusion silkworms are not very smart and seem confused by Jiang Ran's arrival.
Chimmy.
Before Jiang Ran can look away from the silkworms, Sang Lingworm excitedly calls out. Its chubby body wiggles happily, eager to be honest with the cloud Zay mother mulberry tree. Jiang Ran regains focus, a faint smile appearing on her face. She feels good and says, "Go ahead." The Sang Lingworm wants to absorb energy from the cloud Zay mother mulberry tree. If it progresses smoothly, it might extract the tree's special traits and possibly mutate into a cloud Zay mother mulberry tree. It's a pity this tree didn't produce a spirit. The Sang Lingworm calls out its main plant, anchoring it to the spiritual mulberry tree. Jiang Ran sees a different flow of energy, continuously pouring into the Sang Lingworm. Since the Sang Lingworm is only taking energy without giving back spirit power this time, the cloud Zay mother mulberry tree appears somewhat weak and sluggish. Jiang Ran reminds it, "Sang Lingworm, don't drain the tree completely. It might be useful later." The Sang Lingworm responds happily. "Chew me." While the Sang Lingworm is busy eating, Jiang Ran lifts the silk hanging from the tree. Each silk thread is smooth and delicate, cool to the touch, pure and calm. There's a faint fragrance on the silk, like the fresh scent from the leaves of the cloud Zay mother mulberry tree, refreshing and pleasant. Such a wonderful thing. Jiang Ran feels excited. This is silk, extraordinary silk. The silk from the silver crystal illusion silkworms is resistant to water and fire, soft yet strong. Of course, the quality of the silk mainly depends on the silkworm's cultivation level and skill in spinning silk. Generally, the higher the cultivation, the better the silk produced. Unlike ordinary silkworms that only spin silk when they are about to pupate, these silkworms can spin silk every day. I must raise these silver crystal illusion silkworms. Jiang Ran quickly makes this decision. Perhaps because she saved them, even though they are not very smart, they are not very afraid of her. Right now, these chubby silkworms look at Jiang Ran with cautious black bean eyes. Jiang Ran counted the silver crystal illusion silkworms and found that about a dozen had survived the battle with the brown-horned vulture. Some had spun cocoons and turned into pupae. There were roughly 50 of these cocoons. Jiang Ran was not in a hurry to catch the silkworms, but first picked a few of the fruits from the Yunza mother mulberry tree. Bai Mei, fly up and pick the top few fruits. Roar. Bai Mei nodded and flew over. With one claw each, Jiang Ran caught the fruits below. She ate one. The Yunza mother mulberry fruit tasted very good, with plenty of water. After swallowing, she felt her liver being nourished and her blood energy increasing. Yunza mother mulberry fruits are very valuable, known for their ability to restore youth, nourish the kidneys, and improve blood health. A single Yunza mulberry tree can produce about 10 fruits per harvest, with 2 harvests a year. Each fruit is worth roughly 100 spirit crystals based on its effects. But in trade, besides usefulness, rarity and supply also affect the price. A Yunza mulberry fruit is rare and hard to find, so its price could go higher. Jiang Ran threw 2 mulberry fruits to Bai Mei, keeping the rest in her space ring. She didn't plan to sell them, but wanted to take them back for Jiang Nansheng and Jiang Xiaowen to try. Bai Mei, go pull over some sturdy vine branches.
I want to weave something.
Jiang Ran pointed to the grass vines on her left. The little white dragon nodded obediently and then clumsily carried a bunch of sturdy vines over. It takes some time for the silkworms to absorb the energy from this tree. Jiang Ran planned to weave a basket. Bai Mei couldn't help much. Instead, it was busy chasing its tail in circles, happily biting. But after playing for a while, it lost interest. After an hour, seeing Jiang Ran still weaving something strange, it became curious and mischievous. It approached, eyes wide, and fixed on Jiang Ran's work. Suddenly, a gentle breeze from its body blew away what Jiang Ran had just woven. Jiang Ran was not very skilled at making this, and Bai Mei's interference annoyed her. She looked at Bai Mei with a tired, speechless expression, neither angry nor happy. Bai Mei, feeling guilty but knowing Jiang Ran cared for it, preemptively pouted and looked sad. It pointed a paw at the vines, as if saying, "I'm just playing around." Jiang Ran had no time to pay attention to it. She waved her finger, signaling it to go play elsewhere. Bai Mei quickly forgot its annoyance. She quickly ran up to the mulberry mother tree and watched the strange mulberry spirit worms as they happily absorbed something. They looked very tasty. Bai Mei also wanted to try what the mulberry spirit worms were eating, so she stuck out her little tongue to lick one. The cool touch made her shiver. The confused mulberry spirit worms also shivered. Bai Mei softly shouted at the worms. "Were not a good idea, they still acted like curious baby dragons, willing to try everything." After doing this, Bai Mei felt a bit tired, mainly because these days had been very active. She snuggled close to Jiang Ran, found a warm spot, curled up, and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Ran paused, looking at Bai Mei, who was happily snuggling into her arms. She felt very helpless. She didn't push her away, but thought, even though I have the power to change size, maybe when I grow up, I won't be able to cuddle like this anymore. It took a lot of time, but she finally made a big basket. The silver crystal illusion silkworms are small, about as thick as 3 fingers held together, and 6 or 7 centimeters long. Jiang Ran first lined the basket with white crystal mulberry leaves, then carefully caught each silver crystal illusion silkworm and cocoon and placed them inside. The silkworm struggled a bit, but unfortunately, Jiang Ran was too strong, so resistance was useless. Then she covered them with more leaves to feed them. These silkworms quickly forgot about danger when food was nearby. Each of these white crystal leaves was as big as her palm and heavier than normal mulberry leaves, weighing about 30 grams each. Next, she picked a lot of leaves, over 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. Since the silver crystal illusion silkworms eat a lot, each one can consume 5 or 6 of these leaves in a day. The mulberry leaves from Yunza mother tree stay fresh a bit longer than normal leaves, so they should last through this period. She stored everything in her space ring. After finishing, Jiang Ran felt a little tired. Bai Mei was already resting in the spiritual space. At this moment, she was quietly leaning against the Yunza mother tree, occasionally glancing at the movements of the mulberry spirit worms. Jiang Ran took a moment to look at the spirit beast's ring. The Bingji spirit worms were sleeping quietly inside, but since they hadn't been connected to plants for a long time, they seemed a bit uninterested. Spirit beasts can't stay away from plants for too long. If they don't connect with plants of the same type for a month, their power begins to fade. The spirit beast's ring can stabilize the situation, so if it weren't for this device, Jiang Ran wouldn't have brought them out. However, leaving them in Suling town, Sang Lingworm would miss out on such opportunities. Thinking about this, Jiang Ran also began to miss Suling town. Although the place is poor, the people are very honest. Every time she sees changes in Suling town because of her efforts, she feels a deep sense of achievement she can't quite put into words. She picked up the magic spirit ring on her neck. The sacred pattern cotton spirit worm was still sleeping, but the energy from the Qingxue treasure liquid had been absorbed by 90%, and it would probably wake up soon. Chumi lost in thought. By midnight, the Sangling worm on the tree finally moved and made a comfortable sound. Jiang Ran looked up and first noticed that the Yunzhe mother mulberry tree was almost drained. The leaves of the Yunzhe mother mulberry tree drooped and looked very weak, even shedding leaves rapidly. Jiang Ran sighed. "I told you not to drain the tree, but you really only left a little vital energy for the Yunzhe mother mulberry tree. Plants are very resilient. The tree should recover and bear fruit again after a few years. But if the Sangling worm absorbs its traits and successfully mutates, then infects this tree, the tree's vitality should recover quickly." Right now, the Sangling worm let out a burp, wobbling like a full little pig, and shook its chubby body as it crawled toward Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran extended her finger. When it stopped steadily, she carefully observed the Sangling worm. It looked a bit different from before. Its previous body was a faint purple, but now it was turning into a purple cloud crystal, shining like a diamond. Jiang Ran believed the Sangling worm had absorbed some traits from the Yunzhe mother mulberry tree, but full transformation might take a little more time. However, The Sangling worm's panel might show some changes, so she opened the system. At first, she couldn't find the panel, mainly because the full name of the Sangling worm had become very long. Yunze Mother Mulberry Sangling Worm Talent, Elite Green, Rarity, Epic Personality, Resolute Age, 3 years Spirit Element, Ice Mutation, mutated from a normal mulberry tree, famous but not effective, but it only takes a little time to become a successful Yunze Mother Mulberry Sangling Worm. Jiang Ran guessed correctly. The Sangling worm had already mutated inside her, and it could be called a Yunze Mother Mulberry tree. She was a bit surprised that the Sangling worm successfully mutated, as the chances are usually very low. But the rarity of the Sangling worm had actually become epic. Great minds think alike system. Jiang Ran thought about Yunze's Mother Mulberry tree's fruits and leaves. The fruits could be called immortal fruits, and the leaves could nourish silver crystal illusion silkworms. These silkworms are also top-quality medicinal materials, very nourishing. Most importantly, it is the silk spun by the silver crystal illusion silkworms. The mulberry spirit worm still needs to digest. Jiang Ran glanced at the arrogant Ice Say spirit worm, which had taken the best spot in the demon spirit ring. It was sleeping peacefully now. Jiang Ran smiled slightly and didn't disturb it. Instead, she gently placed the refreshed mulberry spirit worm next to the Ice Say spirit worm, believing that when the Ice Say spirit worm wakes up tomorrow, it will receive a big surprise. With 2 epic spirit worms in hand, I am starting off very strong. Her fluctuating emotions quickly calmed down. Jiang Ran looked at the beautiful night sky, where tiny moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves, forming beams of light like stage spotlights. She remembered her experiences after arriving in Tianshan County and felt a bit lost. But she quickly steadied herself. Under this faint light, Jiang Ran muttered to herself, "If I'm going to do it, I want to be the center of the world. Seize everything you can, and it's okay to use some means when necessary." The night was not suitable for traveling. Jiang Ran gazed at the stars, her mind full of thoughts. She occasionally circulated her cultivation technique inside her body until dawn was about to break. Then she carried the basket with the silver crystal illusion silkworms back to the spirit crystal mine. The gold-devouring ants had already produced a lot of spirit gold, and Jiang Ran collected over 30 jin. The space inside her ring was still too small. She barely managed to store the spirit gold inside. Without resting much at the mine, Jiang Ran bid farewell to Xiao Xian and the others, telling Xiao Xian to watch the mine carefully, then hurried back to Trade City. In the early morning of Trade City, the willows swayed gracefully, and a cool breeze swept through, waking people from their drowsiness. In the inn where Wei Fengsheng and others stayed, Old Lady Li whispered softly, "It's been 4 days, and the Lord still hasn't returned. Even if the Lord opposed it at first, we should have gone after him. Maybe we're just too weak, too much in the way." Wei Fengsheng reached for his frost sword at his waist. These days, he had been practicing tirelessly in his room, hoping to become a qualified sword in the Lord's hands as soon as possible. With determination and resources coming in, his training enthusiasm was high. "Don't stay cooped up in the room. Let's go out for a walk. How about going to Feihong Tower for a drink?" Although that chubby boss can be annoying, it's true that many cultivators from other places eat and drink there. Maybe we'll hear some interesting stories. Yan Lily held Mushi's hand, and perhaps because girls are naturally curious, she excitedly said, "The Lord is very knowledgeable. It seems nothing can challenge him, but some rumors might be unknown to him. Anyway, we're just wasting time here. Why not gather some news? It might be helpful for the Lord." Wei Fengsheng's eyes lit up. "You're so clever, little Lily. Let's go to Feihong Tower right now." Mushi asked, "What about that outsider?" The coachman, Manhwa, volunteered, "Then I won't go to Feihong Tower. I'll stay here to take care of him." Wei Fengsheng patted his shoulder. "All right, thank you. When you come back, I'll bring you a jar of wine." Yun was gradually uncovered. Although it was still early, many people were out and about, and the street was already bustling. When Wei Fengsheng and the others arrived at Feihong Tower, they sat in the main hall and ordered a cup of wine. Yen Lily perked up her ears to listen. She didn't hear some important things, but overheard a group of strong men excitedly discussing whose wife was more beautiful. Yen Lily looked disgusted and had a subtle expression. She said to Wei Fengsheng and Li Si, "Are all men like this?" Wei Fengsheng and Li Si looked embarrassed, sweating profusely. "It's not like that. Don't judge all men with one brush." Yen Lily was just speaking casually, but she was a bit annoyed that she couldn't hear what she wanted. These men were also engrossed in their discussion. Even though they seemed to be married men, they still envied others' wives. Yen Lily sat uncomfortable, feeling disappointed. "I was overthinking. I can't hear what I want to hear." Wei Fengsheng took a sip of wine and smiled. "It's good to get out and relax. The food here is pretty decent." Just as they broke their unrealistic fantasies and focused on eating, the group of men finally changed the subject. A cute, chubby man excitedly said, "Did you know? The 5 major academies are opening admissions." "The 5 academies? Oh, you didn't know?" Although there are hundreds of academies on the Tsongmiao continent, the most famous are definitely those 5. A bearded man also said, "The 5 academies are North Mindao, South Gongqing, Xianqi, Dongmingshao, and Xianglingxian." The chubby boy gave the long-bearded man a look of admiration. "That's right. Every year, many people scramble to get into the 5 great academies, and the talents that graduate from these academies are all highly sought after in their respective regions. I heard that each year, the 5 great academies graduate a batch of cultivators, and countless people from different regions wait outside the gates, hoping to recruit talented individuals. TSK, the scene is so crazy. Fatty, you know so much. Have you been to the 5 great academies?" The chubby boy looked embarrassed. Not exactly, but I have a friend. I heard about it from him." Yen Lily quietly whispered to Wei Fengsheng, "Captain, do you know what the origins of these 5 great academies are?" Wei Fengsheng shook his head. "Like you, I've only stayed in the town since I can remember. I've never had the chance to go out." But he was genuinely interested in these things. So, Wei Fengsheng raised his voice and said to the people at the nearby table, "Brothers, sorry to bother you. I overheard you talking about the 5 great academies and became curious. Could I ask a few questions? What exactly are these academies?" Wei Fengsheng's plain face showed a friendly smile. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
I'm Wei Shen.
I'll cover the drinks at this table." Yen Lily, Mu Shi, and Li Si looked at Wei Fengsheng with strange expressions. Seeing Wei Fengsheng lowering himself and getting free drinks, the proud boy's vanity was suddenly boosted. Excited, he said, "Then I'll let you all see what I know. Bring the drinks." The waiter quickly served the chubby boy some wine. Only then did he continue speaking. "First, there's Mindao Academy in the north, which is considered a contender for the top spot among the 5 great academies. This academy focuses more on the strength of cultivators. In the past 5 years, in the major competitions between academies, Mindao Academy has always been in the top 3, and they've won the championship 2 years in a row." The chubby boy took a sip of wine and, excited, even stepped onto a stool. Guqing Academy's cultivators are even more specialized. There are demon spirit masters, array masters, alchemists, and pill masters. They've trained a group of talented sorcerers. As for Xuanqi Academy, it's mainly famous for spiritual beast masters. The academy is located among the magical beast mountains. I heard that the Dean, Guqsong, is a saint-level hybrid spiritual beast master, and his 4 spirit pets are extremely rare and powerful. Lingxian Academy is also very strong, but each of its disciplines is overshadowed by the other 4 academies. As far as I know, the cultivators from this academy are quite formidable." The chubby boy shook his head regretfully. "But they can't produce the leaders of the era. Regarding Mingshao Academy, it is relatively close to us and consistently ranks among the top 3 in the college competitions, winning the championship every 5 years without fail." The chubby guy pretended to be mysterious and sighed. It's a pity that Mingshao Academy was founded relatively late. Compared to other academies with 500 or 600 years of history, this academy has only been around for 100 years since its establishment. He also advised, so those who want to go to Mingshao Academy should think carefully. Its resources are definitely not as good as those of other academies. Hearing this, the long-bearded man sneered. Hey, fat guy, that's funny. Whether you pass the test or not is another matter. There's no need to be so picky. Ha ha ha, true. The chubby guy, hearing this, cheered up and joked self-deprecatingly. We bunch of losers, talking big and boasting, but little do they know, others don't even look up to us. He took a big sip of wine, clearly a bit drunk. Speaking of which, the few of them were all ambitious, but unfulfilled. They once had high spirits and wanted to make a big achievement, but society had beaten them down so hard they could hardly stand. Wei Fengsheng cupped his hands and comforted. You don't need to belittle yourself like that. I once heard my master say, everyone has their use, and also, talent can be found in all walks of life. Even the smallest person has their shining points. The key is to find your own place. Everyone else in Feihong Tower was captivated by the previous topic and secretly focused on a corner of the tower. Hearing Wei Fengsheng's words, they were all amazed. Everyone has their use. Talent can be found in all walks of life. Who is your master? Not just anyone can say such things.
Ah.
Wei Fengsheng looked confused. My master's identity is special. The chubby guy, blushing and excited, said, Hey, it's okay. Everyone has their use. Yeah, I believe there's a place where I'm needed, given by heaven. He swayed unsteadily, hiccuped, and couldn't hold himself up. He patted Wei Fengsheng's shoulder and, drunkenly, said, Your master must be a wise and broad-minded person, right? Hick. Do you need any helpers? Look at me, what do you think?
Hick.
At this point, not only Wei Fengsheng but also Yan Lili and others watching the scene were stunned. How did things develop to this point? Wei Fengsheng looked at Long Huzi and the others with a pleading gaze, hoping they would take his drunken brother away. However, he wasn't sure what Long Huzi and the others were thinking. They just looked on quietly and didn't respond. The chubby man, appearing to be drunk or not, started to boast about himself. Hick brothers, my name is Bai Mei from Wucheng. I am free and unbound, a little-known weapon maker. Bai Mei staggered as if he was drunk, but still spoke clearly. He stumbled back to his table, pulled up a stool, and introduced Long Huzi, who was sitting there. His name is Huchi. Don't judge him by his looks. Something amazing is happening. Something incredible. Before Bai Mei could finish, loud noises came from outside Feihong Tower, as if something big was happening. Mu Shi, curious, asked, What's going on? Meanwhile, Wei Fengsheng and others were on the second floor of Feihong Tower. They saw the diners all gather at the window, sticking their heads out to look down and see what was happening outside. Mu Shi, a young girl who liked excitement, pulled Yan Lili and hurried to the window, squeezing into a spot to look down. She saw a group of armored cultivators who looked like they had just returned from an adventure outside. Many people on the street stopped and gathered around this group. They asked questions among themselves. Is it true? Did a floating city suddenly appear in the sky above Zhuexiang? Did it swallow the buildings and people of Zhuexiang too? The group looked panicked. Yeah, it's terrifying. We were thinking of going over, but if we moved too slowly, we might get in too. What would happen if someone got pulled in? Who knows? One cultivator pondered, looking thoughtful, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Could it be the legendary secret realm? As soon as he said that, some experienced people exclaimed, Really? A secret realm? Hearing the words secret realm, Bai Mei, who was drunk, suddenly snapped out of his drunkenness, his eyes wide. He pushed aside the people blocking the window and jumped out of the second floor. A lump of flesh fell from above, startling everyone, and Huchi and others followed by jumping out the window. Wei Fengsheng and the others looked confused. Yan Lili and Li Si looked at their captain. Should we go and see too? So, the four of them also jumped out the window. Bai Mei politely asked, Young brothers, may I ask when the secret realm appeared? Today, early in the morning, that mysterious realm looked like a giant beast, very huge. When it appeared, a strong wind howled, and then a terrible suction force pulled everyone beneath the cursed land away. Without asking Bai Mei much, the group started talking on their own. There's a blurry black barrier blocking people outside. We can't see clearly what's inside. We can only guess it's a city based on its outline. Later, things calmed down. Some people went to check, but no one could get inside. Bai Mei heard this and stepped away from the crowd, heading straight toward the city gate of the trade city. Wei Fengsheng and Yan Lily looked at each other and decided to follow. Not only they, but even some busy street vendors left their stalls out of curiosity and headed outside. Once outside the trade city, many people looked up at the sky. Wow, what is that thing? Li Si followed others, staring at the distant sky. But just looking up made him get goosebumps all over. What he saw wasn't a clear blue sky, but a huge, dark cloud that seemed to twist space itself. Within the twisted black cloud, faint outlines of a city could be seen, but it looked very unreal. Wei Fengsheng wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. He felt that as time passed, the black clouds gradually disappeared and the city's outline became clearer, as if it was slowly descending into this space. Suddenly, many people exclaimed in shock, making Wei Fengsheng realize it wasn't just his imagination. Is that city becoming clearer? The murky clouds slowly faded away, revealing part of a giant beast, which amazed and frightened everyone. This fear came from the unknown. No one knew what would happen to the land when the clouds disappeared. Could it be that this mysterious realm is real? Wei Fengsheng felt both confused and excited. When he was in Sulingzhen, some elders there had mentioned the existence of such mysterious realms. For example, powerful cultivators would create secret dwellings called caves. If they had no children or disciples and didn't want their skills to be lost after death, they would place their treasures inside these caves. Maybe someone lucky would find these caves and inherit their wealth and legacy. Such places are called cave realm mysteries or great power mysteries. Similar to these are beast realm mysteries, which are formed after ancient, powerful monsters die. This kind of secret realm usually has many monsters and carries ancient bloodline inheritance. Of course, this bloodline inheritance is useless to humans, but many confident in their strength choose to enter and hunt monsters. There is also a different kind of secret realm called the spirit realm. The spirit realm is formed after the fall of a saint or super saint. In such realms, there are many rare herbs and the chance to catch spirits is high. But this, Wei Fengsheng muttered, it should be the Jade Map secret realm. There are many mysterious and unknown things in this world. Spirits are one of them, and jade maps are another. It is said that in ancient times, there was a period of great chaos. The continents of this world began to break apart and float in the air for unknown reasons. This world is much larger than they imagined, and the Jade Map secret realm is a special place born from this land splitting. Wei Fengsheng saw Bai Mei take a deep breath and confidently say, "This is definitely the Jade Map secret realm." Wei Fengsheng cupped his hands and quickly asked Brother Bai, "How are you so sure?" Bai Mei didn't hold back and generously shared what he knew. The Jade Map secret realm has spirits. Bai Mei spoke quickly. The Jade Map secret realm is diverse. There are untouched, primitive wastelands, mysterious lands inhabited by magical beasts, and ancient human cities. The Jade Map secret realm is as fantastic as a dream, like a blessing from the heavens to its owner. It's impossible to explain with normal logic. I don't know what kind of Jade Map secret realm has appeared this time. I've heard that you can't enter it until it fully appears. The Jade Map secret realm is the most mysterious and unconstrained among all secret realms. Even in lower-level Jade Map realms, extremely spiritual artifacts and herbs can appear. However, with bad luck, you might also encounter very strong enemies and lose your life inside. All major lords have a Jade Map seal, which is clearly graded. As their territory develops, the Jade Map automatically upgrades. This is what we call county-level territory or district-level territory. The Jade Map seal will also naturally display words like town level, county level, or city level. The Jade Map seal is the key to opening the Jade Map secret realm. Those who are not recognized by the Jade Map seal cannot enter the realm. Hu Qi saw that his words were somewhat vague and explained, generally, there are 3 types of people who can enter the Jade Map. The first type is those who are either lucky or unlucky, who are willingly pulled into the Jade Map secret realm. The second type is the owners of the Jade Map seal, which are the various lords. The third type is the people recruited by the lords using the Jade Map seal as a mark. Bai Mei said, the Jade Map secret realm has levels. The level is divided similarly to the city levels. If the Jade Map seal's level exceeds the secret realm's level, then entry is impossible. It's quite amazing, like an invisible rule that makes everyone compete fairly.
No.
Hu Qi rolled his eyes. Those people are clever. When they encounter small secret realms, some higher-ups will split their land and give a lower-level Jade Map seal to their subordinates, letting them try to conquer the realm. Bai Mei chuckled, placing his hand on Hu Qi's shoulder and leaning his heavy body against him. But how many lords can actually split their Jade Map seals? If their subordinates rebel, they not only lose the secret realm, but also a piece of land. That's true. But we still don't know what level this Jade Map secret realm is. Wei Fengsheng and the others were amazed when they heard this. Yan Lili leaned close to Wei Fengsheng's ear and whispered, Captain, this isn't the time for admiration. We need to quickly tell the Lord about this news. No need, Wei Fengsheng replied. I already know. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded beside them. The familiar, melodious voice was still indifferent, but lightly stirred the air like feathers, making everyone present feel a shiver in their hearts. Wei Fengsheng and the others were surprised and quickly knelt with one leg, greeting Lord Jiang. You've finally returned. Get up. To make fighting monsters easier, Jiang Ran wore a tight-fitting riding outfit with narrow sleeves. Her black hair was tied high, with a silver ribbon. As the wind blew, her dark hair and the elegant ribbon danced together, making her look light and graceful, with a touch of carefree spirit and confidence. Yan Lili was relieved to see that the Lord was not disheveled. At that time, Steward Li had repeatedly told her to serve the Lord well. Although she felt she hadn't done enough, seeing the Lord safe and sound eased her guilt. She didn't know how long the Lord had been standing there, but no one seemed to notice. Seeing the large basket the Lord was holding, Wei Fengsheng quickly stepped forward. Lord Jiang, let me carry that. Jiang Ran did not refuse. Yan Lili glimpsed a strange creature inside, surprised, and said, There is. Inside here. The strange phenomena in the sky made everyone feel excited, confused, or scared. Jiang Ran looked at them calmly, then turned her gaze away and led a few people to leave, saying, Let's talk at the inn. Mu Shi saw Jiang Ran respond and felt relieved. The adults are safe. Although sister Yan Lili and brother Wei and brother Li are very kind, she just decided to follow someone who went alone to the dangerous Yunxiang mountain. If something happened, she would have to leave her simple life behind. Brother Bai Li Hui and his 4 friends secretly observed Jiang Ran. Seeing Wei Fengsheng and others acting respectfully, and hearing the word leader spoken casually, they guessed that she was a hidden leader of the city. She looked very young, but Bai Li Hui had met many people, and he no longer judged by appearance. Not only because of her divine-like face, but also because of her extraordinary presence that commands respect, he could tell she was someone confident and capable. Bai Li Hui and his brothers exchanged glances. They leaned close, hesitated a moment, then finally gritted their teeth and said, Should we take a chance? They knew what Bai Li Hui meant. They had endured a wandering life and wanted a strong backing. She looks too young. Someone hesitated, then shook his head. Forget it. The 5 academies are opening soon. I'll see if I can become a servant or something. Me too. Sorry, brother Bai. Bai Li Hui felt helpless and looked at Hu Qi. And you? Hu Qi didn't hesitate. My friend. Of course I'll stay with you. Good brother. Bai Li Hui clenched his fist and punched Hu Qi's chest. Then he solemnly said to the other 3, Mouse, Jujube, Hua, there's no forever feast. This farewell means our fates might diverge again. But whether good or bad, it's the path we chose. Even if we have to kneel, we must keep walking. Everyone nodded. Let's part here. The 5 parted ways. After a brief sadness, Bai Li Hui hurriedly dragged Hu Qi to catch up with Jiang Ran and the others. Breathless, Bai Hui said, "Wait, wait, Your Excellency, brothers." Jiang Ran stopped and looked back. Bai Hui, catching his breath, cupped his hands and straightforwardly said, "We see that Your Excellency is extraordinary, so we want to join you. Could you give us a chance?"
Oh?
Jiang Ran slightly raised her eyebrows and glanced at Wei Fengsheng. She said, "Do you know who we are and why we are making this decision?" Bai Hui looked at Jiang Ran with determination and said, "I bet on it. No matter who you are, I will never regret this." Jiang Ran was quite interested. She wasn't afraid of bringing back two troublemakers. Having more workers was good. She said, "All right, in 2 days, we will return to the city. You can pack your things. We'll meet at Feihong Tower then." After speaking, she left. Watching Jiang Ran's figure walk away, Hu Qi sighed with a bitter smile. "This is definitely the most reckless decision we've ever made." Bai Hui didn't mind and said, "Every decision we made before was carefully planned. Yet, look at what we've become now. Anyway, they're all the same. It's better to trust our instincts," Bai Hui added. "I bet this time's decision will help us soar to new heights." The group returned to the inn. Manhwa, the coachman, came out to greet them and immediately noticed that the horse was missing.
Ma looked surprised.
"My lord, where is your horse?" Jiang Ran. "The red steed has left." Everyone knew what left meant. The red steed was old, so it wasn't a big surprise. But Manhwa had cared for the horse for nearly 10 years and had developed feelings for it. Hearing this, his mouth sank in sadness. Manhwa held back his sorrow, but also felt worried. As a coachman and a horse caretaker, losing his horse meant he might lose his job. Then he saw the Lord take out a lot of crystal cores. "You're the only one who understands horses here. I hope you can choose 10 good horses for Suling Town." It seemed he wouldn't lose his job after all. Although Manhwa still felt sad about the red steed, he was excited about the prospect of welcoming 10 new companions. "Yes, my lord. I will pick the most handsome and strong horses for you." A regular horse was quite valuable. Otherwise, Suling Town wouldn't have only had the red steed all this time. If they had enough pasture and could find more grasslands, Jiang Ran would consider raising a herd of horses herself. Horses were important for transportation and crucial in battles. With enough war horses, they could train a cavalry team. Thinking further, if they could tame magical beast horses, that would be even better. Right now, Manhwa couldn't wait to go choose the horses. Jiang Ran inquired about Bing Lian's situation. When the other party learned she had returned, they surprisingly got out of bed despite their injuries. Jiang Ran secretly thought it was amazing. The bloodline of the Blood Abyss Divine Bat gave the alien extraordinary healing power. After just a few days of absorbing some chicken and duck blood, the deadly wound had nearly healed. Bing Lian was very anxious. His companions' lives were uncertain, and he didn't know if any accidents had occurred afterward. The longer the delay, the more dangerous it became. He was eager to bring his friends back. Bing Lian was half kneeling, one hand pressing on his chest wound, the other touching the ground. His voice trembled uncontrollably. "Thank you, Lord, for saving my life, for kindly taking me in, and for accepting my companions. I would be willing to break into pieces to repay your kindness." "Get up," Jiang Ran said, placing a finger on his shoulder. Her finger was cool, but sincere and warm. "In 2 days, we will go to pick up your friends." If possible, Jiang Ran could have gone immediately to fetch his companions. However, aliens said that distrust from humans was common, and not being hated was already good. Their suspicion and dislike of humans were deeply ingrained. Since Bing Lian was badly injured, not only was he unfit for long travel, but in his current state, he could easily be suspected of threatening humans or trying to lure them out of their hideout. Yunzhe Musangwa had blood-enriching properties. Jiang Ran took out 2 Yunzhe Musangwa and handed them to Bing Lian. "In 2 days, your wounds should be almost healed. By then, you can take them directly to my territory without causing trouble." The divine aura emitted by Yunzhe Musangwa surprised everyone. Bing Lian was even more afraid to step forward and accept such spiritual fruit. Jiang Ran didn't bother with pleasantries and simply threw the fruits over. The others wisely did not ask too much about the origin of the fruits. Wei Fengsheng requested, "Lord, next time you go to Yunxiang Mountain, please take my subordinates with you." Jiang Ran nodded without refusal. In fact, Jiang Ran had not hidden her experiences on Yunxiang Mountain from Wei Fengsheng. Later, whether making silk or using spiritual gold powder to craft magic tools, it all had to be exposed. So, the silk fabric we bought earlier is made from the silk of these tiny insects. Yan Lili was shocked. Incredible. Silk fabric had recently appeared in Tianjin County. It was said to be brought from outside merchants. The manufacturing process was unknown, and the raw materials were mysterious. All that was known was that a bolt of silk was expensive. For example, the 4 bolts of more ordinary silk that Yan Lili previously selected cost her 10 Chui crystals. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. According to what you said, the silver crystal spirit insect eats mulberry leaves, and Lord Master happens to have a mulberry spirit insect in his hand. Wei Fengsheng and others widened their eyes.
So,
the mulberry spirit insect, which they previously underestimated, is actually not less valuable than the silver spirit insect. Wei Fengsheng and the others were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran was thinking about the silk fabric that appeared in Tianjin County. She wondered if the silk in Tianjin County was made from silkworm silk, because this world is so magical. Perhaps there are similar insects that can produce silk for making fabric. Jiang Ran admired the people who made this silk fabric. However, she also knew clearly that these people would become strong competitors in her silk industry in the future. No matter what, when faced with an attack, she would stand firm, fight the enemy, block the water, and cover the earth. The silver crystal illusion silk is not an ordinary material, and the silk produced from it is definitely superior to this common fabric. Besides this reason, there are also craftsmanship factors. Silk fabric from mulberry silkworms generally falls into 8 main types: spinning, crinkling, yarn, brocade, satin, silk, wool, and twill. And the silk in Tianjin is only the satin type. That's good news. At the same time, Jiang Ran had some understanding of the methods used to make silk, though she wasn't very skilled. She knew that there are 2 main weaving methods for mulberry silk fabrics: knitting and weaving with a shuttle. Generally for woven fabrics, the warp and weft are made from mulberry silk. But sometimes, silk is mixed with cotton silk. What a coincidence! She had in her hands the epic-level Yunzhe Mother Mulberry Spirit Insect and the Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Insect. With these 2 top-quality raw materials, silver crystal illusion silk and sacred pattern cotton, her textile industry in Suling Town was only a matter of time away from rising. Now, her enthusiastic subordinates finally dispersed, and Jiang Ran looked toward the horizon, toward the secret realm of Yu Tuesday. Her long, delicate finger rotated a beautiful, mystical petal, and she murmured, "Is it true that we cannot enter the incomplete U2 secret realm?" Meanwhile, news of the secret realm had already reached the ears of the heads of several major county cities. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing a gemstone crown, stood inside a magnificent castle in the center of Tianjin's main city. The man was about 35 or 36 years old, looking very young, with thick, neat black eyebrows and bright, lively eyes. His temples showed a hint of silver hair. It was hard to tell that his true age was actually over 100. He, Lord of Tianjin, 2nd level of the Recognition Sea Realm. Right now, his palace, the Qianshui Palace, was built by the water, aligned with the spiritual veins. The scenery here was beautiful, and the spiritual energy was abundant. King Father, the city lord of Qinyu, informed his daughter that a mysterious jade map secret realm has appeared near the trading city in the land of sins. Suddenly, a gentle and soft voice came from behind, interrupting the elegant middle-aged man. However, upon hearing the words Jade Map Secret Realm, he was not annoyed but instead looked excited. His eyes brightened as he asked, "Is it really the Jade Map Secret Realm?" Yilmon smiled and confirmed, "Yes, it is." "Do you know what level this secret realm is?"
That.
is not quite clear yet. See, he was not disappointed and laughed. Haha. The Jade Map secret realm is rare to find, and once it appears, it is closest to our trading city in the land of sins. Truly, it's a blessing from heaven. Yulmon, tell Chinyu that he must help you seize the Jade Map secret realm. Meanwhile, the nearby cities of Chaoyuan and Siyun, along with many smaller territories, heard the news and quickly gathered cultivators to head to the land of sins, all eager to claim this secret realm. The secret realm at the center of discussion can only be described with two words: strange and bloody. Inside the secret realm, the sky is blood black, like a tightly sealed cover, giving a gloomy feeling. After being drawn into the land of sins, the place left behind a broken long street. 2 rows of trees, as if stripped of bark and leaves by mad hands, are upside down. The street is filled with rotten, decayed corpses. The wind here is unbearably foul and stinks. A gust blows a dry, skeletal hand bone across the ground, making a creaking sound. The dry bones are tossed up and down by the wind, finally rolling in front of a pair of black leather boots. The owner of the boots steps over the bones, crushing the fragile fingers into dust, but he seems quite indifferent. He walks at a steady pace, but because he is tall with long legs, he appears slow and leisurely. Chiyu, you really are a unlucky reincarnation, finding something and still getting into the secret realm. The main thing is, you haven't found your thing yet.
Ha ha ha.
Chiyu holds a communication stone in his left hand, from which a wild, mocking male voice is heard. The voice is actually quite pleasant, but it's too noisy, losing its charm. Chiyu ignores the voice and pauses, looking not far ahead. Amidst a tangle of thorns and vines, a huge, ancient castle looms. The castle looks very old, worn down by time, with cracked gray walls and occasional clusters of beautiful blood-red flowers growing inside. It's not just people. At that moment, the secret realm directly pulled the buildings of the land of sins inside. But when Chiyu snapped out of his thoughts, he found himself no longer in the land of sins. There are signs of people inside the old castle. On the castle wall, there is a gentle-looking young boy. Because he is very thin, his large eyes look a bit frightening. At this moment, he is wide-eyed and harmlessly running towards someone, saying, "Big brother, why are you outside the castle? There are monsters that eat people out here. Come inside quickly." Chiyu remains calm, touching the mask on his face. The simple gray mask is casually placed, revealing only his eyes. His eyelashes are long, casting shadows on his eyelids. Looking at the running boy, Chiyu's eyes are not sharp or aggressive, but deep and dark like an endless night sky. Suddenly, Chiyu's right hand appears with a black spear. The spear looks old-fashioned and plain, not as fancy as some magic guns, but the oppressive feeling it gives is hard to ignore. The tip of the spear is sharp, with a small red stain, like blood on snow in the mountains. The movement is so quick that the boy stands there, staring in disbelief at a blood hole in his chest. Blood sprays out like a fountain. The boy feels cold all over and asks why.
Why?
An invisible energy surrounds Chiyu, sometimes making his clothes flutter, adding a sense of deadly seriousness. He doesn't bother to answer why. Instead, he points the spear at the castle. A strong wind blows, exposing the hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. "Hey, Chiyu, why didn't you call me to fight?" A man's voice echoes excitedly, smelling the scent of battle from a communication stone. Annoying, Chiyu replies lazily, adjusting his mask with long fingers. Above the castle, a one-eyed man respectfully lights a dry pipe for a refined-looking man. Xiao, who is elegant, smoking like a noble. In this resource-scarce secret realm, dry tobacco is very rare. Xiaohu glances at Chiyu and playfully says, "If I'm not mistaken, he killed my cute BB with one strike." The blind man responds, "Yes, you're right. Should I feel sad? After all, he's my only son." Xiaohu sighs long, smoke swirling around his face, the rich aroma of tobacco intoxicating. Others nearby, smelling the unique scent in the air, can't help but look mesmerized. This newcomer is really brave. Xiao pulled out a delicate dagger and pressed it against the blind man's chest. Do you want to go kill him for me? The blind man pursed his lips and said nothing. Then, how about someone else? Xiao turned to look at the others. The group behind Xiao remained silent, avoiding eye contact. That person seemed difficult to deal with. Not getting the answer he wanted, Xiao was not angry but looked at the only woman in the group. She wore a red dress, with a slight bump in her belly. Xiao asked, Do you want to go? The woman's face was flushed and sickly looking. Yes, husband. Please let me go. Wow, as expected of my little brave one, you must be so excited. Xiao coldly watched the woman in red sway her hips and act flirtatiously, but suddenly, she was shot and killed. Who'll go next? Xiao leaned against the stone wall, exhaling smoke. You, or you? Casually playing with his knife, Xiao looked around. He saw everyone trembling with fear and avoiding his gaze. Suddenly, he felt bored. Pop, pop. The dagger in Xiao's hand pierced the blind man's heart instantly. He withdrew it, twisting a few times. Blood spurted out, and the blind man slowly fell to the ground, but he wore a look of relief and happiness. Oops, my bad. I slipped, Xiao said, spitting out saliva. He turned to the others and asked, Do you want to go? Yes, I do. Yes, master, please let me go. Xiao smiled with satisfaction. In that case, everyone can go. Qiyu, is it over yet? Why is it taking so long to fight a few minions? Qiyu was used to this person's chatter. At this moment, a spear pointed at a very thin middle-aged man. Where is this? And what are these monsters that eat people? The middle-aged man looked terrified. I don't know. Snick. Qiyu gently flicked his finger, using a very tender move, so gentle that it looked like a beautiful sea of flowers, making death feel painless. The spear pointed at another person. Where is this? And what are these monsters? This place is called Nongguan City. The monsters appear every month during the monster tide. Thank you, Qiyu politely replied, still using the gentlest shooting technique, even more gentle than before. Following the same method, Qiyu politely asked questions and probably got the answers he wanted. The secret realm here was called Nongguan City by the locals. Nongguan City is drawn to places filled with evil, and so it descends here. The city looks beautiful on the outside, but inside it is full of monsters and decay. People here are all abnormal. Hey. The male voice from the transmission stone speaks again. How can you say others are abnormal? Qiyu. By the way, what is this beast tide about? Qiyu casually explains. Every month, a wave of magical beasts appears in Nongguan City. There's a countdown clock at the top of the city gate, and it seems the beast tide will arrive in 2 days. 2 days probably means when the secret realm fully opens. Qiyu thinks to himself, then it should be less dangerous before the secret realm opens completely. He looks up at the ancient castle, where a person with an unusual aura has already left. Since he doesn't know much about the situation, he doesn't want to cause trouble. Qiyu lowers his gaze, puts away his gun, and walks calmly into the city. Inside, the city is messy and broken, looking deserted and eerily quiet. But Qiyu can feel countless suspicious eyes watching him through the ruined walls. Nongguan City is probably the core of this secret realm. The city is large, and in the very center, there's a special building. It's not tall, only about 4 floors. As for why it's special, it's because the building is surprisingly well preserved, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding ruins. Qiyu wants to leave, and the most direct way is to find the core of the Jade Map secret realm, the Jade Map seal. He strides toward that building. Giant demon eagle. This can't be. Oh. Suddenly, chilling roars come from inside the houses. Why? Why did the beast tide appear so early? The once quiet Nongguan City boils over like spilled oil, with no one unaffected. Right now, a giant demon eagle, holding human heads in its beak, gathers with others like a flying army of demons, patrolling the land below. It seems that as soon as they see prey, they will use their sharp claws and beaks to pierce hearts. There are slimy, disgusting giant worms writhing, and a black snake with a blurry human face and upper body, which is not yet fully transformed into a human form, from the Sea of Consciousness realm. They suddenly appear outside the city and rush in without warning. Chiyu glanced over, his eyes narrowing. He suddenly jumped and quickly slipped into an empty house, pressing against the inner wall, his palm feeling the cold touch of a spear. "What's wrong?" Hearing the noise on the other end, the man asked curiously. Chiyu remained silent. "The beast tide has arrived early for some reason. The monsters have suddenly appeared everywhere, and where I am now, I seem to be surrounded by over 100 monsters at the Xianbone level. There is even one at the Sea of Consciousness level inside." The noisy man's voice also fell silent for a long time before he said, "Chiyu, you might die this time." Seeing Chiyu silent for so long, the man grew anxious. "No way, Chiyu, you're about to die so quickly?" He pointed his spear at the ground, a faint light flashing. Chiyu casually set up a soundproof barrier to prevent the monsters from hearing any noise and coming over. "Not yet, but you're about to call me to my death." I'm just worried about you," the man said with relief. "So, what do you plan to do?" Chiyu's long fingers touched his mask, glancing at the chaos of the monsters nearby. His expression was calm, as if he wasn't facing death, as if he was in no danger at all. He didn't answer directly, but thought calmly, why did the beast tide arrive so early? The man inside the communication stone was furious, full of regret. "Because you're unlucky." The Emperor's impatience made the man shout. Over 100 Xianbone monsters suddenly appeared. This cursed secret realm might have a county-level force inside. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone." His anxious voice echoed with footsteps back and forth. In his view, the Jade Map secret realm was mostly a trap. For those without the Jade Map seal, once pulled in, they would face a very passive situation. He had considered occupying a spot and gathering jade maps, but jade maps weren't easy to get. The lowest level was at the township level, requiring land and population. Once the land was no longer controlled by its owner, the jade map would automatically dissipate. They, who hunted monsters outside year-round to level up and gather resources, didn't have time to stay busy around one piece of land. This cursed secret realm won't open for about 2 more days. I can't enter now. Can you hold on for 2 days? Don't come here. This place was full of Xianbone monsters, even a few Sea of Consciousness monsters. Sending Feng Chu over would be suicide. Chiyu's tone was cold. "Are you coming to send me off?" "You make a very good point, and I can't even argue back." At this moment, the man still teased him a little, jokingly saying, "Yeah, it's true. It's better if you're dead. That way, I can be the first genius and the most handsome man of Mingxiao." His words weren't funny at all. Losing a strong opponent would take away a lot of fun, and Feng Qi also felt it was pointless. No matter how talented someone is, if they die before growing up, it's all just an illusion. Feng Qi stayed silent for a moment and then said, "Don't really die, though. If you die without even finding a woman, it's a waste of your good looks." Chiyu's eyes were calm, like they were behind a layer of mist, very cold and detached. Hearing this, he slightly lifted his eyes and spoke with a wild, untamed tone, sounding bored and slightly rebellious. So what a hassle. It gave the impression that women might slow down his quick draw. Feng Qi didn't bother arguing much with this forever single guy. Unlike him, who had the reputation of a deadly swordsman, his younger brother was just grown, not understanding the benefits of women. It was obvious they looked down on each other. Feng Qi said, "Haha man, you don't know how tempting women are." Qiyu immediately cut off the communication stone. Unlike the relaxed environment of flirtation in the corner, outside was a scene of chaos. Boom, help. Help. Why are the monsters coming early? Stupid, get out of the way. Move aside. With shouts, curses, and the sound of collapsing buildings in the distance, the once silent road became completely chaotic. Buildings crumbled, noise filled the air. Even the most wicked villains could only run away here. Everything was messy and disorderly. Blood shot into the sky, severed limbs and broken arms were thrown on the ground, making this already eerie dark city seem even colder. Yowl, a giant demon eagle with sharp eyes, spotted Chiyu. It moved strangely and suddenly darted into a ruined building. The gun in Chiyu's hand made a trembling sound. A flash of cold light shot through the air, piercing the demon eagle's throat instantly. Bang! The deadly strike caused the demon eagle to pause, its body shining with ink-black light, and it vanished into smoke as if it had dissolved into the air. Behind his mask, his voice was cold and icy. Are they all illusionary monsters? So, once you go in, you can't get out? Jiang Ran's face turned pale, shifting from pale to white and back again, looking quite uncomfortable. It's a long story, so I'll keep it short. Because the city of Tianjin suddenly sent many soldiers to gather inside the city and attack the secret realm, it seemed they were determined to conquer it. Out of curiosity and caution about the secret realm, Jiang Ran was the type who didn't want to wait passively. She thought she should at least gather some information. Additionally, she had previously left marks in many places within the crime-ridden area and wanted to test if she could use them. So, when she had free time, she went to the crime area and secretly had Bai Mei fly her up to 1,000 meters high. She first carefully examined the edge of the secret realm and found that the Jade Map secret realm looked like a dense black iron ball. No matter how hard she struck it, the surface remained unmoving. Thinking to herself, indeed, the Jade Map secret realm would need to be fully opened before she could rely on the Jade Map seal to enter. Then she tried to activate her space power. It was just a casual attempt, with no real hope. But surprisingly, she actually succeeded in entering. Perhaps the secret realm had recently opened slightly, making the barrier weaker. But Jiang Ran still had to praise the system's reward for her skills. She could even travel through secret realms. Thinking further, since she could get in, it shouldn't be difficult to use the flower transfer seal to go out again. So she entered to take a look. If there was an advantage, she would seize it. If it was dangerous, she would leave immediately. Bai Mei had her mark, so she specifically kept Bai Mei outside. But who would have thought that this strange place had an inexplicable mechanism affecting space power? It's a one-way street, only allowing entry, not exit. Thus, she was magnificently trapped in this strange place. She tried several directions repeatedly, but still couldn't succeed. Not working. If Bai Mei can't see me, she might do something. Jiang Ran nervously paced her fingers back and forth. Not being in control made her uneasy, and a bad feeling quickly surrounded her. However, Jiang Ran quickly forced herself to stay calm, took a few deep breaths, and her expression gradually returned to her usual indifference. At this point, panicking is useless. I can only think of another way out. She comforted herself. Maybe this unexpected incident will bring some unforeseen opportunities. With a flick of her fingers, Jiang Ran summoned Bai Mei from outside the secret realm. Bai Mei suddenly found itself in Jiang Ran's arms, and perhaps because it was too sudden, its eyes were still a bit confused. Jiang Ran felt a damp sensation on her clothes. When she touched it, she saw that Bai Mei's head was covered in mottled blood. Its claws were also bloody and torn, and the chaotic energy inside it was hard to control. Probably, Bai Mei, seeing that she hadn't come out for a long time, had forcefully rammed into the secret realm with its head and torn it apart with its claws. But the dark wall of the secret realm was mysterious, tall, and strong. Jiang Ran had tried for a long time before and couldn't break it with brute force, so Bai Mei couldn't either. How silly. Jiang Ran said she didn't feel heartbroken, but that was a lie. After spending so much time together, she understood Bai Mei's insecure nature very well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought it into this unknown secret realm. Roar, 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 Bai Mei stuck out its tongue and licked the blood from its claws. Jiang Ran simply bandaged it and then looked at this place, which felt both familiar and strange, this land of sin. In front of her was a desolate, ruined cityscape. Walking along the long street of the land of sin, she saw dilapidated houses and mottled bloodstains, shocking to the eye. It looked like a battlefield that had been looted. The secret realm has only been here for less than a day, But how come no one from the land of sin has appeared after being pulled in? Jiang Ran was wearing a purple mask, hiding her identity. Seeing a house with a broken wall and bloodstains, she approached carefully and looked inside, only to find a skeleton lying there. A fresh, meatless skeleton, with only a few pieces of flesh left on its body. What made Jiang Ran even more frightened was that the flesh on this person wasn't gnawed by some beast. It was clearly scraped off with a blade. And a creature smart enough to use a blade. Jiang Ran's face turned pale and uncomfortable. Roar, her fingers felt cold, but Bai Mei rubbed against her neck, giving her some warmth. Although the Land of Sin was originally a gathering place for outlaws, based on my previous observations, it shouldn't be possible for such cruel things to happen all at once. First, let's see if there are any survivors. Jiang Ran patted Bai Mei's head. She had mentioned before that the Land of Sin was also a black market trading hub. Although it had been looted once, some things still remained. Like fragments of magical tools. Though unusable now, they could be melted down and recycled as materials for making new tools. It was also good for research. Before coming here, Jiang Ran had cleaned her space ring and took out some of Yunzei's mulberry leaves. Now, with some space left, she didn't mind picking up such items. The two, one person and one dragon, searched carefully. Be careful. A cautious approach ensures a long journey. Jiang Ran constantly maintains the state of her purple jade demon eye, which can now be used for an hour each day. A landslide at a triangular area caught Jiang Ran's attention. From the gap in the debris, a faint light emitted.
Huh.
There are quite a few good things here. This place might have originally been a storage room. Or perhaps a hidden compartment beneath the storage room, which is why it wasn't discovered earlier. While clearing the ruins, Jiang Ran saw some cracked spiritual papers and a feathered magic tool buried in the ground. The magic tool was probably a low-grade earth item and was well-preserved. Jiang Ran quickly stored these items in her treasure vault. She also found a few bottles of pills, including one called Spirit Refining Pill, which helps cultivators advance to the spirit refining stage. Is the light seen by the purple jade demon eye emitted by this ordinary bottle? She opened a neat wooden box, revealing a small, delicate blue vial that fits in her hand. The blue vial looked like an art piece, but with the eye, it was hard to see what made it special. At this moment, Jiang Ran felt conflicted. She knew it was a good item, but didn't know its purpose. This isn't the time to study it. She decided to keep it first. As she moved along, a house caught her attention. Ahead was a closed door. It seemed unremarkable at first, but after the village was looted, it felt very meaningful. After all, bandits wouldn't normally close the door after robbing someone. Jiang Ran signaled Bai Mei to return to the spirit void and summon Qiyuan. She gently touched the texture of the wooden plank and then cautiously pushed open the door. Creak! The door was heavy, and it seemed something heavy was blocking inside, making Jiang Ran more certain someone was inside. At this moment, the creaking sound of the door was very sharp and piercing. About a minute passed. Jiang Ran carefully pushed the door open with a little force. She held Qiyuan in one hand, ready for any unknown enemies. As soon as the door was pushed open, she saw a figure suddenly appear on her left. The figure looked like a young girl. She seemed very frightened, holding a wooden stick. Jiang Ran quickly swung the door open and aimed to hit her on the head. She reversed her grip on Qiyuan and easily blocked the. Under the mask, her slender eyebrows slightly raised because the force of the strike was surprisingly weak. Jiang Ran tightened her grip on the sword, causing the person to fall heavily to the ground. At first glance, there seemed to be no threat, but Jiang Ran pressed her sword against the person's throat. Her eyes looked cold and sharp. She was indeed a young girl, about the same age as Jiang Ran, probably 15 or 16. Besides being a bit too thin, she looked quite striking. At this moment, faced with the cold sensation at her throat, she stiffened. Her large, misty eyes were wide open, with red at the corners, full of fear. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Jiang Ran didn't expect her to be such a delicate beauty. Who doesn't like a beautiful girl? Jiang Ran moved her sword a little closer to her throat. In fact, Regardless of the situation, it was her own fault for entering someone else's territory. From a moral standpoint, she was clearly in the wrong. But in this strange, lawless place, who knew if others would follow moral rules? Jiang Ran lowered her voice and asked, "Really, you'll do anything?" Chen Runen's body trembled slightly. After what seemed like an internal struggle, she finally made up her mind. Her slender, delicate fingers pulled down her upper clothing. She timidly looked at Jiang Ran. She was wearing a purple robe, mysterious and unpredictable, with half a face mask. Her chin was smooth and well-shaped. Her voice was ambiguous, hard to tell if it was male or female. Actually, she looked more like a girl, but at this moment, Chen Runen just hoped she was a gentle-looking man. Jiang Ran looked at the girl, somewhat stunned, as she skillfully took off her clothes, revealing porcelain-white skin. Her red eyes had a flirtatious glint, shy yet alluring, gazing at Jiang Ran. It seemed things were heading in an unpredictable direction. The girl appeared to mistake Jiang Ran for a lecherous man trying to a good girl. Jiang Ran carefully observed her. The girl's clothes were half off, sitting innocently on the ground with her head lowered. Her flowing hair revealed a slender, tender neck. She was indeed very tempting, but unfortunately, her words made no sense. This situation was quite awkward. Jiang Ran decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything and asked seriously, "Who are you? How did you come to this secret realm? What is this place?" Chen Runen was caught off guard by the question. Her face turned red, and she quickly put her clothes back on as if nothing had happened. Then she softly replied, "My name is Chen Runen. I was brought here by this secret realm about a month ago." This place? A month ago? Jiang Ran's eyes flickered slightly. Chen Runen looked slightly frightened. Half a day ago, there was a strange movement in the secret realm. Some buildings, objects, and people were pulled inside. You are probably among those pulled in, so you might not know that this secret realm lacks food and water. It relies on a strange movement once a month to bring in supplies from the outside. So most people in this secret realm are frantically rushing here to grab things. I am too weak. Can't even hold a stick properly, so I can only come here after everyone has left to pick up leftovers. Jiang Ran's eyes shimmered with purple light, full of deep insight. She looked over Chen Runen repeatedly, making her blush with embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ran softly nodded. She then asked a few more curious questions, gaining some understanding of this secret realm. She said this place is called the Nanguan Secret Realm. Nanguan refers to the imprisoned, which fits the situation here well. The sky in the Nanguan secret realm is always dark blood red. It never rains, and there is no sun, so no crops can grow here. Even if plants are pulled in, they will gradually wither away. Finally, Jiang Ran asked her most important question, "Do you know how to leave here?" Chen Runen timidly nodded. "If you want to leave, you must go to Nanguan City. There is a place called the Forbidden Prison. If you reach the top floor, maybe you'll find a way to leave." The Forbidden Prison? As for what is at the very bottom, Chen Runen couldn't say clearly. She only said the jade map seal should be on the top floor. As long as you control the seal, you can master this secret realm and become its owner. Chen Runen looked a bit sad. Many people want to reach the top floor, but it seems no one has succeeded. Not fully trusting her words, Jiang Ran learned what she wanted to know. As she prepared to leave, her sword still pointed at Chen Runen, and she stepped back, gradually leaving the room. "Master, can you take me with you?" Chen Runen suddenly stood up, her big, watery eyes full of hope. "Master is a good person. I want to leave with you. I can do anything, be a cow or a horse. Just tell me what to do." Threatening others with a sword and being praised as a good person, Jiang Ran remained silent. Then she said, "What you said about your weak strength here, I can't protect others." Chen Runen bit her lip, regret flashing in her eyes. A gleaming claw shot toward Jiang Ran with cold light, attacking her suddenly. Jiang Ran felt a sudden gust of wind brush past her ear. Her face changed slightly, and she quickly used her agility to dodge the attack. The sword of Qi Yuan sensed the battle atmosphere and trembled slightly. The released aura caused the originally cracked buildings to collapse. After avoiding that strike, Jiang Ran quickly identified the beast attacking her as a giant demon eagle. Its cultivation had reached the spirit-refining realm. Moreover, when she looked outside, she saw a large group of giant demon eagles gathering, like a dark cloud covering the mountain, making one's scalp tingle. Cry! The giant demon eagle flew low, crashing into a building. When the attack failed, it swung its tail back and spat out dark, ghostly flames. Jiang Ran leapt into the air, dodging the flames. The Qi Yuan sword in her hand was alive, its light flashing like a shuttle, producing a crisp sword cry. She tilted it toward the sky and directed it at the giant demon eagle. Jiang Ran looked out, her disheveled hair flowing over her face. Her robes moved slightly, emanating a cold frost from within. She controlled the Qi Yuan sword, which had formed a layer of ice on its blade. With a chilling breath of killing intent, she precisely cut off the head of the pursuing giant demon eagle. A flicker of dark light, and the giant demon eagle vanished. Jiang Ran was momentarily stunned and asked Chenrinnen, "What's going on?" Where the giant demon eagle had been, the buildings instantly collapsed as if the mountains and seas were being buried. The area where the ghostly flames had been spat out was scarred with terrifying ravines. Jiang Ran asked Chenrinnen, but she saw that the other was also staring blankly. Chenrinnen looked terrified. Giant demon eagle? Seeing a group of giant demon eagles rushing toward them, Jiang Ran had little patience. She drew her sword across her neck.
Get to the point.
"My lord, the beast tide is earlier than expected. We must go to the forbidden prison. To the second level. Once there, we'll be safe." Before she finished, Jiang Ran suddenly moved her arm and pulled her up. Chenrinnen was pulled up, but felt her body go weak and collapsed into Jiang Ran's arms. A faint, pleasant scent reached her nose. Chenrinnen buried her face in Jiang Ran's shoulder, blushing shyly. Jiang Ran frowned, feeling a shiver run down her spine. "Get up. Lead the way." To Nongguan City. Chenrinnen's eyes were hazy, her eyelids red. Innocent and pure, she looked at Jiang Ran with a hint of charm. "My lord, I'm feeling weak." Seeing this, Jiang Ran gave her a faint look, but said nothing. She moved lightly and ran swiftly. In just over 10 seconds, the brief exchange ended. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sounded as the giant demon eagle approached again, bringing a powerful, rapid attack. Chenrinnen covered her mouth in fear, jumped away from a ghostly flame, and immediately followed Jiang Ran, shouting loudly, "Master, I am no longer scared." Jiang Ran did not speak. Along the way, many people were chased by suddenly appearing giant demon eagles. After leaving the crime village, 7 or 8 cultivators were desperately fleeing in terror. They were heading toward Nongguan City. Behind them appeared a bulky ghostly bloodworm, which spat out a black hook. Immediately, 3 of the slower cultivators were caught by the hook and died instantly. Then, the worms climbed onto their bodies and their blood. This is the habit of the ghostly bloodworm. Once it catches prey, it immediately begins to blood regardless of the environment. Jiang Ran looked at this and felt a chill in her heart. These magical beasts, once killed, dissipate into the world. They don't have real flesh and blood, yet they have the skills and habits of true magical beasts. Chenrinnen's voice was naturally soft and gentle. "Master, those magical beasts are not real. They seem to be illusions created by this secret realm, used to clear out the trash outside the forbidden prison every month." Jiang Ran asked back, "Trash?" Another cultivator was killed by a giant demon eagle and was carried away with the corpse. Chenrinnen swallowed hard, took long strides, and, still trembling, followed Jiang Ran closely. Hearing Jiang Ran's question, she stammered, "The capacity of the Nongguan secret realm is limited."
Boom.
More and more people were fleeing, and the terrifying cries of the magical beasts made the entire secret realm chaotic. Jiang Ran noticed that it was a tide of magical beasts. The number was indeed large, over 100, but she counted only 13 different types. Originally, These magical beasts were only occasionally powerful enough to reach the spirit-gathering stage, with 1 or 2 reaching the spirit-refining stage. But as they got closer to Nongguan City, their numbers increased, and their strength grew stronger. Jiang Ran found this strange. If that's the case, why must we go to Nongguan City? Why not find a place far away from Nongguan City and wait quietly for the beast tide to pass? No way! Chen Runin exclaimed in fear.
This is just now.
When most of the people in Nongguan City are killed, these magical beasts will move to the outskirts. Moreover, the magical beasts will keep appearing, as if they can never be killed all at once. But in Nongguan City, the magical beasts are much stronger. The higher their strength, the slower their regeneration. As she finished speaking, Chen Runin suddenly covered her mouth. She was breathing heavily, struggling to run, and said, Big person, my body feels so heavy. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, her eyes clear and sharp. Suddenly, a rope appeared to her hand, which she wrapped around Chen Runin's waist. She then ran ahead with Chen Runin. Behind them, the surviving cultivators saw Jiang Ran and Chen Runin moving so quickly, especially Jiang Ran, who was still able to carry someone, and they immediately realized she was quite skilled. They looked like they had found a life-saving straw and shouted desperately, Help me.
Ah!
Don't pull me. More and more people were dying. At the back, a strong man held a sword in both hands. When he saw a giant demon eagle about to attack, he suddenly swung his sword at the woman in front of him. The pain made her eyes fill with despair as she fell to the ground. The giant demon eagle immediately grabbed her. The woman shouted, I don't want to die. Please, anyone, save me. Save me. Jiang Ran remained calm and unmoved. Chen Runin hesitated, her small, fair face covered in sweat. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, Big person, they are so pitiful. You are so powerful. Please help them. Hearing this, Jiang Ran paused for a moment. Her flying sword shone brightly, and the Lian Yuan's sword moved lightly, like a leaf. With a swift, darting motion, she cut off the giant demon eagle's claws. Although the woman was weak, she was also a cultivator. After being saved, she burst into tears and scrambled to escape. While running and crying, she kept apologizing, pulled out a dagger from her waist, and threw it at the strong man who had just harmed her. The dagger was attached to a spiritual talisman, which sprouted green vines, tripping the man and making him fall to the ground. This scene was so common that no one paid much attention. After Jiang Ran saved the woman, Chen Runin's eyes sparkled. Her soft voice grew louder, her pleasant voice like a lighthouse in the dark. She shouted, Follow us. Lord Ze is powerful, and we will definitely reach the Southern Crown's secret realm safely. Jiang Ran glanced at Chen Runin silently, still running ahead, without stopping. Jiang Ran's earlier act of saving someone had attracted some attention. When Chen Runin shouted, the crowd seemed to find a leader and started running toward Jiang Ran. Most people are creatures without strong willpower. When they are panicked and running for their lives, they tend to follow the larger, seemingly safer group rather than acting alone. Big person, you are truly kind-hearted, Chen Runin said, full of admiration, as she was pulled along. More and more people joined this fleeing group. Jiang Ran's eyes were cold, and she continued to move quickly. Aside from listening to Chen Runin's words at the beginning and saving that woman, she never made another move and kept rushing ahead. Until only 7 or 8 people remained in the group, they finally saw the shadow of Nongguan City.
Ha!
At the moment they charged through the city gate of Nongguan City, a ghost bone realm blood insect suddenly burst out.
Ah!
Seeing the ghost bone realm blood insect rushing toward her, Chen Runin let out a terrified scream. It felt like her eardrums might burst, making her reaction sluggish. Jiang Ran irritably snorted. Her gaze shifted, and she saw huge, dark, blood-colored hooks flying toward her like thunder. Jiang Ran immediately braked, skillfully rolled backward, and retreated behind Chen Runin. Chen Runin's face was pale with fear. She quickly backed away and hid behind Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's body was tense. She anxiously looked at the ancient, dilapidated city and muttered, "This is Nongguan City. Will we be able to leave this secret realm smoothly?" She tightly gripped the late Yuan sword, her heart pounding rapidly. She knew clearly that entangling with these monsters was pointless. At this point, she could only hurry to the forbidden prison and find a way to leave. Currently, only a few people were still alive. Chen Runin was trembling with fear. Her comrades who had been fleeing one after another had all died, leaving her heartbroken. She thought to herself that if she had known the beast tide would come early, she shouldn't have stayed in the sinful land. She should have headed straight to the second level of the forbidden prison. Clenching her fists tightly, she looked at the countdown above Nongguan City's gate. There were still 2 days before the beast tide arrived. A hint of confusion flickered in Chen Runin's eyes as she muttered, "What unexpected change caused the beast tide in this secret realm, which hadn't changed in years, to come early?" Feeling the powerful aura of monsters inside Nongguan City, Chen Runin was tearful, fragile as if she would shatter at a touch, which easily triggered a man's protective instinct. At this moment, she staggered, her eyes wide, trembling as she sought protection, asking Jiang Ran, "Lady Z,
Vilidi?"
With so many words, she might as well cry. Instead, she should conserve her strength and run. Jiang Ran smiled softly, lowering her voice in a gentle tone. "No, you won't." Hearing this, Chen Runin seemed truly reassured. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran, who had been leading the group at the front, slowed down. The others behind kept rushing into Nongguan City, only to face even stronger monsters. Chen Runin looked around at the struggling people, trying to survive. Behind Jiang Ran, her tone became a bit more cheerful. "Look, sir, because of you, someone was able to reach Nongguan City safely. You protected me, so I won't die." Jiang Ran. The deep red sky cast a glow, making the monsters in this strange city look even more bloodstained. At this moment, many people were dying or injured. Jiang Ran ignored the noisy sounds around her, focused on the gaps between the monsters, slowed her steps, then suddenly sped up and rushed into Nongguan City. Inside the city, it was empty of living people. However, Jiang Ran and Chen Runin found it strange that there were far fewer monsters than before. Although it was odd, they couldn't think too much. Chen Runin excitedly said, "Lord Z, just 7 or 8,000 meters straight ahead is the forbidden prison. In the past, this distance could be covered easily in 10 minutes by a cultivator's strength. But after running about 100 meters, more than 10 Darkbone realm monsters suddenly appeared around the corner of an alley. One giant, striped, ghostly lion with bloodshot eyes, tense muscles, and a wide-open bloody mouth growled fiercely from its throat. It moved very fast, with sharp claws like blades, aiming to catch Jiang Ran. Poof! Although this monster wasn't real, its strength was real. The Darkbone realm lion was extremely fast, its claws like the sharpest metal blades. Jiang Ran narrowly avoided a fatal strike, but her arm was torn, leaving a deep wound in her skin and muscle. Jiang Ran kept retreating quickly. We're about to be surrounded." Chen Runin's voice sounded like a sudden thunderclap. Jiang Ran's rope, which was tied around her waist, was cut off unknowingly. A flowing, sky-blue ribbon shot out from her sleeve. Its target wasn't the monster. It was Jiang Ran herself. The ribbon was bright and shiny, with faint ripples flowing across it, clearly a fine magic tool. The ribbon struck Jiang Ran's shoulder like a heavy hammer, pushing her toward the monster group. Roar! The monsters roared and lunged at Jiang Ran. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm really too scared. You're so powerful. You must be able to help me out." She still looked innocent, with big, pure eyes that seemed innocent but also carried a hint of flirtation. The blue water like silk surrounding her moved like waves, gently wrapping around her. She looked at Jiang Ran with sadness in her eyes, tears welling up. "Sniff. Thank you. Sir, you're such a kind person." She pushed Jiang Ran toward the beast group and quickly ran into the Forbidden City, covering her mouth as she ran, tears falling from the corner of her eyes. Chen Runin, with a trembling voice, said, "Sir, I will never forget your great kindness." Jiang Ran. I knew you'd try to get me involved. Jiang Ran was pushed into the beast pile, with bites on her shoulders, calves, and arms. Luckily, she had prepared by using spiritual gold to boost her defenses and a very hard, icy shield to protect herself, so she wasn't seriously hurt. She squinted her eyes, her expression dark and unclear. Since meeting Chenrunnen, this seemingly fragile woman had shown she was quite clever in many ways. First, she pretended to be weak and harmless, disguising herself as innocent and foolish to make Jiang Ran lower her guard. Then, she relied on her physical appeal to manipulate others. Later, during their escape, she deliberately called Jiang Ran to help others and pretended to cry, attracting the fleeing crowd. It's said that when running away, you don't need to outrun the beast, just faster than your companions. Did Chenrunnen really shout like that just to help others? It was just a trick. But Jiang Ran wasn't so kind-hearted either, because their interests aligned. She never exposed her. Jiang Ran knew very well that Chenrunnen's act was poor. She claimed to be weak and unable to hold even a stick, but she could keep up with her full-speed run. And her words had many flaws. She said she had been in the secret realm for a month, yet also claimed, the beast tied in the secret realm hasn't changed in years. Would a normal person speak like that? Watching Chenrunnen run away, Jiang Ran's face remained expressionless. This distance wasn't enough. It would be better to run further away. As the forbidden prison drew closer, Chenrunnen's throat almost sounded like she was singing with excitement. That masked person is so naive, she's been played around so much, she doesn't even realize it's a pity, though. The scent of that person was really good. She hadn't even tasted it yet. Chenrunnen licked her lips, thinking regretfully. Just as she was lost to her thoughts, suddenly, a cold hand pressed against her shoulder. The sudden chill on her shoulder made Chenrunnen's hair stand on end.
Hey.
A familiar voice came, and Chenrunnen's eyes shrank. At this moment, Jiang Ran leaned close to her ear and lowered her voice, saying, "Has anyone ever told you you're pretty foolish?"
You.
How could you? Suddenly, she felt intense pain in her arm, and Chenrunnen's pupils contracted. My hand! My hand! Jiang Ran's face remained expressionless as she cut off her arm with a sword, activating her space power to send Chenrunnen back to her original spot. Jiang Ran tore off the blue water ribbon and a ring from her finger. Then she waved casually, and a dark red light stretched her figure into a long, sinister silhouette. She headed toward the forbidden prison, saying, "I want your magic treasure and space ring. Be careful." Whoosh! Behind her, the creature that was originally surrounded by monsters turned into Chenrunnen, and the attacks meant for Jiang Ran all struck Chenrunnen instead. Her remaining limbs were torn apart, flesh and bones shattered. Chenrunnen didn't have time to react, not knowing how she suddenly fell into the monster group. The smell of blood spread, but the monsters didn't kill her immediately. The most terrifying thing was gradually accepting death step by step. Why did I end up like this? In the past, almost no man could resist her allure in this secret realm. Even the great healer in the secret realm looked at her differently. But unexpectedly, this time she used all her disguises and still fell for the trap of this delicate, masked man-beast.
Disgusting.
Chenrunnen's voice was cold, each word like a bloody ice blade, trying to cut into Jiang Ran's bones and blood. With a look of hatred, she stared at Jiang Ran's back and suddenly lost all ability to move. Jiang Ran clenched the space ring and magic weapon in her hand, her long eyebrows furrowed. Killing someone who wanted to harm her didn't make her feel better. Instead, it made her feel terrible. Currently, the forbidden prison was about a kilometer away. Using her purple jade magic eyes, she saw circles of monsters like soldiers surrounding the prison and gradually spreading outward, as if searching for the criminals outside. In the sky, a giant demon eagle turned its head and looked toward Jiang Ran. Her heart tightened. Next to her was a relatively well-preserved mountaintop house. Seeing the eagle about to discover her, she decisively pressed her hand against the wall, her figure flickering and disappearing. Jiang Ran secretly thought that luckily she had space power, Otherwise, she didn't know how many times she would have died. The creature flashed into the house, and outside no one heard the sound of its attack. Jiang Ran sighed in relief, moved slightly, and looked around the environment. Suddenly, she saw a corpse at the kitchen door. Bright red blood was flowing everywhere, and the person's face was unrecognizable. Jiang Ran tiptoed carefully closer, noticing sharp claw marks and long, deep cuts that tore into the flesh, creating long, continuous wounds. The body looked very fresh, probably just after fighting the creature. Although it didn't die from the creature's attack, the injuries were too severe. In this world, picking up corpses was quite common. When cultivators saw the body, they didn't think about fear but wondered if there were any treasures on the person. Jiang Ran was shameless and quick to adapt to the local customs. The body isn't moving, so it must be dead. And with such serious injuries, if it were still alive, that would be a miracle. Holding the Ziyuan sword, Jiang Ran slowly approached the person. Through a gap in the ceiling, faint light shone down, allowing Jiang Ran to barely see the person's face through the blood. To be precise, it was a broken mask on one side. Jiang Ran was stunned. The mask looked quite familiar. Through the shattered mask covering the lower half of the face, she could see the person's jawline, clean and sharp, and their appearance seemed decent. She shifted her gaze and pulled off the simple gray cloak the person was wearing, revealing a fine-looking white robe. The robe's spiritual patterns flowed, and the metal clasp on the belt shimmered with a silver glow in the dim light. Although it was torn from the fierce battle, with some repairs, it still looked valuable. Jiang Ran expressionlessly took off the robe.
Ugh.
So tragic. Looking at the wounds that looked like intestines might spill out, Jiang Ran felt a slight shiver. Picking up corpses was something Jiang Ran had done in her hometown of Sin City, so she remained silent for a moment but quickly and firmly searched for anything useful. She found another space ring, but this ring looked better than her own and Shinrunen's from the outside. When someone died, their connection to treasures weakened. For example, in Shinrunen's space ring, Jiang Ran had broken the restrictions during her escape just now. She roughly saw tens of thousands of spiritual crystals and a main cultivation manual along with several skill manuals inside. Now, there was nothing more to find on the body. Jiang Ran tentatively focused her mind and tried to use her spiritual power to break the restriction. Unexpectedly, she couldn't break the barrier at all. Jiang Ran reacted quickly, jumping back suddenly like a sneaky cat, staring at the person lying on the ground who seemed to have no breath. The person closed his eyes, his long eyelashes still, as if silent snow was resting on them. He looked as if he was dead, blending with the quiet world around him. But the mental disturbance from the space ring just now made Jiang Ran feel he might suddenly open his eyes, trembling at any moment. This person, he really can't die cleanly. Now the problem is, he's not fully dead yet. Should she take this thing or not? Or maybe she could help him fully die. While she was thinking, the person suddenly coughed up blood from his lungs. Jiang Ran watched helplessly as he weakly reached out his hand, his wrist forming a sharp line, with clearly strong knuckles, as if trying to hold onto some weapon. Dark red blood kept flowing from his mouth. Possibly feeling sharp pain from his internal organs, his body trembled slightly. This person really isn't dead. His hands suddenly clenched tightly. Because he was too tense, his veins bulged from the effort. Jiang Ran held the Ziyuan sword in her hand, hesitating. This person has no grudge against her, unlike Shinrunen, who had wronged her before. So she thought maybe she could, but when it really came to it, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She gently moved 2 steps closer, carefully returning the magic robe and space ring she had taken from him back to his side. Just as she was about to step back and find another room to hide in, a weak voice came from the person, breaking the heavy silence of the dark room. Since you've taken the reward, please save a life. Even injured badly, he still spoke clearly and with a certain charm. Honestly, Jiang Ran could tell from his tone that he was gentle and polite, just like the time they bumped into each other on the street corner. But this made Jiang Ran feel an inexplicable discomfort from deep inside. Right now, behind his mask, sweat slid from his forehead down his pale face. Jiang Ren saw his eyelashes flutter lightly, and finally, he opened his eyes with difficulty and slowly. His eyes were quite clear, but maybe because of the pain, they were a bit moist uncontrollably, like obsidian touched by fog, beautiful and fragile. Hey. This is not good. Jiang Ran's body stiffened, feeling helpless. At first, I thought it was just hallucination, but now. She was asking him to save her, but at this moment, she couldn't even protect herself, and he was badly injured. How could she save him? Outside, the magical beasts might discover this place at any time. If they were outside the secret realm, Jiang Ran might just casually pick up a dog and take it home, but here, she didn't want to cause trouble. She felt restless inside, and her throat was painfully dry. She was about to turn and leave without hesitation, but then she saw his long fingers move. Blood stained the back of his hand. Because his skin was so pale, it looked like cold plum blossoms reflected in snow, very striking. He struggled to reach the space ring beside him. A ripple gently flashed, and a tough barrier was broken. This small movement seemed to have drained all his strength. Now he couldn't speak. He just slightly turned his head, his eyes blurry, silently watching her. Jiang Rand understood that he had automatically disconnected from the space ring, meaning the ring was now unclaimed, and she could take it freely. Was he gambling on her? TSK, Jiang Rand didn't feel much. Her eyelashes fluttered twice, then she calmly put away her sword. She took a long step, moving quickly, then sat down heavily beside him, carefully examining his injuries. The man had already lost consciousness and finally closed his eyes. Humans are truly strange creatures. For example, if you see an elderly lady tripping on the street, you might feel sympathy. But after hearing so many bad stories, you're afraid of getting into trouble, so you want to turn away. At that moment, the elderly lady painfully calls for help, her eyes full of desperate pleading. So even if you choose to walk away, you might still think about her pleas from time to time for the rest of your life, feeling guilty and troubled. Jiang Ran was usually indifferent, but she still had a sense of humanity. Right now, she felt something similar. Currently, the masked man's injuries are very serious, and his internal organs have been damaged to varying degrees. The healing herbs in her hands, Qianji grass and blood-clotting powder, are low-level medicines. Relying only on these, she definitely cannot save him. Sighing, Jiang Ran's expression remained calm. She silently turned her attention to the system. She spent over 60,000 reputation points to exchange for a pulse protection pill, a bone repair pill, and a blood regeneration and skin healing pill from the system shop. Each pill contains 10 doses. The pulse protection pill mainly protects the tendons, the bone repair pill restores bones, and the blood regeneration and skin healing pill stops bleeding and promotes healing. Having made her decision, Jiang Rand did not hesitate. She took 2 doses of each pill and immediately gave them to the man. She removed the man's mask, lightly pointed her finger, and a stream of water about the size of a faucet appeared out of thin air at his fingertips, flowing out gently. She casually rinsed his blood-stained face with water, watching his soft, dark hair soaked and flowing down his cheeks, revealing a handsome face. It sounds a bit vain to say this. Jiang Ran usually didn't pay much attention to others' appearances. But if she was interested in seeing a beauty, her first thought wasn't to find one but to look at herself in a mirror. Without many fancy words, her main impression of this person's appearance was simply, so there really are people whose beauty can rival mine. For someone as narcissistic as Jiang Ran, this was truly the highest compliment. Now, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow and said, hiss. No way, the pills work so quickly? She saw the man's originally pale face turn a little rosier, and the deeply furrowed brow finally relaxed. Jiang Ran knew very well that although the pills she bought were considered divine medicines, they wouldn't cause instant bone regeneration or rebirth. Due to limited reputation points, besides the low-grade Saint Tier Pulse Protection pill, the other 2 pills were only at the local level. Maybe this person's physical constitution isn't ordinary. Using the pills to keep him alive, she didn't need to worry too much about internal injuries, but it was best to treat the wounds on his skin. She carefully moved him to a clean spot before tending to his injuries. She had just taken off his clothes earlier, so his body was still semi-dash. Since he also had injuries on his legs, she now had to remove his pants as well. Jiang Ran, being shameless, had no desire. Seeing his exposed body, she only sighed that he had a good figure and then, like a calm monk, carefully washed away the blood with water. She was not a doctor and could not perform professional rescue. At this moment, she had no choice but to expose the man's abdomen and carefully push his intestines back inside. She also exchanged some gauze and alcohol to take out the 1,000 machine grass. She turned the last few flowers of 1,000 machine grass into juice and gently applied it to the deepest wound, then wrapped it with gauze. Jiang Ran was sweating profusely. Finally, she took a clean men's outfit from the Bai Mei jean box and threw it over him, covering his body except for the bandages, leaving him completely. Jiang Ran self-deprecatingly said, "Now, I've also seen a person's inner self." The literal meaning sounds a bit scary. Jiang Ran carefully examined the man's internal organs. After finishing all these tasks, she finally felt at ease and picked up the ring. She sat in a corner, restoring her spiritual power while calming her mind. As she looked inside, she was overwhelmed by the bright, sparkling treasures filling the space. The spiritual crystals in the space ring weren't many, about 10,000 crystals, but there was one low-grade source crystal. Source crystals are priceless treasures. They are the mother stones that continuously produce crystals, and owning one is like having a crystal mine. Because source crystals can absorb spiritual energy from the world on their own and form crystals around them. Source crystals are classified into 3 levels: low, medium, and high, based on size, spiritual energy density, and purity. Low-level source crystals are usually red, medium-level are green, and high-level are blue. Even low-level source crystals vary in quality, so their prices fluctuate. But it's certain that one low-level source crystal is worth at least 1 million spiritual crystals. Actually, aside from the 10,000 or so spiritual crystals, source crystals are relatively cheap items. The man seemed to be a collector, gathering all kinds of magic weapons and long spears. Jiang Ran roughly counted about 1,000 in total. The lowest grade was a lower-tier earth-level weapon, and the highest quality was a crimson holy-grade magic weapon. There are other magic tools as well, but not many. Most of these tools are at the heaven level. It seems that besides the spear, only heaven-level tools catch his eye. For example, a top-quality Phoenix Pearl hairpin, a top-quality 7-star magic dart, and a top-quality purple gold umbrella. There are also weapons like swords, axes, whips, and sticks, as well as accessories such as mystical robes, magic boots, jade crowns, and armor. Most of these are mid to low-grade heaven-level magic tools. In total, there are 53 heaven-level magic tools. It's so impressive that Jiang Ran finally feels a bit numb from looking at them all. Next are the cultivation techniques. There are many, and Jiang Ran even spots a few space-type skills and techniques. It shows that this person is quite tidy and clean. These techniques, piled up to 3 meters high, some of which he probably rarely used or looked at, are all neatly organized and sorted. Holding the ring, Jiang Ran feels little excitement and more hesitation. The treasures inside are priceless, and holding this ring feels a bit hot. She can't guarantee that once this man's injuries heal, he won't turn hostile. She no longer feels like carefully examining the contents. As she withdraws her consciousness from the ring, her eyes suddenly catch a glimpse of a stone. It's white, only half a piece. The stone looks smooth and warm, but Jiang Ran feels it looks familiar. Thinking carefully, this half-piece of stone resembles one she saw in a shop when she was in Lingtao City. She even asked the shopkeeper to give it to her. The notch matches her half-piece perfectly. If the 2 pieces are joined together, they would form a perfect sphere. But what is this stone for? Jiang Ran once used her purple jade demon eye to see that this stone had some unusual features, but later she showed it to Wei Fengsheng. He didn't recognize it either, so she stored it in her space ring without paying much attention. Her gaze shifts to the sleeping man. If only I could ask him. Through a narrow gap, Jiang Ran looks outside and finds that the number of monsters has increased again. Thinking of what Qin Renan said, she knows that the monsters in the Southern Crown's secret realm are illusions. Even if she kills them all, they will regenerate after a while. Jiang Ran feels this is quite tricky. Even if the outside monsters didn't increase in number, just the group of monsters surrounding the forbidden prison could kill her hundreds of times. So, she dares not go out. She also isn't sure how much she can trust Qin Renan's words. After entering the forbidden prison, what else will she face? Turn your gaze to the man who has fainted. It seems his character is not bad. Hopefully, he will wake up soon so they can exchange information. He slightly tilts his head back, gently leaning against the wall, relaxing his mind. At this moment, his left arm suddenly hurts badly. Jiang Ran realizes she forgot to treat her own injury. After tearing off some gauze and coagulant powder to bandage her wound, the man quickly wakes up. The tense environment makes him endure the pain and struggle to sit up. He slowly leans against the wall, and the feeling of his clothes slipping at his waist and abdomen makes him aware of the coolness below. He reacts, noticing his uneven breathing and a faint red blush on his face, an expression of slight embarrassment. Jiang Ran internally smirks. You're quite something, so there's no need to be shy. Lowering her voice, she reminds him, your injury is serious. It's best not to move around for now. Hearing her voice, he looks up with some confusion. Thank you for saving my life. He seems to wonder about Jiang Ran's gender and finally politely uses the term your lordship. The air becomes awkwardly quiet. Jiang Ran flicks her space ring and says, no need to thank me. It's just a trade. He shakes his head calmly. Money and possessions are nothing to me. Seeing his open-minded attitude, Jiang Ran relaxes. She asks, what's your name? Chiyu, he replies. The atmosphere falls silent again. After a moment, Chiyu's hand emits a glow. He covers his abdomen, and Jiang Ran looks on curiously, surprised to see space distort as if time is speeding up. His wound seems to heal even faster. After a while, Chiyu lowers his hand, adjusts his clothes around his waist, and notices they are a size too small. Your lordship, could I borrow some clothes? From inside the ring? Since the space ring and its contents are Jiang Ran's belongings, she can only say it's a loan. She casually pulls out a set of clothes from inside and throws them to him. Chiyu takes the clothes, flips through them, and his fingers stiffen. His throat moves as he asks, your lordship, could I also borrow some innerwear? Innerwear? Seeing his awkward expression, Jiang Ran suddenly realizes and throws his underwear and similar items over. She slightly turns aside, not bothering to look, and waits until he's dressed before calmly asking, you seem quite capable. Why have you fallen to this state? Chiyu habitually touched his mask, but found nothing there. His long fingers lowered in confusion. His tone became a little more sad. My cultivation is only at the peak of the mysterious bone stage. Under attack by about 100 magical beasts of that level, and 10 of those with Sea of Consciousness stage, I could only barely escape with my life. In this secret realm, the most frightening thing isn't the beasts, but people's hearts. Anyone with some sense knows not to fight the beasts here, not to provoke them, just focus on escaping. But some people cause trouble on purpose, leading all the beasts to him. People's hearts are complicated, especially in the Southern Crown's secret realm. This place attracts those filled with evil, so most of the people drawn here are criminals. Some innocent people get caught up in it, but good people usually don't last long here. Some take control of territory, eating human flesh and bones. Others deceive and betray, acting with double faces, speaking sweet words but hiding deadly intentions, killing silently. No one who has survived until now is simple or ordinary. So, although he and the beasts and people were eventually dealt with, he himself was almost out of strength. Maybe, as Feng Qi said, he really is the reincarnation of an unlucky person. He randomly enters a beast mountain and ends up falling off a cliff, though he manages to escape danger in the end. Sometimes he finds some good treasures, but all these incidents are really annoying. Jiang Ran listened to him and was silent for a while. So, in a way, Chiyu indirectly saved her life. After all, With her humble cultivation at the spiritual refining stage, she might barely manage to kill 2 mysterious bone stage beasts. But facing over 100 beasts of that level would be too difficult. It was thanks to him solving those beasts that she could smoothly enter the Southern Crown City and now survive without danger. She sighed and asked, "What is the origin of this secret realm?" Generally, the difficulty of a secret realm is proportional to the resources inside. But on this journey, she faced life and death many times. Besides the treasures she got in the crime-ridden area, she also gained space rings from Chen Runin and this man. However, Jiang Ran looked at Qiyu. This person's value is much higher than the grandeur of a secret realm. If she can survive this, then this trip will be totally worth it. Oh, by the way, in your space ring, there are a few treasures I don't recognize or know how to use. Can you tell me about them? Jiang Ran casually took out a few magic tools and half a white stone from inside, acting as if nothing was wrong. Under these conditions, Qiyu sat nearby casually, as if using delicate ink strokes to depict a scene of a proud snow plum blooming alone. At this moment, he looked confused, raising his eyes briefly, which was quite captivating. Yes. Anyway, with an injured person and her weak strength, whatever she did wouldn't matter. Jiang Ran just wanted to know what that stone was for.
All right.
Perhaps influenced by the gratitude for saving her, Qiyu was quite patient with Jiang Ran and simply explained briefly. After describing the magic tools, he mentioned the half-white stone. This is the Spirit Marrow secret key. Looking at the half-stone, Qiyu's eyes darkened noticeably. Then he lowered his gaze, hiding his emotions. It is the crystallized essence of a legendary spirit, an evil spirit after the death of the Super Saint Fairy. It is the key to opening that secret realm. It's funny. He went all the way to Yunshang to find the other half of the Spirit Marrow secret key, then traveled to the crime town black market, only to end up losing everything. Jiang Ran didn't realize how precious this item was. The Super Saint Fairy. She had never even seen a young fairy, let alone such a being. Thinking about it, she knew that this half of the Spirit Marrow secret key could cause upheaval across an entire continent. It's more dangerous than a hot potato. Feeling a bit unreal, Jiang Ran held the half key in her hand, not driven by greed, just pondering for a moment. Then she suddenly threw it to Qiyu. Rarely gentle, Jiang Ran didn't hit him. The beautiful white stone rolled on the ground, then happened to land near Qiyu's hand. The cold touch gave her a slight thrill. Qiyu looked up in surprise. Under the faint shadow, his features appeared even more striking. He had deep brow bones, a high nose bridge, smooth lines, and particularly sharp eyes. The corners of his eyes curved inward, with the ends slightly raised, making anyone who looked at him feel captivated. But a cold, sharp aura dulled his handsome, romantic appearance. Qiyu slightly lifted his finger, habitually touching his mask. But the mask was gone. He felt a little awkward inside. The person who threw him the Spirit Marrow secret key seemed to be smiling. Jiang Ran shrugged lightly and said, "Here, I give it to you." This was the first time I saw someone like this. When faced with the trail of a super divine fairy, I felt no desire. Qiyu's throat moved slightly, and he tightly clenched the mysterious spiritual core key. He couldn't refuse because this thing was very important to him. "Thank you." After learning the origin of this stone, Jiang Ran looked through and saw a dark light in the air. A giant demon eagle with a mysterious bone realm body appeared out of nowhere. Less than an hour before I entered Nongguan City, 10 more demon beasts of the mysterious bone realm appeared, and 1 more of the recognition sea realm. Although Chen Runin was clever, it was her help that allowed Jiang Ran to reach this point smoothly. Turning to look at Qiyu, Jiang Ran took 2 pills, one to protect the veins and bones, and another to heal wounds and promote muscle growth, for self-protection. Then she pushed all the remaining pills in front of Qiyu. Jiang Ran's eyes were sharp, full of fighting spirit. "Your physique is unusual, and with the glow from earlier that speeds up healing. How long do you think it will take before you can move?" Qiyu understood her meaning and took the pills. 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, I can recover 50% of my strength and mobility. Good. Chiyu opened the bottle, swallowing all 18 pills. He sat cross-legged, meditating. A powerful source of energy radiated from his body, startlingly intense. His deep purple eyes had a hint of blood red. The severe pain in his nerves made Jiang Ran cover her eyes. It had been an hour since the purple jade demon eye technique was activated, but he couldn't avoid using it now. Jiang Ran calmed herself, channeling spiritual energy from her abdomen to her forehead, nourishing her eyes. The cool sensation eased her fatigue a little. 15 minutes passed quickly, and both stood up, exchanging a glance. Jiang Ran looked at his abdomen and could see that his wound hadn't fully healed yet. After all, it was a heavy injury. Chiyu took a few steps, but due to excessive blood loss, he felt dizzy and a bit floating. Jiang Ran, understanding the injury, knew dizziness took time to recover from. She reached out an arm to support him. Take a moment to rest. Okay. Chiyu's long hand directly grabbed her arm, and a weight that didn't belong to her suddenly made Jiang Ran freeze. She was just being polite. Your arm is very slender. Chiyu glanced sideways, his fingers slightly retracting, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Are you a woman? Hearing this, Jiang Ran kept her voice low, too lazy to lift her eyelids, and said coldly, Do I look like a woman? Jiang Ran lowered her voice, sounding somewhat ambiguous, but it was a natural disguise, like wearing a mask, just to hide her true voice. Her robes were also loose, covering her real figure, but no matter how she dressed, her slender frame was obvious, and she lacked a man's Adam's apple. Why, then, was her gender still unclear? As a woman, did she still need to appear as one? Chiyu felt a hint of apology when he sensed her slightly cautious tone. Some men are shorter and lack a Adam's apple. Perhaps the person before him looked somewhat feminine, which was why she wore a mask. He himself had become accustomed to wearing a mask because of the trouble caused by his appearance. Harming others' inner scars was not the mark of a gentleman. Chiyu felt guilty and softened his tone, saying sorry. Since they knew she was a man, Chiyu felt more at ease. His slender fingers rested on Jiang Ran's arm. As Jiang Ran led him slowly forward, suddenly a vein on her forehead twitched. She shook off Chiyu's hand on her arm and grabbed his collar, straightening him. She frowned slightly, her dark eyes behind the mask like dead fish eyes as she looked at him. Even if you're injured, you don't have to step on my shoe so precisely, okay? Her words made the already quiet environment even more silent. Chiyu looked down at Jiang Ran's shoes. Though they weren't dirty, there was a faint imprint slowly fading. He immediately apologized sincerely, sorry. His behavior was a bit overly cautious, with a cold demeanor, but overall polite and rational. Since she had apologized, Jiang Ran wasn't very petty. Though she disliked others stepping on her shoes, she loosened her grip, pushed her disheveled hair behind her ear, and clicked her tongue. Qi looked at her and suddenly understood his own frustration when he scolded Feng Qi. He decided that after returning, he would properly scold Feng Qi a few times. Now, Qi shook his head, feeling a bit clearer. Looking at the dangerous outside world, he suddenly said, Should we bring a few more people? Although this person wasn't bad, he wasn't a saint either. Jiang Ran was puzzled. Qi didn't explain much, and simply said, Come with me. Jiang Ran shrugged. The Zhiyuan sword in her hand twitched, as if eager to move. She raised an eyebrow and said, Hopefully, this won't be unnecessary. Wasting my medicine. This gentleman's temperament might be compatible with Feng Qi. Qi spoke calmly in the dark, suddenly smiling slightly. Suddenly, a long black spear appeared out of nowhere in Qiyu's hand. The tip of the spear pointed at the ground, and two silent formations were cast, trying to hide the sounds made by their movements. Formation master? Just an amateur. Jiang Ran stroked her chin. If even an amateur can do this much, then how can she not be considered an amateur? She remembered she still had two primordial golden shields that could block a full-force attack from a sea awareness level demon beast. Although setting up such formations doesn't take much time, the golden shield formation requires a completely safe environment. Going straight out the main door was too risky. Qi said, The houses in Nanguan City are close together. There are survivors here, including 2 Xianbone realm cultivators, 1 spirit refining realm cultivator, and 1 gathering spirit realm cultivator. Jiang Ran was slightly surprised. Impressive. He even knew exactly where people were. They arrived at the first cultivator's hiding spot. Qiyu kicked in the wall, revealing an old man with a white beard inside. At this moment, the old man's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked at the two of them and asked, "What are you doing? Are you trying to lure the demon beasts over?" "No." Qiyu, tall and slender, held a long spear in one hand. The spear tip was like the wind. His speed was extremely fast. Just 15 minutes ago, he was barely able to move after being injured. In an instant, the spear stabbed straight into the old man's chest. Qiyu's aura was cold, but his tone was gentle. "We came to invite you. Do you want to escape with us?" Such an invitation was unusual. The old man's lips trembled as he slowly looked downward. His heart seemed to freeze from the coldness of the spear. Shivering, he hurriedly nodded. "Yes. Yes. Little brother, put down your spear first." Qiyu lowered his spear, but saw that the old man's previously hesitant face suddenly turned fierce. He held a short knife and lunged at Qiyu's heart. This secret realm truly had no honest people, Jiang Ran thought helplessly. Whoosh! A dark red sword sliced off the old man's holding hand. Meanwhile, Qiyu remained calm. He withdrew the sharp spear from the old man's heart. Ah! The old man, missing a hand, was still trembling with fear. He hurriedly covered his still intact heart with his left hand. Qiyu looked at the severed hand and then at her sword, his eyes filled with interest. Losing a hand but surviving, escaping death, the old man with the white beard broke out in cold sweat. He glanced faintly at the old man with white beard and said, "Don't play tricks. Follow me." The old man with white beard nodded, acting unusually obedient at this moment. They teleported through walls to several other houses and, using friendly methods, eliminated a cultivator at the Ghost Bone realm who wanted to go to heaven to enjoy peace. In total, 3 people gathered. The group consisted of the old man with white beard, a man with a black face, and a woman with yellow hair. Qiyu and Jiang Ran led these 3 to avoid the magical beasts and hid in a cluster of houses 1,000 miles away from the forbidden prison. Qiyu summarized simply, "To enter the forbidden prison, we must break through the layers of magical beasts. But the area within 1,000 meters of the forbidden prison is different. There aren't many hiding spots, so we will be exposed to the beasts. If you want to survive, listen to my commands from now on." The man with the black face said grimly, "Forget it. I don't trust this masked person. Whether male or female, a strange creature. Trust or not. What choice do you have?" The black-faced man hesitated. The yellow-haired woman, who was in the spirit-gathering realm, asked anxiously, "When will we charge?" "Wait for me to count to 3. Qiyu pointed at Jiang Ran. "He and I will run ahead to clear the way for you." His black pupils flashed with intense killing intent, and he repeatedly emphasized, "Don't run first. Stay behind us quietly. We will clear the way for you. Understand?" The yellow-haired woman quickly nodded. "Got it, got it. Will they really clear the way for us?" The old man with white beard and the black-faced man, thinking about the threat posed by this young man, showed a flicker of doubt and hostility in their eyes. They smiled flatteringly and said, "Understood, understood." Qiyu finally warned, "Yes, definitely don't run first, or you'll bear the consequences." Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Qiyu's face silently, with a slight smile. Shriek, roar. The group looked toward the distant magical beasts, which let out terrifying cries, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, someone grabbed her wrist. The warmth of his palm spread, and Qiyu began counting. 1. The old man with white beard and the black-faced man clenched their teeth, their eyes turning bloodshot, and suddenly charged forward. No one could trust the South Crown's secret realm, let alone this young man threatening them. He claimed to be clearing the way ahead, but in reality, he was probably just trying to have them cover his back. Such a cruel mind. Point 2. Seeing the old man with white beard and the black-faced man suddenly rush out, the yellow-haired woman was momentarily stunned, then resolutely charged forward as well. Ignoring Chiyu's words, she saw the sharp cries of the giant demon monsters approaching rapidly, an instant attack. Sharp claws pierced through the bodies of the old man with white beard and the dark-faced man, grabbing their torsos. Clatter. Blood poured out, internal organs shattered. Blood drifted with the wind onto the face and hair of the blonde woman, turning the world into a bright red with a foul smell. The blonde woman's mind went blank, and she stood there foolishly.
Run.
Chiyu's eyes remained focused ahead, steady and unwavering. He tightened his grip on Jiang Ran's hand and rushed toward the forbidden prison. The old man with white beard and the dark-faced man attracted many monsters. A weak opening was created on the way to the forbidden prison. Chiyu's fingers were strong, gripping Jiang Ran's wrist tightly. Both of them moved very fast. Jiang Ran caught a glimpse of the person ahead with the corner of her eye. Because of her injury, the pain made beads of sweat appear all over his body. They stuck to his pale skin, which looked like icy blood under the top light. Honestly, Jiang Ran knew she was slower than the injured person. She was aware that she was holding him back a little. Her dark eyes showed a hint of purple-red, with streaks of crimson flowing down her left eye. Jiang Ran closed one eye, while her right eye opened wide like a cunning cat, staring at the overwhelming monsters approaching. Her pupils shrank with wildness. At this moment, every slight muscle movement of the beast's charge flashed through her mind in an instant. By quickly reacting to each detailed pre-attack move of the monsters, as if she could predict their attack, Jiang Ran's voice was hoarse as she warned Chiyu with the simplest words, left. Chiyu, with his battered body, had no time to pay attention to anything else. At this moment, he completely trusted Jiang Ran. He reacted as fast as possible, quickly retreating to the left, dodging the howling giant striped lion with agile movements. Behind to the right, watch out for the magic insects. He glanced up at the sky again. There, dark ghostly flames filled the sky like tiny meteorites, carrying endless destructive light. Jiang Ren suddenly threw a handful of spiritual gold powder into the air, which shimmered like a forest of fireflies. She used a surge of cold energy in her hand, causing the brilliant golden mountain to burst out like a particle energy net, emitting dazzling, icy sparks. A very tough ice shield appeared, blocking the ghostly flames from above, but it shattered immediately afterward. They were still about 100 meters from the forbidden prison. 70 meters. 50 meters. The forbidden prison was very close, and hope for life was right in front of them. Suddenly, Chiyu suddenly hugged Jiang Ran and rolled on the ground. Jiang Ran's masked face pressed against his chest, feeling a slight shock inside. She quickly looked up and could only see Chiyu's alluring Adam's apple and a streak of black snake tail stained with blood. Suddenly, she pulled away from Chiyu's shoulder. As she withdrew, blood spilled out, shocking to see. Through a thin layer of clothing, Jiang Ran felt the man's strong body, hot enough to make her nervous. A warm, bloody smell spread from him. A trace of blood dripped from his lips. Chiyu silently stared at the suddenly appearing divine realm-level black snake, his eyes full of dangerous killing intent.
Kill. Kill. Kill.
The snake with a human body and snake tail had no consciousness, its eyes pitch black like a puppet, unaware of pain, only repeating this phrase. Chiyu lowered his voice, looked down, his long eyelashes casting a shadow under his eyes. He looked at Jiang Ran's head and softly said, "Run first." In the dimness, his voice sounded a little hoarse and gentle. Unintentionally, Jiang Ran's nose twitched. She only felt a burnt pine scent on her body. Cold yet hot. Somewhat contradictory. Jiang Ran quickly withdrew from his embrace, looked up, and gazed deeply at him. Okay. Jiang Ran pushed Chiyu away, turning cold and indifferent. Without hesitation, she gathered all her strength into her legs and dashed forward like a streak of purple lightning toward the forbidden prison gate. Chiyu protected her from behind, watching the group of monsters ahead. The black guns hissed as they cut through the wind. A silver gleam flashed at the tip of the gun, like lightning, and dust flew everywhere. The guns moved like dragons, weaving in and out, blood splattering from the monsters. The secret realm of Nanguan was dark and ugly-like, but Chiyu's gun was beautiful, shining with silver light, powerful and majestic. Breaking dawn pierced the darkness. In a moment when the breeze brushed past, the black snake turned into nothingness and dispersed into the world. Chiyu became more elegant and calm, the wind and moon peaceful. He pointed the gun at the ground, leaning on his long spear. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, the smell of blood grew stronger, and his body couldn't move. He pressed his lips lightly, like a tranquil lake, even though it was filled with heavy filth inside. He rarely showed pain openly. A purple shadow in his eyes grew smaller and was about to disappear at the door. Chiyu withdrew his gaze and saw more than a dozen fierce beasts rushing toward him. A faint chaotic light emitted from his body, swallowing all these monsters. It seemed as if time paused for 2 seconds. He clearly knew this was just delaying his death. Chiyu's side profile was cold and sharp, a bit stunned, as he looked up at the sky. Time moves forward, life is fleeting. Death was pressing closer, and few could face it calmly, including Chiyu. But, in front of this scene, he seemed to suddenly realize or question, all things are born and perish, like cycles. What exactly is time? Just like morning fungi don't know the darkness, or cicadas don't understand the seasons, Chiyu couldn't truly understand or control time now. Roar! Right now, he was like a tiny seed in a storm, afraid of death but never surrendering to fear. Chiyu didn't care about being surrounded by a group of fierce monsters. He stood tall, his eyes cold, like a tree that always reaches upward, standing forever, noble and graceful. After drinking, I forget that the sky is in the water, and dreams fill the starry river. In Nanguan City, the stars could not be seen, which was a regret. Because after today's eternal night, perhaps the beautiful, dazzling starry sky would never be seen again. In those 2 seconds when time seemed to freeze, thoughts raced through his mind. But at the very moment time stopped, Chiyu felt as if his body was torn apart by space itself. His heavy, dull eyes suddenly cleared a bit. When he woke again, he found himself in a strange environment. The ground beneath him was soft. He saw a purple dress torn and stained with red, like blood flowing from a violet flower. Cough, cough. He used his divine powers and space abilities excessively, causing his body to ache sharply. Jiang Ren covered her left eye, blood flowing down her slender fingers, which looked even more strikingly red against her fair skin. Feeling the weight on her, Jiang Ren frowned and muttered softly, Get away. Her voice was tinged with a slight tickle and a fresh scent, like hot lava burning into his mind. Somehow, maybe because his head was dizzy, her murmured words made Chiyu's heart flutter, and his breathing grew heavier. His fingertips, cool like water, slowly brushed over her slightly chilly clothes, leaving only a trace of warmth. Chiyu slowly got up, a little hesitant, and his eyes flickered with hesitation.
Sorry.
After a moment of silence, he added, You saved me again. Thank you. Jiang Ran still covered her bleeding eye, cold sweat rolling down her forehead. Hearing this, she shook her head and whispered, It was you who saved me. It was precisely him who attracted almost all the monsters' attention, allowing her to smoothly enter this forbidden prison, which was like a fortress with no cracks. Chiyu's throat moved, and after a moment, he seemed to shift his focus and asked, What's wrong with your eye? Jiang Ran lowered her head, lips slightly parted, and spoke indifferently. It's just blind.
Blind?
Chiyu was stunned. Sir, would you mind showing me? Having experienced life and death together, Jiang Ran trusted Chiyu somewhat. Hearing this, she obediently lowered her hand. Her left eye was blood-red, as if the eyeball had a terrifying rupture. At this moment, her left eye couldn't perceive any light. Chiyu's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, a complex feeling flashing across his face, then quickly disappearing. It doesn't seem like a monster injury. Maybe you've overused some power, he guessed. Qi was knowledgeable and immediately guessed it was some kind of divine ability. This mysterious gentleman, who preferred to keep his identity secret, was only at the spirit refinement stage, but had many tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Ran didn't deny it and nodded. Overusing the purple jade demon eye risked blindness. Since entering the secret realm, she had kept her purple jade demon eye open and had also overused the nether piercing. She didn't know if this eye could still be saved. The system couldn't help her now. Her reputation points were completely exhausted. Jiang Ran swallowed a protective pulse pill, feeling her body improve slightly. She looked at Qiyu, who was disheveled and in poor condition, recalling the deadly he had blocked for her. She threw the remaining pills over and said, "Eat these." Qi looked at her left eye, stunned, and caught the pills. He was still thinking just one eye should be manageable. He moved his heavy body closer to her, reaching out a hand toward her eye. A faint glow appeared, making his slender fingers look icy. Suddenly, the icy light shifted from Qiyu's fingers into Jiang Ran's eye. Her originally numb, pain-free eye suddenly prickled with a stabbing sensation, as if sharp knives had pierced through. Just as she was about to cry out in pain, Qiyu's voice came, "Hold on, it will be quick." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Qiyu withdrew his fingers and Jiang Ran's eye, which had been feeling the stabbing pain, now only felt a slight swelling. She blinked, suddenly realizing that her left eye, which previously saw nothing, could now see.
You.
Jiang Ran wanted to ask him what he had done, but perhaps it was a secret, and anyway, the outcome was good for her. It wasn't the right time to ask too many questions, so she swallowed her words back. Instead, Qi was worried she might be uneasy and explained proactively, "I rewound the time for your eye to 3 minutes ago." Jiang Ran was slightly stunned and a bit surprised. "Time system?" Qi nodded, "But with my current state, I can only do this much." "What does this much mean?" "It's super impressive," Jiang Ran internally commented. The space and time systems are not common, but they are definitely rare, perhaps 1 in 500 years. Apart from the difficulty of creating two kinds of spiritual essence, the main issue is that space and time systems are very hard to cultivate, with few resources. Someone like him, who can rewind 3 minutes, is truly a genius among geniuses. Jiang Ren also remembered the glowing light that appeared when he gently touched his abdomen earlier, probably using the power of time to speed up healing. She looked at Qiyu, who seemed to be about 18 or 19 years old, yet already had the strength of a mysterious bone realm and possessed incredible control over time. It seems that geniuses are never lacking. She had been somewhat arrogant earlier. She even considered recruiting him to the Lingling town, but couldn't think of what to offer as a reward. Jiang Ran internally mocked herself, thinking her ideas were overly idealistic. After sighing, Jiang Ran said, "It seems that only the two of us have entered the second level of the forbidden prison." She was still trembling with fear, wiping the bloodstains on her mask, and looked at Qiyu with some deep meaning in her eyes. "He appears to be a modest gentleman, but is actually as cunning as a wolf." Suddenly, her spear disappeared, retracted into her body. Qiyu helplessly blinked innocently. "I told them not to rush ahead." Jiang Ran stepped onto the stairs heading to the second level and heard her say, "Your repeated emphasis is like playing hard to get. What does it mean when others say not to rush?" It clearly hints that they should hurry up. In this secret realm, everyone is clever, and Qiyu has clearly taken advantage of that. Originally, those people obediently followed behind, resisting some pressure from behind, while Qiyu led the way ahead. As long as Qiyu and Jiang Ran survived, those people might really make it inside. But without those people attracting attention first, everyone might have ended up dead. Qiyu showed no particular expression and did not argue. He was never a good person. Now, Jiang Ran and Qiyu stood at the staircase connecting the first and second levels. On the stepped walls, patterns are carved. 13 types of magical beasts are depicted, representing the continuous emergence of monsters from the outside that attack them. Jiang Ran's hair stood on end, mainly because these monsters were so vividly drawn that at first glance, she thought they were real creatures rushing toward her. So, upon arriving here, Jiang Rannan learned from the murals that entering the forbidden prison is only the second level. The first level refers to all areas outside the forbidden prison, also called the Beast Tide Zone, where monsters patrol constantly, searching for those who haven't entered the second level of the prison. The monster tide will last for 10 days. Those monsters are reactions from the murals. Qi looked at the drawings and said, "This is probably the work of an ancient spiritual artist, containing a fierce intent." Finally, they reached the second level. The forbidden prison is a looped structure with 20 cells arranged in each direction. There is a transparent, invisible wall on the first floor facing the corridor, making it hard to leave easily, but you can see outside. Jiang Rannan and Qi stepped in, immediately attracting many fierce looks. Many rooms are empty, but there are quite a few people in the corridor. Everyone's eyes flickered as they analyzed the threat level of Jiang Rannan and Qiyu. Faces I haven't seen before. Are they newcomers? Didn't they say a monster tide was coming early? Why did they come in? Very hungry, haven't eaten or drunk water for days. Someone licked their dry, pale lips, with a green glow in their eyes, glaring at the two. After waiting a while and seeing the two in a bloody, exhausted state, someone finally couldn't hold back and attacked Jiang Rannan.
Bang!
In this lower level of the forbidden prison, strength isn't always the key. Most are just a rabble, lucky enough to have entered the prison early and avoided the monster tide. On the other hand, because of the attraction of the cursed land, more powerful cultivators go out searching for treasures, but often end up unlucky and fall prey to monsters. Jiang Rannan easily suppressed this riotous group and asked some more questions. It's easy to enter the cells here, but very hard to leave. You either pass through a second-level illusion, commit suicide, or wait to die inside the cell. Most people here know that to leave this terrible place, they must reach the highest level. The key to leaving the Southern Crown's secret realm is above, but why hasn't anyone been able to reach it? Many people simply lack the courage to enter the cells. Someone sneered, "The South Crown's secret realm is like a place that trains criminals to reform. If you pass these tests successfully, you can leave this behind. But passing the tests isn't that easy." The dark, foul-smelling small room was filled with decay. Each cell on the second level was packed with skeletons. Many arrogant people thought too highly of themselves, but in the end, they were trapped and died inside. The restrained people talked loudly, and Jiang Ran gathered some important information from inside. The Forbidden Prison has 5 levels: the Beast Tide Tower on the first level, the Illusion Tower on the second, the Artifact Hall on the third, the Purgatory Tower on the fourth, and the exit to leave the secret realm on the fifth. The second level has only 80 cells, each holding 5 people. Now that Jiang Ran had the information she wanted, she looked at the pure white, magical small room. Besides the piled-up corpses inside, it didn't seem much like a prison. In fact, the beautiful patterns carved into the white walls were quite exquisite and pretty. Jiang Ran and Qiyu exchanged a glance. Jiang Ran asked together, "The human heart is very complicated, especially in the treacherous South Crown secret realm. Most people are villains, and few trust others enough to stay in a room peacefully. Qi, you didn't hesitate. Let's go together." In an empty cell, Jiang Ran rested her chin and said, "The second level's test is an illusion." Jiang Ran and Qi stepped into the room together. Seeing their confident steps, some people looked at each other in surprise. Really? They just went in like that, without hesitation. A scar-faced man sneered, "2 fools are going to be trapped alive inside again. I hope the person holding the jade map can pass this cursed secret realm quickly. Then we can be free. By the way, Dr. Xiao has the jade map. I heard the Master Doctor is already on the 4th level. I wonder when they'll pass." When they mentioned the Master Doctor, everyone looked hopeful and respectful, but deep inside, there was a hint of fear. The Jade Map secret realm seems to be searching among all living beings for someone capable of controlling it. Only those holding the Jade Map are recognized. So even if someone manages to pass the secret realm, if they are not a lord or marked as a citizen by the Jade Map, they can only take some resources from inside and escape successfully. They won't be able to control the secret realm. Here, not many people possess the jade map seal, but everyone who does is respected by the lower class because it represents hope for those who are weak and rely on others for their fate. They don't know if these two people have the jade map seal, but even if they do, they don't expect much from these two young, scarred individuals. Instead, some secretly resent them, wishing they would just die in this prison. Currently, Jiang Ran and Qiyu entered the cell and locked the door, so even if the number of people didn't reach the maximum of 5, no one else could enter this room. A beam of light enveloped the two of them. Jiang Ran's vision blurred. She felt like she had slept for a long time, her mind was empty, and then she seemed to forget some things. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly realized she was in a grand palace. In a long, elegant corridor, luxurious crystal chandeliers hung beautifully, and the walls were decorated with exquisite murals embedded with large diamonds. Where is this? Jiang Ran's mind was a bit foggy. She tilted her head, unsure why she was in this place. What am I doing? Looking at the diamond-encrusted palace, Jiang Ran couldn't help but praise. It looks pretty. Great Lord, congratulations on gaining another city. At the end of the corridor, several men suddenly appeared. One was a charming nobleman with a confident look, gazing at her affectionately. Another was a gentle, handsome scholar smiling back, and there was a brave general with a fierce yet tender aura. Everyone has a love for beauty. They surrounded her, their eyes full of affection, speaking words of love and protection. It was truly intoxicating. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Ran's mind, particularly natural, telling her these were her lovers and pets, as long as she stayed. She didn't remember how she got here. Her memory seemed fragmented. Facing the scene, she still felt confused. Yes, everything is fine. The scene shifted suddenly, dazzling with bright light. There were several large spirit crystal mountains. From her view, the passage was lined with smaller piles of spirit crystals and source crystals, so many that it was maddening. Moreover, various magical tools caught the eye. Such wealth could turn a small town into a vast empire. Jiang Ran lay confused among the piles of spirit crystals, surrounded by countless shining gems, lost in a dreamlike state. Here, it seems you can fulfill all your fantasies easily and become a powerful master. You can have countless magical tools and enjoy various beautiful roles without feeling lonely. Money, power, and beautiful women. That's pretty good. But a gentleman loves wealth and earns it properly. Jiang Ran's eyes are clear. She shakes her head, feeling a bit regretful. But this kind of sudden gain makes people uneasy. Jiang Ran is not a saint and cannot have everything she desires. However, she chooses to face her desires calmly and has her own principles. Jiang Ran gets up from the crystal pile, stretches lazily, pats her, and walks toward the palace gate. Suddenly, the illusion breaks. Qiyu is quietly leaning against the wall. Under the shifting light, his furrowed brows show a hint of youthful innocence. After leaving the illusion, Jiang Ran feels her mind clearer than ever, as if washed clean. Her mental strength seems to improve a little. Is this an illusion? Within 10 minutes, Jiang Ran and Qiyu's figures disappear from the second-layer prison cell. Everyone waiting to see the show is stunned and says in disbelief, "No way, they passed the illusions so quickly?" Their smooth success makes many think, maybe it's not that hard. Should we try too? Seeing Jiang Ran come out, Qiyu's furrowed brows relax. He says, "Your Excellency, you're a bit slow. This person is very tall." Jiang Ran has to look up to meet his eyes. She shrugs and says casually, "Had a pretty good dream, though a bit fake." "You're experiencing a beautiful dream." Qi says this, making Jiang Ran feel his face darken. "I had a nightmare, died 99 times.
Ah.
Jiang Ran doesn't know what to say. The illusion can tempt out people's inner desires and fears. So, is this person afraid of death? Jiang Ran raises her eyebrows. Quite cute. Oh, today, 2 newcomers entered at once. Jiang Ran and Qiyu arrive at the 3rd level. A man in red-scaled armor crosses his arms, leisurely turning in front of them. His outfit is very flamboyant. Looking at Chiyu's face, the man is momentarily amazed, but it quickly passes. His charming eyes shift with interest toward Jiangran. Well, still wearing a mask. Let me see what you look like. After speaking, the man lowered his hand. His right hand trembled slightly, and suddenly a soft fire cloud sword appeared. The sword, like a red snake, flew toward Jiang Ran's face. Jiang Ran's eyes twitched at the corner, but before she could move, Chiyu tilted his wrist, and the tip of his gun sliced through the air. A powerful force formed, knocking the man's sword away and causing his legs to weaken. The man was forced to kneel in front of Jiang Ran, his face rubbing against the ground. He quickly begged, "Please, sir, spare my life." Although the man was rude, Jiang Ran and Chiyu could tell he had no intention to harm them. His movements just now were cautious, and he didn't use much strength. Chiyu calmly retracted his gun without expression. "My name is Yunha," he said cheerfully as he climbed up from the ground, acting as if nothing had happened. "Are you planning to conquer the 3rd level?" Yunha asked curiously, with a hint of expectation. "I happen to be going there too. Want to team up? We can watch out for each other." Yunha eagerly volunteered. "I've prepared for this for a long time. The 3rd level has 40 rooms, each accommodating 3 people. But many rooms on the 3rd level are still empty. Why does Yunha want to join them?" Jiang Ran looked at him with suspicion. Hey, don't look at me like that." Yunha moved closer and whispered, "I tend to seem too normal and stand out among those with different personalities." He pouted and signaled that he was different from others, a normal person. "There aren't many people on the 3rd level." Jiang Ran counted 15 people in the corridor, all glaring at her and Chiyu with unfriendly looks. More specifically, their attention was on Yunha. Yunha has a handsome, charming face, but his behavior and words are more like a rogue. He ignored their gazes and appeared sincere to Jiang Ran and Chiyu. "You're new here, so you might not know much about the 3rd level," Yunha explained. "It's a bit different from the 2nd level." Jiang Ran didn't know his true purpose, but her information from the 2nd level was limited. She silently asked for clarification. Yunha said, "The 3rd level is divided into checkpoints. There are 7 major ones. You can't reach the 4th level without fully conquering the 1st. But each time you pass a checkpoint, you can leave the cell once. It gives you a bit of a break, so you're not stuck in the cell all at once." He finally revealed his real goal. Unlike the 2nd level, the cells here are connected in a shared mental world. Once inside, others can't attack your physical body, but they can attack your mind. Hearing this, Jiang Ran's mood became complicated. She guessed that Yunha might have offended the people here. Everyone was thinking of killing him, but since their strength was not enough, they were willing to go to any lengths to attack him in the prison cell. Jiang Ran did not want to get involved in this person's affairs and politely refused. Yunha helplessly shrugged, seeming to know they would probably refuse, and said, "It's okay, but please don't interfere." He approached the two, first testing his threat level. After confirming, he showed friendliness, hoping they wouldn't see him as an enemy. Chiyu and Jiang Ran agreed, as they also didn't want trouble. After entering the prison cell and being led into a space through a beam of light, Jiang Ran and Chiyu's spiritual bodies appeared together in this ethereal void. Jiang Ran looked at her hand. The patterns on it were clear. Her spiritual body was no different from her real body, only slightly glowing. Her spiritual body looked like stars scattered in chaos, making the unknown void less frightening. Yunha and others indeed had conflicts, and now they were fighting fiercely. In the void, damaging the body was the same as damaging the spirit. If her spiritual body was killed here, she might become mentally impaired in reality. Jiang Ran and Chiyu kept their promise and stayed far away from the conflict among the 10 or so people. Now, besides the illusionary bodies of people, only 10 ancient bronze doors appeared in the void. Each door was marked with bold, flowing dragon script, indicating sword, blade, spear, halberd, bow, whip, axe, mace, dart, and staff. She still seemed to carry a faint scent of pine and cypress. He asked, Which door do you want to go through? Jiang Ran pointed at the sword door. Of course, this one. Then I'll go through the spear door. Jiang Ran replied lightly, good luck. You too. As Jiang Ran stepped into the sword door, a white sword light appeared, shaped like a butterfly spreading its wings, delicate and beautiful, yet as sharp as a blade. The butterfly-shaped sword light sliced across her spine, splitting her skin in two. Jiang Ran couldn't help but cry out in pain. The sharp, cutting pain made her feel she couldn't bear it, while the sword light and fire shadows precisely and bloodily tore her skin, slowly separating her skin from her muscles. Is this what they call the skin-peeling punishment? For the first time, Jiang Ran despised her own clarity, wishing she could faint immediately. It was said that the key to passing each level was to endure such pain for an entire hour. The pain made Jiang Ran's mind unable to think. She only thought that she couldn't endure even a minute of such torment, let alone an hour. Fortunately, after entering the door, the spiritual body is not truly harmed by such punishments. It seems only the five senses are simulated. Jiang Ran raised her head, trying to resist the sword shadows. She struggled to stand up, her eyes sharp as she summoned the Yuchuan sword of her spiritual body. However, these butterfly-like shadows are very gentle, softening strength with grace, moving as fast as the wind and invisible. Jiang Ran's rough and clumsy sword techniques cannot compete with them. Hiss! But after more than 10 minutes, the skin on Jiang Ran's body has completely shed, leaving bloodstains and a brutal appearance. A flash of light passed, and Jiang Ran's body returned to normal as if it was just an illusion. Now, sword light flickered, beginning the second round of the skin-peeling punishment. The third round. The fourth round. At this point, over 40 minutes have passed, and Jiang Ran doesn't know how she managed to hold on. Every time she felt she couldn't go on, she would think of Qi Yu's face. Of course, this isn't love, just a contest among peers. If I fail, it's embarrassing. Don't judge Jiang Ran by her appearance. She is actually very competitive. Holding her sword, her clear black eyes reflected the swirling sword light. Jiang Ran always felt there was some pattern in the chaos, but she hadn't found it yet. Jiang Ran's use of the Yuchuan sword is always bold and aggressive, wielding spiritual energy straightforwardly and roughly. Although it looks impressive, it is superficial. These sword energies are so delicate, like peeling silk from a cocoon. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ran suddenly had a flash of insight. She initially intended to slash downward with a big strike, but for some reason, her finger paused. She then raised her sword from bottom to top with a tricky angle, and a blue ice-colored butterfly wing flew out from the Yuchuan sword, blocking the incoming sword light. Staring at her own move, Jiang Ran was slightly stunned. Next, she gradually learned to block the flying butterfly wing with the same sword technique, avoiding the pain of skin peeling. When she successfully passed this hurdle, Jiang Ran wondered, is this really just a punishment room? This is clearly a sword training room, right? Having mastered the technique of peeling and unraveling silk with her sword, Jiang Ran was no longer afraid of the next level. In fact, she was a bit excited. As Jiang Ran guessed, the challenges in this prison room are indeed inhumane, but she felt that this space, meant for punishment, could be repurposed. Perhaps it could become a place for training and growth. The second challenge is a severe punishment, where Jiang Ran enters a deeper level of the door. She hears trembling sounds as ancient swords appear from a square-shaped space. They resemble white cranes crying out loudly. The swords move very fast, and Jiang Ran has no time to react. Suddenly, she sees her body split in two at the waist. Ah! The injury is fake, but the pain is real. The pain distorts her senses, and she is no longer calm. Jiang Ran sweats heavily. Fortunately, no one is around, so she can scream without holding back. She hesitates to look at her neatly cut waist, imagining it must be bloody and messy. In just a few seconds of her groaning, her body is healed countless times, only to be cut again and again. There's no chance to breathe or rest. It's even more exhausting than the first level because Jiang Ran can't even stand up now. The pain might make her faint, which would mean failure. Honestly, she feels like giving up, but she quickly suppresses the thought. To restart, she would have to endure this pain again. All her suffering from the multiple cuts would be for nothing if she gave up now. Jiang Ran's lips tremble, unsure of what to say. After a moment, she curses under her breath that, since she can't stand, she decides not to try anymore. She knows she will recover eventually. She holds the Ji Yuan sword tightly, staring fixedly at the paths, strength, and speed of the ancient sword swings. Focusing on one thing makes the pain seem less intense. The sword light flashes like a weaving thread. Jiang Ran endures countless injuries, her emotions gradually numbing. She collapses on the ground, her sword tilted, facing the white crane sword. From helplessness, she begins to catch a few sword strikes. Slowly, she stands up again. It feels like a long time has passed. Her eyes sharpen, and her body seems to have white birds spreading their wings. Pure white feathers drift down. The Ji Yuan sword hovers lightly, striking like lightning. Her sword techniques become more varied over time. Jiang Ran starts to understand and master the second move, white cranes spreading wings. Suddenly, the ancient swords stop. Jiang Ran realizes an hour has passed, and she has completed the second challenge. During the experience, she almost wanted to die right there to avoid the pain. But after succeeding, Jiang Ran feels indifferent, as if it was just another part of the process. Jiang Ranyue increasingly feels that this forbidden prison is a treasure. She has learned 2 very clever moves, which makes her look forward to the remaining challenges. Maybe this is what it feels like to experience pain and happiness at the same time. I wonder how Qi Yu's marksmanship is. The Void Sea has 10 weapon bronze doors. If she masters this Nanguan's secret realm, it's like having 10 weapon masters at her command. Thinking of this, Jiang Rainey stops dreaming. Her main goal now is to find a way to escape from the Nanguan's secret realm. So she doesn't linger and continues to the 3rd and 4th challenges. The 3rd sword is called Whale Wave and Crocodile Surge. It's an ancient sword swirling rapidly, like a deep, unpredictable ocean wave. As it spins, the air around begins to stir violently and thin out. Jiang Rainey feels like she is caught in a huge whirlpool, her body being cut by countless blades and her mind experiencing intense dizziness. The 4th sword is called Serpent Mirage, an invisible illusionary sword. Jiang Rainey cannot see any sword traces, and even the air seems undisturbed, but the snake-shaped sword marks appearing on her body are frightening. During the 4th challenge, Jiang Rainey also encounters Yunhe. Yunhe seems to have already cleaned up the mess. He had passed the first 3 challenges earlier, so he could directly teleport to the 4th challenge if he wanted. Jiang Rainey glances at him and notices that Yunhe appears to be just barely holding on, not trying to endure less pain like Jiang Rainey does by thinking hard. His willpower is quite strong. Jiang Rainey mutters silently. She looks relaxed on the surface, but the pain she endures is beyond what most can bear. This interruption does not shake Jiang Rainey's determination to continue. Yunhe, exhausted and unable to hold on, looks at Jiang Rainey as she gradually leaves, and he forces a bitter smile. He has only passed the 3rd challenge, which is rare in the entire Nanguan's secret realm. He was proud at first, but now he dares not look down on newcomers. By the way, this is Yunhe's first time entering the 4th level. He can't hold back anymore and has no mind to endure further, so he simply gives up and teleports to the prison cell. Because he did not pass the 4th challenge, he cannot leave. Yunhe is not in a hurry. He recalls Jiang Rainey's scene when she passed, thinking, so those swords can be blocked. But how to do it? Yunhe's eyes are firm. After a short rest, he decides to try again and resolutely charges at the 4th challenge. Meanwhile, Jiang Rainey faces the 5th challenge, which involves a sword technique called Turtle Shell Screen. It seems to be a defensive sword technique. Compared to the other levels, the 5th sword is actually easier to pass. The 6th sword is the Phoenix crying at sunrise. The 7th sword is the critical reverse dragon scale. Right now, a sword exuding a terrifying aura of authority appears to be emanating from the sky above, faintly echoing a mighty dragon roar, carrying a sense of destruction. Under this aura, Jiang Ran is repeatedly turned to dust. Just a little bit of this aura is enough to make Jiang Ran vanish into nothingness. Among the 7 swords, Jiang Ran has only learned 5. Her understanding is quite impressive, but high comprehension can't replace a solid foundation. Jiang Ran has only been practicing swordsmanship for about 3 months, and the remaining 2 swords are too advanced for her. She hasn't even grasped the basics. Fortunately, perhaps she has grown used to pain, and she managed to endure for an hour. After clearing the level, her figure flickered, and Jiang Ran was violently teleported outside. Coincidentally, Qi was also teleported out, and Jiang Ran's face directly bumped into his chest. Wearing a mask, Jiang Ran was harshly bumped, feeling half her face numb. Qi felt as if his heart was also numbed by the impact. He already had a wound on his shoulder, and this hard mask nearly caused his heart to stop. But facing this lifesaver, he couldn't act out, and as he quickly stood Jiang Ran upright, his voice was low, husky, and seductive, with his Adam's apple moving up and down. Qi hesitated, but then kindly asked, "Are you all right, Your Excellency?" "Nothing's wrong. By the way, how's the situation at the gun gate?" Mentioning the gun gate, a hint of interest appeared in Qiyu's dark eyes. This South Crown 7 guns technique is quite interesting. It has reached the level of a divine weapon. Qiyu seemed to have gained something. It's a bit difficult to master in a short time. Meaning, it's somewhat difficult, but not impossible. Jiang Ran subtly stiffened, feeling a strange sense of being pulled into something for the first time. Qiyu's voice was deep, and he asked with concern, "How are you?" Jiang Ran, being questioned, remained calm, her eyes beneath the mask captivating and intense. She exuded a composed aura, full of dignity. Well, just SOSO. Yunhee successfully passed the 4th level, looking charming and proud. He originally wanted to come out and thank the purple-clad person for the inspiration, but by then, the 2 had already disappeared from the cell. Yunhee was slightly stunned, then incredulously exclaimed, "I finally passed the 4th level, and those 2 people have already reached the 4th layer." The Forbidden Prison is a tower-shaped building with no windows, completely sealed from the outside. From the outside, it looks suffocating, but inside, the decor is very exquisite. When they reached the 4th floor, the number of cells was reduced to only 8, with each room capable of holding just 1 person. At this point, Jiang Ran and Qiyu had to part ways temporarily. Neither of them had any particular thoughts. They both believed the other wouldn't be trapped on this 4th floor. "See you later. See you later." However, the cells on this 4th floor were empty, and there were very few bones left, indicating not many people had reached this level. Jiang Ran knew little about the Purgatory Tower on the 4th floor. Without warning, as she entered a cell, she was suddenly pulled into a chaotic rocky clearing filled with thunder and lightning.
Boom, boom, boom.
Disorganized purple lightning brewed among the clouds, and then a small thundercloud, about the size of a finger, shot towards Jiang Ran. Her eyes sharpened, and she quickly dodged. At that moment, the pain from her arm confirmed that this time, unlike previous floors, the entity appearing in this unfamiliar space was her real body. If she died, she would truly be dead. Dark clouds continued to gather thunder and lightning. Jiang Ran thought she must not use her physical body to resist the lightning strike, or she might survive but end up severely injured. While contemplating how to find a magic tool in her space ring to defend herself, a formation suddenly appeared in front of her. The gate of chaos opened, and Bai Mei let out a long cry. Stepping out from the vast spiritual space, the white dragon shimmered with lightning, soaring in the air, seemingly responding to the thunderclouds above.
Bai Mei.
Jiang Ran was surprised. She wanted to call Bai Mei back, as if it were a lightning rod inviting trouble, but she saw Bai Mei's excited mood and swallowed her words. However, her eyes remained fixed on Bai Mei with intense focus. Suddenly, lightning bolts in the clouds parted, and Bai Mei actively accepted a lightning strike powerful enough to turn rocks into powder. Roar, woo-woo in an instant, A small lightning bolt from the clouds struck Bai Mei fiercely. It was knocked to the ground, its body covered in a layer of lightning smoke, but surprisingly, it didn't seem to suffer the pain Jiang Ran expected. Instead, it let out a comfortable, resonant cry. Jiang Ran. This development was quite unexpected, but her mind quickly reacted. Songyu the storm dragon was a divine beast with water, wind, and thunder attributes. As a divine beast, its water, wind, and thunder elements were extremely pure. These lightning strikes not only didn't harm Bai Mei, but also purified its body with the pure lightning elements. After understanding the situation, Jiang Ran no longer felt anxious. The lightning strikes all attracted Bai Mei's attention, so she leisurely moved away from Bai Mei and found a place to sit.
Boom. Boom.
Bai Mei had already adapted to lightning strikes the size of a finger, but now larger thunder was brewing in the clouds. Bai Mei shivered slightly, feeling a bit numb. The lightning energy absorbed earlier had made Bai Mei a little tired. To better prepare for the next wave of thunder, Bai Mei opened her mouth and roared loudly. In the roar, terrifying blue-purple lightning was attached to the dragon's breath. This was the first powerful attack Jiang Ran saw on Bai Mei. It was one of the combat techniques from the bloodline of the Songyu Tyrannosaurus, Thunder Roar. Bai Mei had naturally learned it in this environment. Jiang Ran was a bit stunned. A little surprising, finally looking a bit like a divine dragon. Bai Mei's body seemed to have grown significantly from about 1.3 meters to 1.7 meters. Its body became sturdier, and the majestic horns on its head were fully prominent. The white dragon horns looked like jade, but more beautiful and spiritual. As soon as Jiang Ran finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt, as thick as a wrist, struck down from the sky, raising a cloud of dust. Bai Mei's body stood up and boldly faced the attack. This lightning strike lasted for half an hour. The clouds in the sky seemed to have exhausted their energy and could no longer gather thunder, gradually dispersing. Roar. Roar clearing the clouds, sunlight appeared. Bai Mei flew over to Jiang Ran, acting cute, wrapping around her waist like a snake. Jiang Ran felt like her back was about to break. Cough, cough. Bai Mei's growth was astonishing. Its white scales shimmered, flickering with blue-purple patterns, because the lightning had not been fully absorbed yet. Bai Mei, you've already reached the spirit-gathering realm, Jiang Ran said happily, patting Bai Mei's head. Bai Mei nuzzled Jiang Ran with its head, but its prominent horns almost poked her blood. Suddenly, Bai Mei's icy blue eyes filled with tears, big tears rolling down. Jiang Ran frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. "Tsk, don't cry." Jiang Ran gently patted Bai Mei, took off her mask, and rubbed her face against Bai Mei's body, comforting her.
It's the same for me.
Bai Mei sniffled, gradually stopping its tears. This lightning strike was one of the 8 major levels in the 4th stage. The 8 levels were Gold Inundation, Wujia, Water Imprisonment, Fire Refining, Earth Flood, Wind Shattering, Ice Immersion, and Thunder Quenching. The 4th level seemed to be transmitted through spiritual energy inside the cultivator's body. Because Bai Mei was Jiang Ran's spiritual pet, it also included wind and lightning. Next, Jiang Ran and Bai Mei experienced the sensations of water imprisonment, fire refining, wind shattering, and ice immersion. Currently, Jiang Ran was immersed in a fiery realm. The intense heat was extremely painful, but luckily, she had ice to defend herself and various magical tools she had acquired from Qiyu for self-protection. She could also continuously absorb fire elements to strengthen herself. Overall, it was dangerous but manageable. After passing the 4th level, Bai Mei stabilized her cultivation at the 1st stage of spirit gathering, nearing the 2nd stage, while Jiang Ran advanced to the 5th stage of spirit refining. It was a fruitful harvest. 5th level. Qi seemed to be a step behind Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was not in a hurry, but quietly observed. Unlike the other levels, this one felt very different. Jiang Ran felt as if she was inside an ancient, elegant room that was luxurious and cozy. A faint sandalwood scent filled the air, and there was a carved, hollowed-out window. The floor was covered with magnificent beast skins, soft as walking on clouds. Inside, there was a dressing mirror. The copper mirror was not ordinary. Jiang Ran carefully approached and discovered that through this mirror, she could see the entire Nanguan's secret realm. The most eye-catching feature was a throne. The throne was carved with flying dragons soaring through clouds, lifelike and exquisite, incredibly beautiful. To the right of the throne was a delicate, intricate tower. The tower seemed to have a spirit. When Jiang Ran saw it, she felt a warm sensation on her forehead where a jade symbol was, as if it was about to emerge. The tower looked like it was made of gold, jade, and glass, with detailed patterns on the top, divided into 5 levels. The whole tower was small and delicate, less than the size of a palm. Right now, it floated in the air, surrounded by wisps of mist that drifted between the tower and the surroundings, giving a sense of ancient elegance and mystical power. Jiang Ran gently touched her forehead. The feeling of the jade symbol being hot was still there, but she didn't plan to recklessly summon it. She decided to wait for Qiyu to arrive. However, things didn't go as planned. Instead of Jiang Ran summoning the jade symbol, the small tower suddenly released a stream of light, rushing into her forehead like a rogue, eager and insatiable, as if a hungry man encountering a beautiful woman. Jiang Ran. The delicate tower emitted flowing energy, continuously flowing into the jade symbol on her forehead. Qiyu appeared and saw the scene. His eyes, dark and deep, showed slight surprise. He didn't expect Jiang Ran to have the jade symbol. He had thought she was unlucky like him, caught in the secret realm. However, the person in front has an elegant and mysterious aura which indeed does not seem like someone surrounded by bad luck, so he was just being overly sentimental. Having passed through all the levels of the secret realm, Qiyu could have left the Nanguan's secret realm, but for some reason, he did not leave immediately and instead waited quietly. Qiyu was dressed in a black mysterious robe with handsome features. His eyes were slightly closed, giving off a cold aura. Leaning against the wall on one side, he looked like an unbreakable barrier, guarding the entrance from the 4th to the 5th level. The inner room was bright and warm, making people feel comfortable. He just wanted to rest a little longer. At this moment, Jiang Ran was under a voluntary contract. Besides Bai Mei, Jiang Ran had never seen anyone so generous, and the Linglong Treasure Tower was another trap after Bai Mei. The Linglong Treasure Tower, more precisely the Nanguan Treasure Tower, had now turned into a tiny golden tower, about the size of a sesame seed, floating quietly above the star map imprint on the mountain. After obtaining the secret imprint of the star map, Jiang Ran realized that this secret realm was not as simple as it seemed. As the owner, she could reshape the objects within the rules of this realm. For example, in the Beast Tide Layer, Jiang Ran and Qiyu saw only 13 types of magical beasts, but they could also draw other magical beasts to be born in the Beast Tide Layer. Of course, the purpose of the Nanguan secret realm was not limited to that. Jiang Ran still needed to go back and study it carefully. As Jiang Ran guessed, the Nanguan secret realm was not just a place to imprison criminals. The various levels in the prison cells were designed to help criminals reform and be reborn. For example, the most typical one was the illusion layer on the 2nd level, which tempted the deepest desires and fears of the heart, like telling someone to put down their sword and become a Buddha. After reclaiming the Nanguan secret realm, Jiang Ran sensed Qiyu's presence. Her heart was slightly disturbed because she had taken back the realm, but her expression remained calm. Falling in love with someone often didn't require a reason. A brief life and death dependence made Qiyu see the mysterious, gentle man before him in a different light. Qiyu looked at Jiang Ran. Her black hair, illuminated by the light above her head, gave a soft and warm impression. "Let's go." Saying these 2 words, he felt a slight reluctance in his heart. Qiyu's face was stern, but subtly so, and he stepped out of the secret realm without hesitation. Jiang Ran didn't say anything, quietly watching Qiyu disappear into the distance. At this moment, the Nanguan's secret realm no longer carried his presence. "By the way, I've been able to survive thanks to this person's help," Jiang Ran softly sighed, then looked curiously at the Nanguan treasure tower. The Southern Crown's secret realm is attracted by evil, but at the same time, it is also searching for its master, constantly appearing in different places. Once the master is found, the others in the secret realm no longer need to exist. Currently, the entire secret realm is shaking continuously. Southern Crown is actively removing everyone except Jiang Ran. Second floor illusion level. The floor trembles, and the closed prison cells suddenly open. When everyone senses this strange phenomenon, they are initially panicked, then gradually realize what is happening. Some tiptoe cautiously and successfully step out of the prison cells. Could it be that the secret realm has been reclaimed by someone? Life in Southern Crown City has truly become unbearable. Suddenly, there is a feeling of being able to leave. Many people are overwhelmed with tears, unable to believe it. Finally, we can leave. Half a year. Half a year of suffering. This life is not for humans. Someone kneels and keeps kowtowing. I don't know who it is, but whoever can conquer the secret realm is a good person. Thank you for letting us leave Southern Crown City. In the excitement, someone guesses, could it be the doctor? Just then, there is movement at the entrance of the second level. Everyone looks over and sees the doctor, holding a wound on his chest, with a pale face, coming from the forbidden prison. The surrounding air seems to freeze and stop flowing. Seeing Xiao Hu, everyone is struck like lightning, their minds blank, their bodies stiff, as if all the blood in their bodies has stopped moving. Xiao Hu is smoking a pipe calmly, still refined, but his pupils are startlingly blood-red. He holds a dagger pressed against someone's heart, speaking slowly and elegantly, but with gritted teeth and anger. Tell me, who conquered the secret realm? Before Xiao Hu finishes speaking, everyone's minds are trembling with confusion, wondering, it's not the doctor. Who else could have taken over the secret realm? Outside Southern Crown City, the appearance of the Southern Crown secret realm is becoming clearer. According to estimates, it will open in about an hour. The various territories have been recruiting talented people and have been stationed nearby for some time. Moreover, many cultivators are watching eagerly. The secret realm is full of danger and opportunity. Most people want to find good treasures inside, hoping for a chance to turn their luck around. I don't care about becoming the master of the Jade Map secret realm. I just want to find some opportunities. This is my first time seeing the Jade Map secret realm. It seems that all the nearby territories have sent people, especially the strong ones like Tianchen, Chaolian, and Xun. They don't want to miss this secret realm. Who will be the ultimate winner in which territory? Suddenly, everyone started a lively debate about this topic. Zealand's gambling house began its bold moves. Come on, place your bets. Odds are 1.5 for Tianchen County, 1.7 for Chaolian County, 2 for Xiyun, and 10 for other territories. It's clear why Zealand has grown big in Tianchen County. He never misses a hot topic. I bet 100 crystal coins on Tianchen. I bet on Chaolian. The crowd became even more excited, mostly betting on 3 counties, surrounding them tightly. A ragged little beggar couldn't squeeze in and sighed, then decided to bet his 3 gold coins he had begged for a year on other territories. Watching the lively scene, Si Yunlan, wearing a delicate veil, smiled softly and looked at Qianyu with full trust. Brother Qian, no matter what they say, I believe you will help Tianchen win this secret realm. Her smile was so gentle it melted hearts. Qianyu, wearing armor and a helmet, looked mighty and imposing, but facing Si Yunlan, he was full of tenderness. Yunlan, don't worry. I will definitely be the one to conquer the secret realm. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the secret realm in the sky suddenly shrank sharply. The black beast seemed to grow smaller and smaller. Feeling this strange change, the whole world suddenly fell silent. The continuous shrinking of the secret realm caused the sky above to turn from black to shining with bright light. But the golden sunlight didn't bring warmth. Instead, someone screamed in fear, breaking the silence. What's happening? Following that cry, people started falling from the sky, like small dogs being pulled by their necks, thrown out of their homes by their owners. There weren't many, but they couldn't escape the crowd's attention. After being thrown out, within just 10 seconds, the huge city of the secret realm seemed to be swallowed by a black hole. The air twisted, and then the secret realm suddenly vanished. It's really outside. Some who fell out of the boundary cried tears of joy, while others looked at each other in disbelief and hugged, crying loudly. After months, I finally got out. Life inside the secret realm truly felt like years. Someone got up and crazily grabbed a nearby brother. I'm still alive. Where is this? People outside were confused. As the crowd surged, they finally reached a conclusion. The secret realm has been conquered? Everyone was amazed. But isn't the secret realm not open yet? Could it be that the person who was pulled in was the one who conquered it? But isn't it true that only those holding a jade map and marked individuals can take control of the secret realm? The secret realm can absorb people, but those with the jade map mark have a lot of freedom and choices. With the jade mark, they are protected and not easily pulled inside. I've also wondered if the ones who took over the secret realm weren't from the 3 major city countries, but the realm only opened recently, so no one knows for sure how it was taken or who conquered it. And the secret realm only appeared for less than 2 days, so this sudden event surprised everyone. Hey, look, the expressions of the messengers from Chao Lian and Si Yun and the city lord of Mao City are really bad. These important figures from the city countries don't seem to be pretending, so it's clear someone else took back the secret realm. But no one knows exactly how it was lost or who took it. It's not just those 3 city countries. Look at those gamblers who pressed down on the 3 major city countries. Their faces look terrible. Someone gloats, haha, the Zealand casino must be making a lot of money now. Many people bet on the 3 city countries. Sure enough, some people couldn't accept the reality and shouted at the casino staff, "Give me back my money. I'm not gambling anymore." But the Zealand casino has been around for years, so they're not easy to mess with. They didn't bother with it at first, but if things get annoying, the casino staff might do something. Someone regrets their decision. I bet my savings for several years. It's over, it's over. If I've lost that much money, my wife will definitely leave me and find someone else. But there are also happy people. For example, a small beggar who accidentally bet on another territory's game and, like a pie falling from the sky, quietly took back 30 gold coins with his number. For many, 30 gold coins isn't much, maybe a year's expenses. But for a beggar, this amount is enough to buy new clothes and change his look, so he won't have to beg anymore. Of course, the little beggar thought to himself, it's impossible not to be a beggar. How can there be a good partner who gets money without working? And the brothers on the street always speak nicely, each one a talent. But the little beggar also mumbled to himself, I wonder which big shot recovered the secret realm. Seizing the moment of chaos, the little beggar quietly collects his money, holding a broken bowl. He begs for alms while pretending to be deaf and mute, happily listening to gossip and secrets. Under the shade of a large tree, a young man strokes his smooth, sharp chin and falls into brief thought. Could it be that Chiyu did this? He wears a gray cloak over his head, hiding a handsome face, muttering in surprise in the shadows. But then he hesitates, realizing Chiyu doesn't have the jade map seal, so how could he recover the secret realm? It's not him. A voice comes from behind him, very soft, steady, and cold in this hot environment. This voice is very familiar. Feng Chi raises his eyebrows, feeling relieved. He takes a deep breath, turns around, and looks like a carefree, playful young man. Seeing Chiyu's handsome face from every angle, Feng Chi is very surprised. The first thing he says is, "No way, Chiyu. Have you finally decided to show off that handsome face of yours?" Chiyu. Chiyu's hands are very nice, long, fair, with perfectly shaped knuckles. He instinctively raises his fingertips, but his face is empty, without his usual mask. He looks a bit lost, as if his mask is broken, and the rest are inside that ring. He's wearing clothes borrowed from someone else. The clothes are fine, but next time they meet, his underwear probably doesn't need to be returned. Thinking of that person, Chiyu suddenly feels a bit embarrassed. Feng Chi sees his good brother's face turn red, expressionless. What the heck? Fengqi is surprised.
You.
Are you secretly seeing someone? Qi denies quickly, no. Remembering being blocked at the school gate every day, Qi used long eyebrows furrowed deeply. Women such trouble. Fengqi clicks his tongue, looking at that face, feeling a bit jealous. You're ungrateful for your good fortune. By the way, I really can't imagine what kind of woman you'd like. Fengqi shakes his head. Women are soft and fragrant when you hold them. Qiyu's heart suddenly beats very fast. He vaguely remembers that person's hair, very soft, with a nice smell. Their aura is clean, and holding them feels very soft. Qiyu, rarely choking on his words, looks a little confused. Men. When I hold them, they seem soft too. Oh my goodness. Fengqi was startled by his sudden words, eyes wide with suspicion, and he crossed his arms to keep his distance. Are you perhaps harboring ill intentions toward me? Qi looked at him with a blank face, a hint of dislike flashing across his expression. Fengqi angrily lowered his hand, and neither of them stayed long in this place. Fengqi asked, by the way, where is your empty ring? It's gone.
Fengqi paused, surprised.
No way. You've collected guns for a long time, and you wouldn't let me see them before, and now they're all gone? He asked again, have you found the other half of the spiritual marrow secret key?
No.
You're really unlucky. After the secret realm was conquered, Qianyu sent people to guard it, trying to catch the culprit. But with suspicious eyes, everyone seemed suspicious. Naturally, they couldn't figure out who that person was. Your Highness the Duke, I am incompetent and failed to take the secret realm. Please punish me. That night, he rode the swift-winged winged eagle to Tianjin main city and saw Sihe. Qianyu felt a bit ashamed. Sihe was silent, looking at the young man before him. It is said that the apprentice surpasses the master. In just a few years, Qianyu had surpassed Qian Chenggong, leading the trade city to greater heights, making it the wealthiest place in Tianjin. Even the main city lacked some of its vitality. It's okay. After a while, Sihe finally smiled and patted Qianyu's shoulder kindly. Then he said, it's just a secret realm of unknown level. Maybe it's only at the township level. If lost, so be it. Qianyu felt guilty and uneasy. Sihe turned and asked, do you have any guesses about who might have conquered the secret realm? Qianyu lowered his eyes, and a flash of purple appeared in his mind, an image of a mysterious merchant in purple clothes wearing a purple jade mask with astonishing cultivation. He had briefly tested him and estimated he might be at the Sea of Knowledge realm. Moreover, on the first night the secret realm appeared, someone saw that merchant heading toward the crime village. Sea of Knowledge realm? Sihe's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking for a moment. Who is this merchant? Can we infer his background based on what he's selling? Qianyu shook his head and said, I don't know the details, but with such strength, he must be at least at the county or district level. And judging by the sound transmission shell and seafood, he probably relies on the sea, lake, or large river waters. Currently, the three main counties were constantly in conflict. Sihe didn't want more trouble. Next time that mysterious merchant appears, keep a close eye on him for me. He turned around, paused, and said, maybe the entrance fee for the trade city should be increased. What do you think? Qianyu suddenly looked up, showing a worried expression. The sunset glow had faded completely. The mysterious merchant's outfit was too eye-catching. Jiang Ran changed into a more modest outfit and, under the cover of night, secretly returned to the inn. She had been gone for 2 days. Jiang Ran still had some free time to think. She paid for 2 days of lodging but didn't end up staying, which was a big loss. When she left, she didn't hide from Wei Fengsheng and the others, only didn't mention going to the secret realm. Since she kept in contact during her time there, they weren't too worried. When she returned, Yan Lili was watching over her bed. Jiang Ran took off her outer clothes, asked Yan Lili to prepare a bath, and then told her to leave. Lying in the bath bucket, the warm water made her feel alive again. She also looked at the system, which had changed, and thought happily that she finally had a safe environment to settle her loot. One triggerable task had already been marked as completed, and the system's rewards were quite straightforward. Task: first time conquering the Jade Map Secret Realm, Nanguan Secret Realm, County. Rewards: 3 small teleportation arrays, 1 medium teleportation array, and a Jade Map Compass. Small teleportation array can teleport up to 500 kilograms per use, costing 50 spirit crystals each time. Duration after setup: 5 years. Maximum teleport distance: 5,000 kilometers. Medium teleportation array can teleport up to 5,000 kilograms per use, costing 500 spirit crystals each time. Duration: 5 years. Maximum distance: 10,000 kilometers. Seeing these teleportation arrays, Jiang Rand immediately thought of where to place them. Naturally, at the Spirit Gold Mine on Lingxing Mountain. That way, trading in Tianjin County City will be much easier. The 7 or 8 days journey could be shortened to just a few hours. The small teleportation array could send 6 to 10 people at once and would last for 5 years. After reviewing the arrays, Jiang Ran turned her attention to the Jade Map Compass. Jade Map Compass spins with a rumbling sound, guiding her toward the nearest Jade Map Secret Realm based on the location of the Fate Needle. Jiang Ran took out the Jade Map Compass. It was palm-sized, made of pure white jade gold, with a marble-like texture. At this moment, the tip pointed southeast, indicating the nearest Jade Map Secret Realm was in that direction. However, some Jade Map Secret Realms can shift locations, like her Nanguan. Speaking of Nanguan, Jiang Ran felt a bit worried. Because the South Crown Secret Realm can only release living creatures, there are many corpses inside that need to be dealt with. There is both worry and joy. Since many people have died, many treasures inside were not taken and remain in the secret realm. Jiang Ran roughly scanned the inside with a bronze mirror, discovering many spirit stones and materials for refining tools and pills. Something valuable. Based on her financial strength and personal power, Jiang Ran is definitely capable of becoming a county-level lord. She looked again at the territory panel. Territory Basic Information Panel. Territory Name: Suling Town Lord. Jiang Ran. Territory Land Area: 161 square kilometers. Territory Ocean Area: 235 square kilometers. Number of citizens: over 20,000. Citizen Loyalty: 70 out of 100. Number of spirit creatures: 6. Mailing Monster: Kiki Spirit Monster. Sacred Pattern Cotton Spirit Worm, Yunza Mother Mulberry Spirit Worm, Bingji Spirit Worm, Mao Bamboo Spirit Worm. Yutu Secret Realm, South Crown Secret Realm, County. Overall level: town level, village, town, county, prefecture, province, nation, overlord nation. Evaluation: thousands of people loyal to her. A town-level territory with both land and sea, holding good development potential. If she says what's missing for becoming a county-level territory, it's probably the overall military strength of the territory and the living standards of the citizens. Although the number of spirit creatures is close to the 10 required for a county-level territory, 2 spirit monster creatures and 2 epic-level spirit worms also meet the county requirements. Speaking of spirit creatures, Jiang Ran quickly climbed out of the bath bucket, put on her clothes, and released all 6 spirit creatures from the spirit ring. The sacred pattern cotton spirit worm had already awakened during the secret realm. A drop of Qingsui treasure liquid not only solved the abnormal loss of vitality, but also improved its aptitude from poor to average. This colorful, greenish, earthy little worm looked less dull, but it still exuded greed and viciousness. At this moment, saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth as it kept making chiomi sounds. Yunza Mother Mulberry Spirit Worm. Although it had undergone a dramatic change, Jiang Ran still called the Mulberry Spirit Worm by its old name. The Mulberry Spirit Worm still looked the same, called Yunza Mother Mulberry Spirit Worm, but the name was more for show than reality. Jiang Ran guessed she still needed to go back and have the Mulberry Spirit Worm firmly infect some mulberry trees, so it could adapt to the new energy inside her.
Chumi.
These days, she hadn't fed them, and a few little spirit creatures were starving with hunger. Jiang Ran fed these little spirits some food. They all ate happily, even a bamboo spirit insect and the cute spirit monster, who had previously been shy and cautious, now looked like little pandas stuffing their heads into bowls of milk, looking very anxious. However, the ice spirit insect was no longer proud and regal. It looked confused and pitiful, climbing onto Jiang Ran's finger.
Chewy me, chewy me.
The little creature called urgently, its light blue tail angrily pointing at the spirit insect, then turning back to look at Jiang Ran as if complaining. It seemed to think she was being unfair. "Oh, you look so upset," Jiang Ran said with a smile, gently tapping the ice spirit insect's small head and soothing it kindly. She understood that the little spirit was feeling down because the spirit insect suddenly changed, probably because she gave it some special elixir and didn't give one to the ice spirit insect. Chuemi, the ice spirit insect, nudged Jiang Ran's finger with its head, trying to act cute and ask for care. Jiang Ran felt a bit helpless. Although these little spirits weren't eating the best food, they were eating what was suitable for their current stage. The ice spirit insect was still growing gradually. There was no need to rush and feed it some divine treasure. Moreover, it already had suitable soil for growth, glacial soil, and with the town's spiritual spring irrigation, with its royal-level talent, it was only a matter of time before it broke through to become a city spirit monster. Jiang Ran thought to herself, it's just that the temperature and climate of Suling town are a bit off. After feeding the little spirits, Jiang Ran recalled them into their spirit rings to rest, then took out half a piece of spiritual marrow secret key and an unknown small bottle. The spiritual marrow secret key was a risky item, but also a great opportunity. Jiang Ran wondered, I just don't know where the secret realm is, or when it will open. The spirit realm was full of medicinal herbs, and there were many spirit foods. Most importantly, she might find a few talented spirits. The future development of Suling Town was headed towards Tianshan County City or even further, so they couldn't be limited to just this small land. They needed to build their own intelligence network and find talented people to gather information. Jiang Ran silently kept this plan in her mind. This bottle. Jiang Ran took out a small blue bottle she found at the collapsed site of Zuexiang. She wasn't very familiar with these magic treasures, but she could hack the system. So she entered keywords like treasure bottle, magic bottle, and blue bottle into the system's marketplace. After over an hour of searching, she finally found the name and purpose of this small blue bottle among the many items in the marketplace. This treasure bottle is called the Azure Dew Spirit Bottle. Its listed price is 200,000 reputation points, which is quite outrageous. However, after reading the description, the high price makes sense. This Azure Dew Spirit Bottle can absorb the life essence of plants. The collected essence can be eaten by demon spirits. This essence is similar to the 10-year spiritual dew that Jiang Ran bought from Niaoxi before. The most amazing part is that it can extract juice from any plant, meaning even weeds can be useful for Jiang Ran. Usually, the spirit bottle can collect about 10 drops of dew in one night. The quality of the dew mainly depends on the plant. More spiritual plants produce better dew. In summary, Jiang Ran is very happy. This secret realm was really worth it. No wonder others say opportunities and challenges go hand in hand. Today, I finally understand. Jiang Ran used to worry about demon spirit food, but now she has filled that gap. She might even sell some of the dew outside. A small bottle of 10-year spiritual dew is worth 50 spirit crystals, so a bottle of dew like this can be priced similarly. Jiang Ran is unsure how to handle the mess in the Nanguan's secret realm. She needs to bury or burn the leftovers properly. Of course, she plans to search herself for treasures, but she doesn't want to do it alone. She intends to leave it to her subordinates. The next day, a beautiful sunrise appeared on the eastern horizon. A ray of sunlight broke through the dusk and shone on a budding flower, as if reborn. Manhwa saw Jiang Ran and, with a mix of respect and pride, cheerfully patted the horse he bought. My lord, I've picked out a few horses over the past 2 days.
Take a look and see what you think.
Manhwa was patting a dark red stallion. According to his careful measurements, the horse was about 2.3 meters tall, with a body length of 4.5 meters. Its long mane flowed freely, looking very majestic and powerful. This horse was definitely a warhorse. Even in Tianshan County, it wouldn't be easy to find such a horse. A regular gelding costs between 400 and 500 gold coins. Young, fertile mares are a bit more expensive, costing between 500 and 600 gold coins. A warhorse's price is usually based on a crystal core. For a proud, imposing dark red horse like this, Maha bargained for a long time before finally buying it for 33 gold crystals. Right now, Maha's bought a total of 13 horses. Aside from this bright red horse, the others are quite good. Among them, there are 2 mares over 2 years old, 1 yellow and 1 white. Their coats are smooth and shiny, with no mixed colors. There are 6 young stallions aged between 1 and 3 years, all uncastrated. 2 black, 2 brown, 1 gray, and 1 yellow. Easy to tell apart. The remaining 4 are foals, about 4 to 5 months old, full of energy, and looking very lively. These 13 horses cost a total of 80,000 gold coins, which the horse trader only agreed to sell for that price. Buying horses is not very hard, but raising them is much more difficult. The expenses are really high. Jiang Ran stroked the bright red horse and said, "Not bad." If she had the ability, Jiang Ran would naturally want to keep these horses for breeding, not only for transportation but also for the battlefield. Suling Town still doesn't have cavalry. At the same time, Jiang Ran was already thinking about whether she could tame a group of magical horses, but magical horses are hard to find and even harder to train. It's even more difficult to buy them in Tianshan County City. By the way, when you were buying the horses, did you see anyone selling cattle? Maha looked surprised and honestly answered, "No, I didn't." Hearing this, Jiang Ran felt a bit disappointed but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Wei Fengsheng came out to report on the silver crystal illusion silkworms. They have been carefully taken care of, as Jiang Ran instructed. Over the past 2 days, these 10 or so silver crystal illusion silkworms have been fed well. Sometimes they spit out a few strands of silk as thick as a pen, which Wei Fengsheng collected. "Lord, 2 of the silver crystal illusion silkworm cocoons broke yesterday, but they are a bit different." Jiang Ran leaned in to look. Wei Fengsheng was not very familiar with this kind of magical beast. In fact, these silver crystal illusion silkworms are considered noble among all silkworm species and are quite rare. The 2 broken cocoons produced 2 very different outcomes. One turned into a silver moth after hatching, looking quite ordinary. After laying 8 white eggs, it quietly died. The other seemed to have been reborn, with dazzling silver wings that shimmered like silk ribbons, flowing and dreamy, completely renewed. These 2 changes led to 2 very different lives. The first, called the silver crystal moth, disappeared into dust after transforming, passing on its life to future generations and leaving endless possibilities. The second, the silver crystal illusion butterfly, represents self-breakthrough and a higher level of evolution. Of course, for Jiang Ran, no matter what the silver crystal illusion silkworms turn into, the outcome is beneficial to her. The silver crystal illusion butterfly can still produce silk, and its silk is even more beautiful, lively, and of higher quality. Using its silk to weave fabric might even earn it the title of noble among silks. However, the silver crystal illusion butterfly is good in every way except for its difficulty in reproducing. But this doesn't affect Jiang Ran's good mood. She happily praises Wei Fengsheng and others for their good care and generously rewards them with some refined crystals. She also instructs the eggs laid by the silver crystal moth should be kept separate. Jiang Ran is very generous, something she couldn't have experienced before. The people who received rewards are overjoyed. Yes, Lady Lord. Today is the day to gather Jiang Bianlian's friends from the alien race and then return to the town. But before that, she needs to go to Feihong Tower to pick up Bai Fin and Hu Qi. Jiang Ran and her group leave their rooms, leading several horses and pulling 2 carriages filled with goods bought from Tianshan to sell in the town. Bai Fin and Hu Qi have been waiting anxiously at the gate, worried Jiang Ran might forget about them. Since the journey is long, Jiang Ran books a private room at Feihong Tower and orders some food. There's a small incident. The owner of Feihong Tower recognizes Jiang Ran and her group and quickly comes down to ask if next time they visit Tianshan Prefecture, They can sell him ingredients like bamboo shoots and seafood. He's willing to pay high prices to buy them. Businessmen prioritize profit. Being able to sell to him saves a lot of trouble. Jiang Rand doesn't mind the previous conflicts and doesn't refuse. By the way, Jiang Rand has truly acquired two talented people this time. Bai Mei, 30 years old, a first-level spirit-gathering realm artificer. Although artificers are usually extremely wealthy, it depends on their level. Nowadays, low-level artificers and alchemists find it hard to survive. Mushi looks at the chubby Bai Mei and can't help but shed 2 tears. A true confidant. Bai Mei and Mushi share a common topic. Materials for crafting and alchemy are expensive. Who doesn't need a large amount of materials to practice when starting out? Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Furthermore, without a master, they have to explore on their own. And these days, knowledge is controlled by certain people. Spirit forging diagrams and pill formulas are tightly guarded, leaving lower-level practitioners with no way to access them. Rich people become richer, and the poor become poorer. Thus, Bai Mei and Mushi are stuck in this awkward situation. Bai Mei wants to show his value to the new master, so he presents 2 of his creations. One is a flowing cloud lantern, and the other is a small bronze bell. These 2 are non-lethal, low-grade magical tools. The first is a simple lamp, but it has the advantage of relying on spiritual power to last a long time. The second is a bronze bell that can produce sound 10 times louder than a normal bell. Bai Mei actually has a talent for refining tools. Although these 2 small items are not stunning, he personally researched them, and the materials used are very cheap. The core spiritual carving uses the lowest quality residual spirit stones. The cost to make a Yunlu lamp is less than 5 crystal pieces. For Jiang Ran, creative talent is more valuable. It would be great if the Yunlu lamp could be made more beautiful. The Yunlu lamp has a pretty name, but the actual object isn't very attractive. Jiang Ran plays with the lamp in her hand, thinking some thoughts. The Yunlu lamp can be used for lighting, while the bronze bell can be placed in the town for striking the hour or giving military commands. Jiang Ran asks, have you ever tried making a weapon with killing power, like a sword or dagger? Bai Mei nods and takes out his and Hu Qi's matching knives. Chiefing knives, top-quality, low-level magical tools. He is very proud of his refining skills and looks spirited as he says, both of these knives are carved with spiritual runes using magic cores with 7 or 8 channels. If I had better materials, I believe I could break through to the earth level. After asking more questions, they conclude that Bai Mei can craft 5 types of magical tools: Yunlu lamp, bronze bell, red carp hairpin, chiefing knife, and meteor hammer. The first 3 are his original creations, while the last 2 are made from leftover parts he found and studied. Bai Mei himself is a low-level tool refiner. As a tool refiner, Bai Mei really wants someone to provide him with materials for forging, even willing to work for free. A few days ago, Jiang Ran couldn't provide any refining materials, but now that might have changed. At this moment, the meal is almost finished. Jiang Ran, immersed in her space ring, pulls out a pile of refining materials and places them on the table. First, top-quality spiritual gold powder, a large piece of mysterious ice stone, mysterious crystal iron, purple brilliance copper essence, and alligator dragon scales and armor. The array of materials is dazzling. Every time Jiang Ran takes out something, Bai Mei's eyes widen more. Finally, his eyes are glued to the materials, unable to look away. This. Not only Bai Mei and Hu Qi are wide-eyed, but Wei Fengsheng and others are also stunned, frightened. Li Si even worries that their lord has been moonlighting as a robber these days. Why didn't they bring them along? At least they could hand him a knife. Apart from the spiritual gold powder, most of the other items were gathered from the secret realm, with some coming from Chiyu. This is only a small part. There are better materials for refining tools that she hasn't shown yet. Oh my, such high-quality spiritual gold powder. It must be worth 10 spirit crystals per gram. The tool refiners are very passionate about their materials. Bai Fei was already shouting loudly, ignoring his image. And this large piece of mysterious crystal iron and mysterious crystal stone. In this world, the skins, tendons, bones, scales, and shells of magical beasts, as well as some unique plant skins, stems, and leaves, are all treasures. They can be used to make magic tools or pills. The most common materials for sword and blade magic tools are various spirit ores. These items already made by Li Fei extremely excited. But when Jiang Ran took out the blueprint for the Golden Fan Spirit and the Wind Spirit ship, Bai Fei almost kneeled on the spot, eager to acknowledge her as his ancestor. Of course, Jiang Ran kept some tricks up her sleeve and removed the most crucial spirit engravings from the blueprints. Bai Fei stared blankly as several pages of blueprints were pushed in front of him. The most amazing part was that his new master looked slightly lazy and indifferent. Is this? Can I see this for free? He had been exhausted these days, barely sleeping last night. Jiang Ran was indeed a bit sleepy, her voice lazy. Can you do it? Wasn't that obvious? She was clearly pushing him to be heavily relied upon. Him and old Hu. This time, they were aiming for the sky. Bai Fei was instantly captivated. He took a deep breath and said with firm and loyal tone, "Of course I can." Jiang Ran slightly raised her chin and turned her gaze to Hu Qi. If Bai Fei was a technical talent, then Hu Qi was an academic talent.